cosmic battleships, mechs, armor, exoskeletons, systems, space, multiple heroines, anthropomorphized starships, shipgirls, interstellar civilizations. In the era of interstellar travel, humanity encounters not benevolent civilizations, but an endless tide of malice and warfare. It is only through the bonds forged with the shipgirls that civilization struggles to survive on the brink of extinction. Lin Feng, a time traveler, has distinguished himself as a prodigious candidate commander at the Federal Academy, owing to his remarkable talent and aptitude for learning. Everyone anticipates that he will summon a cataclysmic battleship girl during the awakening ceremony. Yet, as the radiance fades, what materializes before him is a timid and soft-spoken small repair ship girl. "Commander, please allow me to handle this." Gazing at the feeble creature before him, who possesses no weapons but merely a knack for repairs, Lin Feng feels a sense of bewilderment. Lin Feng muses, "A small repair ship girl isn't entirely unacceptable. Very well, I shall first rely on her to assist in repairing some traditional starships at the space dock, accumulating the funds necessary to manifest her 4-kilometer long haul." Huh, a 4-kilometer repair ship? Is this truly a small repair ship? Well, at least she can move and provide support. This shall serve as the first step into interstellar adventure. Thus begins an epic tale woven from the threads of repair ships, stars, and love. Chapter 1. The Time Traveler and His Cheat. The cosmos is not the paradise of harmonious coexistence among civilizations that humanity once envisioned. From the moment humanity ventured into the depths of space, the Federal Union has faced an unending barrage of hostility and war. The Solraga swarm devours stars, the whispers of the void corrupt minds, the crystal symbiotes plunder all, and the end mechanisms coldly purify. Powerful alien civilizations regard humanity as mere fodder, relentlessly pursuing them until scarcely a remnant of their home remains, with the flame of civilization flickering perilously on the edge of oblivion. A turning point occurred 2 centuries ago. The silent core chi, a mysterious energy discovered within the peculiar radiation belt at the edge of black holes, became humanity's last lifeline. It bestowed upon humanity prolonged lifespans and formidable survival capabilities, but its true value lay in its nearly limitless energy conversion properties. Individuals infused with silent core chi possess life forces akin to stable and powerful biological reactors. This immense energy cannot be unleashed as a key wave with a mere gesture, but can be perfectly channeled and utilized to power external equipment through specially designed conduction systems. From handheld weaponry and exoskeletons that transform soldiers into tireless iron warriors to towering mechs ranging from 10 to 100 meters in height, these become the absolute mainstay for planetary surface and ship-to-ship combat, culminating in colossal starships that are not operated by traditional crews, but driven by another form of miracle. The shipgirls. They embody the will of human civilization intertwined with silent core chi, beautiful maidens woven from the void, capable of manifesting the hulls of interstellar battleships and converting the silent core chi provided by their commanders into devastating firepower and formidable shields. Commanders, as the source of silent core chi and the pillars of the shipgirl spirits, are not frontline warriors. Their battlefield resides in the command seats of the bridge, and their power lies in how much they can support, the strength of the equipment they wield, and the formidable shipgirls they can contract and maintain. The bond between commanders and shipgirls has become the cornerstone of civilization survival. Every youth yearns to successfully contract a shipgirl during the awakening ceremony upon reaching adulthood, aspiring to become a hero who protects humanity. Hope and despair coexist. The flames of war never cease. Thus unfolds the era of Silent Core. Chapter 1. The Time Traveler and His Cheat. Third High School of the Stars C, Training Ground. A solid azure energy pulse erupted from a 2-meter-tall, training, lightweight exoskeleton, accurately striking a moving target 100 meters away, vaporizing it instantaneously and leaving no debris behind. The aftershocks of the energy reaction rippled through the air, producing a faint resonance. Silent Core, Chi Output Stability, S-Class, Energy Conversion Efficiency, S-Class, Exoskeleton Synchronization Rate, AJA. Overall Score, S-Class. The cold electronic voice announced the results, eliciting a wave of uncontrollable astonishment from those at the training ground. Another S-Class. That Lin Feng is truly a monster. I heard he was picked up by the patrol team from the edge of the Shard Star battlefield 2 years ago, having never received any systematic education before. This talent is simply outrageous. In this awakening ceremony, he will surely summon a powerful battleship girl. At that point, the energy will supply the shipgirl's main cannon. In the center of the arena, a boy with black hair and eyes opened the hatch on the back of his exoskeleton and nimbly jumped out. He stood at 1 meter 80, possessing a handsome visage with a hint of classical Eastern charm. At this moment, he wore a relaxed and slightly roguish smile. Basic skills do not mess up. He casually uttered a phrase that left his classmates perplexed. He is Lin Feng, a time traveler from Earth in the 21st century. 2 years ago, a bizarre meteor shower transported him from Blue Star to this desolate yet radiant interstellar era, depositing him in the ruins of a war-torn landscape. Discovered by the Federal Rescue Team, he acquired citizenship through his status as a war orphan and enrolled in this school. Thanks to his seemingly inherent adaptability as a time traveler, he exhibited astonishing affinity and output stability with the world's core energy, silent core chi. And within just 2 years, he became the Academy's recognized genius candidate commander. Yet, no one knows that his greatest trump card is not his innate talent. System. Lin Feng silently contemplated. Silent Core Ascension System at your service, host. A semi-transparent blue AR interface, visible only to him, hovered in his field of vision. User, Lin Feng. Identity, time traveler, special soul resonance. Silent core, chi level. LV.5, status, healthy. Core functions, task and achievement system, to be opened. Current task, main storyline, survival, and contract. Successfully contract the first ship girl during the awakening ceremony. Reward, activate infinite silent core chi pool. This is his cheat that accompanied his time travel, a powerful system of unknown origin with straightforward yet potent functions. Infinite blue bars. Lin Feng mused, gazing at the gray inactive label, his heart ablaze with fervor. In a world where the commander's rank determines the number of contracted ship girls and the total amount of silent core energy dictates their endurance and combat prowess, what does infinite energy signify? It signifies his ability to sustain an unyielding fleet capable of unleashing an incessant barrage of firepower for the ship girls. When the time comes, let alone just one ship girl, even 10 or 8, his thoughts began to wander uncontrollably, and a somewhat lecherous, in his own estimation, quite dashing smile crept across his face, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the petite and charming female classmates surrounding him. Lin Feng, a stern reprimand abruptly shattered his reverie. His mentor approached with a stern expression. Your training results are commendable, but tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Be serious. Stop with the incessant grinning. What the Federation requires is the iron will capable of bearing the ship girls and confronting war, not the frivolous antics of a carefree boy. Yes, you're absolutely right, mentor. Lin Feng immediately nodded deferentially, his demeanor impeccably earnest, yet internally he scoffed. My iron will is reserved for those who live off the soft life. Engaging in slaughter is simply uncivilized. He had long since mapped out his interstellar existence, leveraging infinite blue bars to contract a cadre of formidable yet aesthetically pleasing ship girls, subsequently sponsoring several formidable female Stardust warrior mech squads, and then reclining on the deck of his flagship, sipping on sugary beverages, while watching them sweep through the realms effortlessly, indulging in the soft life with ease. Yet all of this hinges on one crucial condition. Tomorrow, he must contract a powerful initial ship girl, ideally a battleship. Although battleships are typically characterized by a mature figure, which is not to his liking, the prospect of having a robust and reliable capital ship in the early stages would allow him to comfortably latch onto a strong ally. With this thought, Lin Feng brimmed with boundless anticipation for tomorrow's ceremony. Chapter 2. Where is the promised battleship? My repair ship lowly. At the esteemed Sanhai 3rd High School, within the Awakening Hall, an air of solemnity enveloped the vast chamber, where invisible waves of energy surged like the tides. Above, a simulated nebula spun languidly, casting an enchanting and ethereal glow. Rows of awakening platforms, constructed from high-purity void core energy crystals, stood in immaculate alignment, exuding a gentle yet formidable aura of power. Lin Feng stood before one such platform, inhaling deeply. Countless gazes surrounded him, filled with anticipation, envy, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. As the most recognized prodigy of this cohort, his awakening ceremony garnered immense attention. Even his sternest mentor, who usually berated him the harshest, was now holding their breath, fists unconsciously clenched. Lin Feng, focus your mind and guide the void core energy within you to resonate with the void. Intoned the officiating federal official, their voice deep and commanding. Remember, your intention will determine the nature of the existence that responds. Strengthen your conviction. Conviction? My conviction is to bask in the comfort of a powerful ship girl. Oh no. To forge a contract with one, safeguarding humanity. Lin Feng closed his eyes, pressing his palm against the frigid crystal platform. The void core energy within him surged like a torrential flood, pouring into the platform with fervor. Buzz. The platform beneath him erupted with a brilliance far surpassing that of others, a sapphire beam shooting skyward, nearly piercing the dome of the hall, eliciting gasps from the audience. What an overwhelming energy response! This luminosity must at least be that of a heavy cruiser, perhaps even a battleship. Lin Feng's heart soared with elation. He could feel it. The resonance of this energy was extraordinarily potent, as if a formidable presence on the other side of the void was eagerly answering his call. Infinite blue bars. Battleship girl, my journey as the king of soft rice is about to commence. Come forth, my invincible flagship, he fervently shouted within his mind, pouring every ounce of void core energy and intention into the summoning. The beam reached its zenith, its blinding light forcing everyone to squint. The intense energy storm caused several nearby platforms to tremble, interrupting the ceremony. In the next instant, the light suddenly contracted, rapidly retracting. All eyes were fixated on the center of the illumination. Here it comes. Lin Feng excitedly opened his eyes, his face prepared with what he believed to be a charming and reliable smile for the arrival of a powerful ship girl. Yet his smile froze. As the light dissipated completely, a diminutive figure timidly stood atop the platform, seemingly startled by the grandeur of the earlier display and the strangeness of her new surroundings. Her body quivering slightly, she had soft, shoulder-length light green hair, adorned with a delicate hairpin resembling a blend of a wrench and a erasure mushroom. Her amber eyes glistened, filled with a touch of confusion and anxiety. With a slightly chubby face that seemed delightfully tactile, she stood at a mere height of just over 1.4 meters, clad in a fitted maintenance ship uniform predominantly in white and warm green, with a few miniature tools peeking from the pockets of her apron. Timidly, she lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Feng's astonished stare. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke in a soft, hesitant voice, tinged with a stutter. Are you my commander? Repair ship Lingji. Reporting for duty. Please rest assured, Commander. Her voice was gentle and soothing, like a balm to the soul. However, to Lin Feng's ears, it struck like a thunderclap. The entire awakening hall fell into an abyss of silence, as everyone gaped at the petite figure that starkly contrasted with their expectations of a majestic battleship girl, then turned to glance at the petrified Lin Feng. After a few seconds, whispers began to ripple through the crowd like a rising tide. A repair ship? What nonsense is this? Lin Feng, with his S-class talent, summoned a mere repair ship? While rare, it is still a logistical vessel. It's over, such talent wasted. With a burst of laughter, someone could no longer contain themselves, though they quickly stifled it, the mockery unmistakable. Lin Feng's mentor held their forehead in despair, unable to bear the sight. Lin Feng felt as though his heart was mercilessly kicked by a Solraga's worker bug. A repair ship? How could it be a repair ship? Where's the promised, devastating battleship sister? Where's the unbeatable force that would allow me to lie back and relax? Though I must admit, this little one is undeniably adorable, hitting all the right notes of my preferences for lowly types. But this is a battlefield. I require someone capable of fighting. Someone who can secure military funding for me, materialize a ship body, and allow me to enjoy the comforts of soft rice. Not someone I need to protect, while also having to gather funds to materialize her 4-kilometer-long ship body. It's over. It's all over. The soft rice plan has met its untimely demise. Fortunately, the ship girl slots are awarded every 10 levels. Once I reach level 10, I can summon again. Lin Feng could only console himself in despair. But leveling up isn't that simple. This means that for a considerable duration, Lin Feng, the top prodigy of this cohort, will be left with this utterly non-combative repair ship girl, just when he was drowning in hopelessness. Contemplating whether to take the little repair ship to a rear base to find work in a repair shop, a brilliant AR interface lit up in his vision. Ding! Host has successfully contracted their first ship girl. Bound ship girl, repair ship, Lingji. Main quest, survival and contract has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. Infinite void, core energy pool, activation successful. Ship girl modification module, unlocking successful. Quest and achievement system, activation successful. Newbie gift pack has been distributed to system space. Please check host. A series of notifications resonated in his mind like divine music. Lin Feng jolted with excitement. My cheat has activated. He eagerly opened the system interface with his thoughts. Void core elevation, system V10. User, Lin Feng. Void core energy level, LV5, output limit increasing. Status, healthy, energy supply infinite. Core functions, infinite void core energy pool, activated current maximum output power, LV5, increasing with host S level. Ship girl modification module, unlocked capable of strengthening and modifying bound ship girls. Available modification points, 0. Special blueprints, 0. Quest and achievement system activated. Current contracted ship girl, 1. Ship girl, Lingji. Ship type, repair ship initial. Status, nervous, anxious, eager for recognition. Mind-body link stability, 100 beyond normal. Modifiable directions, slight, requires modification points or specific blueprints. Hint, the host's unique void core energy has begun to permeate the bound ship girl. Her potential exceeds conventional understanding. New quest released. Main quest, make your mark. Objective, guide ship girl Lingji to complete her first combat mission. Defeat any alien unit 10 times. Reward, 100 modification points, 1 basic ship body enhancement material pack. Tethering quest, a safe harbor. Objective, to effectively alleviate the tense emotions of the ship girl Lingji through physical contact, such as head pats and hugs, bringing forth a smile. Reward, affinity 20. Blueprint fragments for efficient repair nanobots. Lin Feng gazed at the system interface, particularly captivated by the phrase indicating that its potential transcends conventional cognition and modification modules. The dimness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a resplendent gleam, burning brighter than ever. Of course, I possess an extraordinary advantage. An infinite blue bar coupled with the ship girl modification system. Who dares to say that maintenance ships cannot engage in battle? Dreadnoughts and planetary ships. Those absurd enhancement levels within the system are not merely for show. His gaze fell upon Lingji, who grew increasingly anxious due to his prolonged silence. Nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes appearing slightly red-rimmed. An audacious thought surged uncontrollably within him. Who said one must rely solely on combat vessels for sustenance? What if I cultivate a support ship into an invincible entity, then unabashedly relish the spoils of her prowess? Would that not be the epitome of a soft rice king? With this realization, Lin Feng's previous despondency and despair evaporated, replaced by an almost maniacal excitement and a fervent smile. He stepped forward, and in the midst of Lingji's astonished gaze, he boldly extended his hand, gently ruffling her soft, pale green hair. The sensation was indeed delightful. Lingji, is it? Lin Feng's voice softened, adopting a tone reminiscent of a charming uncle coaxing a child. Do not be afraid. Starting today, I shall be your commander. He patted his chest, his face radiating an exuberant and perhaps somewhat irritating confidence. Rest assured, with me, you will surely repair the most formidable starships across the universe. We shall pummel the swarm mother nests and kick the mechanical arcs. Our journey is not merely to maintenance stations, but to the stars themselves. Lingji was taken aback by this sudden head pat and her commander's dramatic shift in demeanor, her small face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. She could feel the warmth from his hand and an energy wave that instilled a profound sense of comfort. Although his words sounded somewhat peculiar, it seemed he did not harbor any disdain for her. Commander, Lingji murmured softly, her amber eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Beep. Bonding mission safe haven completed. Rewards have been issued. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Feng's smile grew even more radiant. He disregarded the myriad of astonished and bemused gazes surrounding them, taking Lingji's delicate hand in his. Come, Lingji, your commander will lead you to your tasks. No, rather, we shall fight to protect humanity. First, we need to earn some money and gather materials to manifest your grand form. What is wrong with starting as a maintenance ship girl? My journey of soft rice consumption has only just begun. Chapter 3. Vacation and the weighty, beginning the clamor within the awakening hull, gradually faded into the background. Lin Feng held the hand of his repair ship girl, Lingji, as they traversed the expansive corridor of Star C3. Surrounded by a myriad of glances filled with various meanings, pity, curiosity, schadenfreude, and even a few students contracted with escort ships, who felt themselves superior, deliberately emitting snickers. Lin Feng paid them no mind, even flashing a cheerful V sign at one individual who was pointing and whispering, leaving the person utterly bewildered. Commander, Lingji called softly, gently squeezing his hand as if to comfort him. I'm sorry, Hush, Lin Feng interrupted, stopping in his tracks to crouch down, aligning his gaze with Lingji's. Wearing a relaxed smile. What is there to apologize for? You are my most important and adorable initial ship girl. Others do not understand. He pointed to his head and lowered his voice. Your commander possesses treasures beyond their imagination. Trust me, in the future, they will envy us with a burning jealousy. As Lingji observed the genuine confidence and warmth in Lin Feng's eyes, her apprehension gradually dissipated, and a hint of shy laughter returned to her small face as she nodded earnestly. Yes, Lingji believes in the commander. At that moment, all students' personal terminals vibrated gently. Lin Feng raised his wrist to glance at the latest federal notification. Announcement: the current awakening ceremony has concluded. All participating students shall enter a vacation period starting today. The Federal Higher Education Committee will allocate institutions based on awakening results and performance, with admission notices to be issued within 3 weeks via personal terminals. Wishing all a bright future. Fight for the survival of humanity. A vacation? Huh? Lin Feng mused. That works out well. We have time to prepare. He took Lingji's hand and boarded the high-speed transit back to the residential area. Thanks to the foundational policies established during humanity's early interstellar expansion and the current pressing survival pressures, the federal government provides basic living guarantees to all registered citizens, with one of the most crucial being housing security. This is not merely a welfare measure, but a necessary strategy in dire circumstances, ensuring the stable propagation and retention of the precious resource that is population, especially potential users of the void core chi and commanders, reducing internal unrest, and allowing all citizens to devote more energy to survival and development, or rather, matters related to warfare. Thus, standardized and modularly constructed apartment buildings are ubiquitous across human habitable planets and space stations. Though modest in size, they are fully functional, adequately meeting a family's basic living needs. Lin Feng, by virtue of his citizen status, also possesses an apartment located in Block E of the residential area. This shall be our temporary home, Lin Feng said, swiping his terminal to unlock the door. The room was small, comprising a living area, a bedroom, and a bathroom, decorated in a uniform minimalist style, yet equipped with all necessary amenities, clean and orderly. The automatically adjusting lighting system gently illuminated upon detecting presence, while the air circulation system emitted a subtle hum. Lingji curiously surveyed this little space belonging to her commander, her eyes filled with wonder. Everything here felt completely different from the memories birthed from the void, brimming with the essence of life. Please, make yourself at home, Lin Feng said, retrieving 2 cans of mixed fruit juice from the refrigerator and handing one to Lingji. Now, let us meticulously plan our future, comrade Lingji. Lingji accepted the juice, sitting obediently in a chair, her short legs swinging gently as they barely touched the ground. She straightened her back, appearing attentively engaged. Yes. Commander, first, I need to understand your abilities in detail. Lin Feng activated his terminal, pulling up the record page. I know you repair ship, but what exactly can you do? For instance, before your grand vessel materializes. Upon discussing her area of expertise, Lingji's eyes visibly brightened, her voice flowing more smoothly. Report, Commander. Even without manifesting the ship body, I possess basic void core chi repair capabilities, enabling me to maintain and repair medium and small-sized equipment. Furthermore, my core database retains most of the existing starship design blueprints, engineering principles, and maintenance technical standards of the Human Federation. As she spoke, her confidence grew. I can participate in the design, optimization, and maintenance of traditional starships, such as colony ships, mining vessels, engineering ships, transport vessels, and more. I can also identify and analyze the characteristics of most materials, facilitating resource optimization. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Goodness, this is no mere maintenance ship. She is essentially a mobile, top-tier engineering academy as super technician. The federal standard textbooks never mentioned that ship girls come equipped with such a comprehensive knowledge base. Fantastic, Lin Feng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This means we can seek employment at the space dock, utilize your skills to earn money, and save up for materials. Theoretically, this is indeed the case. Lingji, inspired by his enthusiasm, felt a flush of excitement on her delicate face. However, Commander, materializing my ship requires an exorbitant amount of rare materials and high-strength alloys, particularly the energy core, which demands a staggering sum of Federation credits. She counted on her fingers, striving to calculate an approximate figure, only to find herself bewildered in the process, her expression tinged with frustration. Lin Feng was well aware of the daunting figure in question. He had checked the market prices on his way back, and even a preliminary estimate suggested that the cost of materials to manifest a standard repair ship would be enough to bankrupt an average commander's family, leaving them burdened with decades of debt. This predicament is precisely why many commanders initially rely on federal logistical support or resort to perilous ventures like those of rogue commanders. He sighed, suddenly envious of those fortunate individuals whose initial ship girls were frigates or destroyers. The hulls of those petite vessels range from a few hundred meters to just over a kilometer, requiring materials that barely scratch the surface of Lingji's needs. With a bit of financial backing or a stroke of luck from completing several military bounties, they could gather most of what they required. No matter. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, buoyed by the infinite potential of their capabilities. Money is something we can certainly earn. We possess the technology and the strength. Why should we fear the prospect of financial gain? Let's commence with the simplest tasks. He accessed the local network, searching for nearby shipyards and job postings. Look, Blackstone Mining Company is recruiting escort ships for the asteroid belt, requiring contract combat ship girls. Pass. The Hope Light colonization vessel needs a temporary safety inspection but demands an advanced engineer's certification recognized by the Federation. Pass. The Titan Industrial Shipyard is seeking assembly line technicians, offering daily wages, but requires proficiency in operating multifunctional welding arms. Pass. After sifting through numerous postings, Lin Feng's gaze finally settled on a rather unassuming advertisement. The Forward Resource Exploration Vessel, affiliated with the Third Star Domain Mining Group, is recruiting a shipboard repair engineer. Task: a 2-week escort mission in the border asteroid belt. Requirements: basic space, structure repair, and energy conduit maintenance experience. Knowledge of Starship-related matters is preferred. Compensation: negotiable. The border asteroid belt does present some risks, Lin Feng mused while stroking his chin, but the compensation is negotiable, and the requirements are not overly demanding. Perfect for Lingji to hone her skills. He glanced at Lingji, who was diligently sipping her fruit juice, oblivious to the small smudge at the corner of her mouth, and made his decision. This is it, our first pot of gold. He promptly submitted his application through the terminal, attaching his level 5 quantum core energy certification, which appeared quite persuasive here, and Lingji's basic information, designated as a repair auxiliary special individual. Within minutes, a response arrived. Application received. Your qualifications meet the requirements. Please report to Dock 12 in Area C of the 7th Spaceport at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Captain of the Forward, Old Jack. Note, the compensation will not disappoint you, but the work may be a bit strenuous, kid. All set. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Lingji, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, we shall embark on our space-working journey. Yes, Commander. Lingji immediately set aside her juice, leaping from her chair to salute with utmost seriousness, her small face brimming with determination. Lingji would surely give her all. Observing the spirited little repair ship, Lin Feng envisioned countless Federation credits and rare materials beckoning to him. Although the starting point involved mending decrepit vessels, it was all for the purpose of swiftly manifesting the formidable hull of his beloved ship girl. No, he meant to say, for the sake of securing a prosperous future. This path of endeavor, rather than mere reliance on others, was one he, Lin Feng, had resolutely chosen. Chapter 4. The Forward and Old Jack. At the 7th Spaceport, Dock C. This place was far from the glamorous military or passenger terminals, as the air was thick with the scents of metal welding, lubricating oil, and a hint of ozone. Various industrial ships, mining vessels, and exploration crafts lay docked, resembling massive steel beasts lying in repose, while engineers and robots scurried about like industrious ants. Lin Feng led Lingji, following the directions to Dock 12. There, an exploration ship, seemingly aged, rested. Its hull bore the marks of numerous repairs, the paintwork faded and chipped, with several external equipment interfaces revealing signs of aging wiring. The name Forward was inscribed on the side of the bridge in slightly faded letters. Ah, this ship certainly appears to be in dire need of repairs, Lin Feng remarked. Lingji, however, widened her eyes, scrutinizing the vessel intently. She murmured softly, model, Pioneer 3, designed for a lifespan of 50 years. Judging by its wear and tear, it has been in service for at least a decade beyond its intended lifespan. The insulation layer of the main energy conduit requires replacement, and there seems to be a deviation in the calibration of the right side third thruster array. Lin Feng stared at Lingji in astonishment. You can discern all that? Yes. Lingji nodded. The database contains detailed schematics and common fault points for this model. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice called from nearby. Hey, kid, you're the one who applied for the shipboard repair position? Lin Feng, an elderly man, clad in oil-stained overalls with graying hair and a lit energy stick, per safety regulations of the interstellar era, dangling from his mouth, emerged from the ship's maintenance hatch. His keen eyes scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, finally settling on the petite Lingji, his brow furrowing. That's me, Captain Jack. Lin Feng extended his hand. Old Jack casually shook it, his grip surprisingly strong. That's me. Kid, your quantum core level is impressive. But is this little one truly the repair auxiliary special individual you mentioned? Can she handle it? We're heading to the border, not playing house. Lingji appeared somewhat intimidated by Old Jack's imposing presence, retreating slightly behind Lin Feng. Yet she mustered her courage to retort softly, I can do it. I know the common faults of the Pioneer 3. Oh, old Jack raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Go on, little one. Where's this old rust bucket most likely to encounter issues? Taking a deep breath, Lingji answered fluently, first, the insulation layer in the transition zone of the main energy conduit. Long-term thermal fatigue can lead to material brittleness and leakage, posing the most dangerous hidden hazard. Second, the calibration chip of the inertial dampener. Older models are susceptible to jump interference, resulting in slight deviations that can affect passenger comfort and even equipment precision. Furthermore, she proceeded to enumerate several other issues, including some very subtle design flaws. Old Jack's skepticism gradually transformed into astonishment. Eventually, he pulled out his old terminal to cross-reference her claims, muttering, Hey, this little one actually pinpointed several of them. Is the Federation Academy teaching such solid material now? Even the flaws of this ancient relic are clearly understood. Lin Feng proudly draped an arm around Lingji's shoulder. What do you think, Captain? My ship girl is a professional. Old Jack grunted, though his demeanor softened considerably. Interesting. All right, I'll let you through. Come aboard to sign the agreement and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Just so, you know, compensation will be settled at the standard federal daily wage, covering meals and lodging. Bonuses for successful repairs will be awarded. But if the work is poorly executed or you get scared, I reserve the right to drop you at the nearest supply station. No problem. Lin Feng readily agreed. He wasn't concerned about the daily wage. What mattered was the opportunity, and perhaps he could also judiciously utilize some scrap materials from the ship. The interior of the forward was cramped, filled with the humming sounds of machinery and a faint scent of machine oil. The crew was sparse, consisting of old Jack, a taciturn navigator and co-pilot, and a few technicians responsible for operating the exploration equipment. They cast curious glances at the combination of Lin Feng and Lingji, yet refrained from further inquiries. After signing a simple employment agreement, old Jack escorted the two to a small chamber near the engine room. This will serve as both your room and workshop. The tools and equipment are basic. If anything is lacking, submit a request, and I shall consider it, he remarked, gesturing toward a pile of tools that appeared to be older than he was. The ship departs in 1 hour. During this time, feel free to explore and familiarize yourselves. Your first task is to thoroughly inspect the main energy conduit, particularly the transition zone. I certainly do not wish to become a cosmic firework midway through a jump. With that, old Jack hurried off. Lin Feng gazed at the collection of antiquated tools, then turned to Lingji, who was barely half their height, and sighed. Well, it seems we're starting at a hellish difficulty, Comrade Lingji. However, she had already approached the tools, picking up a multifunctional detector and deftly powering it on for calibration. It's all right, Commander. Even if the tools are a bit old, they're still functional. Let's commence our work. Completing the inspection promptly will surely put the captain at ease. Observing her professional and focused demeanor, Lin Feng chuckled and rolled up his sleeves. All right, let us get to work. Show me if this infinite energy bar of mine can serve as a human-shaped power bank for you, aside from engaging in combat. He extended his hand, gently grasping Lingji's wrist, pure and potent energy gradually flowing towards her. Although he could transmit energy to Lingji from a distance, he simply wished to touch his adorable little ship girl. Lingji's body quivered slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she felt the Commander's energy, warm and abundant, heightening her senses and invigorating her stamina. Thank you, Commander. This sensation is quite pleasant, she murmured softly before immediately immersing herself in her work, skillfully maneuvering into the narrow maintenance access of the energy conduit with her detector. Lin Feng watched her busy little figure and mused, balancing work and leveling up. By the time we reach university, I must ensure I hit level 10 to summon my second ship girl. Next time, it must be one capable of fighting. His interstellar journey, oh no, his striving career, officially commenced aboard this aging exploration vessel, accompanied by the rhythmic clinking of tools and the rumbling of the engine. Chapter 5. System Gift Pack and Minor Troubles in the Asteroid Belt. The forward sailed steadily through the subspace channel, the engine emitting a constant, low hum. Lin Feng remained in the small chamber that served as both his and Lingji's workshop, observing his little maintenance ship girl as she concentrated intently on an old terminal. Analyzing the real-time data streams of the forward's main energy conduit, her tiny brow furrowed in seriousness. Lin Feng, however, found himself rather bored. The preliminary inspection of the engine room had been completed, and Lingji had marked several potential points of concern. But the actual repairs and replacements would have to wait until the ship was stable or had reached its destination. Captain Old Jack had instructed them to be on standby. Ah, how dull. If only I brought my gaming console, combat simulator, along. Lin Feng sighed, stretching and leaning against the cold metallic wall of the chamber. Just then, a sudden realization struck him. Of course, the system gift pack. In the initial excitement and subsequent frustration following his arrival, he had completely forgotten about the beginner's gift pack amidst all the chaos of awakening rituals and appeasing the ship girl. He immediately focused his thoughts, silently commanding, "System, open the beginner's gift pack." Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened successfully. Acquired. High-purity silent core energy core, specialized for repair and logistics ships, X1. Acquired. Sentinel-class frigate standard sublight speed engine array, complete set, X1. Acquired. High-strength nano-composite armor alloy, standard units, X420. A series of notification sounds echoed. And simultaneously, 3 new items appeared in the system space, visible only to Lin Feng. One was an octahedral crystal, roughly the size of a basketball. Adorned with a soft green and silver glow, its structure exceedingly intricate, the energy core. The second was a compact assembly of multiple plasma thruster nozzles, energy conduits, and control systems. Small in size, yet evidently sophisticated, the frigate engine array. Finally, there was a neatly stacked collection of silver-gray ingots, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, the alloy material. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled momentarily before narrowing as he began to calculate swiftly. An energy core. A splendid find, judging by its quality and specialized designation. It is undoubtedly tailor-made for Lingji. It far surpasses the conventional core that her hull possesses. This will significantly enhance her repair efficiency and endurance. The alloy material, totaling 420 standard units. How astute of the system to be precise. It was exactly 1/10 of the material needed for Lingji's 42-kilometer hull. While it was merely a foundational structural material, it was an excellent start, saving him considerable time and expense. His gaze finally settled on the Sentinel-class frigate sublight speed engine array. A frigate engine? Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar. What do I need this for? I have yet to contract a frigate ship girl, and even if I do in the future, this base model is likely insufficient to serve as auxiliary propulsion for Lingji's larger frame. He stroked his chin, scrutinizing the detailed parameters of the engine array provided by the system. Although the technology was standard and even slightly more efficient than the federal equivalent, its relevance to him was questionable. A thought quickly formed in his mind. Sell it. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, resolving to find a reliable dock or weapon store on Hope Planet to dispose of it. A complete set of frigate engines, albeit a basic model, should fetch a decent price, perfectly supplementing their dwindling finances. As for the energy core and alloy material, he decisively opted to reserve them for Lingji. These components were vital reserves for the future manifestation of her hull. Commander? Lingji seemed to sense the shift in Lin Feng's mood and the faint, unique energy fluctuations only she could perceive emanating from him as he operated the system. She lifted her head from the terminal, her amber eyes filled with curiosity. Nothing to worry about, Lingji, Lin Feng replied with a smile, habitually ruffling her hair as a pleasant thought crossed his mind. Our initial capital might soon have a promising prospect. Although Lingji was puzzled, she could sense the commander's joy and smiled sweetly in response, nodding vigorously. Yes. Days later, the Forward emerged from the subspace channel, returning to conventional cosmic space. Outside the viewport lay a fragmented and silent expanse. Countless asteroids of varying sizes and shapes, along with icy debris, formed a band stretching millions of kilometers, resembling a river of rubble in the cosmos. The distant light of stars grew sparse and cold here, casting long, distorted shadows upon the rugged surfaces of celestial bodies. This was their destination, the K-77 asteroid belt situated at the fringes of the Federation's third star domain. All personnel, attention, we have arrived at the target area. Switch to inertial navigation mode. The exploration team, prepare to deploy remote sensing drones in 1 hour. Old Jack's voice resonated through the ship's communication system, carrying a tone of routine seriousness. The Forward advanced cautiously into the asteroid belt's periphery, skillfully avoiding larger fragments. Thus, Lin Feng and Lingji's work officially commenced. In addition to the routine equipment inspections, they were also tasked with ensuring the proper functioning of exploration apparatus, such as drilling robots and material analyzers. Lingji's expertise was fully utilized in this regard. She consistently detected minor malfunctions in the equipment ahead of time and swiftly rectified them, leaving the technicians in awe, while Old Jack's gaze towards her grew increasingly approving. On the 3rd day of their voyage, an unexpected incident occurred. A piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the vessel. Warning, Multiple unknown biological signals detected, rapidly approaching. Identification code, Sarlaga insect swarm, lower variant. It's the worker ants. The navigator's anxious voice rang out. Damn it, I knew this cursed place wouldn't be peaceful. Old Jack cursed. Yet his tone remained composed. All combat personnel, prepare for battle. Non-combat personnel, proceed to the safety pod. Stardust Warriors team, assemble at Airlock 1. Prepare to engage. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he immediately pulled Lingji into a nearby reinforced equipment room. Insectoids? How could there be insectoids here? Lin Feng peered through the observation window. He witnessed several creatures, roughly the size of adults, with menacing appearances and chitinous exoskeletons. Nimbly jumping between asteroids using their jet nozzles and sharp appendages, swiftly closing in on the forward. They were indeed the lowest tier of the Sarlaga swarm, the worker ants, typically responsible for reconnaissance, harassment, and initial infiltration. The forward itself possessed only a pitiful basic point defense turret, with feeble firepower. Just then, the airlock 1 on the starboard side opened, and 3 Stardust Warriors clad in standard-issue powered armor launched out. Their armor bore the insignia of the mining corporation. Designated as the Federation Defender, Type 3, standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, with rugged lines. Equipped with small pulse cannons on their shoulders and standard void energy blades on their arms, while compact propulsion packs were mounted on their backs. Fire! Do not let those stinking bugs near the hull, the squad leader commanded. The 3 immediately formed a rudimentary combat formation, unleashing blue energy beams from their pulse cannons, accurately striking the joints of the worker ants' exoskeletons or their compound eyes. The void energy blades ignited, and without hesitation, they charged at the worker ants attempting to close in, utilizing the power and agility of their powered armor to swiftly shatter or send them flying. The battle was brief yet intense. The whir of pulse cannons, the sharp shrieks of the worker ants, and the sound of metal clashing with chitin unfolded silently in the vacuum. Lin Feng watched the combat outside intently. This was his first time observing the reality of this world up close. The camaraderie, precision, and efficiency displayed by the powered armor warriors left a profound impression on him. These are the Stardust Warriors, he murmured to himself. Although their individual strength pales in comparison to the cataclysmic might exhibited by the ship girls, they remain an indispensable bastion of human civilization, playing a critical role in scenarios where the power of ship girls cannot reach or is inconvenient to deploy, such as shipboard boarding actions, planetary surface conflicts, and the current small-scale skirmishes. Minutes later, the last worker ant was pierced through the head by the squad leader's void energy blade, convulsing before becoming cold space debris. Threat neutralized. The squad returns. The leader's voice came through the comms, calm and unperturbed. The 3 Stardust Warriors adeptly scanned their surroundings before activating their thrusters and returning to the forward. The alarm was lifted. Lin Feng exhaled, only then realizing that his palms were slightly sweaty. He glanced at Lingji beside him. The petite maintenance ship girl appeared somewhat tense. Yet her focus was predominantly on the damaged equipment, fixated on a shallow scratch on the external sensor array that had just been grazed by debris. Commander, that seems a bit misaligned. I need to adjust it once it's safe, she murmured. Lin Feng was amused by her focused professionalism, and the tension lifted. Yet, simultaneously, a thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. Observing the 3 returning Stardust Warriors, their armor still smeared with a bit of insectoid bodily fluid, which quickly solidified in the vacuum. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Forward armor, mesh. He now possessed an infinite blue bar, yet he remained a fragile commander. Lingji, being a maintenance ship, lacked direct protective capability in the early to mid stages. If he could acquire a few sets of powered armor, or even a mech, they need not be of high caliber. Even the most basic models, powered by him as a humanoid self-moving infinite charger, would significantly enhance combat endurance and firepower. In such cases of small-scale conflict, he might even be able to take part personally, relishing the experience of personally dispatching foes, even if he refrained from piloting one himself. Assembling or funding a small Stardust Warrior escort team dedicated to safeguarding him and Lingji seemed like an excellent idea, while living off others was his ultimate goal. Lin Feng stroked his chin, a signature calculating smile gracing his face, yet before achieving that ultimate aim, fortifying himself and his ship girl with some armor and procuring a few toys for self-defense seemed entirely reasonable, right? His gaze returned to the boundless asteroid belt outside the window, where his expression, previously languid, now bore a hint of longing for power and equipment. In this interstellar era, safety and prosperity must be fought for by oneself and one ship girl. The underlying prerequisite for all of this, however, remained money and more resources. For now, he could only rely on Lingji to earn substantial funds, amassing enough materials to manifest her ship form. Chapter 6. The Tooth of the Rock. The Forward glided cautiously through the icy, silent debris of the K-77 asteroid belt, akin to a vigilant steel water strider. A massive exploratory drilling arm extended from the ship's belly, locking onto a medium-sized asteroid rich in rare metal signals, emitting a low rumble as it commenced its work. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was focused yet somewhat somber. The drill penetration rate stands at 87, and sample analysis shows that the vanadium-iridium alloy content meets expectations. Reported Old Jack. Excellent. Maintain stability. Inform those youngsters below to be swift while collecting samples. I don't wish to linger in this cursed place any longer. Old Jack's voice transmitted through the communicator to the external work area. Lin Feng and Lingji remained in their shared workspace and cabin. Lingji was monitoring the energy flow and structural stress of the Forward's external equipment via a terminal, her petite figure illuminated by the screen's glow, appearing exceptionally focused. The external work platform's pressure is stable, and the auxiliary grapple's hydraulics are functioning normally. However, the circuitry of the third lighting array seems to exhibit slight aging fluctuations, Commander. Lingji pointed at a subtle curve on the screen. Note it down. We'll inspect it once they return. Lin Feng leaned in to have a look. Aware that he was far less versed in these technical details than Lingji, merely observing her deft operations. Soon, a faint vibration and locking mechanical sounds resonated through the ship. Sampling complete. The engineering team is preparing to exit the cabin for manual sample preservation and deployment marker placement. Old Jack's voice resonated once more. Lin Feng peered through the porthole, observing the indicator lights of the side airlock illuminating. Several personnel clad in bulky, yet fully functional engineering exoskeletons, equipped with toolkits and sample containers, deftly floated out of the ship's cabin using safety tethers and mini thrusters, gliding toward the surface of the freshly drilled asteroid. Their movements were skilled and coordinated, resembling a slow dance in a weightless environment. Laser cutters ignited, carefully separating valuable or samples. High-strength sample containers being filled and sealed one by one, until finally, a beacon flashing a faint signal was securely affixed to the asteroid surface, declaring the ownership of this resource. Everything seemed to proceed in an orderly fashion. The profound and silent expanse of a universe enveloped it all, with only the heavy breaths of the crew and the subtle vibrations of tool operations echoing through the communication channels. Lin Feng gazed out at the bustling scene beyond the window. The twinge of regret for not being able to pilot the armor or mecha himself gradually replaced by the sight of humanity's relentless struggle for survival and advancement in such extreme conditions. It appears to be going quite smoothly, he murmured. However, just as the operation reached its midpoint, with most samples already encapsulated and the team beginning to retrieve their tools, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. Alarm. Close-range, high-energy biological reactions. Multiple signals, erupting from the recently drilled asteroid. The navigator's voice instantly escalated, filled with astonishment. Almost simultaneously, the public channel was inundated with the terrified shouts of the crew. Damn it. The rock is cracking. There's something emerging from inside. It's the Zerg. The worker bugs. So many. Lin Feng abruptly hurled himself to the viewport, witnessing the once tranquil surface of the asteroid suddenly fissuring with countless cracks. A horde of worker bugs, clad in grayish-white chitinous exoskeletons, surged forth like demons unleashed from hell, shrieking, though sound could not travel through the vacuum. The ferocious movements of their mandibles and frantic actions were enough for one to imagine the cacophony. From the crevices, it seemed they had been stirred into frenzy by the vibrations of drilling and the pheromones released. Now, recklessly charging toward the nearest living beings, those crew members completing the final tasks. Open fire. Activate the point defense turrets. Cover their retreat. Old Jack bellowed from bridge. The two pitiful point defense turrets aboard the Forward struggled to rotate, emitting sparse energy beams that, while decently accurate, instantly ignited a few of the foremost worker bugs, shattering them. Yet, there were simply too many, and they were far too close to the crew. The turrets hesitated, unable to conduct effective suppressive fire. 3 remaining Stardust warriors surged out from the airlock, unleashing their pulse rifles and combat blades in a desperate attempt to form a defensive line. However, the number of worker bugs now pouring out far exceeded the previous encounter. They utilized the asteroid's complex terrain and the corpses of their comrades as cover, attacking relentlessly from multiple directions. The 3 Stardust warriors found themselves in a fierce struggle, overwhelmed, unable to fully block all the breaches. A few worker bugs broke through the fire net, their scythe-like forelimbs slicing toward a panicked crew member attempting to retreat. "Watch out!" came the gasps from others on the channel. The crew member, clad in engineering exoskeleton, moved far less nimbly than combat armor. It was clear he was about to be struck. Just then, old Jack's urgent voice cut into Lin Feng's private channel. "Lin Feng, can you hear me? The situation is critical. I recall your file mentioned experience with combat simulators. How proficient are you? This is not the time for modesty. Can you step up and lend a hand? Even if it's just to draw those damned bugs with the firepower of the armor." Lin Feng's heart raced. He was indeed well-versed in combat simulators, having nearly shattered all records at school. But that was merely a simulation. What lay before him was real combat, where lives could be lost. He glanced at the crew member in peril outside, then at the 3 Stardust warriors being overwhelmed, sparks erupting from their armor. Damn it! He inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of anxiety, and shouted into the communicator. "I have some experience. Tell me where the armory is. What is available for use?" Old Jack's words came rapid fire. "All right, kid. Head right from your current position, down the 3rd passageway. There are a few sets of old spare power armor. Choose one that suits you. Consider it a favor for me." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng called to Lingji. "Stay here and do not come out." Then he dashed out of the hatch. Old Jack's voice followed, imbued with a sense of desperation. "Listen, kid, no matter which suit you choose, as long as you can make it back alive, that armor is yours. Consider it your payment." Power armor. Payment. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, his pace quickening. Danger? Of course, but opportunity always accompanies risk. This was a chance to legitimately acquire a set of power armor, one promised by old Jack himself. His endeavor required an initial investment, and this armor would constitute his first tangible asset. Rushing to the armory, the hatch hissed open. Inside, the dim light revealed 4 or 5 sets of power armor, somewhat aged yet well-maintained. Lin Feng's gaze swept quickly. One was a close combat assault type, with heavy shoulder guards and massive physical ram attachments on the arms, imposing but not particularly agile. Another was a standard balance type, unremarkable in all aspects. A reconnaissance infiltration type was too flimsy and lacked firepower. Finally, his attention locked onto a suit at the back, boasting elongated limbs and a prominent shoulder-mounted weapon platform. Its primary weapon was not the common arm-mounted pulse cannon, but a long-barreled electromagnetic sniper rifle, significantly larger in caliber, affixed to the right shoulder's mechanical arm. The left arm was equipped with a small folding shield and a versatile plasma grenade launcher, a long-range fire support type. "You're the one," Lin Feng thought resolutely. He valued his life, and long-range firepower would afford him a modicum of safety. He dashed behind the armor, swiftly opening the rear hatch according to the standard procedures he had learned from the simulator, and climbed inside. The cold internal structure conformed to his body, neural sensor patches automatically adhering to his forehead. Falcon, 3-type long-range fire support armor, initializing. User's quantum energy fluctuations detected, connection stable. Weapon systems online. Shield systems online, thrusters calibrated. The slightly antiquated system prompts echoed within the helmet, as Lin Feng subtly willed it. The heavy armor emitted a hum of hydraulics and motors, sequentially locking its joints to envelop him securely. His vision was enveloped by the AR interface of the helmet. External sensors transmitting a 360-degree view. An unprecedented sense of strength and security enveloped him. "All right, old man." Lin Feng adapted to the unfamiliar weight and maneuvered the armor off the mounting frame, taking his first step. "Let me see if those bugs can withstand a fight." He pushed the control stick, and the Falcon, 3-type's main thrusters expelled a stream of azure particles, propelling his hefty form toward the airlock, where fierce combat was underway. His inaugural live combat was about to commence. Chapter 7. The First Battle. As Lin Feng approached, the outer hatch of the side airlock had already opened in advance, revealing the cold vacuum of space and the silent stage of death before him. Without a moment's hesitation, the main thrusters of the Falcon 3-type ignited once more, the powerful thrust propelling him abruptly into the chaotic void. The sensation of weightlessness hit him instantaneously, but the armor's stabilization system kicked in, fine-tuning the attitude jets to quickly steady his form. The helmet's AR interface rapidly locked onto the surrounding environment. In the distance loomed the massive hull of the Forward, while nearby floated debris, panicked crew members, desperate Stardust warriors, and those worker bugs surging like a gray tide. "Kid, to your right. 3 o'clock. 2 have slipped past." A hurried warning echoed through the public channel, issued by a Stardust warrior besieged by 4 or 5 worker bugs, leaving him unable to attend to other matters. Lin Feng abruptly turned his head, and the AR system instantaneously locked onto the target. Two worker bugs, utilizing biological thrusters, stealthily leaped towards an engineer ensnared by safety cables that hindered his movement. Adrenaline surged, yet the countless hours of training in the simulator came into play at that moment. Almost instinctively, Lin Feng raised his left arm. Multi-purpose plasma grenade launcher, high explosive mode, target lock, with a subtle thought. The grenade launcher in his left arm let out a muffled thud. The sound transmitted through the armor, and a high explosive grenade surged forward in the vacuum, detonating precisely between the two worker bugs. There was no sound, only a rapidly expanding electric sphere and the splatter of dismembered limbs. The two worker bugs were instantly torn apart, their chitinous exoskeletons and green bodily fluids quickly solidifying in the vacuum, scattering into the void. The engineer was thrust forward by the shockwave of the explosion, inadvertently freeing himself from the entangling cables and hastily drifting towards the spaceship. "Well done, rookie." The Stardust Warrior's voice carried a hint of surprise and admiration. Lin Feng had no time to savor the shock of his first kill, for a new threat had arisen. More worker bugs had taken notice of this newly emerged firepower and began to change direction, surging towards him like sharks catching a whiff of blood. The Falcon 3 was not frontline armor. Its advantages lay in long-range sniping and fire suppression, not close-quarters brawling. Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation. With the thrusters on his back and legs simultaneously activating, he propelled himself backwards, striving to create distance. Meanwhile, the long electromagnetic sniper cannon on his right shoulder began to charge, blue arcs of electricity dancing along its trajectory. Electromagnetic sniper cannon. Charge 80, 90, 100. Target locked. Highest threat priority, individual. On the AR interface, a larger worker bug charging ahead was firmly ensnared within a red box. Lin Feng held his breath, mentally issuing the final command. Bang! A dull impact reverberated through the armor structure. A metal projectile, nearly imperceptible to the eye, was launched at a terrifying initial velocity, instantly traversing the space. The head of the locked worker bug erupted violently, like a watermelon crushed by a heavy hammer. The immense kinetic energy sent its headless body tumbling backwards, colliding with two others of its kind. A single shot kill. Splendid. Even old Jack, who had remained silent in the channel, couldn't he help but cheer. Lin Feng felt invigorated. The sensation of wielding life and death from such a distance was intoxicating. The electromagnetic sniper cannon re-entered its charging cycle, and he maintained his evasive retreat while using the grenade launcher on his left arm and the occasional burst from his wrist-mounted pulse gun, reserved for close defense, to clear the scattered enemies approaching him. However, the sheer number of worker bugs was overwhelming. They seemed to pour forth endlessly from the fissures of the asteroid. The defensive line formed by 3 Stardust Warriors had shrunk to a minimal perimeter, their armor marred by claw marks and corrosive acid, energy shields flickering perilously, clearly struggling to hold. Although Lin Feng's long-range firepower was precise and lethal, the sniper cannon required time to charge, and the effectiveness of the grenades and pulse guns seemed insufficient against this swarming tactic. Compounding the dilemma, he sensed that the built-in void core conversion core of the Falcon 3 was rapidly depleting. Continuous maneuvering and weapon discharges demanded an immense amount of energy. Warning: energy reserve below 55. At this rate, in just a few minutes, he would be reduced to a floating iron coffin due to energy depletion. Damn it, this energy consumption is too rapid. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, just as he contemplated whether to risk approaching the spaceship or retreating back to the airlock. He suddenly remembered his trump card, the infinite void energy pool. How could I be so foolish, almost forgetting that I possess infinite energy? He chided himself internally. With a slight mental nudge, Lin Feng directed the void energy to fully output into the energy core of his armor. The next moment, an overwhelming torrent of pure void energy surged forth, flooding into the energy core of the Falcon 3. The AR interface, which had dimmed due to rapid energy depletion, instantly blazed with blinding brightness. The energy reserve readings skyrocketed at a pace that defied the laws of physics, instantly shattering the 100 limit and continuing to escalate. The operational efficiency of every component of the armor surged to a new level, and the particle streams emitted by the thrusters became thicker and more radiant. Warning cleared. Energy reserve: 150, 200, 300, stable at overload safety threshold maximum. Delightful. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter in the channel, treating the limitations of this wretched armor as mere trifles. Now, he no longer needed to worry about energy consumption. The Falcon 3 seemed revitalized, its retreating maneuvers becoming swifter and more agile. He no longer conserved ammunition. The plasma grenade launcher in his left arm unleashed a relentless torrent of fire at maximum firing rate. Boom, 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 boom. Grenades rained down on the densest clusters of bugs, erupting into deadly flames and shrapnel storms. The electromagnetic sniper cannon transformed into a near-continuous terror weapon. The charging time was forcibly reduced to an absolute minimum by the infinite energy. Bang, bang, bang. With each thunderous impact, a worker bug was instantly singled out. Becoming cold space debris, his firepower surged to an extraordinarily fierce and sustained level, effectively forming a moving iron bulwark that significantly alleviated the pressure on the 3 Stardust Warriors at the front. What the hell? Who is that kid? The Falcon 3 can do this? One Stardust Warrior, witnessing Lin Feng's outrageously sustained firepower and the almost unchanged energy readings on the public channel, couldn't he help but curse. Focus. Now is the time. Compress them. By time for the engineering team. Though the captain was equally astonished, his combat instincts seized the opportunity. The 3 Stardust Warriors, invigorated, began to push forward, efficiently clearing the disoriented swarm of bugs with their pulse cannons and combat blades. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was completely immersed in the exhilaration of unlimited firepower. He became a precise and merciless harvester. Wherever the red box locked on the AR interface moved, death followed. He even began to attempt some tactical maneuvers he would have never dared to use in the simulator, such as sniping while rapidly retreating or using grenade explosions to adjust his drifting trajectory. The engineering team finally managed to withdraw safely back to the airlock. All personnel retreat. Lin Feng, you too. Prepare to withdraw. Old Jack's voice rang out, laden with relief. The swarm seemed to sense their prey's escape, growing more frenzied and launching a final wave of assault. Received. Provide us cover, Captain. The Stardust Warrior captain shouted. The 2-point defense turrets on the forward rushed to fire at full power, weaving a sparse but precise net of fire. Lin Feng emptied the last charged magazine from his left arm plasma grenade launcher without hesitation, pushing the power of the electromagnetic sniper cannon to its maximum. Switching the kinetic bullet mode to electric arc energy mode, and prepared to unleash a final full-charge shot at the most densely populated area of the swarm. Bang! A thick, vibrant arc of electricity surged forth, instantly vaporizing 3 or 4 of the engineer bugs that lay in its path. Fall back, he bellowed, maneuvering his armor to turn and unleashing the main thrusters to propel himself toward the airlock, which loomed perilously close. The 3 Stardust Warriors fought and retreated alongside him, closely trailing his lead. Ultimately, under the protective cover of the forward's point defense turret, the quartet narrowly made their way back to the airlock. The heavy inner and outer doors sealed shut in succession, completely isolating them from the frenzied onslaught of the bug horde outside. The sound of the cabin's pressure stabilizing echoed within. Lin leaned against the cold wall of the cabin, breathing heavily. The air was thick with the acrid smell of ozone from the overloading energy weapons and the charred scent of metal friction. He gazed at the deep scratches left by the bug's claws on the cabin door, and then at the splatters of green bug blood and explosive residue marring his armor. A wave of exhilarating exhaustion mingling with a rush of adrenaline surged through him. He had done it. Not only had he survived, but he had also meaningfully participated in the battle, protecting others. Furthermore, this Falcon 3 long-range fire support armor was now rightfully his. His first truly commendable piece of equipment had finally come into his possession. Chapter 8. Spoils of War, Hidden Dangers, and the Journey Home. The inner door of the airlock hissed open, bright light and a cacophony of voices flooding in. Several ground crew members rushed forward to assist Lin Feng and the 3 Stardust Warriors in disengaging their armor, conducting preliminary checks and cooling procedures. Good job, kid. You really came through, exclaimed the Stardust Warrior who had previously alerted Lin Feng, clapping him vigorously on the shoulder, his voice filled with the thrill of survival and admiration. That firepower was insane. I thought the logistics department as stingy. Crew finally got us new gear. The captain approached, lifting his helmet visor to reveal a face marked by determination, fatigue, and a hint of curiosity. Your performance exceeded all expectations, rookie. Which unit are you from? I haven't heard of anyone like you in the Hope Planet garrison before. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he removed his own helmet, revealing a youthful yet sweat-drenched face. I'm not from a unit. I'm a student from Stardust Academy 3. I just completed the awakening ceremony. A student. The 3 Stardust Warriors froze, exchanging incredulous glances. A high school student, in his first real combat, wielding an outdated Falcon 3, to unleash such terrifying, sustained firepower? It was utterly unheard of. The captain's eyes flickered for a moment as if a thought had crossed his mind, but he refrained from probing further, merely nodding. Regardless, thank you for today. Without your fire support, we might not have made it back. Ian Milayao, captain of the 7th Squad of the 3rd Mining Company as security. Lin Feng, he replied, feeling a swell of pride. At that moment, old Jack hurried over, first inspecting the wounded Stardust warriors to ensure they were unharmed before turning his attention to Lin Feng, scrutinizing him and his still-warm Falcon 3. Well, old Jack exclaimed 3 times, his grizzled beard bristling with approval. I knew I picked the right person. You're no ordinary kid. This Falcon is yours now. I keep my promises. Thank you, Captain. Lin Feng beamed, elated that their perilous venture had not been in vain. However, old Jack's demeanor shifted, growing serious as he lowered his voice. Kid, your energy output earlier was a bit off. The outdated core of the Falcon 3 can't handle that kind of sustained fire. How did you manage it? Lin Feng's heart sank. He knew this moment would come. The infinite blue bar was his greatest secret, one he could not afford to expose. A mixed expression of relief and apprehension crossed his face as he scratched his head. I'm not sure, Captain. It was pretty intense, maybe a surge of potential. Or perhaps the armor isn't as outdated as the record suggests. Anyway, I just felt like the energy lasted longer than expected. Maybe it was luck. Old Jack narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him for several seconds, his seasoned gaze seemingly penetrating his very soul. Lin Feng maintained a facade of sincerity and naivety. Finally, old Jack huffed, refraining from further inquiry. Never mind how you did it. Surviving is what matters. Once we return, find a reliable engineer to thoroughly inspect that armor. The overload could impose significant stress on the structure and circuitry. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Captain. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, eager to comply. He knew old Jack might not fully believe him, but as long as he didn't T-press the issue, everything would be fine. All right, everyone, stop loitering. Back to your posts. Engineering team, immediately check for external hull damage. Navigation team, plot the return course. We can't linger in this cursed place. Old Jack waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. With the assistance of the technicians, Lin Feng clumsily exited the Falcon 3. The moment he detached from the armor, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to stumble. The exertion of intense focus and maneuvering the armor had drained far more of his physical and mental energy than he had anticipated. Lingji had been anxiously waiting at the corridor entrance. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, she rushed over, gripping his arm tightly, her large eyes filled with worry and relief. Commander, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine, just a bit tired. Lin Feng reassured her with a smile, patting her head, feeling her concern wash over him and gradually easing his lingering unease. Did you see how I performed, Commander? Yes. Lingji nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with admiration. The commander is the strongest. Back in their quarters, Lin Feng collapsed into a chair, feeling as if his bones might disintegrate. Lingji busily fetched water and energy bars for him, even pulling out a medical kit, insisting on performing a full-body examination, which Lin Feng humorously declined. I'm really fine. Lingji, just a bit exhausted. He took a sip of water, feeling the energy slowly returning within him. By the way, system, tally up the mission. He summoned the system interface. Ding. Side quest. Eliminate 10 Sarlaga engineer bugs completed. Kill count. 37 engineer bugs. Mission reward. 50 modification points awarded. Additional kill reward. 100 modification points. Current available modification points. 150. Ding. First combat performance. Outstanding. Hidden achievement. First battle victory. Small-scale skirmish. Attained. Achievement reward. Basic armor maintenance knowledge. Universal imparted. 50 modification points awarded. Current available modification points. 200. A cascade of knowledge regarding the fundamental structure of power armor, common fault identification and handling, and routine maintenance flooded Lin Feng's mind. Though not profoundly complex, it was exceedingly practical. Not bad. Lin Feng mused, satisfied with his gains. With 200 modification points, while it was insufficient for any substantial enhancements for Lingji, it marked a promising beginning. More importantly, he had acquired a bona fide piece of power armor. The forward began to adjust its posture, the main engines igniting as it slowly departed from the perilous asteroid belt that had brought them unexpected danger. The journey home felt remarkably serene. The crew, having endured a fierce battle, were fatigued, yet the atmosphere was significantly lighter. Lin Feng sensed a newfound respect and gratitude in their gazes toward him. He spent most of his time in his quarters, familiarizing himself with the newly acquired armor maintenance knowledge while repeatedly analyzing the battle data through the system interface. Reflecting on his shortcomings, Lingji remained diligently vigilant, monitoring the status of the spaceship. Occasionally, she would point out certain parameters, informing Lin Feng, commander. The engine efficiency has decreased by 0.3 since our departure, likely due to prolonged overload operation causing slight wear. As Lin Feng gazed at her earnest profile, a thought sparked within him. Lingji, can you modify armor? He gestured towards the sleek Harrier 3 armor standing in the corner. I would like your assistance in enhancing this armor, making it stronger. At the very least, before your vessel materializes, we require a bit more capability for self-preservation. Lingji's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to twinkling stars, a blush of joy blooming on her petite face. Modification? Of course. I could do so much. For her, the greatest happiness lay in being able to assist her commander more effectively. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, his gaze drifting back towards the endless sea of stars outside the viewport. This adventure, though perilous, proved to be remarkably rewarding. Not only had he gained practical combat experience, system rewards, and a set of armor, but more importantly, he had demonstrated that even if his initial ship girl was auxiliary, she possessed the capability to make a significant impact on the battlefield. His journey through the stars appeared to be becoming clearer. Of course, the prerequisite was to return safely and then sell the frigate's engine for some funds. Hope Planet, we are back. Chapter 9, a temporary workshop. The Forward slowly docked at the 7th spaceport in low orbit around Hope Planet, its docking arms securely locking onto the hull with a dull metallic thud. After enduring the perilous asteroid belt, this aged exploration vessel returned seemingly weary. As the airlock doors opened, Lin Feng led the impeccably attired Lingji, who was still dressed in her work uniform, out behind crew. Old Jack kept his word, promptly transferring the payment via terminal, a substantial 20,000 federal credits FC, far exceeding the standard daily wage, evidently including additional bonuses and the cost of the Harrier 3 armor. For Lin Feng, as a student, 20,000 federal credits was a significant sum, equivalent to over a year's earnings for an ordinary technician. However, when considering the substantial costs, often reaching millions or even billions of federal credits for shipgirl manifestation, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Thank you, Captain, Lin Feng said with a smile. If you have more such tasks in the future, don't hesitate to call me. Get lost, Old Jack replied with a laugh, though his eyes betrayed unreserved admiration. I don't want to encounter such troubles again. Hurry back with your little maintenance ship, and remember to find a good engineer to inspect that armor. Don't blow it up. Understood. They took the high-speed elevator back to the planet's surface. Outside the massive windows, the sprawling urban landscape of the planet unfolded below, resembling a luminous circuit board embedded in the earth. Lingji pressed her small face against the glass, her amber eyes reflecting the myriad lights of the city, filled with wonder at this hub of human civilization. Lin Feng, carrying the storage case for the powered armor, returned to their apartment in Building E of the residential area. A complex mix of fatigue, excitement, and a sense of belonging permeated the atmosphere. The corridor was silent, most neighbors having already retired for the night. However, at the entrance of his modest apartment, several metal boxes emblazoned with the logo of Express Interstellar Logistics were conspicuously piled up. Efficient indeed, Lin Feng whistled, scanning the delivery code with his terminal. The lids popped open, revealing pristine components, wiring harnesses, tool sets, as well as several cans of specialized coolant and sealant inside. These were carefully selected and ordered by him during the return journey of the Forward. Commander, what are these? Lingji inquired, tiptoeing to glimpse the metallic gleam and industrial ink markings of the parts within the boxes. Supplies for our new partner, Lin Feng replied, patting the Harrier 3 armor, still bearing marks from the battlefield. Old Jack was right. This old fellow probably has hidden damage after all that turmoil. Since it belongs to us now, we must enhance it, making it more suited to our needs. He rolled up his sleeves, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of a tech enthusiast. Let us get our little workshop started, Lingji. The living room was soon transformed into a makeshift repair station. He assembled the newly purchased lightweight lifting arm and secured the Harrier 3 in the center, meticulously organizing tools and parts on protective mats. Lin Feng activated the room's enhanced ventilation system, the air quickly dispelling a faint scent of ozone, metal, and lubricating oil. First, a full system deep self-check, Lin Feng said, donning a multifunctional engineering visor and connecting it to the armor's maintenance data port. A dense stream of data and structural diagrams unfolded before his eyes. Lingji, meanwhile, brought over a small stool, standing on the other side of the armor, extending her delicate hand to gently press against the armor's leg guard. She closed her eyes, a subtle yet remarkably precise flow of void core energy emanating from her fingertips, penetrating the armor's interior like the most sensitive probe. Sensing the integrity of the energy circuits, residual stress in the structural components, and tiny cracks. Commander, she opened her eyes after a moment, pointing to several areas she detected. The right shoulder bearing has slight deformation, likely caused by recoil during overload firing. The third and seventh nodes of the main energy conduit at the back show signs of excessive load charring, with insulation performance reduced by 12. The hydraulic buffer seal on the left leg is aging, with slight leakage. Lin Feng examined the freshly updated self-check report on his visor. The results aligned almost perfectly with Lingji's verbal assessment, and even provided more detailed insights. Impressive, Lingji, he exclaimed genuinely. You're faster and more accurate than the standard self-check procedure. Lingji's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. This is merely basic structural and energy sensing. My database contains numerous maintenance standards. Basic is already remarkable. Lin Feng felt even more motivated. All right, issue identified. Let us get to work. We'll start with the simple task of replacing the hydraulic seal. He picked up the specialized tools and began dismantling the outer armor plate from the left leg. The process was not entirely easy. The old screws were somewhat rusted, requiring a spraying of loosening agent and careful handling. Lingji assisted from the side, her fingers remarkably nimble, always able to anticipate the next tool or part Lin Feng needed. Once the seal was replaced, the next task involved the more intricate energy conduit nodes. This required cutting away the charred sections, rewelding new conduit segments, and conducting pressure tests. Lin Feng focused on the delicate operations, while Lingji continuously monitored the temperature uniformity of the welding points and the smoothness of the internal energy flow, ensuring the repair quality. Time slipped away unnoticed in their concentrated work. All right, the last issue, the shoulder bearing. Lin Feng exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Replacing the load-bearing structural component was a laborious task, necessitating the disassembly of the entire right arm section. Just as he prepared to take action, Lingji gently tugged at his shirt hem. Commander, perhaps we don't need to replace this. Lin Feng paused his movements. Lingji pointed at the slightly deformed bearing. Its physical structure does exhibit minor deformation, but it has not completely failed. If we replace it directly, we would need to disassemble the entire shoulder linkage system, which would be time-consuming. Moreover, the spare bearing model we have on hand is not the original. It may only match at 92. Perhaps we could try using void core energy for a micro-forging adjustment? Micro-forging? Lin Feng had never heard that term before. Yes, Lingji nodded, organizing her thoughts. It involves using a highly concentrated void core energy field to simulate the effects of micro-level forging, correcting micrometer-level structural deformations without compromising the material's integrity. This technique is sometimes utilized in emergency repairs on large starships. However, it is imperative to exert an exceptionally precise control over energy. She spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Casting a glance at Lin Feng, I only possess theoretical knowledge and have yet to engage in practical application. Yet Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. That sounds exhilarating. Let's give it a try. It's all right. If we fail, we can simply replace it, as we have spare parts. I'll provide the energy, and you'll take charge of the controls. He held an inexplicable confidence in his ship girl's technical prowess. Lin Feng gently placed his palm on the shoulder of the armor, channeling a pure and powerful essence of energy with steady output. Lingji inhaled deeply, pressing both of her small hands against the corresponding positions on the deformed bearing's outer shell. Her amber eyes narrowed slightly, fully immersing herself in the exquisite manipulation of energy. A layer of nearly imperceptible pale green energy field rippled from her palms like water waves, gradually permeating the metal's interior. Lin Feng sensed that the essence he emitted was being guided by Lingji in an ineffably intricate manner, converging at the minute deformations of the bearing. The intensity of the energy field fluctuated, akin to the most precise invisible hammer, gently striking repeatedly, correcting the microstructure of the metal. This process endured for nearly 10 minutes. Lingji's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, evidently exhausting her mental faculties. Finally, she slowly withdrew her hands, and the energy field dissipated accordingly. It's done, Commander. Please conduct a check. Lin Feng promptly connected to the data port and initiated a specialized diagnostic. The results were astonishing. The deformation error of the bearing had been rectified within the acceptable range. Although it was not as pristine as a new one, it was sufficiently functional and even surpassed the performance of the spare part with a 92 compatibility rating. We succeeded. Lingji, you are truly a genius. Lin Feng was so thrilled that he nearly scooped the little one into his arms for a kiss and a spin. Lingji, albeit fatigued and somewhat pale, unveiled a tired, yet joyful smile upon witnessing their success. With the basic repairs completed, it was time for the segment Lin Feng had eagerly anticipated: enhancement. He picked up the long electromagnetic sniper rifle barrel, replacing it with a newly purchased high-strength composite version, and equipped it with an intelligent thermal management system to mitigate heat decay from continuous firing. The energy interface was significantly revamped. Lin Feng removed the outdated buffer limiter and replaced it with a new interface capable of withstanding higher energy pulses, redoing the wiring to minimize energy transmission losses. All of this was aimed at better accommodating his terrifying output with an infinite energy bar. He also added 2 supplementary heat dissipation fins to the armor and installed a foldable weapon rack on the outer side of the calf to carry additional energy plasma, grenade magazines, or spare energy cells. Finally, it was time for the paint job. Lin Feng chose a matte, deep gray as the base color, and then spray-painted a quirky abstract silver fox emblem of his own design on the shoulder armor and the side of the helmet. Alongside it, a small green Lingji pattern symbolized their unbreakable bond. When all the work was completed, the hour had grown late into the night. The brand-new Peregrine 3 stood majestically in the center of the living room, its matte finish absorbing the light, rendering it understated yet perilous. After extensive maintenance and targeted enhancements, it seemed reborn, although the framework remained that of the old model. Its essence had transformed entirely. All done. Lin Feng admired his creation with great satisfaction, brimming with a sense of accomplishment, declaring, from now on, "You shall be named the Solitary Fox." Lingji gazed at the rejuvenated armor, then at her exhausted yet exhilarated commander, and softly inquired, "Commander, do you, truly, have a fondness for armor and mechs?" Lin Feng, upon hearing this, turned around and nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Lingji, you're my ship girl, my support and companion as I navigate the vast cosmos. However, until you have fully matured, and until we have more companions by our side, we must possess certain means of protection, correct?" He patted the cold armor on the leg. "This piece shall allow me to stand in front of you when you need me, rather than merely hiding behind, helplessly watching you get hurt. Even a slight increase in self-preservation capability is a boon." Lingji looked up at Lin Feng, her amber eyes glimmering with a crystalline sheen under the light. She seemed to fully comprehend the commander's sentiments, enveloped by a warm sensation of being cherished and safeguarded. She nodded vigorously, her voice soft yet resolute. "Yes, Lingji will strive to grow stronger swiftly, to assist the commander in earning wealth, and to manifest her ship body as soon as possible to protect the commander." Lin Feng chuckled as he tousled her hair. "Very well, it's a pact then. But for now," he yawned widely, "it's time for bed. Tomorrow, we have significant matters to attend to, such as selling our first fortune." The engine of the Sentinel-class escort ship, gifted by the system, lay quietly in the system's storage space, awaiting its moment of realization. Chapter 10. The Black Market, Engines, and an Eager Intermediary. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke feeling refreshed. A deep slumber had alleviated the fatigue of the previous day, and the prospect of imminent wealth uplifted his spirits. He chose not to sell the engine through official channels. The reasoning was simple, its origins were dubious. A brand new escort ship engine, whose technological standards even slightly surpassed those of similar products on the market, suddenly put up for sale by a high school student would attract undue attention, inevitably leading to unwanted investigations and complications. His goal was the gray market nestled within the underground network of Hope Planet, a realm that thrived outside the strict regulations of the Federation. Renowned for barter and information exchange, this place was teeming with returning border commanders, independent engineers, resource recyclers, and various individuals seeking unique channels. After enjoying 2 delightful fried egg breakfasts prepared by Lingji, Lin Feng left her at home, instructing her to continue familiarizing herself with the database and monitoring network information. He donned a nondescript work outfit and hood, and through several anonymous network node jumps, accessed a local encrypted forum requiring a special invitation code. The forum interface was rudimentary, with information refreshing at a rapid pace, filled with obscure jargon and code names. Wanted, unregistered coded crystalline high-purity energy crystals, quantity discounts available. Payment in black steel or FC, Federation currency. For sale, complete front limbs of a Sarliga engineering insect, freshly harvested, includes pheromones, prompt buyers preferred. Recruiting, Stardust warriors with heavy firepower experience for a short-term escort mission. Destination X, Ruins Zone 12, compensation negotiable. Those afraid of death need not apply. Lin Feng skimmed through quickly, soon posting a meticulously worded message in a subsection titled Mechanical Equipment and Energy Power. For sale, Sentinel-class escort ship standard sublight engine array, full version, brand new and unused. Superior technical parameters, 5 energy utilization rate, 3 startup delay. Verification only available offline, FC transaction. Interested parties, please send offers discreetly. Shortly after sending the message, his encrypted communication channel lit up with several requests. Most were tentative low-price inquiries or demands for more detailed provenance proof, all of which Lin Feng cautiously declined. Until a user with a handle parts guy sent a message. Sentinel class? Are there still new ones available? Where's the item? I need to see it in person. The tone was direct, carrying an air of seasoned familiarity. Lin Feng replied, Hope Planet, Sector 7. I assure you the item is in perfect condition upon seeing it. You will understand. If the price is right, we can proceed. Sector 7? What a coincidence. Send me a coordinate. I'll bring my equipment over in an hour. Notrix. Parts guy responded promptly. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before sending over the address of the small warehouse located on the outskirts of Zone 7, a place he had preemptively rented at the spaceport for the temporary storage of engines. Its remote location, coupled with sparse surveillance, rendered it suitable for conducting such clandestine transactions. An hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the warehouse ahead of schedule. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no abnormalities. Before using his terminal to unlock the warehouse doors, first he disabled all the surveillance cameras, then extracted the intricately designed engine array from the system as storage and placed it in the center of the warehouse, where it gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light. Before long, an aging hovering cargo truck silently came to a stop outside the warehouse. A middle-aged man, clad in a greasy leather jacket with thinning hair and sharp eyes, descended from the vehicle, carrying a multi-functional detector the size of a silver briefcase. He was known as the parts man. The two exchanged a brief glance, foregoing any unnecessary pleasantries. The parts man's gaze swept over the engine within the warehouse, and a fleeting hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly masked thereafter. Verification, he stated succinctly, activating the detector and connecting it to the various interfaces of the engine to commence a comprehensive scan and test. Beams of light danced between the engine's complex components, while data scrolled rapidly across the screen. Lin Feng leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, appearing relaxed, yet his muscles were subtly tense, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The energy within him flowed steadily, heightening his senses. After several minutes, the parts man shut off the detector, a satisfied expression gracing his face. TSK, this is indeed a fine piece of equipment. The energy circuits are brand new, showing no signs of wear, and the craftsmanship is even slightly superior to the Federation's active Sentinel Model 7B. Kid, where did you acquire this? Found it, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. The parts man scoffed, refraining from further inquiries, and extended 3 fingers. 300,000 FC. This item's origins are dubious. There's risk involved for me as well. Lin Feng shook his head, extending 5 fingers. 500,000. Its performance justifies this price. You could easily resell it to those rogue commanders or small mercenary groups on the border for at least double. 350,000. That's my final offer. I have to manage connections and bear the risk. 450,000. Should fall below that, I'll seek alternatives. I'm certain Black Steel would be interested as well. Lin Feng quoted another standard unit commonly used in the gray market. After a spirited exchange of words, they finally settled on a price of 400,000 Federation credits. Deal. The parts man, eager not to miss out on this lucrative transaction, produced his terminal for the account transfer. Lin Feng provided a pre-prepared, anonymous encrypted account number. Moments later, the terminal confirmed the arrival of 400,000 FC. This substantial sum equated to nearly 2 decades worth of earnings for an ordinary technician. With the transaction complete, the parts man directed the several transport robots he had brought to carefully load the engine onto the cargo truck. Just before boarding, he suddenly turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Feng. Kid, you've got some skills, and the goods are impressive. Should you find any more treasures in the future, feel free to reach out through this channel. I assure you, the prices will be fair. He handed over a card inscribed with an encrypted communication code. Lin Feng accepted the card, smiling faintly. We'll see. The hovering cargo truck glided silently into the flow of traffic, disappearing from sight. Lin Feng gazed at the suddenly enriched account balance of 400,000 FC, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The first pot of gold secured. Though the process had been somewhat murky, the outcome was perfect. He meticulously erased all traces of his use of the warehouse and took a cautious route back to his living quarters. Upon returning home, Lingji immediately approached him, her eyes filled with inquiry. It's taken care of. Lin Feng signaled an okay gesture, his face unable to suppress a smile. 400,000. Enough for us to indulge. Sufficient for the next phase of our plan. While this sum was but a drop in the bucket compared to the colossal vessel she envisioned for the future, it marked a flawless beginning. He could rent a more legitimate, well-equipped studio to manufacture powerful shipborne equipment or components for sale, thus realizing the potential for profit. However, just as he was contemplating how to utilize this newfound wealth, his personal terminal unexpectedly received a message from an unknown number, which directly intruded into his primary inbox. This message bypassed most of the anonymity filters he had configured. The content was brief, yet it caused Lin Feng's smile to freeze instantly. Mr. Lin Feng, we are quite interested in the non-standard engine you sold today. Might you be open to discussing a larger collaboration? Perhaps we could provide you with certain rare materials essential for the manifestation of your ship girl. Location: the Forgotten Bar, underground level 3 of Zone 7. Tonight, at 8 p.m., awaiting your presence. The message bore a simple, softly glowing silver gear emblem as its signature. Lin Feng's heart sank. He had been marked. The sender not only knew his real name and the transaction he had just completed, but seemingly also knew about his ship girl and her urgent need for materials. Could it be the parts man? Unlikely, as the tone and manner were entirely different. Was it another informant lurking within the gray market? Or perhaps a more enigmatic force? Commander? Lingji, perceptive to the sudden shift in Lin Feng's demeanor, anxiously grasped at his sleeve. Lin Feng stared at the message, then glanced at the oblivious, wholly dependent little repair ship girl by his side, his gaze sharpening. Trouble always arrives sooner than planned. Was this evening's rendezvous a trap or an opportunity? He inhaled deeply, aware that his options were limited. The rare materials dangled before him as a tempting bait he could hardly resist. Lingji, he said gravely, it seems we must alter our plan slightly. Night was slowly descending upon Hope Planet. Chapter 11, Cold Numbers and Fiery Ambitions. Part 1, Cold Numbers and Fiery Ambitions. The Forgotten Bar lay deeply embedded beneath the surface of Zone 7, its entrance a nondescript, maintenance passage dripping with condensation. The air was a melange of synthetic alcohol, machine oil, and a metallic tang reminiscent of ionized air. The neon signs flickered erratically, illuminating the mostly concealed faces and hurried strides of the passers-by. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the unease of having his secrets exposed, and tightened his hood. Lingji trailed closely beside him, her small hand instinctively clutching at his clothing, her amber eyes scanning the dimly lit, chaotic surroundings with vigilance. Her petite frame and the innocent aura that set her apart from the environment attracted a few unwelcome glances. But upon meeting Lin Feng's suddenly cold eyes peeking from beneath his hood, those gazes quickly averted. Following the information directions, they traversed the raucous main hall, circumventing a group of recyclers engaged in a heated debate over the price of salvage, using encrypted language, and approached a metal door marked as a private booth at the back. The scanner beside the door swept over Lin Feng's terminal, reading the identification code embedded within the message. With a soft sound, the heavy metal door slid open. The atmosphere within the booth was starkly different. The lighting was soft yet bright, and the air purifier hummed quietly, filtering out impurities to create a refreshing environment. A massive one-way glass wall overlooked the chaotic main hall of the bar below, serving as a calm observer. The decor embodied a cold industrial style, yet the materials were exquisite, exuding a subtle air of strength. A middle-aged man, clad in a well-tailored, high-quality dark gray suit, rose from a comfortable, floating chair. He appeared to be in his 40s, with meticulously styled hair and a refined visage, yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, gleaming with a calculating intelligence. He wore a small silver gear badge on his chest, identical to the insignia at the end of the information. Behind him stood two silent guards, clad not in power armor, but in more form-fitting, streamlined light tactical armor, their masks concealing sensors that emitted a faint red glow, exuding a calm demeanor, clearly indicating their elite status. Mr. Lin Feng, and this esteemed ship girl, the man spoke with a gentle smile, his voice imbued with a soft yet undeniable authority. I am Li Jin, the secondary affairs representative of the Li Consortium stationed on Hope Planet. It is a pleasure to have you both here on time. Please, take a seat. His gaze lingered on Lingji for a brief moment, marked by a hint of commercial appreciation, yet devoid of any offense. Lin Feng nodded, pulling Lingji to sit across from him, and got straight to the point. Representatively, I have received the information. Let's not beat around the bush. How do you wish to collaborate? Also, how did you come to know of me? Li Jin smiled, refraining from directly addressing the latter question. Instead, he gently raised his hand, and a holographic projection interface rose from the table, clearly displaying several lines of data. Mr. Lin is an astute individual. Our consortium naturally possesses our own channels of information. Rest assured, we have no intention of prying into your secrets. What we value is potential. He tapped his finger, and the projection shifted. Firstly, let us discuss reality. Based on the non-public maintenance records of the Pioneer-class exploration vessel Advance and the remarkable fault diagnosis and resolution capabilities exhibited by your esteemed companion here in a short span, we preliminarily deduce that she is an exceptionally skilled repair ship girl, and her knowledge base is astonishingly comprehensive. Lingji's eyes widened slightly, seemingly astonished by the meticulousness of the information presented. Lin Feng maintained his composed demeanor, though inwardly he felt a shiver. The consortium's reach was more pervasive than he had anticipated. Li Jin continued, "The Sentinel-class engine you are offering today showcases exquisite craftsmanship, with even minor optimizations in the energy circuit design. Although its origins are unclear, its quality is undeniably high. Coupled with your apparent urgency for funds, it is not difficult to speculate that you are striving to gather resources for your remarkably promising partner to materialize a vessel." He paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, his tone imbued with just the right amount of gravitas. "So, Mr. Lin, have you truly calculated the total resources necessary to manifest a standard repair ship? And what astronomical figure that corresponds to in federal credit points?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "I know it is expensive." "Expensive?" Li Jin gently shook his head, his fingers dancing once more, and the holographic projection was instantaneously filled with a series of cold, staggering numbers. "Let us conduct a rough estimation based on the publicly available strategic resource procurement prices and the fluctuating black market averages. First, the foundational structural materials, high-strength nano-special alloys. The standard repair ship hull typically spans 4 to 5 kilometers, requiring at least 4,000 to 5,000 standard units for the main structure. Even at the preferential internal pricing of the Federation, each unit costs approximately 100,000 FC. Just for this one item, the minimum would be 400 million federal credit points. A massive number, minimum 400,000 FC, was bolded and highlighted, hovering in the center of the table. Lingji instinctively inhaled sharply. Lin Feng's eyes twitched slightly. This was a figure he had roughly calculated, yet seeing it in this form still sent a chill down his spine. Li Jin's voice continued steadily, like the most precise machine performing its task. Next, the energy core, a quantum core reactor capable of sustaining the regular operation and maintenance energy output of a 4-kilometer class hull. Even a decommissioned military second-hand unit ranges from 80 million to 1.2 billion FC. If it is a high-performance new model, the price can double or even more. The minimum 80,000 FC figure appeared, layered beneath the first. This does not even include the superconducting energy transmission network throughout the hull, approximately 30 million FC. The multiple redundant protective field generators, approximately 1.5 billion FC. The primary grade repair beam projection array matrix, approximately 200 million FC. The large-scale nanobot manufacturing assembly line and deployment units, approximately 100 million FC, as well as various sensors, thrusters, spare parts, and living facilities. A dizzying cascade of numbers fell like an avalanche, rapidly accumulating on the holographic screen. Li Jin made a final gentle swipe, summarizing all the figures, ultimately culminating in a terrifying total that left Lin Feng momentarily breathless. According to the most conservative estimates, Mr. Lin, to fully materialize the hull for your partner, you would need to prepare foundational material costs of at least 1.5 billion federal credit points. This does not account for certain rare specialty materials that are valuable yet scarce, nor the labor-intensive process of manifestation itself, which requires a continuous supply of vast amounts of quantum energy. This burden is usually borne by the commander, which may be relatively manageable for most. However, to expedite the materialization of the hull, one would require tens of millions of FC in high-purity quantum energy crystals, significantly reducing the time needed for a new commander to restore quantum energy. Chapter 12, Cold Numbers and Fiery Ambitions, Part 2. The room fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the cold, despair-inducing number silently rotating on the holographic projection. FC1, 500,000,000. Lin Feng felt a dryness in his throat. He knew it was expensive, but he never anticipated it could be this exorbitant. The joy of 400,000 FC was instantly washed away by this figure. Selling the manufactured escort ship engines. Even if the profits doubled, he would have to produce and sell nearly 4,000 engines to gather enough. This did not even account for the time and manpower costs. Graduating from university? It seemed he would be toiling until retirement. Li Jin carefully observed Lin Feng's reaction. Entirely unsurprised by his shock, he softened his tone, stating, "It is harsh, is it not? This is reality. The Federation's logistical support is only inclined toward commanders who have proven their worth and signed long-term service agreements. And even then, the allocation is limited. The vast majority of commanders, especially those like you who possess unique ship types with immense demands, spend their entire lives scrambling for resources." He leaned slightly forward, his voice laced with temptation. "However, Mr. Lin, the Li Consortium can offer you another path. Our consortium primarily operates in the third star domain and even more remote frontier territories. Their resources are abundant and opportunities are plentiful, yet the Federation's control is relatively weak. Thus the risks are higher. We have deep collaborations with numerous rogue commanders, colonial planets, and mining groups. We acquire resources, sell equipment, provide intelligence, and even guarantee loans. The technical capabilities exhibited by you and your ship girl are exactly what we urgently need. Not merely for manufacturing standard engines, but as the vessels in the frontiers suffer from myriad damages, the need for analysis of alien technology remnants and customized modifications is immense. An exceptional engineer, endowed with a ship girl-level knowledge base and technical intuition, is worth a fortune. Our proposal is this: to sign a long-term exclusive supply agreement. You and your ship girl would utilize your expertise to manufacture or repair ship components, providing technological solutions that, under equivalent conditions, would prioritize supply to the Li Consortium. We would purchase at prices 5 to 15 above the market average and support barter transactions, allowing you to directly exchange products for the materials you urgently need from the listed hull components. Another list emerged, detailing an array of materials, from basic high-strength alloys to rare energy conduction crystals, many of which Lin Feng found difficult to procure in substantial quantities from the formal market. This would save you a significant amount of time and transaction risks associated with converting products into procurement. Simultaneously, our Chamber of Commerce, with its extensive channels along the border, can keep a vigilant eye and prioritize the provision of those rare specialty materials for you. Li Jin smiled, remarking, "This is a shortcut, Mr. Lin. Though it remains a long journey, it is undoubtedly more efficient than your solitary struggles. We each seek our own benefits, fostering a mutually advantageous collaboration." Lin Feng fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the table while his mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. The other party's ability to control information made him wary. The sensation of being seen through was rather uncomfortable. An exclusive agreement meant a certain degree of binding, potentially sacrificing some autonomy in the future. However, he glanced at Ling Ji beside him, the little one looking at him with concern, and couldn't help but steal a glance at the holographic screen displaying the list of materials required for a ship, her eyes brimming with longing. Aside from his existing core and the 420 units of alloy provided by the system, the unnecessary void core chi crystals meant he would conservatively need at least 1.3 billion FC. Relying solely on himself and minor dealings was indeed a fool's dream. The channel offered by the Chamber of Commerce, despite its associated risks, undoubtedly represented the fastest and most realistic path available. The other party was interested in Lingji's technical capabilities, which in turn implied a relatively pure relationship of interests. "Priority supply is acceptable," Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice regaining its usual calmness, "but exclusivity is not an option. I can only promise that under equal conditions, you will have the right of first purchase. I need to retain a degree of autonomy for occasional private ventures or to create things for myself." A glimmer of anticipated understanding flashed in Li Jin's eyes. The negotiation had truly begun. That is understandable. However, the priority must come with substantial guarantees. We expect your commitment that at least 70 of the relevant output annually must be supplied to our chamber as a priority. Additionally, I will require you to regularly provide a catalog of products within your capabilities and grant us the first opportunity for pricing. The ensuing half-hour became a tug-of-war over the details between both parties. Lin Feng exhibited a shrewdness and caution that belied his age, firmly maintaining his bottom line while advocating for supply ratios, price fluctuation mechanisms, material exchange discounts, and confidentiality clauses. Lingji occasionally chimed in softly with specific parameters or alternative solutions for certain materials, often cutting to the heart of the matter, which deepened Li Jin's look of appreciation. Ultimately, a preliminary framework for the cooperation agreement was established. Lin Feng committed to prioritizing at least 60 of his technical output for the Li Chamber annually, while the Chamber offered a purchase price 8 above market value or a corresponding materials exchange list with a 5 discount on exchanges, and promised to keep Lin Feng's identity and technical sources confidential. More specific terms would be finalized once Lin Feng entered university and had access to a more stable environment and equipment. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Lin, Li Jin smiled, extending his hand. You have made a wise choice. I believe it won't be long before you can procure the first decent armor plate for your loyal partner. Lin Feng shook his hand, feeling the other man's palm dry yet firm. I hope so, representatively. However, I remain curious as to why your chamber is so interested in a small player like me, even willing to invest in advance. Li Jin released his hand, his smile taking on a deeper, more enigmatic quality. The chamber values long-term investment. A commander with exceptional void core chi talent, coupled with a uniquely knowledgeable maintenance ship girl, regardless of present circumstances, has future potential worth betting on. We are merely planting seeds, anticipating future harvests. He paused, adding with a pointed implication. Someone capable of producing such quality engines is certainly no small player. We look forward to your next treasure-finding achievements. Upon leaving the Forgotten Bar and re-entering the murky yet vibrant streets of District 7, Lin Feng felt an unusual heaviness in his heart, coupled with a flicker of flame igniting within. The cold digits painted an insurmountable mountain of gold, yet the chamber's channels indeed illuminated a seemingly feasible climbing path. Commander, Lingji softly called, gently tugging at his hand, those materials are truly expensive. Perhaps we should hold off on materializing the ship body for now and focus on earning money first. You could contract a more formidable battleship girl. Lin Feng halted his steps, crouching down to look at her earnestly. What nonsense are you saying? You are my initial ship girl, my most important partner. I promised you a complete ship body to navigate the starry seas together in that grand vessel. That is my commitment to you. He ruffled her hair, his face regaining that familiar blend of languor and confidence. It's only 5 billion, no big deal. We can always scavenge for more valuable items to sell to representatively. Once your ship body is materialized, we can set up a repair station right at the entrance of the Zerg's lair, charging them 1 billion per service. Lingji burst into laughter at his jest, her earlier distress dispelled, though she knew it was a joke. She nodded vigorously. Yes. Lingji will work hard to help the commander earn lots and lots of money. Watching Lingji's eyes sparkle once more, Lin Feng stood up, gazing toward the brightly lit space elevator in the distance, his gaze seemingly piercing through the heavens. Landing upon the vast and perilous starry seas, the university admission notice would arrive soon. In his journey toward interstellar prosperity, not merely that, but his path of nurturing ship girls, finally had a clear yet harsh, albeit challenging and tempting beginning. Lin Feng felt the urgency to elevate his void core chi level swiftly, striving to reach level 10 as soon as possible to obtain a second contract slot, 1 maintenance ship girl to earn a living, and 1 battleship girl to protect the home. Now that was a truly fulfilling arrangement. Contemplating the brilliance of this plan, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, pulling Lingji along as they blended into the bustling flow of District 7. The road ahead remained long, but the first step had already been taken. Chapter 13, Strategic Shift and the Hunting Grounds of Safety. Upon returning to the apartment, the air seemed to linger with the tension from the earlier meeting with the representative of the Li chamber and the oppressive weight of that astronomical figure. The holographic projection had long since dimmed, yet the specter of 1-500-000-000FC still hovered in the room. Lin Feng remained silent, walking to the window to gaze down at the ceaseless flow of hovering vehicles, akin to streams of light. The city's neon glow illuminated half of his face, reflecting the flickering light in his eyes. Lingji stood quietly behind him, her small hands nervously wringing together. She sensed the turbulent thoughts and the anxiety born of tremendous pressure beneath the commander's calm exterior. Commander, she softly began, her tone laced with remorse. It's all because of me. Lin Feng turned around, his expression devoid of reproach, instead radiating a sense of newfound clarity, even accompanied by a hint of self-deprecating amusement. No, Lingji, it is I who must awaken to the truth. He moved to the center of the room, gesturing to once again summon that despair-inducing cost list, his finger hovering over the figures. I was far too naive before, or rather, too fixated on safety and stability. He looked at Lingji, his gaze sharpening, relying solely on the two of us, tinkering away in a small workshop, even with your expertise and the Li Chamber's channels. How long would it take to amass these resources? A year? 5? 10? By then, we would be left in the dust. He took a deep breath, his tone resolute. The chamber provides a path, but it is not the fastest one. Our previous approach, in essence, remains production-based. The returns are far too slow for our ultimate goals, a linear growth, a mere drop in the bucket. What should we do then? Lingji looked up, her eyes filled with confusion, but also ignited by a spark of the commander's fervor. System. Lin Feng uttered 2 words, wild light glimmering in his eyes. I almost forgot. My greatest asset has never been my production skills, but this. To the fleet girls, the concept of traversers and systems pales in significance compared to their beloved commander. Lin Feng remained unconcerned about revealing this information to his fleet girls. With a mere thought, an AR interface materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. The task list indicated that the main quest, initial trial of strength, had been completed, yet numerous gray, dormant tasks awaited activation or required specific conditions to trigger. In the achievement system, the rewards for first-time kills and solo destruction of targets appeared exceedingly enticing in his view. Slaying alien foes, accomplishing missions, and garnering rewards. This was the pathway to exponential growth. Lin Feng's tone brimmed with excitement. A successful hunt could yield rewards far surpassing the income from months of arduous labor. Moreover, what if, by the grace of fortune, they were rewarded with hundreds or even thousands of units of special alloys? Lingji blinked, processing her commander's words. As a fleet girl, she was no stranger to combat and possessed an innate instinct for protection and resistance, though her role as a repair ship inclined her towards logistics. However, for the sake of her commander and the hope of materializing her ship form, she was willing to confront any challenge. Yet, Commander, we currently possess only 1 set of power armor, and I am still a repair ship, she quietly voiced a pragmatic concern. Without a ship body, her combat capabilities were nearly negligible. I am aware, Lin Feng nodded. Thus, we mustn't aim too high. Our objectives need to be clear. We shall venture to the asteroid belts, planets, or star domains that have been tentatively reclaimed by the Federation and declared safe zones or low-risk areas, yet still harbor remnants of alien activity. He swiftly operated the terminal, retrieving the Federation's publicly available star domain safety rating map. In a vast expanse of pale green representing reclaimed low-risk zones, sporadic yellow dots indicated areas with occasional reports of skirmishes or lingering alien units. These locations, devoid of the Federation's main fleet and high-ranking commanders, lacked robust patrol forces, making them ideal for novices like them to level up. Lin Feng's finger hovered over a designated area marked Gamma, the 7th Stardust Belt. Identified as the G737 asteroid cluster, cleared, risk level, low. According to reports, the primary remnants consisted of sporadic worker bugs and a few lurking foes from the Sarlaga swarm. With no signs of large nests or advanced units, it was a fitting target for them. He turned to Lingji, his gaze intense. We need a facade. The Li Consortium's eyes may still be watching from the shadows. Directly purchasing warships or engaging in large-scale hunting would draw too much attention. He promptly searched online and soon rented a small industrial warehouse located on the outskirts of Zone 7. This facility was more remote and rudimentary than the one previously rented for the transaction engine, but it sufficed for storing equipment and conducting basic maintenance. The monthly rent was 5,000 FC. This will serve as our publicly claimed workshop, Lin Feng explained to Lingji. In the future, any spoils we acquire from the system that we do not need can be processed or temporarily stored here, later sold through parts dealers or consortium channels, with the explanation being battlefield recovery or relic excavation after modifications. He then began a flurry of pre-battle preparations. His substantial funds of 400,000 FC dwindled rapidly. The first step involved further enhancing and adapting the Lone Fox's power armor. He procured magnetic climbing claws suitable for low gravity and complex environments in asteroid belts, an additional set of small attitude control thrusters, and an environmental sensor suite, enhanced for detecting biological signals and energy residues. Considering the potential encounter with the bug swarm's acidic bodily fluids, he also had a corrosion-resistant coating applied. The most crucial aspect was the weapon upgrade. While the electromagnetic sniper cannon was excellent, facing a horde of bugs that might swarm at close range necessitated greater sustained firepower. He invested heavily in a second-hand but well-maintained Hellhound-style quad plasma ejector, which could replace the previous grenade launcher on his left arm. Its short-term firepower would be sufficient to incinerate a cluster of worker bugs. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic cannon on his right shoulder was outfitted with a more advanced sniper kit, enhancing its precision for long-range, high-value targets, such as potential lurkers. Additionally, he acquired standard individual survival gear, a high-intensity sealed spacesuit, backup, a medical first aid kit for vacuum environments, high-energy rations, signal flares, and a compact, powerful subspace communication relay to ensure he could maintain contact with Lingji in complex environments. Finally, he secured an old, yet modified, Star Fox-class light assault craft through gray channels. This vessel, compact and agile, boasted decent armor and a self-defense pulse cannon. Perfectly capable of carrying the lone Fox armor and essential supplies for short interstellar voyages to the target asteroid belt. This acquisition consumed over half of his remaining funds. Watching his account dwindle to a mere few thousand FC, Lin Feng grimaced in pain but remained resolute. An investment. This is all a necessary investment, he reassured himself. With preparations complete, Lin Feng temporarily left Lingji at home, instructing her to continue gathering all publicly and privately available information regarding the G737 asteroid belt, especially recent anomalous energy signals or missing reports, and to remotely monitor the security system of the rented workshop facade. He then piloted the Star Fox assault craft alone, carrying the fully upgraded Lone Fox, stealthily departing from Hope Planet spaceport, merging into the bustling shipping flow, and then adjusting his course, engines roaring, racing towards the designated low-risk hunting ground. Outside the viewport, the stars flickered coldly. Lin Feng gripped the control stick tightly, feeling the engines roar as he recalled countless rehearsals of ship maneuvers in the combat simulator. System, initiate mission assignments, he silently urged. My blade is eager for action. The first proactive hunt was about to commence. A safe zone? No, it would become his first gold mine for rapid ascendance. Chapter 14, The Hunt Begins. The Star Fox-class light assault craft sliced through the sparse stardust like a sleek fish, silently infiltrating the G737 asteroid belt. Inside the bridge, Lin Feng focused intently on the control stick, his gaze sharp as he scanned the sensor array. This expanse of space lay silent and fragmented, bearing the scars of past space battles. Massive, icy, celestial bodies rotated slowly, casting long and irregular shadows, interspersed with smaller debris and ice crystals that caused slight interference with the sensor echoes. Environmental readings indicated slightly abnormal radiation levels, lingering traces of the Sarlaga swarm's unique biological energy, faint, yet undeniably present. Indeed, low risk implies the presence of bugs, albeit not in abundance, Lin Feng mused, a hunter-esque grin curling at the corners of his mouth. He reduced the assault craft speed, activating a low-power passive scanning mode, akin to a patient hunter meticulously searching for signs of prey. Lingji, can you hear me? He called through the subspace communication relay. After a brief delay, Lingji's soft yet clear voice responded, tinged with concern. The signal is clear, Commander. How is the situation on your end? I have entered the target area and am currently searching. Is everything well at home? All is normal. The workshop security system is functioning smoothly. Commander, please exercise caution. The sensor interference in the G737 area is significant, and there may be scanning blind spots, Lingji dutifully reminded him. Understood. Maintain communication silence, and await my update. Lin Feng concluded the call, directing his full attention to the hunt before him. After several hours of meticulous searching, the sensor finally detected a valuable signal. On the shadowed side of a small asteroid, approximately 5 kilometers in diameter and irregular in shape, multiple clusters of faint biological heat signals were identified, alongside the unmistakable emissions of specific gases produced by organic decay. This was a classic gathering point for the Sarlaga swarm, likely a temporary resting place for the worker bugs or small resource extraction site. This is it, Lin Feng murmured, licking his lips, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. He maneuvered the joystick, the Star Fox assault vessel deftly gliding behind a neighboring massive rock, using it as cover while aligning the ship's bow toward the target. He checked the onboard weapon systems, a single-mounted medium pulse cannon. The energy readings indicated a full charge. The Star Fox's energy core was merely a civilian-grade modified version, sufficient for only 3 full power shots before requiring an extended recharge. 3 shots would suffice, he reassured himself. His plan was to strike first and incite chaos rather than rely solely on the vessel's firepower to annihilate the enemy. Lock onto the target area, maximum spread, he commanded. The fire control system emitted a soft hum as it calculated the trajectory. Lock complete. Fire. The Star Fox shuddered slightly, a searing blue pulse of energy tearing through the darkness, accurately striking the signal gathering area on the asteroid's shadowed side. The explosion illuminated the region instantly, revealing several worker bugs dismembered in the blast, while many more were hurled away by the shockwave. Pulse cannon energy remaining, 66. With the first hit successful, Lin Feng hesitated not for a moment. Second shot, fire. Another pulse cannon shot erupted, further cleansing the area and creating even greater confusion. Pulse cannon energy remaining, 33. The swarm was evidently disoriented by this sudden assault, the remaining worker bugs emitting silent shrieks as they scurried about like headless flies, attempting to locate the source of the attack. Lin Feng refrained from firing a third round. Instead, he swiftly shut down the assault vessel's main engine, leaving only the auxiliary power to sustain life support and basic sensors, allowing the ship to drift silently in the shadows like a cold stone. The Lone Fox was about to make its entrance. He quickly vacated the pilot's seat and proceeded to the rear compartment. The modified Lone Fox power armor was quietly secured on its stand, its matte deep gray coating and abstract silver fox insignia appearing particularly austere in the dim cabin light. Lin Feng skillfully opened a rear compartment hatch and lay inside. The armor closed around him, neural sensory patches adhering to his forehead. The voice of the armor's internal service system began to resonate. Lone Fox long-range fire support armor. System online. User identity confirmed. Lin Feng. Silent core, chi connection stable. Energy supply level, stable. All systems, normal. The sensation of power enveloped Lin Feng's body as he disengaged the armor from its stand and approached the airlock. Lingji, I am preparing to exit the cabin and deal with the aftermath. Maintain surveillance and inform me immediately of any anomalies. Understood. Commander, please be extremely cautious. Lingji's voice trembled with tension. The airlock door closed, the sound of air extraction followed, and then the outer door slid open. The cold vacuum of space and the eerie silence of the aftermath of battle rushed toward him. Lin Feng activated his magnetic boots, firmly adhering to the assault vessel's hull, then deployed the electromagnetic sniper cannon affixed to his back. The AR interface quickly locked onto a distant target, still wandering in confusion. A worker bug shrieking in the direction of the Star Fox. Lock complete. A subtle thought triggered the shot. Bang! A dull mechanical impact reverberated through the armor. The distant worker bug's head exploded in an instant, dark green bodily fluids spraying forth, rapidly crystallizing into beads in the vacuum, while the headless corpse was propelled backward by kinetic force. Kill confirmed. Sarlaga worker bug. The other worker bugs were immediately alerted, turning toward Lin Feng's direction and emitting stronger biological energy fluctuations, clearly having detected the target. Just what I needed, Lin Feng smirked undaunted. He maneuvered the armor to make slight lateral movements, evading potential long-range attacks. The worker bugs typically lacked effective range capabilities, while recharging the electromagnetic sniper cannon once more. Bang! Another worker bug was precisely eliminated. The swarm was enraged. The remaining worker bugs utilized their limbs and thrusters to leap into action, akin to fleas in a low-gravity environment, charging toward Lin Feng with reckless abandon. Their speed was notable, and with around 10 of them approaching from various angles, they bore down on him with a ferocity that defied fear. Lin Feng swiftly switched weapons. While the electromagnetic sniper cannon was effective, its recharge time was inadequate to counter such a close-range onslaught. Raising his left arm, the Hellhound quad plasma projector emitted a deep charging hum. Let's see how you like this. In the next moment, a torrent of searing plasma erupted forth like a torrential downpour. These viscous, high-temperature plasma projectiles enveloped a vast area, instantly engulfing the first 3 or 4 worker bugs at the forefront. The terrifying heat swiftly melted through their proud, chitinous exoskeletons, causing their green bodily fluids to boil and vaporize, their limbs carbonizing in the grotesque contortions of death. Although their agonized screams were inaudible in the vacuum, the frantic struggles of their bodies spoke volumes. Kill confirmed. Sarlaga worker bug X3. The devastating lethality of the plasma projector was evident, yet the energy consumption was substantial. Under normal circumstances, such a barrage would significantly deplete energy reserves. However, for Lin Feng, the limitless energy supply allowed this devastating weapon to continue its relentless roar. He maintained his movement, his left arm continuously spewing forth plasma flames, melting any worker bug daring enough to approach. Meanwhile, the electromagnetic sniper cannon on his right shoulder accurately picked off those cunning individuals attempting to flank from the sides or hurl spikes from a distance. The battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. Lin Feng maximized the performance of the Lone Fox, the continuous firepower output supported by infinite energy, enabling him to exert a suppressive force comparable to that of a small fire team single-handedly. Yet, despite the low intelligence of the Sarlaga swarm's lower-tier units, their combat instincts were exceptionally fierce. A particularly robust worker bug, enduring the scorching damage of the plasma, lunged toward Lin Feng, its side-like forelimbs poised to cleave through the chest armor of a Lone Fox with devastating intent. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, pivoting to the side while raising his right arm to block. Clang! The piercing sound of metal scraping resonated through the structure, The silent core chi blade clashed against the biological scythe, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The tremendous impact forced Lin Feng to take a step back, his magnetic boots leaving faint traces upon the hull of the ship. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as the plasma cannon on his left arm was nearly pressed against the abdomen of the worker bug. Zing! The high-temperature plasma instantly melted a gaping hole through its abdomen. The worker bug's movements abruptly froze, then it drifted away helplessly, just as he dealt with this assailant. The sensors emitted a sharp alarm. Warning! A surge in high-energy biological signals detected. 3 o'clock direction, close range. Lin Feng swiftly turned his head, only to see 3 indistinct shadows darting out from the shadow of a nearby rock like phantoms. Their speed far surpassed that of the worker bug. Their bodies were more slender, with shells of nearly pure black, perfectly blending into the surroundings, only captured by the sensors at the last moment before launching their attack. Solraga infiltrators, the assassins of the swarm. Their forelimbs had evolved into elongated, sharper stiletto forms, aimed directly at the joints and vulnerable sensors of the Star Fox. Damn! Lin Feng cursed under his breath as he rapidly retreated, the exosuit maneuvering back while the plasma cannon swept across, attempting to force them back. Yet, the infiltrators were far too swift and remarkably agile. They effortlessly evaded the plasma streams, and 3 biological stiletto knives struck from different angles. Clang! Sizzle! One stiletto was deflected by his arm shield, another grazed past his shoulder armor, leaving deep gashes. The third successfully pierced the hydraulic line cover on the outer thigh of the Star Fox. Warning signals immediately flashed on the AR interface. Lin Feng's heart sank. Infinite energy did not equate to invincibility, and significant damage to the armor could lead to paralysis. In this critical moment, he found himself composed. Instead of retreating, he charged at one of the infiltrators, using the electromagnetic sniper cannon as an impromptu melee weapon, striking fiercely at its head. Simultaneously, he fully activated the core energy, not only supplying power, but infusing it into every joint and propulsion unit of the armor. The speed and strength of the Star Fox surged to an entirely new level. Movements became swifter and more ferocious. Bang! The sniper cannon shattered one side of the infiltrator's compound eye, causing a momentary pause in its actions. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng's left arm plasma cannon roared again, firing at point-blank range. Zing! Another infiltrator was incinerated at close quarters. The remaining 2 infiltrators seemed caught off guard by how formidable their target was, their movements momentarily hesitating. For Lin Feng, this was more than sufficient. The electromagnetic sniper cannon on his right shoulder finally charged fully. Bang! At such close range, aiming was unnecessary. The electromagnetic projectile obliterated the upper half of one infiltrator. The last infiltrator, witnessing this, turned without hesitation, attempting to flee using its biological thrusters. Think you can escape? Lin Feng scoffed, locking onto the target. Bang! The sniper cannon roared one final time, reducing the fleeing infiltrator to cold space debris. The battle abruptly ceased. Around him floated the remnants of the swarm and glistening green liquid beads. Lin Feng leaned against the hull of the Star Fox, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. The armor's interior emitted faint hydraulic leak alarms. The damage to the outer thigh needed addressing. However, he brushed aside such concerns and immediately began tallying his spoils. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing a small Solraga swarm gathering point. Kill count, worker bugs 23, infiltrators 3. Reward processing, acquired. Modification points 300, acquired. 10 Solraga chitin shell enhancement samples, could be used for light armor or small ship additional armor research. Acquired. 5 biological acid glands, could be used for corrosive weapons or special material processing. Acquired. 50 units of high-strength nanocomposite armor alloy. The system's prompt echoed like celestial music, particularly the last 50 units of alloy. Though minuscule compared to the immense demands of Lingji, it was undoubtedly an exceptionally encouraging start. This proved that his strategy was correct. Hunting was indeed the righteous path to swiftly accumulating resources. Lingji, can you hear me? I got this covered. With a blend of fatigue and exhilaration, he activated the communication. Commander, are you all right? I just detected an alarm from your armor's hydraulic system. Lingji's voice immediately resonated, filled with urgency. Just a minor issue. I'll fix it upon return, Lin Feng reassured with a smile. He gazed at the profound starry sky, flames of ambition igniting within his eyes. G737 Stardust Belt, This so-called safe zone had transformed in his perception into a vast, untapped mine waiting to be exploited, and his hunt had only just begun. Chapter 16. The Awakening and Gains of the Hunter. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Feng meticulously collected all valuable parts from the insect remains using the mechanical arms of his armor and a small storage box. These were tangible spoils of war that could be monetized or exchanged for necessary supplies through the Elite Consortium or scrap dealers. Upon returning to the Star Fox, he conducted a preliminary inspection of the armor. The hydraulic line cover on the outer thigh had been pierced, with slight damage to the internal backup line leading to minor leakage. Fortunately, it was not the main line, otherwise, the battle could have spiraled out of control. Not a significant issue. I'll have Lingji take care of it, Lin Feng thought, while skillfully applying emergency sealant for a temporary fix. The advantage of having a repair ship girl was vividly apparent at this moment. He did not leave the G-737 asteroid belt immediately. The two pulse cannon strikes and subsequent combat had consumed considerable time. But the Star Fox's energy had recovered during this period of standby to a level sufficient for several short-range jumps and regular navigation. Savoring the rewards, he decided to search the nearby area a little longer. Over the next few hours, Lin Feng piloted the Star Fox, gliding through the debris field like a specter. He was increasingly cautious, fully utilizing the environment to conceal himself, with passive sensors fully engaged, meticulously discerning every suspicious signal. Efforts bore fruit. He discovered 2 smaller worker bug gathering points, each housing only 5 or 6 worker bugs, with no infiltrators present. This time, he refrained from using the precious shipborne pulse cannon. Instead, he directly engaged using the Star Fox. Drawing from his previous experience, he handled these scattered worker bugs with greater ease. He even began experimenting with more efficient tactics, such as utilizing the electromagnetic sniper cannon's extreme range to pinpoint and lure some bugs, then concentrating fire with the plasma cannon to eliminate them, minimizing unnecessary movement and energy expenditure. Although his energy was virtually limitless, the mechanical structure of the armor still bore a burden from the recoil of sustained firing and high-speed maneuvers. Ding! Successfully cleared 5 Solraga worker bugs. Reward: modification points 50. High-strength nanocomposite armor alloy 10. Ding! Successfully cleared 6 Solraga worker bugs. Reward: modification points 60. High-strength nanocomposite armor alloy 12. The system's prompts rang out consecutively. Although the single-instance yield was far inferior to the first, accumulating small gains proved fruitful, and the associated risks were minimal. Modification points steadily increased, and the valuable alloy materials were gradually amassing. After resolving these 2 Solraga bug gathering points, Lin Feng finally decided to cut his losses. He carefully maneuvered the ship away from the G-737 asteroid belt, set the autopilot course back to Hope Planet, and finally relaxed, slumping into the pilot's seat. A wave of exhaustion surged over him, relentless and overwhelming. The continuous battles and intense focus had taken a significant toll on both his physical and mental stamina. He gulped down a high-energy nutritional liquid, feeling the soreness in his muscles and the tingling in his nerves gradually subside. Yet, his spirit remained in a state of exhilaration and satisfaction. He accessed the system interface. Current available modification points: 610. High-strength nanocomposite armor alloy, standard units, 494. Other materials: 10 samples of Saralaga chitin reinforcement, 5 bioacid gland liquids. A single foray had yielded bountiful rewards, 410 modification points, which would allow him to exchange for blueprints of small onboard device for Lingji in the future. 72 units of alloy, while still far from the ultimate goal, represented tangible achievements earned through combat, their significance profound. More importantly, he had validated his combat strategies and the feasibility of enhancing the Lone Fox. The combination of infinite energy and heavy firepower armor proved exceptionally effective against low-tier insect swarms. It seemed he would frequent such safe zones more often in the future. Lin Feng stroked his chin, beginning to devise his next steps. Which star regions bore similarities to G-737? Which alien units would be more suitable for his current equipment for hunting? Did he need to specifically enhance the reconnaissance capabilities of the Lone Fox or develop specialized weapons to counter different enemies? Hunting was not mere mindless slaughter, but a skill that required planning, preparation, and execution. Lin Feng had come to a deeper understanding of this. The Star Fox assault craft glided silently along its return route. Outside the viewport, the galaxy remained resplendent yet indifferent. However, what Lin Feng beheld was no longer distant dangers or despairing numbers, but rather a series of hunting grounds awaiting his exploration, conquest, and resource acquisition. The Lingji back home must be anxiously awaiting his return, imagining the surprise and admiration that would light up the little creature's face upon seeing these spoils. Lin Feng's weariness was replaced by a smile of anticipation. Chapter 17. The Return Journey, a brief respite and work injury benefits. The Star Fox-class assault vessel trembled slightly as it exited the subspace corridor, re-entering the familiar expanse of the conventional universe surrounding Hope Planet. The immense blue-green planet rotated slowly, presenting a reassuring arc outside the viewport. The spaceport in low Earth orbit resembled a metallic ring of stars, with countless ships darting through it like luminous points. Lin Feng leaned back in the pilot's seat, exhaling deeply. Though his body still bore the remnants of fatigue from battle, his mind was in a state of exhilarated satisfaction. This journey through the G737 asteroid belt had far exceeded his expectations. He cast a glance at the Lone Fox power armor secured to the rear wall of the cabin. The emergency sealing gel on the outer thigh remained conspicuous, a record of the perilous close-quarters skirmish with the infiltrator. Yet a smile played at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. These minor injuries had yielded over 400 modification points and 72 units of precious alloy, a worthy exchange. Lingji, I'm back. Which docking station are you at? He initiated communication with Lingji. Commander, your voice filled with palpable relief echoed back. Welcome back. The guidance signal has been sent. I'm at Dock E-351. Lin Feng maneuvered the assault craft into the descent corridor, gliding into the massive structure of the spaceport, finally coming to a steady halt at the designated dock. As the airlock door opened, he stepped out, carrying a sealed box containing samples of the insectoid materials. Lingji, who had been waiting eagerly at the entrance, immediately rushed over. She still wore her warm white work dress, and her short, light green hair appeared particularly soft under the spaceport's illumination. Her amber eyes quickly assessed Lin Feng, and upon confirming his safety, her gaze immediately fixated on the armor being lowered by the transport robots, particularly when she noticed the noticeable damage on the outer thigh and the congealed sealing gel. Her small face crinkled with concern, as if she herself had been wounded. Commander, this was really penetrated. The estimated damage level to the hydraulic lines is at 3. You are far too reckless. She hurriedly approached the armor, gingerly touching the metal around the wound, gauging the extent of the internal damage. Watching her earnest demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't resist teasing her. He let out a dramatic sigh, rubbed his shoulders, and feigned exhaustion. It was indeed perilous at the time. I nearly got skewered by the bugs. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, you would never have seen your commander again. Lingji, predictably startled, spun around, her eyes wide with disbelief. Moisture welling up. Really? Commander, don't scare me like that. Just kidding. Lin Feng chuckled heartily, ruffling her hair. It's just a minor scrape. The armor held up well. See, I've returned in one piece, Haven Ti. Lingji paused, realizing she had been playfully deceived. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and annoyance as she lightly thumped her small fist against Lin Feng's arm. Commander, you always do this. You worried me to death. Her gentle punch was more endearing than painful, akin to a playful pout. Lin Feng, observing her indignant yet adorable expression, felt a surge of joy, as if the prior fatigue had been swept away. All right, my fault, he laughed, naturally wrapping an arm around her shoulder as they headed out of the spaceport. To make amends for our hard-working engineer Lingji, what would you like for dinner tonight? The commander is treating. We've made quite a profit this time. Let us indulge a bit. Lingji stiffened slightly at his embrace, her cheeks reddening further as she muttered shyly, I don't want you to treat. We need to save money for materials. But it's most important that the commander returned safely. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper. Yet her body subtly leaned closer to Lin Feng. Upon returning to the apartment, Lingji immediately set to work on repairing the Lone Fox. After much persuasion, Lin Feng managed to settle her in a chair, compelling her to share a sumptuous dinner made from fresh ingredients. After the meal, their makeshift workshop was once again activated. This time, with their prior collaborative experience, the two worked in perfect harmony. Lin Feng was responsible for dismantling the external armor, revealing the damaged hydraulic lines within. Lingji, armed with professional tools, executed precise repairs and replacements with remarkable speed and steadiness. Her deft control over energy made her welding of the new lines nearly flawless. Lin Feng assisted from the side, occasionally handing her tools, but mostly admiring the captivating profile of his ship girl as she worked with unwavering focus. Under the bright work lights, she slightly pursed her lips, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows on her cheeks. Occasionally, She would furrow her brow at minor challenges, her serious expression enchanting Lin Feng. "Commander, please don't stare at me like that." Lingji seemed to sense his intense gaze, her ears turning red as she softly protested. "Isn't my Lingji engineer just remarkable? How can I not look?" Lin Feng grinned, leaning closer. "This is called appreciation, you know? And besides, I consider this a workplace injury. I should receive some benefits, right?" What benefits?" Lingji's face flushed to the point of near embarrassment, yet her hands continued their meticulous work without a hitch. Once the repairs were completed, they conducted the final system tests, requiring Lin Feng to enter the armor to initiate the hydraulic system pressure test. As he reclined within the armor and activated the system, feeling the hydraulic lines operate smoothly, thanks to the replacement of new components, he couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction, "Perfect. The handling is exceptional. Lingji, you're simply amazing." In a moment of exhilaration, he swept her petite form into his arms and spun around with her. "Ah!" Lingji gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her entire being momentarily enveloped in surprise, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. "This is a reward." Lin Feng laughed heartily, reveling in the light. Soft form in his embrace, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance that lifted his spirits to unparalleled heights. Lingji buried her face into his shoulder. Too shy to meet his gaze, her heart racing, yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled into a small, sweet smile. At this moment, steeped in an atmosphere of ambiguous warmth, Lin Feng's personal terminal abruptly emitted a high-priority alert sound. A message encrypted and jointly issued by the Federal Education System and the military. TSK. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in displeasure, gently setting Lingji down as he curiously opened the message. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Lingji, look!" He held the terminal screen before her. The screen displayed a beautifully crafted electronic admission letter. "Admission notice. Mr. Lin Feng, congratulations. You have been officially accepted into the Department of Interstellar Battleship Command and Engineering at the First United Defense University of the Panga Galaxy, abbreviated as Panga Defense University. Please report for registration at the main campus on Kunlun Star in the Panga Galaxy by September 1st, 2725. Panga Defense University, one of the most prestigious military academies in the Human Federation. Its sprawling campus is comparable to a small continent, a cradle for countless commanders and shipgirls. Although Lin Feng had anticipated being accepted into a prestigious institution due to his innate talent and S-class evaluation, receiving the notification from such a top-tier academy filled him with exhilaration. Lingji's eyes also widened as she gazed at the majestic holographic emblem of the university and the four characters of Pangu Defense University, her mouth agape in awe and longing. "Commander, you are so impressive," she exclaimed earnestly. Lin Feng, brimming with excitement, began to pace back and forth, his gaze flicking towards the solitary foxhound, then back to the petite Lingji, and in an instant, a bolder, more audacious plan formed in his mind. With more than a month remaining until the 1st of September, he abruptly halted, looking at Lingji with a gleam of ambition in his eyes. "Lingji, we want to wait until school starts." "Huh?" Lingji tilted her head, not comprehending. "Are you aware of the ongoing recovery battle for the Lisha Star, part of the Kunlun Star 2 satellite in the Panga Galaxy?" The Federal News reported that the first phase of the clearing has been completed, and it is currently in a relatively stable phase of eliminating remnants and reconstruction. With a low-risk level, Lingji nodded. As a shipgirl, she had an inherent interest in military developments. A hunter-like smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. They undoubtedly require a substantial number of mercenaries and freelance commanders to eliminate the remaining alien threats and maintain order. With generous compensation, of course, the school might not have cleared it out directly, possibly intending to provide a practical training ground for the students. He pointed at the admission letter. "We'll set off early. We'll go to Lisha Star as mercenaries. Let us use this remaining month to hunt the aliens. Earn rewards and system bonuses." His enthusiasm grew as he envisioned countless upgrade points and materials beckoning to him. "You will be my personal engineer. We'll fight while accumulating resources." By the time school starts, Lin Feng spread his arms wide, his eyes alight with boundless anticipation and a hint of pride. "I want you to pilot a fully operational 4.2-kilometer-long colossal ship, directly landing at the designated docking area of Pangu Defense University. We'll hover above the heads of those senior students with an anti-gravity device. Let everyone see what kind of existence my initial shipgirl, Lin Feng, truly is." Imagining the scene of widespread astonishment, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, his smile brimming with expectation and a mischievous thrill. Lingji observed her commander, lost in a reverie and appearing somewhat foolish, first taken aback, but then gradually infected by his unabashed pride and confidence. While she felt that the idea was somewhat exaggerated, if it were the commander, perhaps it could truly be accomplished. Moreover, being so eagerly anticipated by him, wanting to showcase her complete form to the world, filled her heart with warmth and motivation. She nodded vigorously, her small face displaying a determined expression. Yes, Lingji will do her best. I will definitely help the commander gather all the materials. A new journey was about to commence, spurred by this unexpected admission letter and an even more audacious plan. Destination, Leisha Star. Chapter 18. Preparations and Departure. Destination Leisha Star. After the initial excitement, the reality of practical and urgent preparations set in. With just over a month remaining, the objective was unprecedentedly ambitious, to amass resources valued at over 1.5 billion federal credits. This necessitated that their journey to Leisha Star be efficient and precise, hunting aliens and completing system tasks to earn rewards. Lin Feng first contacted Li Ji, a representative of the Li Commerce Association. As the communication connected, Li Ji's holographic image appeared in the living room, his suit impeccably tailored and his smile shrewd. Mr. Lin, congratulations on receiving the admission notice from Panga Defense University. It seems our previous investment was indeed astute, Li Ji remarked, evidently having learned the news through his channels. You are well informed, Representative Li, Lin Feng casually acknowledged before diving straight into the matter at hand. I plan to set off early for the Panga Star region to participate in the recovery and clearing operations on Leisha Star. I hope to deepen our cooperation with your esteemed association. He presented part of his plan, emphasizing that he would operate as a mercenary, hunting aliens, reclaiming resources, and requested the association provide detailed intelligence support for the Leisha Star region, including alien distribution, risk areas, resource points, and information on both official and unofficial acquisition points, promising that most of the spoils acquired during this period would be prioritized for supply to the Li Commerce Association's branch in the Panga Star region. Li Ji was slightly taken aback by Lin Feng's urgent and high-risk plan, but soon regained his composure as a businessman. After a moment of contemplation, he readily agreed. Sure. The intelligence for Leisha Star will be sent to you shortly. We will notify the Panga Star region branch to provide you with the most convenient acquisition and exchange channels. I look forward to your good news, Mr. Lin. Please stay safe. Your value extends far beyond the immediate spoils. With the support of the association secured, Lin Feng felt a measure of relief. Next came the final preparations for equipment and supplies. The Foxhound had just completed repairs and enhancements, and was in excellent condition. Lin Feng inspected all weapon systems, thrusters, and sensors, replenishing ample plasma grenades and specialized solid projectiles for the electromagnetic sniper rifle, though energy weapons were primary. Solid rounds proved effective in certain environments. The Star Fox assault craft underwent thorough maintenance, particularly its engine and warp generator. Lin Feng also installed a small biological signal jammer from the system rewards, which effectively reduced the chances of detection by distant insectoid units, enhancing survivability. In terms of supplies, he procured enough high-energy rations for 2 people to last 2 months, along with water purification tablets, advanced first aid kits, and environment-adaptive medications, targeting the potential special fungi or radiation on Leisha Star. Lin Feng also specifically purchased a portable high-precision material scanner for rapid assessment of loot value. Lingji took charge of organizing her technical database, retrieving information on the weaknesses, common equipment failure modes, and emergency repair plans for the alien species they might encounter on Leisha Star, primarily the Sarlaga insect swarm and a few crystalline remnants. She also utilized the equipment in their apartment to pre-manufacture some universal nanobot repair kits and specialized welding agents. With everything prepared, their belongings were meticulously packed and stowed into the already cramped cargo hold of the Star Fox assault craft. The cozy little home soon became desolate. Standing in the center of the empty living room, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, a space that had borne witness to his initial endeavors, anxieties, and the tender moments shared with Lingji after their fateful encounter. He felt a twinge of reluctance as he glanced down at Lingji beside him. Lingji nodded gently, her small hand clutching the hem of Lin Feng's garment. Yes, this is our first home, Commander. Lin Feng smiled, affectionately tousling her hair. Out with the old, in with the new. Once we reach the Panga Defense Zone, we shall move into a larger dormitory. Besides, his tone grew exuberant. When your massive ship materializes, that will truly be our moving fortress and home. 1,000 times better than this. Yes, Lingji nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. After ensuring nothing was left behind, Lin Feng locked the apartment door. Perhaps they would not return for a long time. The Star Fox assault boat ascended slowly, departing from the 7th spaceport, merging once again into the vast sea of stars. This time, it was not a brief hunting expedition, but a venture towards a broader, more perilous stage filled with opportunities. On the bridge, Lin Feng set the hyperspace jump route to the vicinity of Lisha's star in the Pangu starfield. Lingji sat in the co-pilot's seat, her small hands nervously resting on her knees, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "Are you ready, my dedicated engineer?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile, pushing the jump control lever. "Ready to go, Commander," Lingji replied brightly. The engines roared thunderously, warping and folding the space ahead of the vessel. Set off. Destination, Lisha's star. The Star Fox transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the hyperspace corridor, vanishing into the starry sky above the Hope planet. Chapter 19. A stellar system engineering marvel. The Star Fox assault boat burst forth from the hyperspace jump, the violent tremors causing the vessel's structure to emit an excruciating groan. Outside the porthole, the distorted streams of light rapidly dissipated like a receding tide, revealing an immensely busy and magnificent starry expanse. Lin Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the control stick, internally lamenting that cheap goods were often of poor quality. The prolonged jump had subjected the small ship to severe vibrations that churned his stomach. Beside him, Lingji let out a soft gasp, her amber eyes wide with wonder, reflecting the breathtaking scene before them. They were positioned at the edge of the Oort cloud in the Pangu stellar system, a crucial node on the periphery of the Human Federation's star domain. What caught their eyes first was the immense G-type main sequence star, the Pangu sun, shining even brighter and more steadily than the sun of his memories, exuding abundant light and warmth, serving as the energy source for the entire star system. Yet, even more captivating than the star itself were the countless artificial structures filling the space around them. "Commander, the sensors have detected over 7,400 large spatial signal sources, along with an unquantifiable number of small aircraft signals," Lingji reported swiftly, her voice tinged with disbelief and excitement, as the navigation beacon data stream was immense, receiving and decoding the real-time navigation map issued by the Pangu Star System Traffic Control Bureau. "Good heavens," Lin Feng echoed, taken aback by the awe-inspiring super-engineering panorama unfolding before him. From the fringes of the star system, colossal ring-shaped resource extraction stations loomed like greedy behemoths, anchored in the orbits of ice giants or gas giants. Flexible pipelines, several kilometers wide, plunged into planetary atmospheres, extracting helium-3, hydrogen isotopes, and other rare gases. These extraction stations resembled small cities, brightly lit and surrounded by a multitude of engineering vessels, transport barges, and escort ships. Closer still, the asteroid belt had been thoroughly transformed. No longer a chaotic cluster of rocks, it had been meticulously numbered and divided into mining zones. Large industrial ships operated like mobile factories, employing high-energy lasers and material disintegration beams to cut and smelt asteroids, converting them into standard-sized metal ingots or construction materials. Autonomous transport fleets scurried along fixed routes, tirelessly ferrying raw materials to the inner star system. The industrial scale of Hope Planet paled in comparison to what lay before them. Lin Feng could not suppress a whistle as he piloted the Star Fox, carefully following the guiding signals sent by the Traffic Bureau into a designated entry corridor. On either side of the corridor, the imposing Federal Navy patrol fleets were visible. Formed primarily of destroyer and cruiser vessels, they maintained a disciplined formation, their coal hulls reflecting a majestic light under the star's glow. Their sensor beams swept over every passing ship like invisible tendrils, ensuring the safety of the star system's periphery. High-intensity scans detected across multiple frequencies, Lingji alerted. The identification codes have been verified. We are marked as registered mercenaries, classified as harmless. Harmless? Lin Feng scoffed, finding the designation rather unflattering. According to our vessel's tonnage and energy signature rating, this is standard procedure, Lingji explained earnestly. As the Star Fox continued its journey into the inner star system, the sights around them grew increasingly awe-inspiring. They passed a massive dock cluster. Dozens of supersized docks resembling a beehive affixed to a modified asteroid. Within several of the docks, the silhouettes of ships under construction or repair were clearly visible, ranging from 2-kilometer-long civilian transport vessels to even larger engineering ship frameworks, welding sparks shimmering like stars. Gigantic robotic arms conducted precise assembly operations in the vacuum of space. While humanity had largely moved away from traditional shipbuilding due to the higher costs and longer production cycles compared to shipgirls, The complete abandonment of such traditional vessels had not occurred. Some rare ship girls, like Ling Ji, necessitated the construction and maintenance of ships to meet battlefield demands. They also observed space stations dedicated to the study of void energy, their structures exceedingly complex, enveloped in multiple energy shielding fields, with occasional peculiar energy dissipation phenomena causing ripples on the shielding fields. Agricultural space stations featured vast transparent domes housing lush artificial ecosystems, providing fresh food for the entire star system. After hours of travel, they finally approached their destination, the fourth planet of the Pangu stellar system, one of the most dazzling jewels of the human Federation amidst the sea of stars, Kunlun star. Even from a distance, its grandeur was palpable. This planet, with a diameter of approximately 14,016 kilometers, was a rocky world even larger and heavier than Blue Star. Its metallic core composition was higher, resulting in a powerful magnetic field and a surface gravity 10 times greater than that of Blue Star. The planet's surface was adorned with vast blue oceans and green land masses, while white cloud layers swirled like vortices. The intricate network of glowing city clusters was clearly visible across the planet's surface, even in daylight, showcasing signs of an exceedingly prosperous civilization. Yet, the most astonishing feature was the Kunlun star ring fortress that orbited it. This was no natural ring. Rather, it was a superstructure built by humanity with immense power to resist sudden invasions from alien races. Spanning over 100 kilometers in width and closely aligned with the planet's synchronous orbit, known as the Buzhou Mountain Star Ring Defense Belt. It was not a complete circle, but comprised hundreds of massive modular fortress units interconnected by high-intensity energy fields and physical structures. Each unit functioned as a fully operational space city and military stronghold, bristling with an array of spine-chilling weaponry. The robust and elongated heavy particle beam turrets, reminiscent of a porcupine's quills, are directed towards the depths of the cosmos. The honeycomb-like array of vertical missile silos possesses the capability to unleash a barrage potent enough to obliterate an entire fleet within a minute. A formidable array of shield generators forms nodes upon the surface of the star ring, collectively upholding a unified energy shield capable of enveloping the entire planet. Within the confines of the star ring lies a dense network of ports, warehouses, barracks, factories, and command centers. The space elevator descends like a multitude of straight arteries. Countless vessels of varying sizes flit in and out of the star ring's ports, akin to bees returning to their hive, maintaining an impeccable order. Occasionally, colossal space planes ascend from the planet's surface, seamlessly integrating into the star ring's traffic flow after breaching the atmosphere. In the presence of such a monumental creation of human ingenuity, the Star Fox appears diminutive, akin to mere dust. Lin Feng even had to lower the sensor sensitivity to prevent being overwhelmed by the immense flow of information and energy signals. The first Joint Defense University of the Pangu Star Domain is situated within the ring zone. Lin Feng gazed at the coordinates marked on the navigation map. Located within a special education zone of the star ring, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. Commander, we have received the docking guidance from the No. 7 Traffic Control Center of the Buzhou Mountain, and our assigned temporary berth is at D. Zone 86, berth 3412. Lingji's voice interrupted his reverie. Understood. Steady your breathing, Lingji. We are about to dock. This truly feels like a little girl entering a den of muscular men. Lin Feng remarked with a deep breath, gripping the control stick as the Star Fox navigated towards the colossal and unfathomable star ring fortress, akin to a droplet merging with the ocean. Chapter 20. Beneath Buzhou Mountain, the rhythm of the steel canopy. The approach to the Buzhou Mountain star ring itself is a dual test of both psychological fortitude and technical prowess. The vast structure occupies the entirety of one field of vision, with its surface details gradually coming into focus. It is not a smooth metallic shell, but rather a layered and modular structure, each segment serving a unique purpose. The immense thickness of the armor plates is staggering, adorned with maintenance pathways, sensor arrays, weapon mounts, and energy conduit interfaces embodying a striking fusion of rugged heavy industry and refined technological aesthetics. Following the guidance, the Star Fox proceeded slowly along a virtual channel illuminated by green navigation lights. Surrounding them were an incessant flow of various vessels, agile communication boats, cargo barges emblazoned with the insignias of major corporations, elegant executive shuttles, and numerous combat ships bearing the insignia of different mercenary groups, their weapon systems in a state of readiness. Occasionally, standardized warships belonging to the Federal Navy, typically frigates or destroyers, darted past through dedicated corridors at a swifter pace. Their sleek hulls and menacing paint schemes prompting civilian vessels to yield. The gravitational gradient fluctuated significantly. Lingji attentively monitored the data stream, quietly reporting. The star ring's rotational, simulated gravity interacts with the Kunlun star's gravitational field, necessitating continuous adjustments to the navigation system. Understood. Lin Feng focused intently, manually piloting the ship. The automatic navigation system appeared clumsy in such a complex environment. He placed greater faith in his own instincts, thanks to the enhanced dynamic vision and neural reflexes acquired post-transformation. Alongside the spatial awareness honed through training aboard the Lone Fox, he maneuvered the Star Fox with fluidity and precision, steadily advancing through the dense maritime traffic. They passed through the outer defensive layer of the star ring. Up close, the imposing artillery turrets exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The cold metallic surfaces bore intricate patterns left by the flow of energy. Near the bases of the turrets, engineering robots scurried like ants clinging to a colossal steel tree, diligently performing routine maintenance tasks. Beyond the outer defenses lay the central logistics and habitation layer. Here, the height was sufficient to accommodate large edifices. Through open domes or vast observation windows, one could glimpse a simulated sky, streets, and even parks. Personnel clad in a variety of attire moved about, resembling a bustling terrestrial city. Ultimately, the Star Fox glided into the designated port at Zone D. This area was specifically designated for the berthing of medium-sized vessels, particularly those belonging to mercenaries and freelance captains, and its scale was equally immense, stretching beyond the horizon. Hundreds of berths were arranged like a honeycomb beneath the vast dome, with efficient tractor beams guiding the vessels into position. With a gentle hiss of airlocks, the Star Fox smoothly docked at berth 3412. Mechanical arms automatically connected for energy replenishment, waste recovery, and atmospheric testing. All set, we have arrived. Lin Feng released the control stick, exhaling deeply. Although the voyage had not been lengthy, the mental strain of heightened concentration was as exhausting as a battle. As the hatch opened, Lin Feng and Lingji disembarked. The air within the port was infused with the sense of ozone, lubricants, and a unique aroma of circulated air. The simulated gravitational environment matched that of the Kunlun star's surface. The standard 11G gravity made Lin Feng feel a slight heaviness, though he adapted quickly. He surveyed his surroundings. The port was abuzz with activity. Mercenaries of various races, predominantly human, with a few amiable extraterrestrial beings, mingled with merchants, technicians, and port officials. A colossal holographic bulletin board continuously displayed mission information, product prices, news summaries, and safety regulations. The cacophony of shouts in diverse accents, the mechanical roar, and the sounds of ship engines being tested intertwined, creating a vibrant symphony of the spaceport. Let us first head to the Mercenary Association's office to register. Then contact the Lee Merchant Association S branch here. Lin Feng instructed Lingji. We need to ascertain the latest mission trends, especially regarding the situation on Lisha's star. Lingji nodded, curiously observing this lively new environment. As a ship girl, she felt an innate affinity for this realm teeming with machinery and energy. On their way to the office, they traversed the port's work area. Here, several damaged ships were undergoing repairs, engineers deftly manipulating large robotic arms to replace armor plates or weapon modules. Among them was a destroyer girl, her hull measuring approximately 11 kilometers in length, quietly docked at the repair dock. Her youthful form stood alongside her commander atop the hull, hands on her hips, seemingly discussing the repair progress with the bustling engineering team below. Lin Feng absorbed the scene before him, feeling the pulsating vitality and strength of this superstar ring fortress. His yearning to grow stronger and allow Lingji to manifest her colossal form intensified. It was only here, at the very heart of human civilization's power, that one could truly grasp the significance behind the staggering resource demand of 15 billion credit points. This was not merely a number. It represented a ticket to ascend to the upper echelons of this steel canopy stage. Chapter 21. Registering as a Mercenary. The Pangu Star domain branch of the Mercenary Association, Buzhou Mountain No. 7 office, proved to be far more expansive and efficient than Lin Feng had anticipated. It was not a simple office, but rather a comprehensive facility occupying an entire floor of the port area, divided into zones for mission postings, qualification certifications, equipment rentals, procurement, medical support, and even a sizable tactical simulation center. The air was tinged with a faint scent of ozone, mingled with the sweat, machine oil, and energy weapons of countless mercenaries. Lin Feng and Lingji maneuvered through the bustling crowd and finally found a spot at a multifunctional terminal. Identity verification. Lin Feng. Registered on Hope Planet. Jihuachi level LV5. Contract ship girl. Maintenance ship Lingji. Non-manifested ship form. Permission level. Bronze level free contractor. Upon completing the information, the terminal emitted a cold electronic tone, surrounded by several seasoned mercenaries. Lin Feng felt their curious, yet slightly disdainful gazes as they noticed the maintenance ship and the absence of a combat ship girl. In such an environment, a young commander without the protection of a battleship girl certainly appeared somewhat out of place. Unfazed, Lin Feng swiftly scanned the mission list. The colossal display screen refreshed with information like a cascading waterfall. Patrol and escort. Escort the gigantic industrial transport fleet to the asteroid belt mining area, GT-77. Anticipated low-intensity swarm harassment risk, reward, 50,000 FC daily. Reconnaissance and exploration. Investigate the anomalous energy signal source in the Storm Nebula, S-12 region. High-precision sensors required. Risk unknown. Remuneration negotiable. Combat operation. Eliminate residual crystallite combat units in the E-4 region of Alicia Star, Kunlun 2 satellite. Confirmation of at least one purifier walking mech present. Reward calculated based on kill count and core recovery. Numerous missions regarding Alicia Star existed, each with varying risk levels. From the low-risk clearing of engineer bugs to the high-risk destruction of crystallite energy nodes, there was a wide array to choose from. Commander, the gravity on Alicia Star is approximately 0.8 times that of Kunlun, with a thin atmosphere filled with dust and radiation remnants. The primary threats are the Saralaka swarm, occupying Region 70, and remnants of crystallite symbionts. Lingji, analyzing tactical data nearby, quickly accessed the database to provide her insights. It is advisable to prioritize the extermination of the swarm. Our equipment is more effective against them. The energy shields and armor of the crystallites pose significant challenges to the current weaponry of the Lone Fox. Agreed, Lin Feng nodded, beginning to filter through the relevant missions. He observed that the remuneration was not only correlated with the risk, but also with the mission issuer. Tasks released by the military offered stable yet conservative rewards, while those from various mining companies or research institutions were often more generous but came with stricter demands. At that moment, his personal terminal received an encrypted message from the Lim Merchant Association's Pangu Star Domain branch. The sender was Zhang, a colleague of Li Jin. Mr. Lin Feng, welcome to Pangu. As per Representative Li's instructions, we provide you with the following information. The association is currently seeking to purchase crystallite energy focus cores with over 70 integrity and biological pheromone glands from the Saralaka matriarch at high price. Attached are the relevant mission numbers involving Alicia Star regions 7 and 9. These tasks are issued by our affiliated enterprises, with rewards additionally marked up by 15. Furthermore, exercise caution when accepting missions published by the Obsidian Group regarding Alicia Star. Their reputation is poor, often engaging in reward withholding. Wishing you a successful hunt. The message included several mission numbers and detailed area maps, even outlining some undisclosed potential locations of the swarm nests. Truly a local powerhouse. This information was invaluable. Lin Feng felt a surge of elation and immediately input the recommended mission numbers into the query system. Indeed, the rewards were significantly higher than those of comparable tasks. He quickly accepted a mission located in Alicia Star's Region 7. Exterminate the Ripping Claw Engineer Bug Swarm, estimated quantity 200. While searching for potential small incubation nests and recovering any valuable biological samples. Issuer, Panga Mining Development Company, Lee Merchant Association Affiliated Enterprise. Reward, base 80,000 FC, with an additional 50,000 FC for confirmed destruction of the incubation nest. Special biological samples priced separately. Having accepted the mission and received the electronic contract along with a more detailed battlefield map, Lin Feng departed the bustling association hall with Lingji. They did not set off immediately, but instead visited the equipment market in the port area, utilizing the remaining funds to procure targeted supplies, an additional corrosion-resistant armor coating to counteract the swarm's acidic secretions, high-power signal flares for positioning or distress signals in complex environments, and a second-hand, yet fully functional environmental detection robot for exploring caves or ruins. Back aboard the Lone Fox, Lin Feng gazed at his dwindling account balance, shaking his head. Money truly flows like water. As long as we complete the mission, we will earn it back soon, Commander. Lingji responded confidently, beginning to inspect the newly acquired equipment. Moreover, this time we have more accurate intelligence and are better prepared. Lin Feng smiled, his gaze drifting to the immense artificial star ring structure outside the viewport. Countless lights twinkled like stars, each perhaps representing an ambition, a mission, or a transaction. Here, opportunities abounded, yet undercurrents swirled ominously. While the Lee Merchant Association's overtures were indeed beneficial, they also meant deeper entanglement in their web of interests. All right, supplies are complete, and intelligence is in hand. Lin Feng took his seat at the helm, igniting the engines as they set out towards Alicia Star Region 7. Let us confront those ripping claw engineer bugs and see if their lair holds our first pot of gold. The lone fox detached from its berth, merging once more into the flow of traffic at the port, heading toward the ochre-hued satellite below. The true test was about to unfold upon that land still shrouded in the remnants of conflict. Chapter 22. Precision Hunting in the Rusted Hell. The lone fox assault vessel glided silently like a vigilant specter through the thin atmosphere of Alicia Star, ultimately hovering above a vast canyon, seemingly cleaved by a giant's axe. Marking the designated Area 7, Ripping Claw Canyon, Lin Feng refrained from a hasty descent. He maneuvered the ship to utilize the rocky ledges of the canyon as cover, activating all passive sensors and optical camouflage to conduct prolonged aerial reconnaissance. The scene below, visible through the viewport, was imbued with a haunting beauty of decay and desolation. The surface of Alicia Star displayed a monotonous rust hue, a result of iron oxide-rich soil under the faint light of its sun. The immense canyon twisted and turned, flanked by cliffs rising thousands of meters, marked by erosion and the scars of fierce battles. The canyon floor was littered with colossal, rusted industrial wreckage, conveyor belts resembling the skeletons of colossal beasts, overturned giant mining vehicle tires, with diameter surpassing that of the lone fox, and partially buried domes of pre-processing factories, their metallic exteriors torn apart, revealing the chaotic interiors within. Further afield, remnants of human colonial-era buildings could be seen, now partially obscured by windblown sand and a viscous, organic substance reminiscent of fungal mats. Environmental scans confirmed atmospheric composition: nitrogen 72, carbon dioxide 25, argon 2, trace amounts of oxygen, and others. Atmospheric pressure was merely 30 of that on Kunlun. Surface radiation levels: moderate, can be shielded by powered armor. Gravity 0, 8G. Lingji meticulously reported the data, simultaneously focusing the sensors on several areas. Biological signal scans detected multiple low-intensity clusters, matching the characteristics of Seralock engineer bugs. Their distribution was scattered, with individual clusters numbering between 5 to 20. Activity patterns indicated patrolling and burrowing, seemingly feeding on some mineral deposits on the rock faces. It appears they have made this place their cafeteria and garden. Lin Feng squinted, rapidly formulating a strategy. A direct confrontation could alert the entire canyon swarm, leading to complications. They needed to eliminate them one by one. He selected a relatively isolated small swarm in the canyon's middle as his first target. This cluster, composed of approximately 8 engineer bugs, was milling around an abandoned or crusher. Lingji remained aboard the lone fox, maintaining aerial surveillance and communication relay. Alert me immediately of any large-scale movements or unknown signals. Understood, Commander. Please be cautious. Lin Feng made his way to the aft cabin, taking a deep breath as he donned the power armor of the lone fox. The hatch sealed, and the internal systems completed their self-check, sending a surge of power coursing through his body. He chose not to descend directly from above the canyon, as that would have been too easily detectable. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered the Star Fox to a concealed cliff upstream of the canyon before donning his armor. Utilizing the magnetic claws of his armored feet and the miniature attitude thrusters on his back, he silently scaled the nearly vertical cliffside, akin to a gecko. The 8G gravity rendered this ascent relatively effortless. Lin Feng cautiously avoided loose rocks, activating all sensors to scan the environment below and the real-time location of his target. After nearly 20 minutes, he reached a height sufficiently close to the target. The swarm remained oblivious, still lingering in the shadow of the pulverizer. Once secured behind a rocky outcrop, the electromagnetic sniper rifle on his right shoulder began to charge silently. The AR targeting interface locked onto the outermost worker bug with precision. Bang! A slight recoil, perceptible only within the confines of the armor, followed. In the distance, the head of the targeted worker bug erupted violently, its body convulsing for a moment before falling still. Kill confirmed. Sarlaga worker bug. The system's cold notification echoed. The other worker bugs seemed momentarily stunned, their compound eyes swiveling in vigilance, emitting hissing bioenergy waves to communicate, yet they had yet to discern the source of the attack. Lin Feng did not afford them any time to react. The electromagnetic sniper rifle charged once more and fired. Bang! The second worker bug fell in response. It was only then that the swarm finally recognized they were under distant attack, becoming agitated and screeching towards the general direction of the bullets, moving chaotically. But it was too late. Lin Feng remained calm, akin to an experienced hunter, continuing his methodical assault. Bang! 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 The electromagnetic sniper rifle roared with a steady rhythm, each shot precisely claiming the life of a worker bug. They attempted to charge, but found no target. They sought refuge. Yet the cover surrounding the pulverizer was utterly incapable of withstanding the penetrating power of the sniper rifle. In less than 2 minutes, the small cluster was entirely eradicated, leaving behind 8 gradually cooling bug corpses. Ding! Successfully eliminated Sarlaga Worker Bug Cluster 8. Rewards: 80 modification points, 16 high-strength nanocomposite armor alloy, standard units. Current modification points, 690. Current alloy units, 510. Splendid. Lin Feng smiled slightly, swiftly sliding down the cliff to the valley floor. He did not immediately attend to the bug corpses, but first scanned the surroundings with vigilance, ensuring no distant swarms had been alerted. Only then did he approach the carcasses, retrieving specialized collection tools from his armored legs, high-frequency oscillating cutting blades, and biological sample seal containers. He deftly sliced off relatively intact chitinous plates from the worker bugs, suitable for research or the manufacture of lightweight composite materials. Acid glands, which could serve as industrial catalysts or weapon materials after processing, and energy-rich biological tissue blocks. These materials were swiftly packaged, labeled, and placed into the storage compartment behind his armor. All of these were tangible spoils of war that could be sold to the Lee Corporation for currency. Once all was completed, he ghosted back up the cliff, returning to the Star Fox for a brief respite and resupply, while simultaneously searching for the next target. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng repeated this efficient and cautious process. Aerial reconnaissance, selecting isolated targets, approaching stealthily, often utilizing cliffs or large debris as passage, executing remote sniping, collecting samples, and swiftly retreating. He cleared 3 more small clusters of bugs, accruing a total of 32 worker bug kills, along with corresponding system rewards and tangible samples. Current available modification points: 690, 320, 1010. Current alloy units: 510, 64, 574. The system's reward notifications filled Lin Feng with immense satisfaction. The ever-increasing number of alloy units transformed in his mind into armor plates on the future hull of the Lingji. Chapter 23. Delving into the depths and dark harvests. In the afternoon, Lin Feng shifted his focus towards the potential incubation nest mentioned in the mission. Based on Lingji's analysis of the bug swarm's activity patterns and the thermal signal tracking from aerial sensors, she speculated that one of the anomalous heat sources might be located near the entrance of a massive abandoned mine. This mine lay at the base of the northern wall of the canyon, gargantuan in size, with a diameter ample enough for a small destroyer to enter with ease. It was a remnant of human mining activities, yet it had likely become an entryway for the swarm. Distorted tracks and toppled or cars were still visible at the mine's edge, along with half-buried, rusted automated drilling platforms. The Star Fox could not safely navigate such a deep and potentially obstacle-laden underground space. Lin Feng resolved to change into his armor for exploration. He once more piloted the lone Fox armor down to the valley floor, carefully approaching the mine entrance, which resembled the maw of a colossal beast. The closer he got, the more pungent the distinctive acrid scent of the bug species, mingled with decay and strange pheromones, became. The ground began to show a viscous, biomat-like substance, yielding an unsettling softness underfoot. The interior of the entrance was pitch black, but the AR interface within the armor automatically adjusted for light compensation, allowing Lin Feng to see as if it were daylight in the darkness. Wherever Lin Feng's gaze fell, he could see the walls of the cave adorned with the biological polymer reinforcement layers secreted by the bugs, the original mining facilities corroded and enveloped, forming a grotesque hybrid structure. Life signal scans indicated a multitude of biological reactions within the cave, albeit unevenly distributed. Energy readings were mixed, exhibiting both bug bioenergy and faint residual signals from human equipment. Lingji's voice came through the comms. Maintain communication, report my depth and signal strength every 30 seconds. If my signal is lost for over 2 minutes, immediately call for support and withdraw. Lin Feng issued the command, simultaneously disengaging the safety on his weapons. With the Hellhound plasma sprayer on his left arm primed for immediate activation, he stepped into the darkness. The interior of the mine was extraordinarily vast and intricate, with a wide main passage, yet countless branches and abandoned work wells diverged on either side. The ground was strewn with, or broken tools, and even some weathered human bones, silently narrating the horrors of yesteryears. Lin Feng moved with utmost caution, his magnetic boots carefully treading upon the solid rock floor to avoid producing excessive noise. All sensors were fully operational, capturing any subtle movements and energy fluctuations. He encountered several small patrols of worker bugs, swiftly neutralizing them before they could sound the alarm. Utilizing the sniper rifle's extreme long range or the plasma sprayer's instantaneous explosive power. In a confined cavern environment, the plasma sprayer's might was particularly terrifying. The scorching plasma stream, capable of carbonizing both the bugs and the biomat they clung to. 12 worker bugs eliminated. Rewards: 120 modification points, 24 alloy. Current available modification points: 1010, 120, 1130. Current alloy units: 574, 24, 598. As he ventured deeper, the biomat thickened, and he could even see some pulsing structures, resembling egg sacs, affixed to the cave walls, yet they appeared to be immature. Finally, within a vast cavern that seemed to have once served as a mineral processing hall, Lin Feng found his target, a small incubation nest. It was not the colossal biological structure one might envision, but rather ingeniously fashioned from a massive or crushing funnel. The interior of the funnel was adorned with a thick, pulsating biological matrix reminiscent of veins, where dozens of translucent ova were gestating. The curled forms of worker worms faintly visible within. A few worker worms, along with a slightly larger caretaker responsible for tending the egg sacs, busily scurried about. Target detected. Small hatching nest. Lin Feng reported in a hushed tone, simultaneously seeking the optimal position for attack. He stealthily ascended a segment of the elevated conveyor belt framework, which afforded him a vantage point over the entire funnel area. Without hesitation, he first employed the electromagnetic sniper rifle to precisely eliminate the caretaker worms, known for their heightened alertness. Then, raising his left arm, he aimed the Hellhound plasma projector at the hatching pool below. Boom! The searing plasma flames cascaded downward, igniting the entirety of the hatching pool in an instant. The ova erupted under the intense heat, the biological matrix emitting a piercing shriek as it rapidly carbonized. A nauseating stench permeated the air. The surviving worker worms, frantically screeching, rushed toward him, but Lin Feng effortlessly dispatched them with precise shots. Confirmed destruction of small Solraga, hatching nest 1. Reward: 500 modification points, 100 alloys. Additional achievement: Swarm Catastrophe, Beginner. Reward: Blueprint for Light Biological Material Decomposition, Fragments, 1, 3. Current available modification points: 1130, 500, 1630. Current alloy units: 598,100,698. The system assessed the nest value to be significantly higher than that of ordinary swarms. Hence the generous rewards. Gazing at the burning nest and the system's bountiful reward notification, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. However, he did not depart immediately. A powerful spotlight swept across the cave surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar emblem partially obscured by a biological mat on a rocky wall. The logo of Panga Mining Development Company, next to a heavy, seemingly intact, blast-proof sealed door that appeared to be the entrance to some emergency shelter or essential equipment storage. The door bore signs of corrosion from the worm's acidic secretions at one corner, yet the high-strength alloy material seemed to have withstood the assault. Lingji, scan what lies beyond this door, Lin Feng commanded. Scanning obstructed. The door's material has a strong shielding effect on the sensors. However, an exceedingly faint energy reading has been detected behind the door, resembling a backup power source, Lingji reported. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Lin Feng. He cleared away the biological mat and corrosive materials surrounding the lock, revealing a physical keypad and a biometric slot, long since inoperative. Lingji, crack it, Lin Feng instructed. This antiquated electronic lock, typical of mining facilities, posed no challenge for Lingji, equipped with a ship-level database. After a few minutes of remote connection to the data interface of the Lone Fox, the heavy sealed door slowly swung open with a dull hydraulic sound. Beyond the door lay a modest space, resembling a small emergency supplies cache. Inside, several crates were neatly arranged, most of which were empty. However, on a low cabinet in the corner, a seemingly old yet intact device glowed with a faint power indicator, a portable, high-precision geological scanner of an advanced mining model, likely of considerable value. Additionally, Lin Feng discovered several data hard drives preserved in corrosion-resistant materials within a drawer. An unexpected bounty. Lin Feng gathered all these spoils. The geological scanner could fetch a handsome price, and the hard drives might contain geological data regarding this mine, perhaps even some forgotten technological documentation. With a treasure trove in hand, Lin Feng swiftly vacated the mine. Upon seeing the rust-hued sky of Laisha Star once more, he found a certain warmth in the dim light. A day of intense hunting and exploration came to a close. The alloy units rewarded by the system had reached an astonishing total of 204 units, bringing him a step closer to his goal alongside the tangible spoils. The Star Fox lifted off, returning towards the Notch Mountain star ring. As Lin Feng gazed down at the receding, seemingly abandoned rusted hell, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart. This was merely the beginning. In this land rife with peril and opportunity, his journey of hunting would continue. Chapter 24. Spoils Calculation. The Star Fox light assault vessel glided into berth 3412 in Zone D86. Guided by the luminous beam emitted from the 7th Traffic Control Center of Notch Mountain, akin to a returning worker bee, the magnetic locks clicked shut with a decisive sound. The engine's hum gradually diminishing to silence, leaving only the subtle crackling of the ship's metallic body responding to temperature changes. Leaning back in the pilot's seat, Lin Feng released a long, thorough breath. The polluted air of the Laisha Star Canyon, mingled with rust, gunpowder, and the acidic secretions of the insectoid species, still lingered in his nostrils, starkly contrasting with the rigorously filtered, ozone-scented air circulating within the starport. A sensation of relaxation washed over him, transitioning from extreme tension to absolute safety, akin to warm water flowing through his body. The port system completed the docking process, initiating energy replenishment and activating the waste recovery unit. External armor exhibits slight corrosion. Maintenance and cleaning are recommended. Lingji's soft yet clear voice resonated within the cabin, as she efficiently processed the directives relayed by the berth as automated service system. Understood. We'll attend to it tomorrow, Lin Feng replied, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. Rising from the pilot's seat, he decided to first attend to the spoils, then find a place to enjoy a hearty meal, followed by a well-deserved rest. He moved to the aft compartment, opening the storage box behind the power armor of the Lone Fox. Inside, the spoils from this expedition were meticulously organized. Packaged samples of Solraga worker worm chitinous exoskeletons, biological acid gland specimens, high-energy tissue blocks, as well as the portable high-precision geological scanner and several data hard drives sourced from the mine shelter. These exoskeletons and glands could fetch approximately 15,000 FC according to the purchase price provided by the Lee Consortium. The biological tissue, while high in energy content, had a lower unit price, totaling around 3,000 FC. The key items were the scanner and the hard drives. Lin Feng calculated as he recounted them. Commander, Lingji chimed in, picking up the old mining scanner, her fingertips emanating a faint green energy aura as she gently brushed over the instrument's surface. The internal structure is largely intact. The core sensor array has less than 15 wear, though the energy module is aging. Based on current second-hand market prices, if cleaned and maintained before selling, it could be worth between 80,000 to 120,000 FC. The value of the data hard drives can only be assessed after being read with professional equipment. Well done, Lingji. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, unable to resist ruffling her hair. Our haul is impeccable, whether it's these additional spoils or your ship's material manifestations. With deft movements, he packaged the biological samples intended for sale, while the scanner and hard drives were temporarily set aside. The scanner could be upgraded by Lingji for a higher selling price, and the hard drives potentially concealed unexpected treasures, warranting cautious handling. Utilizing the port's internal logistics system, he dispatched the biological samples directly to the designated receiving point at the Lee Consortium S. Pangu, Star Domain Branch. Almost simultaneously upon completion of the dispatch, a notification alerted him of a prepayment of 18,000 FC, astonishingly efficient. After attending to these matters, Lin Feng finally felt a wave of genuine hunger and fatigue wash over him like a tide. He took Lingji's hand, leaving the noise-filled port area behind, and boarded the high-speed rail, arriving at the relatively bustling commercial level in Zone D of the Notch Mountain star ring. The lighting here was much softer, with a simulated sky projection casting a comfortable twilight hue. Shops lined the streets, and people of various ethnicities moved about, the ambience significantly lighter than that of the port, despite still being predominantly populated by various workers. The two individuals sought out a restaurant that appeared both clean and reasonably priced, aptly named Miner's Home. They ordered a dish of kung pao chicken, fish heads and chopped chili, water-boiled beef, and blanched vegetable hearts, complemented by 2 glasses of juice. As they dined, Lingji took small bites while her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Feng, softly exclaiming, "Commander, we have accumulated so many alloys today. At this pace, we will soon be able to, yes, very soon we can gather enough for your ship's hull." Lin Feng chuckled in response, gesturing towards her bowl of rice with his chopsticks. "But before that, I must ensure my little maintenance ship is well fed. Only with a full stomach can we continue to earn." Lingji's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, diligently eating, though her lips betrayed a subtle smile. After their meal, Lin Feng found a reasonably priced chain hotel near the restaurant, securing a standard double room. The room, though not spacious, was well equipped, clean, and tidy, with a soft bed that appeared irresistibly inviting. Upon entering, Lin Feng promptly threw himself onto the bed near the door, releasing a contented sigh. Ah, a flat mattress is indeed comfortable. Lingji appeared somewhat reserved. She meticulously inspected every corner of the room, testing the air circulation system and the door lock, before finally sitting down beside the other bed, her small hands neatly resting on her knees. Lin Feng turned his head, observing her somewhat fatigued yet earnest expression under the light, and felt a stirring in his heart. He sat up and beckoned her over. "Come here, Lingji." "Commander?" Lingji blinked in confusion, but obediently approached. Lin Feng reached out, gently grasping her wrist. The pure, gentle energy of the void core chi flowed slowly into her, akin to a warm stream nurturing her slightly fatigued mental core from prolonged vigilance and calculations. "You've worked hard today, monitoring data and analyzing intelligence for me," Lin Feng said softly. "This little bit of energy is a bonus for your overtime work." Lingji's body trembled slightly as she felt the overwhelming yet tender flow of the void core chi in her, dispelling her weariness and bringing an indescribable sense of comfort and reassurance. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her amber eyes shimmered with moisture as she quietly murmured, "It wasn't hard at all. Lingji is very happy to help the commander." She did not pull her hand away. Instead, she gently closed her eyes, resembling a cat relishing a gentle stroke, instinctively returning the gesture by softly grasping Lin Feng's hand. This infusion of energy and closeness enveloped her in immense happiness and satisfaction. Lin Feng gazed at her unguarded, wholly dependent demeanor, and his heart softened. He smiled, continuing to channel energy for a moment before releasing her hand. "All right, go wash up and rest early. We have more to do tomorrow." Lingji nodded vigorously, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she skipped towards the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, Lin Feng's smile gradually faded, and his gaze turned solemn. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It was time to assess another significant gain from the recent battles. Chapter 25, Breakthrough, Level 6. His consciousness sank within, revealing the vast and boundless sea of void core chi. Unlike ordinary users who had to carefully guide their energy reserves like streams or lakes, Lin Feng's void core chi ocean was expansive, its tranquil surface concealing unimaginable, terrifying energy. This was the embodiment of the infinite void core chi pool. However, this ocean was not freely accessible. An invisible gate restricted it, the strength of which directly corresponded to his current void core chi level, LV5. Through the previous high-intensity battles in the asteroid belt and now in the Alicia Star Canyon, especially with the repeated overload of the Lone Fox's armor for precise sniping and plasma ejection, he had undergone unprecedented refinement in his output, control of the void core chi, and mental capacity. He could distinctly feel that the gate representing LV5 was filled with cracks, reaching its capacity, while the surging energy behind it yearned to burst through that thin barrier. Lin Feng focused his mind, concentrating intensely. He no longer attempted to draw energy from the ocean, but instead immersed himself entirely into the gate itself. According to the Federation textbooks, the elevation of void core chi levels was essentially an evolution of life's essence, a deepening of the alignment between the soul and energy. It required accumulation, comprehension, and a bit of opportunity. For Lin Feng, the accumulation had long been surpassed through the infinite energy and the exhaustion from combat. What was needed now was to transform every insight gained from battle regarding energy utilization, every mental tremor experienced in life and death moments, into the final force to shatter the bottleneck. His breathing became lengthy and rhythmic, the space around him subtly distorting, emanating a faint azure glow, a natural phenomenon from the highly condensed void core chi. In his mind, Images flashed rapidly. The electromagnetic sniper cannon firing, energy surging from the infinite pool, racing through the armor circuits, culminating in precise control at the moment of explosion. Mastering the ferocious energy torrent of the plasma ejector, ensuring it covered the maximum area while avoiding excessive backlash on the armor, in the shadowy mine. Infusing the void core chi into sensors to elevate perception accuracy, capturing the faintest biological signals in the darkness. Each recollection felt like a forging, sharpening his mental will and deepening his understanding of energy. The already cracked gate trembled increasingly violently, uncertain how long it had been. When all insights converged and reached a pinnacle, Lin Feng's mind unleashed a silent cry. Break! A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of the crisp sound of a girl unlocking a door, as the great door separating the mighty from the innocent burst open. A more magnificent and purer flow of void core chi surged like a flood, instantly coursing through his limbs and body, cleansing every vein and cell. The intense transformation brought forth sensations of tingling and pain, yet more so a profound exhilaration of breaking shackles and ascending to a higher plane of existence. A brilliant azure halo enveloped his body, casting the entire room into a dreamlike glow, yet restrained by an invisible force. It did not disturb any external devices. Beneath his skin, subtle streams of energy flickered, his bones emitted a faint humming, and his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to hear Lingji's steady breathing from the next room and the faint airflow of the air circulation system. Ding! Detecting the user's life essence transition. Void core chi level elevated. Current level, LV6. Maximum output power of the infinite void core chi pool has been synchronized and elevated. Mental capacity expanded. Void core chi control precision enhanced by 15. Energy recovery rate increased by 20. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind, akin to the most exquisite melody. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils swirling with a blue starlight glow before fading away. He clenched his fist, feeling the torrent of power coursing through him, far surpassing his previous capabilities, and an overwhelming sense of confidence welled within him. LV6. This signified he could more effortlessly maneuver the lone fox in combat, engage in higher intensity battles, provide more robust support for the potential contracts with more ship girls in the future, and had taken a solid step towards that critically important first contract slot bottleneck, LV10. He accessed the system interface, gazing at the clearly marked LV6 in the level column, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This excursion to Leisha Star had undoubtedly proven to be worth every moment. At that moment, Lingji, clad in an adorable set of pajamas, sat quietly on another bed, her small hands clasped around her knees, her large eyes fixed on him without blinking. It was evident that she had sensed the energy fluctuations resulting from his breakthrough and had been silently watching over him. Upon noticing Lin Feng awaken, a joyful smile instantly illuminated her face. "Commander, you succeeded." "Yes, indeed," Lin Feng replied with a grin, extending his arms toward her. "Come, let's celebrate with a hug." Lingji's petite face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Her gaze momentarily flickered with shyness, yet she obediently and slowly descended from her bed, approaching him. Lin Feng embraced her gently, pulling her into his arms for a brief moment. The delicate softness of her small form, imbued with the refreshing scent of her post-bath, evoked a sense of tender affection within him. "See, Commander, congratulations," she murmured, burying her face against Lin Feng's chest, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Feng chuckled heartily, ruffling her hair. "Mutual congratulations. Once I reach level 10, I shall find you a capable companion to keep you company." As their embrace ended, Lin Feng could feel her body radiating a slight warmth. Observing Lingji's rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes filled him with delight. "All right, it's getting late. You should get some rest," he stated, releasing her and patting her back. "Good night, Commander," Lingji replied softly, almost scampering back to her own bed, quickly burrowing under the covers, leaving only her bright, twinkling eyes peeking out to observe him. Lin Feng smiled and lay down as well. Both his body and spirit, having undergone a breakthrough, were in an active yet comfortable state, though he recognized the necessity of rest to solidify his new realm. The artificial night created by the star ring streamed softly through the window into the room. Lin Feng closed his eyes, listening to Lingji's breathing gradually become steady and rhythmic, filling his heart with tranquility and fulfillment. Chapter 26, Planning and Reflection, the ambition to ascend to level 10. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke naturally to the gentle dawn light simulated by the star ring. After a night of profound slumber, His level 6 realm had been thoroughly solidified. He felt invigorated, with the essence of his core energy flowing smoothly within him. He glanced over at the other bed, where Lingji had already risen and was standing by the window, gazing intently at the densely packed port facilities and the ceaselessly moving ships. Her small figure appearing particularly focused against the grand backdrop. "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng asked, stretching lazily. Lingji turned around, her face alight with the characteristic curiosity of an engineer. "Commander, I'm observing the dispatch patterns at the 7th District Port. Their traction beam efficiency and berth turnover rate exceed that of Hope Planet by at least 37. Their energy distribution algorithm is also quite unique, seemingly employing dynamic priority adjustments." Lin Feng chuckled, moving closer to peer out the window. "All right, my genius engineer, let us put the port optimization plan on hold for now. We have work to do today." The two enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before heading back to the Mercenary Association Hall. Lin Feng first delivered the geological scanner he had acquired the previous day to the designated third-party appraisal center. After preliminary testing, it was confirmed that its core functionality remained intact, requiring only the replacement of aging energy modules and external cleaning. The appraiser provided an estimated recovery price of 95,000 FC, and Lin Feng promptly sold it through the association's recycling channel, sparing himself the hassle of finding a buyer. With this, all tangible spoils from the Li Sha Star expedition had been processed, yielding a total of 113,000 FC. After deducting the expenses for fuel, ammunition, and supplies, the net profit approached 80,000 FC. For a low-risk hunting mission, this was quite a commendable return. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that the real substantial income lay in the system's reward of high-intensity nanocomposite armor alloy. This material commanded exorbitant prices on the market, strictly controlled by various factions. Receiving such rewards directly from the system was undoubtedly the most efficient route. "Moving forward, our focus will be on Li Sha Star," Lin Feng informed Lingji as they stood before the task interface, emphasizing the need to hunt insectoids primarily to accumulate system rewards, particularly alloys and various modification points. He also advised keeping an eye out for special samples required by the Merchant Guild. He meticulously sifted through the task list, selecting those that offered material exchange vouchers or explicitly stated high prices for biological samples, ensuring connections with the Leaf Family Merchant Guild. This strategy would not only fulfill the system's hunting objectives, but also additionally earn FC and goodwill from the guild. "Commander, according to yesterday's battle data, the hydraulic system joints of the Lone Fox have experienced where that exceeds expectations after maneuvering through complex terrain for an extended period. I recommend conducting preventive maintenance and replacements upon our return to the workshop. Additionally, the plasma jetter's rate adjustment regulator has also shown slight aging, affecting energy focus efficiency at maximum firing rates." Lingji reminded him, pulling up the maintenance log for the armor. "Understood. I'll defer to your judgment," Lin Feng nodded. "By the way, those data disks, when you have time, see if you can crack them. They might contain something valuable." "Of course, Commander." Before departing the association, Lin Feng also procured a batch of spare parts and special lubricant for the Lone Fox, spending 20,000 FC. Maintaining powerful equipment inherently incurs significant expenses. Upon returning to the docking bay where the Star Fox was moored, Lin Feng rented a temporary, makeshift maintenance station. Under Lingji's guidance, he began comprehensive upkeep and maintenance on the Lone Fox, replacing worn hydraulic rods, calibrating weapon systems, reinforcing joint connections, cleaning heat sinks, and updating combat record modules. Lin Feng handled the disassembling and assembling, while Lingji performed precise calibrations, energy circuit inspections, and program adjustments. Inevitably, their work involved close proximity and collaboration. At times, Lin Feng would need to support a component of the armor while Lingji worked beneath it, welding, and, at other moments, he would lift a heavy weapon platform while she adjusted it alongside him. Her serious profile, occasionally puffing her cheeks slightly in effort, along with her faintly sweet fragrance, made the tedious maintenance task surprisingly enjoyable for Lin Feng. He would even purposefully pose questions, watching her earnestly and clearly explain the principles. Seizing the opportunity to tousle her hair and praise, "My Lingji is truly impressive." This would invariably elicit a flustered blush and playful protest from her. After an entire afternoon of effort, the Lone Fox's powered armor appeared revitalized, with various performance parameters even improved. Adequate maintenance was crucial for the success of their next hunting expedition, a sentiment both Lin Feng and Lingji wholeheartedly shared. As night fell once more, The two opted not to venture into the commercial district, but instead had a simple dinner aboard the Star Fox. The cramped cabin exuded an unexpectedly warm atmosphere. Post-dinner, Lin Feng once again entered a meditative state to solidify his level 6 cultivation and began to adapt to and control the newly acquired powers. Lingji, on the other hand, connected the data disks, attempting to decrypt the information contained within. Time flowed gently in the tranquil night of the port. Lin Feng felt acutely aware that the path to level 7 remained long, yet the direction was now clear. Moreover, the critical bottleneck at level 10 no longer seemed so distant. Given sufficient time and the harvest from Li Sha's star, he might indeed touch that realm before reaching the Panga defense. At that moment, the second contract slot would open a whole new world for him. The journey through the stars and seas with Lingji would also possess far more possibilities. Chapter 27. Every step counts towards the Starry Sea. Time flowed quietly beneath the rust-colored firmament of Li Sha's star, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, silently accumulating to form a towering edifice. Since that foray into the depths of the mine, Lin Feng and Lingji had established the uncanny mountain star ring as their base, treating the risk-rated similar areas of Sector 7 and its surroundings as their exclusive hunting grounds, day in and day out, in a cyclical routine. During the interludes of battle, Lingji successfully deciphered the data hard drive salvaged from the refuge within the mining cave. This drive not only contained detailed geological survey data of the cave, already bundled and sold to a mining corporation, but also unexpectedly revealed fragments of a research report on the symbiotic crystalline properties of the early Jihuaqi veins. Although this report was now antiquated in terms of current Jihuaqi extraction technology, its historical significance and unique data still held allure for certain research institutions, leading to its acquisition by the Li Consortium for a sum of 500,000 FC. Every morning, the Star Fox would dutifully depart from Dock D, Area 86. Akin to a diligent worker bee, venturing toward the perilous yet opportunistic rust-laden expanse, Lin Feng piloted the meticulously maintained Fox armor, which consistently performed at its apex, transforming him into the most precise of hunters. No longer content with merely dispatching small swarms of construction bugs, he began to actively seek out targets of greater value. Utilizing the vague intelligence provided by the Li Consortium and Lingji's increasingly sophisticated sensor data analysis, they successfully located and obliterated 3 small incubation nests and ambushed a solitary crystalline exploration team, though the cost was the near melting of the left arm shield of the Fox armor due to energy beams. They even ventured into a derelict federal frontline command post, recovering a significant amount of valuable electronic debris. Combat, repair, extraction, salle. The days unfolded like a programmed routine, monotonous yet fulfilling. Under the rigorous crucible of high-intensity combat, Lin Feng's Jihuaqi level steadily ascended from LV6 to LV9. Each upgrade signified an expansion of the output ceiling of the infinite Jihuaqi pool, enhancing his mastery over energy and amplifying the sustained firepower of the Fox armor to a terrifying degree. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the bottleneck, the limits of individual powered armor. Regardless of how formidable Lingji's modifications rendered the Fox armor, it remained a singular piece of equipment. Its firepower delivery, defensive capabilities, and sensor range constraining Lin Feng's ability to challenge more formidable foes, such as the Tyrannid Mother nest lurking deep within Laisha's star or the heavily armored units of the crystalline entities. The absence of fleet support severely hampered his hunting efficiency, making it difficult to achieve any qualitative leaps after reaching a peak. He resembled a masterful sniper, capable of effortlessly eliminating infantry, yet powerless against distant tanks. It was this limitation in combat prowess that compelled him to persist through repetitive hunting, gradually amassing astronomical resources. The rewards were substantial. In addition to the enormous modification points accrued from the system rewards, which had reached a considerable yet untouched figure, the most tangible gain was the continuously accumulating high-strength nanocomposite alloy units. On August 28th, at 10:17 a.m. Standard Time, after Lin Feng maneuvered the Fox armor to precisely eliminate the last fleeing clawed construction bug with an electromagnetic sniper cannon, the system notification chimed as expected. Ding! Successfully cleared the Solraga construction bug swarm, 11. Rewards, modification points 1, 10, high-strength nanocomposite alloy, standard units, 22. A complete set of living facility modules. Current high-strength nanocomposite alloy, standard units, 43.99. Standing amidst the wreckage of the bugs, Lin Feng's breath quickened slightly. He shut down the energy supply to the armor's weaponry, and surveyed his surroundings. The winds of Latia Star remained dry and frigid, swirling red dust that pelted against the armor's exterior, creating a rustling sound. He did not act immediately, but instead gazed quietly at the living facility module and that final number, 4399. Although he had long surpassed 4,200 units of alloy, he had refrained from purchasing a living facility module and was somewhat unable to afford it. Now, not only were all modules complete, but his alloy units had also reached the slightly memorable figure of 4,399. It was done, after more than a month of relentless toil, combat, repairs, calculations, and even several near brushes with death. He had finally gathered all the essential structural materials required for the manifestation of the Lingji ship body. A surge of indescribable emotions washed over him. Excitement, relief, and a profound sense of accomplishment. He took a deep breath and communicated through internal channels to the Star Fox hovering above. Lingji, we are heading home. The materials are ready. A brief silence ensued on the other end before Lingji's incredulous yet trembling voice broke through. Really? Really? Commander, are they all ready? Yes, they are, Lin Feng replied, his voice laced with warmth and affirmation. Are you prepared to meet your grand vessel? A muffled whimper, tinged with suppressed tears, echoed from the communicator, followed by Lingji's effort to maintain composure while still brimming with excitement. Lingji is ready at any time. Long live the commander. Chapter 28. The Miracle of Life in the Star Ring Dock. Upon returning to the Wuhaotian Star Ring, Lin Feng wasted no time. He first brought all identification documents to the pre-registration office at the First Joint Defense University of the Pangu Star Domain, located in the heart of the Star Ring Education District. The efficient system swiftly verified his identity, Jihuachi level, LV9, and contracted shipgirl information, granting him the corresponding student privileges and assigning him a temporary dormitory, though he evidently would not need it. Next, he applied for access to the 7th Advanced Shipgirl Maintenance and Manifestation Dock, affiliated with the Pangu Defense University, located in the core area of Star Ring D. This facility was a privilege designated for exceptional newcomers or commanders executing special missions, boasting top-notch confidentiality and support equipment. The massive dock gates slowly opened before Lin Feng, revealing an incredibly spacious, enclosed area soaring over 1,000 meters high. The dust-free environment imbued the air with a crisp, pure essence, while the surrounding walls were adorned with robust energy conduits, mechanical maintenance arm interfaces, and intricate sensor arrays. The ground was composed of heavy reinforced alloy, capable of bearing the weight of colossal ships. Here, silence prevailed, allowing one to hear their own heartbeat, contrasting sharply with the clamor outside the port. This is it, Lin Feng remarked to the both anxious and excited Lingji at his side. He approached a nearby, small hovercraft, activated it, and directed it toward the center of the dock, reaching out mentally to connect with the Jihua sublimation system within him. In the next moment, with a subtle ripple in space, heaps of high-strength nanoalloy ingots glimmering with a silvery gray metallic sheen appeared as if conjured by magic. Each ingot was immense, nearly 10 meters long, and they stacked neatly in the center of the dock, swiftly forming a hill of silver-gray metal. An impressive total of 4,200 units, none missing. But that was not all. Lin Feng continued to extract from the system space the rare components he had long prepared, acquired through various tasks and achievement rewards. Specialized energy core, obtained from the novice gift package, an octahedral crystal approximately the size of a basketball, its surface flowing with a gentle green and silver glow, and its structure intricately precise. This would serve as the heart of the ship, indirectly powered by Lin Feng's infinite Jihuachi pool through his contract with Lingji. Superconducting Energy Transmission Network, a complex system of pipelines and control units made from special superconducting materials, capable of transmitting energy from the core throughout the ship with near-zero loss once activated. Multi-layer redundant protective field generators, several large devices that would be integrated into the ship's critical areas, capable of generating superimposed multi-layer energy shields, significantly enhancing the ship's survivability. Dark Energy Anti-Gravity Control System, a sophisticated apparatus that not only facilitates efficient levitation and maneuverability within planetary atmospheres, but also possesses the capability to influence localized gravitational fields for defensive or specialized tactical applications. The main repair beam projection array matrix, a multitude of launch bases and focusing crystals, serving as the core weapon of the Lingji as a repair vessel. Its power and efficiency far surpassing that of conventional repair ships. Various sensor arrays, thruster assemblies, spare parts, and a complete suite of life support modules have been meticulously extracted and organized. These rewards from the system boast technological sophistication and performance that far exceed the current standards of the Federation, constituting the first cornerstone in altering the fates of Lin Feng and Lingji. With the materials prepared, Lin Feng turned to Lingji, tilting his chin towards a metallic mound. "Go ahead, Lingji. Transform them into your second body." Lingji nodded vigorously, her small face radiating a sense of sacred mission. She approached the mountain of materials and slowly extended her arms. A gentle emerald glow emanated from her petite form, growing ever brighter until she was enveloped in a cocoon of light. Simultaneously, the towering nanoalloy units began to hum in resonance, their surfaces adorned with similar emerald energy patterns. A tremendous surge of silent core energy erupted from Lin Feng, flowing through an invisible contract link into Lingji, who then transmuted it into a peculiar material reconstruction field that enveloped the entire pile of materials. An astonishing scene unfolded. The high-strength nanoalloy units began to flow as if imbued with life, disassembling and reassembling themselves. They spread forth like a tidal wave along an unseen blueprint, taking shape. First, the fundamental keel structure emerged, robust and formidable, spanning the dry dock, followed by the rib framework and layered armor plates, with internal compartments, passageways, energy conduits, and circuits synchronously manifesting at an astonishing pace. Lin Feng could distinctly feel the overwhelming output of his silent core energy. Were it not for the support of the infinite energy pool, such a scale of manifestation could have drained him in a brief moment. He settled into a cross-legged position, exerting all his effort to maintain the energy supply while closely monitoring Lingji's condition. In that moment, time lost its significance. Within the dry dock, the outline of a massive vessel became discernibly clear, solidifying at a visible speed. The external armor displayed the unique livery of a repair ship, predominantly white with green crosses and stripes, a subconscious choice of Lingji. The contours of the hull were not as sharp as those of a battleship, appearing more rounded and stocky, yet the sense of intimidation from its scale remained undiminished. Days of uninterrupted energy infusion and material reconstruction culminated on September 1st. At precisely 11:47 a.m., the final armor plate seamlessly fit into the bow of the ship. The last energy circuit illuminated, and the final device completed its self-check. The emerald glow gradually receded, all absorbed into the majestic form of the vessel. Manifestation was complete. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his silent core energy, a sense of fatigue mingling with shock and joy on his face. He rose, gazing in awe at the miracle before him. Lingji's vessel stood resplendently before him. Its length reached an astonishing 42 kilometers, with a maximum width of approximately 0.9 kilometers and a height of about 0.45 kilometers. Its scale rivaled that of most conventional battleships in the Federation, comparable to that of some smaller mobile base stations. The exterior showcased an elegant yet practical white base tone, with striking green fluorescent stripes outlining critical areas and seams of armor. A colossal green cross emblem was engraved prominently on the sides and flat belly of the hull, proclaiming its undeniable identity as a medical and support vessel. The hull's lines were smooth and flowing, minimizing unnecessary structural stress. It was adorned with various sensor arrays and communication antennas, exuding an air of professionalism. 24 retractable multi-functional repair arms extended from the sides and belly of the hull. These mechanical arms, typically housed within armor compartments, could extend flexibly when needed, each equipped with high-precision tool interfaces, nanobody ejection ports, welding lasers, and powerful restraining locks. They served as both scalpel and sutures, extending Lingji's hands to save comrades on the battlefield. Moreover, the hull was dotted with numerous large supply inlets, drone and engineering craft launch hatches, and the imposing crystal lens of the main repair beam projection array, each exceeding 50 meters in diameter, resembling colossal compound eyes, profound and formidable. The docking airlock of the dry dock successfully connected with the vessel's hull. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and strode swiftly towards the airlock chamber. The massive ship seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, the tightly sealed door opening before him as he stepped into the interior of the newly forged giant. The air was fresh, imbued with the subtle scent of new equipment. The lighting was soft yet bright, illuminating the spacious corridors. The interior design was simple yet practical, with details that exuded a touch of warmth unique to Lingji, such as potted green plants in the corners and rounded edge treatments. He did not linger. Following the indications displayed on the screens Lingji had prepared in advance, making his way toward the bridge. As the automatic doors slid open, he was greeted by a bridge that was strikingly technological, yet thoughtfully arranged. The extensive use of holographic projections and touch interfaces was evident, with a gigantic main observation window and tactical holographic star map prominently displayed in front. The most captivating sight was the two command chairs for the captains, elevated slightly above the other seats. Two spacious, ergonomically designed white command chairs. In one of them sat a petite figure curled up, none other than Lingji. She had yet to awaken, and sensing that it would take some time, Lin Feng proceeded to explore other compartments. The energy core chamber lay deep within the heart of the vessel, the specialized energy core emitting a low, steady hum while radiating intense light. The superconducting energy transmission network resembled golden veins, silently delivering immense energy throughout the ship. Multiple redundant protective field generators and the core unit of the dark energy anti-gravity control system were also housed nearby, safeguarded by layers of armor. The repair center constituted one of the ship's vital zones, occupying vast space. It housed multiple docks of varying specifications, accommodating vessels from small corvettes of 5 or 600 meters in length to destroyers measuring up to a kilometer for comprehensive maintenance. Additionally, there were automated parts processing workshops and extensive reserves and manufacturing facilities for nanobots. The air was tinged with a faint scent of ozone and coolant. The living quarters were designed to prioritize warmth and comfort. Lin Feng's command suite was spacious and bright, featuring a private bedroom, office area, and observation lounge, with large reinforced glass windows offering a clear view of the starry sky. Lingji's personal room was adjacent, adorned with warmth and individuality, filled with various charming tool models and small decorations. There were also several rooms reserved by Lingji for her future sisters. The dining hall, recreation room, and gymnasium were all present, even including a small ecological garden planted with greenery to regulate air quality and enhance crew morale. The storage area was astonishingly capacious, divided into sections for storing repair materials, spare parts, ammunition, and life supplies. The entire warship was brightly lit, the corridors spacious, the air fresh, and all equipment shining and quietly operational, awaiting the awakening of their mistress. Lin Feng finally returned to the bridge, taking a seat in the command chair beside Lingji. Feeling the immense power and vitality embodied in this colossal vessel, a testament to the countless efforts shared between him and Lingji. Chapter 29. Lingji awakens and arrives at the academy. Lin Feng sat in the command seat, lost in thought for quite some time, when suddenly he heard a sound emanating from the adjacent command seat. Lingji seemed to have just roused from a profound slumber, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly before she gradually opened her warm amber eyes. At first, her gaze was somewhat hazy and bewildered as she instinctively surveyed her surroundings. This environment was both foreign and yet intimately familiar. Every breath of air, every flow of energy here resonated with her bloodline, serving as a direct extension of her will. She gazed down at her corporeal hands, gently flexing them, savoring the extraordinary sensation of being one with the vast vessel. An unprecedented feeling of fulfillment and strength enveloped her, as if she could summon the might of this 4-kilometer behemoth with a mere gesture. Then, her eyes fell upon Lin Feng, who was seated beside her, staring vacantly at the main observation window. "Commander," she called softly, her voice imbued with the mellifluous quality of one freshly awakened, yet resonating clearly throughout the bridge. I can feel it. It's immense, so powerful. Is this truly who I am?" Lin Feng approached her command chair and gently replied, "Congratulations, my dear. Do you like your new body?" "Yes." Lingji nodded vigorously, a radiant smile illuminating her face, brimming with happiness. She leaped from her command chair and instinctively dashed towards Lin Feng, burying her head in his embrace. "I love it. Thank you, Commander. It feels so wondrous. I think I can sense every part of the ship without even looking at the screens," she exclaimed, instinctively raising her hand to gesture. Immediately, a status screen on an adjacent auxiliary console lit up, displaying a complex array of energy flow data. "Look, just like this," she said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "I feel as if I can control it without even sitting here." She even attempted to close her eyes, causing the main lights of the bridge to gradually dim and brighten, as if in rhythm with her breath. Lin Feng gazed at her with awe and pride. "This is the power of a ship girl, and it is your unique gift. From now on, we have a true home in space." "Home," Lingji repeated joyfully, then confidently pledged, "I will take good care of it, and I will protect the commander." "I believe in you," Lin Feng said, ruffling her hair. "Now, my extraordinary repair ship captain, let us depart. It's time to make our mark at Panga Defense. Do you want to sit in the command seat and pilot it? Or?" Lingji tilted her head thoughtfully, a playful and eager expression crossing her face. I want to stand at the bow. I want to see us sail out with my own eyes. Lin Feng felt a stir within him and replied, I also wish to join you. But can my void core shield withstand stellar radiation? It's best for the commander to remain on the bridge, she advised. After all, your level is still relatively low. If you stand at the bow with me, while the shield can control the air content, your void core shield may not endure the direct radiation from the stars and the frigid void of space. Sorry, Commander. It's my shield that isn't strong enough. Lingji shook her head, apologetically clutching Lin Feng's arm, though he wished to stand at the bow and show off. He understood his limitations. Lin Feng felt the softness of the girl against his arm, and his thoughts became tangled. Ahem, then I want to go. You go ahead. But be careful. Thank you, Commander. While Lingji was disappointed that he could not accompany her at the bow, she opened a viewpoint window at the bow on the main observation screen. Then with a thought, she activated a passage leading downward through the bridge's floor and stepped inside. Her voice echoed back up from the passage, infused with a slight reverberation from a shipwide intercom. Lingji is departing. Lin Feng returned to his command seat, and, at that moment, he envisioned a future where he would sit at the command seat, traversing the starry seas. The massive vessel trembled slightly, and a deep, powerful hum of the engines resonated from within. The dock's securing arms automatically retracted. The enormous gate opened once more, allowing the light from the outer star ring port to flood in. Under Lin Feng's watchful gaze, and with Lingji's omnipresent control, the 42-kilometer-long behemoth glided smoothly and gracefully out of the dock without any external assistance, solely relying on its own adjustments of the dark energy anti-gravity control system and fine-tuning thrusters. Simultaneously, a hatch opened atop the pristine, sleek bow deck, and a petite figure emerged from the passageway on the deck, none other than Lingji. The gentle breeze played with her light green hair, the gears and wrenches adorning her hairpin glimmering. She wore a specially designed captain's uniform that matched the vessel's paint scheme, primarily white with green accents, her small face radiating excitement and solemnity. Her little hands gently grasped the bow rail, though she hardly needed to. Her amber eyes gazing ahead at the vast starry sky and the imposing structure of the Buzhou mountain star ring. She required no communication devices. Her will served as the ship's command. Standing here, she embodied both the symbol of this grand vessel and its absolute control core. She could feel the solidity of the deck beneath her feet, the surging power of the engines, and the myriad streams of information scanned by the sensors, all of it extending from her being. As the Lingji repair ship, majestic and resplendent in white and green, fully emerged from the dock and entered the public airspace of the Buzhou Mountain Star Ring D Zone, it instantly created a stir. The port channel erupted with gasps and a cacophony of inquiries. Unknown colossal ship. An unidentified giant vessel has appeared at the D7 dock exit. Registration inquiry. Panga Defense Auxiliary Dock. Registered ship name Lingji. Type repair ship. Are you joking? What traditional repair ship is this large? Its size is nearly on par with a conventional battleship. Look at the paint scheme. It's a medical support ship. My heavens, this scale is absolutely outrageous. Energy readings are exceptionally high. Shield strength is extraordinary. Is this really a repair ship? I will believe it's a mobile fortress. Wait, look at the bow. Is that a person? Really? A little girl? Isn't she afraid of being thrown off? She is a ship girl, so it's not surprising. This rare repair ship girl, and I get to witness her maiden flight. What luck. I must head to Lisha Star later to dig through the wreckage and see if I can find any treasures. Lin Feng within the bridge observed the external reactions captured on the main screen, along with the petite yet resolute figure standing at the bow, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lingji skillfully maneuvered the colossal ship, seamlessly merging into the designated traffic flow, steering towards the entrance of the airspace route leading to the surface of Kunlun Planet. She remained at the bow, her figure appearing small against the vast vessel, yet strikingly prominent, as if silently proclaiming her existence. The main campus of Panga Defense is not situated within the Buzhou Mountain Star Ring, but rather established on a wide plain on the surface of Kunlun Planet. Its dedicated docking area is vast, divided into multiple sections for the docking of students and instructor ship girls. At this moment, it was the peak period for school enrollment, and the docking area was abuzz with activity both in the air and on the ground. Various ship girls were present, ranging from the agile and compact frigates, destroyers, and cruisers to battleships. However, most of them had yet to materialize their vessels, arriving in succession via transport ships or small aircraft, with the roar of engines resounding continuously. Numerous freshmen and returning students busied themselves in the area, either inspecting their vessels or engaging in animated discussions with their peers. Suddenly, An enormous shadow descended upon the shipyard, enveloping the space in an eerie silence, as if all sound had been abruptly severed. The newcomers and several seasoned students instinctively looked up, their mouths agape, lost in a stupor. Before them loomed an unprecedented sight. A colossal, pristine white hull adorned with a vast green cross insignia, descending with an unfathomable tranquility, defying the laws of nature. It eschewed the typical vertical thrusters that would unleash turbulent gusts and cacophonous roars, instead relying on a rare and advanced dark energy anti-gravity system. Hovering effortlessly at an altitude of approximately 100 meters, akin to a feather drifting in the air. The immense shadow cast by the vessel nearly engulfed several destroyers beneath it, stretching an astonishing 42 kilometers in length and nearly a kilometer in width. It presented an unparalleled visual spectacle. The robust, retracted repair arms on either side of the hull appeared more formidable than the main guns of a cruiser. What in the world is this? What kind of ship girl is this? I've never heard of such a thing. It must be a repair ship. Judging by the insignia, this is the first time I've seen one. It's just a little repair ship. It pales in comparison to my battleship. You scoundrel. How do you call out here? When will you gather enough materials for my ship to manifest? I want to flaunt my vessel like she does. Whose ship girl is this? The pressure is overwhelming. How is it suspended in midair? What kind of technology is this? Illiterate. That is a rare anti-gravity system. Gasps and murmurs erupted like a tidal wave. Everyone was awestruck by the sudden arrival of this rare and colossal ship, so distinct from the prevailing atmosphere. At that moment, a gentle beam of light projected from the belly of the Lingji. Lin Feng's figure emerged from the open hatch, descending gracefully into the light, clad in the crisp blue and white uniform distributed by the academy. His face bore a languid and teasing smile as he touched down on the shipyard floor. He adjusted his collar and first looked up at the awe-inspiring hull that obscured the sky, and then at the Lingji, which waved at him from the bow. Filled with pride, he then surveyed the crowd around him, now frozen in astonishment. Almost simultaneously, the Lingji waved playfully downwards, the green cross insignia on either side of the hull subtly illuminating as if greeting everyone. Panga Defense University, Lin Feng murmured, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hushed shipyard, as if amplified by some unseen device. I, Lin Feng, along with my initial ship girl, Lingji, am here to report for duty. In the next moment, the bow of the hovering giant ship chimed in with a melodious and proud voice through the ship's loudspeakers. Echoing across the entire shipyard, repair ship Lingji, under the command of Commander Lin Feng, reporting for duty. At this instant, silence enveloped the area, with only the majestic green hull suspended in the air and the girl atop, it creating a breathtaking tableau. So ostentatious. How I wish to give him a good thrashing. Fear not, we can always take our frustrations out during the power armor combat demonstration organized by the school. There's bound to be an opportunity. Will we win? Of course. Chapter 30. Luxurious dormitories and enthusiastic roommates. The Lingji repair ship did not dock directly in the bustling public shipyard. Instead, guided by the Air Traffic Control Department of Panga Defense University, it navigated towards a more secluded and well-equipped military berth designated for large or special vessels. After all, a ship measuring 42 kilometers in length far exceeded the typical initial ship configurations of regular students, and the Academy had evidently provided special consideration, or rather, necessary isolation and observation. Once the vessel was securely docked and its minimal autonomous defense and maintenance systems activated, Lingji disembarked and approached Lin Feng, who was waiting at the berth exit, and together they departed. As they set foot on the land of Kunlun Star, a breath of fresh air, laden with the scent of vegetation and a hint of moisture, filled their lungs, distinctly different from the artificial environment of the Star Ring. The main campus of Panga Defense University was astonishingly vast. Futuristic buildings sprawled as far as the eye could see, while faint sounds of engine roars and energy weapon hums emanated from the training grounds. Small aircraft and mechs occasionally zipped by overhead, all in orderly fashion, yet exuding an atmosphere of military rigor and vitality. According to the recently received enrollment guide and dormitory assignment information on his terminal, Lin Feng and Lingji boarded an autonomous shuttle to the residential area. The shuttle glided silently through the air, reaching a speed of 500 kilometers per hour within mere seconds, as the scenery outside whizzed past. Towering teaching buildings, a simulated combat dome, an energy cultivation tower, and the distant outlines of large mech combat training grounds overwhelmed Lin Feng, a newcomer from the countryside, as he marveled at the depth and strength of one of the Federation's premier military academies. Commander, our dormitory is located in Area B7, Room 2901 of the Starshine Court. Lingji reported softly, glancing at the terminal, her tone tinged with anticipation and a hint of nervousness about the new environment. She instinctively leaned closer to Lin Feng, gently tugging at the hem of his clothing. Starshine Court? It doesn't sound like a dormitory. It resembles a high-end apartment complex, Lin Feng mused, raising an eyebrow as he observed the elegantly designed, yet militarily simplistic residential buildings emerging outside the shuttle. These structures were generally not tall, but sprawled widely, boasting an impressive greenery ratio, with artificial lakes and landscape parks interspersed, creating a stark contrast to the hardcore training grounds in the distance. The data indicated that Starshine Court was designated for freshmen who had successfully contracted with ship girls and whose energy cultivation levels had reached commendable standards, as well as for some outstanding upperclassmen. The dormitory followed a commander-roommate system, typically housing 2 commanders and their ship girls in a single unit to foster communication and collaboration. Lingji quickly accessed information on her terminal. The shuttle came to a halt in front of a sleek, silver building in Area B7. The entrance was guarded by a stringent identity recognition system. Lin Feng approached. After passing the pupil and biometric scans, the heavy alloy door slid open silently. Inside, a spacious and brightly lit lobby welcomed them, where the environment was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by students dressed in blue and white uniforms or casual attire, often accompanied by 1 or 2 strikingly beautiful and diverse ship girls. Noticing Lin Feng and his petite, adorable Lingji, especially sensing the palpable energy emanating from Lin Feng, who had just entered level 9, but had yet to fully harness his burgeoning energy, many cast curious and inquisitive glances their way. They took a high-speed elevator directly to the 29th floor. The corridor was lined with silent carpeting, and heavy armored doors flanked either side. Upon locating room 2901, they encountered another biometric lock at the door. Lin Feng placed his palm upon it. Identity verification in progress. Lin Feng, energy level LV9, contracted ship girl, repair ship Lingji. Access granted. Welcome, Commander. An electronic voice chimed, and the door swung open inward. The sight beyond the door left even the prepared Lin Feng momentarily speechless. This was no ordinary dormitory. It was an opulent high-end apartment. Entering, they found a spacious foyer with a mirror-like polished composite floor, where sensory lighting illuminated with a soft glow. The living room soared over 5 meters high, featuring an entire wall of enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that offered breathtaking views of expansive campus greenery and distant training grounds. The room was furnished with a comfortable large sofa and a holographic coffee table, while a cutting-edge immersive virtual reality pod occupied one corner. The open kitchen is fully equipped, boasting a state-of-the-art culinary machine, an automatic cooking station, and even a compact cold storage unit. The air is infused with a purified essence, carrying a hint of refreshing fragrance. Gazing at the floor plan of the 6-room, 2-hall, 3-bath residence, Lingji gasped in amazement. Each commander enjoys a master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, while every ship girl possesses a fully functional, personalized bedroom. There's also a shared entertainment room and a serene meditation space that doubles as a tranquil energy cultivation chamber. This abode surpasses many luxurious apartments on Hope Planet. Lin Feng whistled as he sauntered into the living room, his fingers gliding across the polished table surface. Goodness, Panga Defense truly spares no expense. It seems that those fortunate enough to contract ship girls are treated exceptionally well. He could easily imagine the classmates who had failed to secure contracts living in standard 4-person or double-occupancy officer dorms. This arrangement would significantly alleviate the commander's concerns, allowing them to concentrate on their studies and self-improvement. Lingji thoughtfully began to check the room's energy interfaces, communication lines, and security systems. At that moment, a previously closed door across the living room creaked open with a soft click. A disheveled head, still heavy with sleep and marked with the imprints of a pillow, emerged. Dressed in loose pajamas adorned with a cartoon tiger face, he rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "Who's making such a racket? I just fell asleep. What the?" Before he could finish, his gaze met Lin Feng, who was curiously surveying the living room layout, and Lingji, who was analyzing the air composition behind him. A brief moment of confusion ensued before his previously drowsy eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Holy smokes! A newcomer. Instantly invigorated, he flung the door wide open and practically leaped into the room, creating a gust of wind with his exuberance. He dashed to Lin Feng's side, a radiant smile lighting up his face as he extended his right hand. Hello. You must be my new roommate, right? I'm Leo, the Li from Pair, NAO from Mysterious. Level 7 Energy Cultivator. With the contracted ship girl being the battlecruiser Hipper. What do they call you? Where are you from? I saw your ship girl. She looks like a repair ship. And that massive maintenance vessel outside, causing a stir. Could it be yours? Impressive, buddy. His words rushed forth like a rapid-fire barrage, brimming with enthusiasm that caught Lin Feng slightly off guard. Chuckling, he shook Leo's hand, introducing himself. I'm Lin Feng, Lin as in forest and Feng as in wind. Just arrived from Hope Planet. That maintenance ship outside, Lingji, is my initial ship girl. He stepped aside to reveal Lingji, who seemed a bit intimidated by Leo's exuberance. Instinctively shrinking back behind Lin Feng, gripping his shirt tighter, her cheeks tinged pink as she greeted, "Hello, Commander Leo. I'm a repair ship, Lingji." Wow, a real repair ship. Alive. This is my first time seeing one up close. Leo's eyes sparkled even brighter as he squatted down, leaning in closer to Lingji, his face brimming with awe and curiosity. So tiny, so adorable. You look so soft. Lin Feng, you lucky guy. Your initial ship is a rare type and such a cute model. His straightforward and somewhat reckless demeanor was oddly endearing, reminiscent of a large, clumsy dog. Hey, watch your distance. You're scaring my Lingji, Lin Feng chuckled, gently pushing Leo back a bit. And you just mentioned a battlecruiser? Hipper? Absolutely. Leo's attention shifted immediately, puffing out his chest with pride. My Hipper is both fierce and swift. Although we haven't gathered the materials for her physical form yet, her humanoid state is incredibly powerful. Hey, Hipper, don't hide in the room. Come meet our new roommate. He called toward the bedroom that had just opened. As the words left his lips, a tall figure appeared in the doorway. A girl, approximately 172 centimeters tall, with a sleek high ponytail and a face that was striking yet bore an air of weary resignation, emerged. Clad in a simple black and red training outfit that accentuated her athletic build, she leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, casting an exasperated glance at Leo as if to say, "There he goes again, making a fuss. Commander, your volume is sufficient to rouse the entire floor of slumbering ship girls," she stated in a cool, calm voice, laced with a barely perceptible sigh. Then, her gaze shifted to Lin Feng and Lingji, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. "Greetings, I'm the battlecruiser Hipper. I apologize for my commander's overly exuberant behavior." A classic case of a disgruntled sidekick, Lin Feng promptly categorized this vibrant roommate in his mind. "Hello, Hipper. I'm Lin Feng, and this is my ship girl. The repair ship Lingji," he replied with a smile. Lingji timidly peeked out from behind Lin Feng, curiosity mingling with shyness as she addressed the elegant battlecruiser. "Sister Hipper, hello." Leo, undeterred by Hipper's sarcasm, continued to exuberantly express his excitement. "Haha, this is fantastic. From now on, we are roommates. I'm the battlecruiser, and you're the repair ship. It's a perfect match. I'll charge headfirst in a battle, while Lin Feng has Lingji support Hipper with repairs and, provide solid logistical support." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, suddenly questioning whether sharing a living space with his character would lead to an overly eventful future. Hipper, meanwhile, could only facepalm, letting out a barely audible sigh. Chapter 31. The air in his troubles. Leo's enthusiasm was swift to arise and dissipate, soon transforming into an insatiable curiosity and a desire to share. He practically dragged Lin Feng along as he began to recount the various amenities of their luxurious dormitory, most of which Lin Feng and Lingji had already explored. "Look at this immersive virtual pod, the latest model. It supports the highest level tactical simulations and energy sensing synchronization. Training effectiveness is top-notch. It does consume quite a bit of energy, but no worries. The school covers water and power," Leo exclaimed, slapping the smooth exterior of the virtual pod enthusiastically. "And this kitchen, fully automated. Just voice order what you want, and the robots will whip it up for you. Though the taste is just average, it's incredibly friendly for those who can't cook. Check out the balcony. Look at the view. Stargazing at night is sublime. Just be wary of the wind. Last time my training uniform almost got blown away." He rambled on, while Hipper silently made her way to the kitchen, skillfully preparing 2 cups of hot tea with high-quality leaves, presenting them to Lin Feng and Lingji with grace, starkly contrasting Leo's chaotic energy. "Thank you," Lin Feng said, accepting the cup, which felt warm and smooth in his hands, with a refreshing aroma that was clearly of superior quality. He cast a meaningful glance at Leo. "Leo, it seems you are quite familiar with this place. You don't seem like a newcomer." "Huh? Oh me? I arrived here half a month early." Leo scratched his messy hair and chuckled sheepishly. "There were some issues at home, and since I had nothing to do, I thought I'd come early to familiarize myself with the environment." Lin Feng noticed that when Leo mentioned home, Hipper subtly rolled her eyes. "Half a month early in the new student dormitory? That's quite a privilege not typically afforded to ordinary students, Lin Feng remarked, taking a sip of his tea leisurely. Well, Leo's gaze flickered, and he chuckled nervously. Just lucky, I guess. Maybe the school saw that I'm quite handsome and possess potential. Huchu, standing nearby, coldly interjected. This is due to the Xinhuan Group's donation of 3 standard units of the Silent Core energy refinery to the school, along with a commitment to prioritize the supply of 10% of the material for this year's new student ship manifestations. As part of this arrangement, Commander Liao gained the privilege of early accommodation and preferential resource allocation. Hey, Huchu, don't say that. Liao's face flushed crimson, and he leapt up to cover Huchu's mouth, but the latter deftly sidestepped him with a swift retreat. The Xinhuan Group? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He was no stranger to the name. It was one of the foremost mega interstellar corporations within the Human Federation, engaged in shipbuilding, silent core energy development, and the trade of rare materials, a true behemoth of the military-industrial complex. The Liao family's business was merely one of its subsidiaries. Casting a glance at Liao, Lin Feng's expression turned more playful. So, our classmate Liao is the young heir of the Xinhuan family? How intriguing. He recalled his earlier dealings with Li Jin, a representative of the Liao family, who had vaguely mentioned that the chairman had a young master also attending Panga Defense University. Well, please, what young master? Liao waved his hand dismissively, a hint of irritation and discomfort crossing his face. It's just a title, and it's a nuisance. My father, brother, and sister are constantly trying to push me into studying business management, so I can return to take over, dealing with reports, contracts, and clients all day long. Utterly boring. Seemingly having found a sympathetic ear, he flopped onto the sofa, pouring out his grievances. Am I the kind of person who can sit still? Clearly not. My dream is to pilot Huchu, racing across the starry seas, engaging in fierce combat with alien races, protecting human civilization. How exhilarating that would be. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Imagine bombarding their home planet with massive cannons, skinning them alive to avenge our ancestors, turning them into canned food. By the end of his tirade, he was gritting his teeth, wishing he could bite into one of those edible aliens right then and there. Lin Feng remained silent. Huchu lightly smacked him on the head, reminding him to stay on topic. Liao returned to his original point, waving his fists, his face aglow with pure zeal and aspiration. So, I had a big argument with them and then ran off to take the entrance exam for Panga Defense University. Don't be fooled by my current demeanor. I contracted Huchu entirely on my own merit. Silent Core, level LV7. My talent test was rated A. At this, he swelled with pride once more. Huchu, standing nearby, coolly added, although the special alloys and silent core crystals required for the ship manifestation were reluctantly approved by the chairman's wife. They were provided in the form of a student loan with an annual interest rate of 0.5. The commander is obligated to serve the group for 20 years post-graduation or offset this with military achievements. Come on, Huchu. Can you at least spare me some dignity? Liao retorted. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It was becoming clear to him that this roommate was an unabashed, dream-chasing, wealthy, hot-blooded, single-minded youth. His character was straightforward and a tad goofy, yet fundamentally good-natured, even somewhat endearing. So, you are now self-reliant? Lin Feng inquired, stifling a laugh. Of course. Liao puffed out his chest. My family provided the initial funding and a significant portion of the manifestation materials. But my mother insists on withholding that little bit of material I need. All other expenses must come from me. I take on missions, hunt bugs, or, occasionally take on small tasks from home. His last statement was somewhat vague. Last week, the task the commander undertook at home was to clear an automated refining platform occupied by crystal entities in the 3rd mining zone of the Xinhuan Group on Lisha Star. The mission was rated B, and almost resulted in an overload of the platform's reactor due to your reckless assault tactics, Commander. Huchu ruthlessly exposed the truth. That turned out fine in the end. Besides, the mission reward was quite generous. Liao protested, though his confidence wavered. Lin Feng exchanged amused glances with Huchu, both of them seeing the humor in the situation. With such a lively roommate, it seemed their future days would be anything but dull. By the way, Lin Feng. Liao suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. That massive ship outside, is it truly your repair vessel? 42 kilometers? How did you manage that? What does your family do? Are they wealthier than mine? He seemed to have a realization, his eyes widening. Could it be that you're also a young master from some prominent family who has secretly run away? No, wait. I don't recall a major conglomerate with the surname Lin. Seeing the eager and somewhat nosy look in Liao's eyes, Lin Feng smiled, feigning profundity as he took a sip of tea. What do you think? Chapter 32. Technical Exchange and Combat Invitation. Liao's curiosity was clearly not something that could be easily dismissed with a simple question. He circled around Lin Feng, bombarding him with inquiries, ranging from the performance parameters of Lingji's ship body to Lin Feng's silent core level, and then to their respective origins and training methods. Resembling a walking encyclopedia of questions, Lin Feng mostly responded ambiguously or deflected with humor. The infinite silent core pool and system were his greatest secrets, and he had no intention of revealing them. He merely stated that he was a war orphan who had fortuitously contracted Lingji and, even more fortuitously, discovered some relics from predecessors during an exploration, which allowed him to scrape together the materials needed for Lingji's manifestation. This narrative was a blend of truth and fabrication, a carefully crafted explanation he had prepared beforehand. Although Liao was a hot-blooded, single-minded individual, he was not foolish. Sensing Lin Feng's reluctance to divulge more details, he wisely refrained from probing further, his eyes sparkling with envy at the mention of those so-called relics from the predecessors. Exploring ruins. I want to go too. I've heard that not only are there rare materials inside, but sometimes you can also find lost technological blueprints. Huchu, let us apply for an exploration mission. Liao turned eagerly toward his ship girl. Huchu coolly shattered his fantasies. Commander, given our current state without a manifested ship body, the approval rate for applying for a high-risk exploration mission is 0. Low-risk ruins have mostly been cleared out, and the returns cannot cover the expenses. I recommend that you start with the more practical tasks, such as clearing the insect nests on Lisha Star and scouting the crystal entity teams. Liao's enthusiasm immediately waned. Finding the situation amusing, Lin Feng steered the conversation toward a topic of mutual interest: military equipment and combat techniques. Sure enough, upon mentioning this, Liao immediately perked up. He excitedly dragged Lin Feng to tour his armory, which was essentially an oversized storage room attached to his main bedroom. Inside, it was a treasure trove filled with various models of power armor and exoskeletons, ranging from lightweight reconnaissance types to heavily armored assault variants, with several custom-made, flamboyantly painted in gold and crimson, high-end pieces. The workbench nearby was cluttered with an array of tools and spare parts. Look, this is my Chi Hu 3 power armor. It's been enhanced with special impact gauntlets and a short-range jet propulsion module. Isn't it impressive? Liao proudly patted a gold-red suit of armor that looked quite costly. And this one is the Shadow Phantom exoskeleton, equipped with optical camouflage and sound wave cancellation. I relied on it last time when I snuck into the Zerg hive for reconnaissance. That heavy one over there, the fortress-style armor, has incredible firepower. Though it consumes a lot of energy, even I at LV7 can only sustain combat for half an hour while wearing it. Lingji observed the room filled with advanced equipment, her eyes sparkling with interest. She took a few steps closer, inspecting the joint connections and energy circuit designs of one of the armors with a focused expression, even instinctively extending her finger, which glimmered with a faint green energy aura, seemingly conducting some form of scanning analysis. Commander Liao, the hydraulic damping system in the right leg of this Chi Hu 3 armor appears to have a design flaw. After consecutive high-intensity jumps, the wear rate of bearings number 7 and number 8 will increase abnormally. It is advisable to install an auxiliary heat sink here and to regularly inspect and replace the specialized lubricant, specifically the L-77 model produced by Xinhuan Heavy Industries. Lingji quietly and earnestly made this suggestion. Liao was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise. Huh? Is that so? I didn't notice anything. Huqing, is that true? Huqing nodded, his gaze towards Lingji now imbued with a hint of astonishment and admiration. Miss Lingji's judgment is indeed accurate. That particular model of armor does possess this latent flaw, which the manufacturer mentioned in an internal briefing, although it has not been made public. The suggested solution aligns closely with our findings. Liao's mouth fell agape as he looked back and forth between Lingji and Lin Feng. Wow, Lin Feng, your Lingji is quite impressive. No wonder she is a maintenance ship girl. Her insight is remarkable. Lin Feng beamed with pride, gently ruffling Lingji's hair. My Lingji is truly the finest engineer. Lingji's cheeks flushed with bashfulness at the compliment, her head bowing shyly, though a smile crept on her lips. With a shared topic of discussion, the atmosphere became increasingly amiable. Liao began to enthusiastically recount his combat experiences, which revolved around charging in, firepower coverage, trusting Huqing. Do you know what the doctrine of fire suppression entails? His fervor for aggressive tactics elicited frequent face palms from Huqing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng shared some precise sniping techniques environmental utilization, and energy control tips he had accumulated during his hunts on Leisha Star. Although he held back certain details, Leo listened in rapt attention, astonished by these novel strategies. Is it really possible to hide and take shots? Doesn't that seem a bit unheroic? Leo scratched his head, evidently struggling to accept such a stealthy approach. Effectively neutralizing the enemy while preserving oneself is the best tactic. Lin Feng shrugged. Survival is paramount. If you're dead, you have nothing left. Huqing, however, regarded Lin Feng with a thoughtful expression, clearly appreciating the value of this calm and efficient combat style. As their conversation continued, Leo suddenly slapped his thigh. That's right, Lin Feng. In a few days, the school is organizing an adaptive combat drill for new students. It will primarily focus on power armor combat and squad tactical coordination. Let us team up. You provide long-range precision strikes while I charge in for close combat. With Huqing's firepower command and Lingji's support, we will undoubtedly sweep the field. His excitement grew with each word, his eyes sparkling. The rewards for first place are quite generous. I heard they're offering advanced void core crystals and rare material exchange vouchers. Perfect for helping Huqing gather ship materials. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. A combat rewards? This could be an excellent opportunity for quickly acquiring resources, testing one's abilities, and observing other students. He glanced at Lingji, who was also looking at him with eager eyes. Teaming up sounded promising. Lin Feng stroked his chin, not immediately agreeing, but adding, however, I need to familiarize myself with the rules and the competitor situations first. Moreover, his tone shifted to one of playful mockery as he looked at Leo. Before that, Leo, shouldn't you first resolve the bearing issue with your red tiger? You wouldn't want to break down halfway through the charge. That would turn a sweeping victory into a complete disaster. Oh, right, Leo exclaimed, springing up and rushing towards the workbench. Huqing, quickly, bring out the stock of L77 lubricant and the heat sinks. Lingji, could you assist me in checking if there are any other adjustments needed? Observing Leo, who had instantly shifted into a tech-savvy mode, and the earnest guidance from Lingji, alongside Huqing's expression of finally engaging in something productive, Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. It seemed his university life was destined to be anything but tranquil from the very start. The upcoming combat drill might indeed serve as an intriguing beginning. He found himself anticipating the kind of stir he and the vivacious Leo would create at the Panga Defense Academy. Chapter 33. The joining of the Fox alone in the modification line. Leo circled around Lin Feng, as if he had just discovered a new world, suddenly smacking his forehead. Hey, Lin Feng, while you were busy looking at my junk, where's your power armor? Did you not bring it? Hurry and show it to me. The commander of such a formidable maintenance ship girl must have an extraordinary ride. Do you need any powerful equipment? I have plenty of good stuff to install for you. He displayed a hospitable demeanor, gesturing to his collection of valuable equipment. Lin Feng chuckled, pointing towards the window. It's on the Lingji. It wouldn't be appropriate to arrive at the dorm in power armor. On the ship? Then let's go get it, Leo exclaimed, even more eager than Lin Feng. Come on, let us go. I want to see your big guy. I've never been on a 42-kilometer maintenance ship before. Huqing interjected nearby. Commander, boarding a ship without permission is highly disrespectful. Oh, right. Leo deflated immediately, looking longingly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, amused by his expression, reassured him. There will be plenty of opportunities to visit after the tour. I'll go get the armor. Lingji, he turned towards the little maintenance ship girl who was diligently examining the energy circuit of Leo's red tiger armor. Please stay here and continue assisting Commander Leo with the equipment inspection, checking for any areas that could be optimized. Certainly, Commander. Rest assured. Lingji raised her head, nodding earnestly. Assisting a friend of her commander and engaging with such diverse equipment made her quite happy. Lin Feng departed the dormitory alone and made his way to the commuting station downstairs. The Panga Defense Academy's campus was immensely vast, covering a staggering 68 million square kilometers. Traveling from the living quarters to the docking area required a considerable amount of time, even by shuttle. He pondered for a moment, accessing the campus network terminal to review the regulations regarding ground transportation. As a commander with a manifested ship body, he possessed the authority to summon a small transport craft. Though the procedures seemed somewhat cumbersome, why complicate matters? Lin Feng thought, and an idea struck him. He altered his route, directly boarding the shuttle headed to the large ground docking area where the Lingji was anchored. The majestic, pure, white, giant vessel stood silently in its designated berth, resembling a resting giant. Compared to the generally 1 to 2 kilometer long destroyers and cruisers, it was an imposing presence, capturing the attention of countless passing students. As Lin Feng approached the hatch, the Lingji, as an extension of its own being, sensed its commander's presence and opened the door. Boarding the Lingji, he navigated with familiarity to the hangar where the Fox Alone armor and Star Fox assault craft were stored. After enduring intense hunts on Leisha Star and continuous maintenance upgrades by Lingji, the exterior of the Fox Alone had undergone considerable transformation since its inception. The armor's lines were now more pronounced, with additional protective plates affixed to certain areas, and the weapon systems had been fine-tuned, exuding an aura of seasoned combat readiness. Gazing at the armor that had accompanied him through life-and-death battles, Lin Feng opted not to wear it immediately. Instead, he secured it within the cargo hold of the Star Fox assault craft. Subsequently, he took his seat in the cockpit of the Star Fox and started the engine. The lightweight assault craft emitted a deep, powerful hum as it smoothly exited the Lingji's hangar, ascending into the sky and flying at a slow pace towards the living quarters. Guided by the coordinates Lin Feng inputted, it was not unusual for an assault craft to appear above the campus. But when it directly descended to the public landing pad atop Building B7 of the Starlight Courtyard, it caused quite a stir. After all, it was rare for a new student to land an assault craft on the dormitory rooftop as if it were a personal vehicle. Lin Feng safely parked the Star Fox, locked the systems, and then donned the Fox Alone armor to bring it back to the dormitory. When he reopened the door to room 2901, he beheld Leo enthusiastically sprawled over a disassembled power armor, exclaiming animatedly, while Lingji stood beside him, wielding a light pen and diligently sketching on a virtual screen. Elucidating some intricate concepts, Huche squatted next to Leo, occasionally nodding or adding a remark. Wow, Lingji, you are incredible. The issue of energy dissipation has troubled me for so long. So it turns out we need to adjust the deflection angle of this circuit. And the fuel mixture ratio for the injector can actually be optimized this way. Okay, write it down, jot it all down. We must revise everything later. Upon noticing Lin Feng's return, who was arranging his battle-scarred, rugged lone Fox model, Leo's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, a battle-damaged Falcon 3 base model. These scars look so cool, and so many modifications. This armor is reinforced. Is it a new electromagnetic sniper cannon? Impressive. And a plasma injector? Lin Feng, your armor is being modified into a universal assassin. Leo, with his affluent background, swiftly discerned the foundation and modification direction of the Lone Fox. He immediately abandoned his own armor and rushed to inspect the Lone Fox, touching this and examining that, his mouth agape in awe. What a treasure! The foundation is solid, and the modifications are quite ingenious, although it still lacks a certain something. Suddenly, he spun around and dashed back to his equipment storage, rummaging through boxes and emerging with several sealed cases. Come, everyone get a share. I've got some excellent parts for you. Before Lin Feng could react, Leo had already opened the cases, revealing enticingly gleaming precision components. Here, the Hawk 7 ultra-long-range sniper auxiliary computing unit from the Star Horizon Heavy Industry Lab. It comes with environmental fluctuation correction and ballistic prediction, perfectly complements your electromagnetic sniper. And this, an upgrade kit for the Inferno-style microfusion core energy backpack. Boosts peak output by 15, extends operational time by half an hour. It will make wielding the armor much easier. Oh, and this ghost coating. It absorbs waves, prevents energy detection, and can even somewhat distort optical observations. A must-have for sneaky black ops. Lin Feng gazed at these evidently valuable pieces of equipment, some of which might even be classified, bemused. Leo, this is far too precious. Precious? Letting it gather dust here would be a waste. Leo waved dismissively, not permitting any refusal. Besides, we are now roommates and future comrades. The stronger you are, the greater our chances of securing first place as a team. It's all for the future of humanity. Stop hesitating. Huche, Lingji, lend a hand. Let us get it installed right away. Without further ado, he began dismantling the external armor plates of the Lone Fox. Huche sighed, but skillfully picked up tools to assist. Lingji glanced at Lin Feng, and upon receiving his nod of approval, her eyes sparkled as she eagerly joined the modification team. Her expertise and meticulous operational skills beautifully complemented Leo's extravagant approach to resource allocation. As Lin Feng observed the transformed living room into a high-end modification workshop, with Leo and the two ship girls passionately immersed in their tasks, he shook his head, a warm feeling swelling within him. This roommate, though a bit of a goof, possessed a rare sincerity and loyalty. He decided not to be pretentious any longer and rolled up his sleeves. All right then, thank you. What can I do to help? Just stay out of the way. Don't interfere with the masters at work. Leo called back without turning, his hands still moving swiftly. Lin Feng, okay. It seems I have no role here. Chapter 34. Campus Banquet and Starry Night Armor Trials. Under the diligent collaboration of the three self-proclaimed masters, the in-depth modification of the Lone Fox power armor continued for over an hour. Leo took charge of providing top-tier components and the brute force necessary for disassembly and installation. Hu Che managed system compatibility, debugging, and data calibration, while Lingji was responsible for the most intricate energy circuit welding, internal structure optimization, and the final overall performance balancing. When the last armor plate was reattached, the silver-gray exterior of the Lone Fox appeared largely unchanged, but internally it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The lines were more fluid, and several critical areas were coated with the dark ghost coating provided by Leo, exuding an aura of understated danger. Done. Perfect. Leo wiped away non-existent sweat, proudly placing his hands on his hips as he admired his masterpiece. Hu Che connected the data interface for the final self-check. All systems operational. Sniper auxiliary system calibrated. Energy core output stable. Stealth coating performance meets standards. Overall assessment indicates an approximate 385 enhancement in armor performance. Lingji's calibration was instrumental in effectively preventing energy conflicts and performance excess among the various systems. Lingji, slightly embarrassed by the praise, murmured, "It was the excellent performance of the components provided by Commander Leo, and Hu Che's system integration was flawless." Lin Feng, looking at the newly returned data on the terminal, felt a thrill of surprise. Leo's treasures were indeed impressive, especially that sniper auxiliary unit, which would significantly enhance his ultra-long-range hit rate. Lingji's meticulous tuning had brought the hardware's performance to an extraordinary level. "Thank you, Leo, Hu Che. I truly appreciate your hard work." Lin Feng expressed his sincere gratitude. "Not a big deal." Leo threw an arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, grinning. "Let's go. After a busy afternoon, I'm starving. Let's eat. My treat. You must try the hardcore meals at our Panga Defense First Canteen." The four of them exited the dormitory and arrived at the largest and most popular dining hall, the First Canteen. Rather than merely a canteen, it resembled a vast dining center, encompassing everything from standard synthetic nutrient meals and delicacies crafted by alien cuisines to natural foods from various star systems and even high-end custom dishes, capable of satisfying the diverse tastes of students from different galaxies. The air was filled with the aromas of various dishes, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. Lao, evidently a regular here, led them directly to an upscale section. The grilled dragon ribs and starlight fish soup here are absolutely phenomenal. They're made from special ingredients cultivated in the void energy field, which are beneficial for restoring mental energy. He ordered an extravagant array of dishes without a care for the price. Lin Feng gazed at the price tags in astonishment. This meal was worth several months of a typical student's living expenses. Hu Che appeared to be accustomed to this, quietly sitting beside them. Lingji, on the other hand, became highly interested in a plate of exquisite desserts emanating a faint energy aura. During the meal, Leo, ever the chatterbox, regaled them with tales from his first half-month at school, sharing anecdotes about particularly strict instructors, the latest training ground equipment, and the most challenging simulated battles. While Lin Feng listened with a smile, discerning useful information among the anecdotes. "By the way, Lin Feng," Leo said after finishing a rib and wiping his mouth, his eyes gleaming, "the armor is ready. Just looking at the data is so dull. Tonight, let's take on a small cleanup mission on Leisha Star together and give our guns a test run. What do you say? Let's stretch our muscles and show those pesky bugs the might of our newly modified gear." Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Testing the equipment in real combat was indeed the fastest way to familiarize himself with it, and he also needed to continue accumulating system rewards and alloy units. He glanced at Lingji, who was also eagerly looking at him. "All right," Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Awesome. Then it's settled," Leo exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table so hard that his chopsticks flew. "Hu Che, apply for flight route clearance and mission acceptance. We'll head out half an hour after finishing our meal." As night fell, the two moons of Kunlun Star cast their cold glow upon the Earth. The Star Fox, accompanied by a much smaller personal luxury assault craft. The Hubin, painted in a striking gold and crimson, departed from the Panga Defense and merged into the route towards Leisha Star. Once again treading upon this rust-red planet, Lin Feng and Leo piloted their respective power armors, resembling two phantoms under the shroud of night, surging towards their mission objective, a concealed gathering point of engineering worms nestled beneath intricate rock layers. The combat unfolded with little suspense. Leo's modified Red Tiger armor burst forth like a ferocious beast, drawing fire with its formidable power and assault weaponry, its golden red coating gleaming vividly under the moonlight. In contrast, Lin Feng's lone fox was entirely cloaked in darkness, its upgraded sniper system rendering his attacks eerily silent, yet lethally precise. Each faint hum of the electromagnetic sniper cannon was invariably followed by the explosive demise of a distant engineering worm's head. Occasionally, a stray target would approach, only to be instantly incinerated by the elusive plasma projector. Their divergent styles, one brash, the other stealthy, created a remarkable synergy. Leo's aggressive onslaught sowed chaos, crafting an ideal sniping environment for Lin Feng, while Lin Feng's precise long-range support adeptly mitigated any brief crises Leo encountered due to his reckless advances. Hu Che and Ling Ji remained aboard the assault craft, providing aerial reconnaissance, communication relay, and data support, while vigilantly monitoring the surrounding battlefield to prevent encirclement by swarming insects. The battle concluded swiftly. Leo, exhilarated, inspected his spoils, thoroughly pleased with his new modifications. Lin Feng silently reveled in the enhancements bestowed by the upgraded Lone Fox. With improvements in shooting accuracy, energy control, and stealth capabilities far surpassing their previous state. Exhilarating, Leo exclaimed over the communication channel. Lin Feng, your sharpshooting grows increasingly cunning. The coordination was impeccable. Let us execute it this way in the next drill. After clearing the battlefield and collecting valuable biological samples, the two assault crafts returned home. By the time they reached their dormitory, it was already late at night. The fatigue from intense combat and the back-and-forth travel washed over them, and after a brief wash-up, the two retreated to their rooms, sinking into deep slumber, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, or perhaps due to their excitement over the new equipment which made them forget to set alarms. The next morning, when sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, Dormitory 2901 remained eerily silent until Chapter 35. The star duo who were late for the first day of school. The jarring pre-class bell seemed to emanate from a distant horizon, gradually penetrating Lin Feng's consciousness. He jolted awake, glancing at the timer by his bedside. 0758. The first class for new students, Fundamentals of Starfleet Command, was scheduled for 0800. Although the classroom was particularly close to the dormitory, even running would require at least 10 minutes. Oh no! Lin Feng snapped into full awareness, swiftly rolling out of bed and donning his blue and white commander's uniform. Almost simultaneously, a panicked shout and a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from next door. I'm going to be late. Okay, why didn't you wake me? And where are my pants? 3 minutes later, two disheveled figures, their uniforms hastily donned and collars barely straightened, burst through their door and rushed to the unmanned shuttle station outside. Ling Ji and Hu Che followed closely, maintaining their calm demeanor. Due to the prohibition of personal airships in the teaching area, the duo could only take the unmanned shuttle. Faster! 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 Leo exclaimed, hopping anxiously while waiting for the shuttle. We're going to be late for the first class, and it's with Professor Zhao, the Grim Reaper. We're doomed. Professor Zhao? Lin Feng, adjusting his collar while catching his breath, inquired. Professor Zhao Jinhua, the big shot from the Fleet Command Department, known for his strictness, rigidity, and explosive temper. Anyone caught late in his class never ends well. I heard that last time. A senior was 3 minutes late and had to clean the simulation war chamber for an entire month. Lin Feng felt a sense of foreboding at this news. The shuttle finally arrived, and the two squeezed aboard, with Leo frantically banging on the shuttle and shouting, "Hurry up, you slow vehicle!" Upon reaching the designated teaching building and classroom, the class bell had already rung, and the heavy soundproof door remained firmly shut. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Leo, both reflecting a mix of helplessness and slight anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Leo steeled himself and gently pushed open the classroom door. The tiered classroom, capable of accommodating over 100 students, was nearly filled to capacity. At the podium stood a tall, serious-looking man clad in immaculate military uniform, sans insignia, as a symbol of honor, with sharp eyes that pierced like an eagle's, addressing the audience with a booming voice that commanded undeniable authority. He was evidently the Professor Zhao, the Grim Reaper, as Leo had referred to him. Zhao Jinhua had fought on the front lines for humanity, resisting alien forces for nearly a century. Having sacrificed 3 ship girls, he returned to his alma mater to cultivate new talents for the Federation. His formidable psychic energy left only faint traces of time upon him. The new students in the classroom had been attentively seated, listening intently. The sudden opening of the classroom door instantly drew the attention of every student. Dozens of curious, scrutinizing, and even amused gazes converged on the two somewhat disheveled latecomers at the entrance. Whispers began to ripple through the room like a rising tide. "Oh, someone is late? Wow, they've got guts. daring to be late for Professor Zhao as class. ISNT that Lin Feng, the one who arrived in the repair ship yesterday? Who was that next to him? Here, SA mess, don't recognize him. Did they come together? The professor at the podium halted his speech, slowly turning to face the door, his sharp gaze sweeping over the entrance like a spotlight, his brow furrowing tightly, an aura of unyielding authority chilling the classroom temperature. Leo felt a shiver run down his spine under that scrutinizing gaze, instinctively standing at attention, stammering, "Our report, Professor." Lin Feng, too, felt the weight of pressure. But he quickly regained his composure, standing straight and calmly addressing the suddenly silent classroom. "Report, Professor. New students Lin Feng and Leo, late due to unforeseen circumstances, request entry." Professor Zhao's gaze lingered on the two for a few seconds, particularly fixating on Lin Feng for a moment, seemingly recognizing him as the repair ship commander who had caused a stir the previous day. His expression remained stern, but he did not immediately erupt. Instead, he coldly inquired, "Unforeseen circumstances? What circumstances? Engine failure of your starship, or were you ambushed by alien forces?" A wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the classroom. Leo's face flushed crimson. Unable to respond, Lin Feng, however, remained unflappable, quickly racking his brain in the brief moment before responding candidly. "Report, Professor, it was due to a personal time management error, as I did not allocate sufficient travel time. No excuses." Professor Zhao scrutinized Lin Feng, snorting, "At least you were honest. Guomin, find a seat." "Yes. Thank you, Professor." The two felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders and hurriedly bowed their heads, hastily entering the classroom and finding two empty seats at the back. Ling Ji and Hu Che, like the other ship girls, quietly stood in the designated area at the back of the classroom. After the minor commotion, Professor Zhao cleared his throat and the classroom returned to silence. He surveyed the room. "The recent incident of tardiness serves as a valuable lesson for our first class. On the battlefield, time discrepancies equate to failure and death. As commanders, possessing a precise sense of time is the most fundamental quality. I hope all of you remember this." A shiver ran through all the new students. As the self-introduction session neared its conclusion, Professor Zhao rapped lightly on the podium. With the arrival of two additional students, he remarked, "You two shall now introduce yourselves as a form of penance. Please, enlighten your future comrades about yourselves." His gaze fell upon Leo. "Let us begin with this uniquely coiffed student." Caught off guard by the sudden call, Leo stood up once again, tousling his characteristic tousled hair. A charming, albeit slightly foolish smile spread across his face, exuding an infectious energy. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Leo. I'm a level 7 with the essence of silence. My contracted ship girl is the battlecruiser Hipper. My dream is to become the most formidable fleet commander, obliterating those alien pests into oblivion. I look forward to your guidance." His straightforward and passionate introduction alleviated the earlier awkwardness of their tardiness, eliciting laughter from several classmates who found him quite amusing. Professor Zhao responded with a non-committal HM, turning his attention to Lin Feng. With a calm demeanor, Lin Feng rose, his eyes scanning the classroom. His voice was clear and steady as he introduced himself. "I am Lin Feng, level 9 with the essence of silence. My contracted ship girl is the repair vessel Lingji. I take pleasure in exterminating various alien threats that harm humanity. My hobby is ship girls." His succinct introduction, while brief, sent a wave of gasps and whispers through the classroom as the implications of level 9, repair ship, and extermination sank in. "Level 9? A freshman? Are you jesting? Was that massive ship in the dock yesterday truly his repair vessel? An initial ship girl as a repair ship? And at level 9? What kind of monstrous newcomer is this?" The expressions of curiosity, astonishment, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely concealed envy converged on Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Leo stood proudly beside him, as though the attention was directed at him. Professor Zhao regarded Lin Feng with a penetrating gaze, a flicker of intrigue evident in his eyes. But he refrained from probing further, merely nodding. "Very well. Please take your seats." He turned to the center of the podium, resting his hands on the surface, his piercing gaze sweeping across the audience. "Now that everyone is finally here, I extend a warm welcome to you all at the Pangu Star Domain's first Joint Defense University, and to the Department of Interstellar Warship Command and Engineering. From this day forth, you shall bid farewell to your past comforts and naivety. Here, every piece of knowledge you acquire, every skill you master, may one day determine the fate of a starship, the outcome of a fleet, or even the trajectory of human civilization itself. For our first lesson, we shall not delve into profound theories. I pose but one question to you: what is a commander? The classroom fell into a profound silence. All the freshmen, including the recently seated Lin Feng and Leo, instinctively straightened their posture, their eyes fixated on the imposing figure of the professor. Their inaugural lesson, after the interlude of tardiness, was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 36, the first lesson. What constitutes a military leader? What constitutes command? What is a commander? The audience remained silent. Someone instinctively considered responding with one who commands a fleet, but upon seeing the professor's solemn expression, swallowed their words. Is it power? Is it status? Is it the honor of being able to contract formidable ship girls, revered by others? Professor Zhao's voice suddenly rose. Or is it the ability to pilot a majestic warship, racing through the cosmic seas, savoring the sense of power bestowed by ship girls? He slammed his hand on the podium, producing a resounding bang that startled some students. Nonsense! The crude exclamation slipped from his lips, yet it bore an unusual intensity. If you hold such notions, you may as well leave this classroom. Leave the Panga Defense University. The Federation has no need for such commanders. He descended from the podium, pacing slowly down the aisle, his gaze sharp, as if to penetrate the souls of each student. A commander is, first and foremost, a soldier. And a soldier is by no means a mere killing machine, nor a reckless brute pursuing personal martial prowess. His voice was deep and resonant, filled with strength, echoing within the human federation, within our military that carries the finest heritage of ancient Blue Star. Where being a soldier signifies responsibility. It signifies sacrifice. It signifies guardianship. He halted before a student sitting upright. Tell me, what is the duty of a soldier? The student promptly stood and declared, reporting to the professor, to defend the Federation, to combat the alien threats. Indeed, to combat the aliens. Professor Zhao nodded, but swiftly shifted his focus. But why do we fight? Merely for survival? To reclaim lost star domains? He no longer addressed a specific individual, but the entire assembly. We fight for the billions of ordinary citizens behind us, for those who cannot harness the essence of silence, who cannot contract ship girls, yet continue to contribute to the preservation of civilization in factories, in fields, in research institutes, in every ordinary role. Their safety, their hope, their right to live in peace, is the singular reason we grip our weapons, command our starships, and even sacrifice our lives. That is what it means to fight for the people. This is the supreme creed inscribed in the very essence of our military. The classroom remained silent, with only the professor's powerful words resonating in the air. Many students, including Lin Feng, instinctively straightened their backs. Having come from Earth in the 21st century, he felt an innate closeness and recognition towards the concept of a people's army. Hearing the same principles resonate in this distant future of interstellar times stirred a fervent passion within him. Leo, too, had set aside his playful demeanor, his gaze now marked by unprecedented focus. And you, commanders, Professor Zhao's voice rose once more. You are not ordinary soldiers. You are the core and soul of the military. The bond you forge with your ship girls transcends life and death. They exist due to human will, fighting for humanity's preservation as the purest creations. A qualified commander must not only remember the soldier's duty, but also understand the weight of this contract. Your strength derives from the unwavering trust and reliance of your ship girls. Every decision you make impacts their very existence. You shall be their guiding light. He gestured towards the window, as if pointing to the boundless cosmos. Look outside. Aliens lurk, peril abounds. The Sarlag swarm seeks to devour our flesh. The crystal entities aim to plunder our homes. The whispers of the void wish to corrupt our souls, and the end mechanisms seek to annihilate our very existence. In the face of such foes, what has enabled us to endure until now? It is the people behind us. It is the comrades beside us. It is the irreplaceable bond and shared beliefs between us and our ship girls. A commander is not a title of power, but a shackle of responsibility. It signifies that when disaster strikes, you must be the last to evacuate. When a comrade is in peril, you must rescue them at all costs. When civilization calls, you must step forward without hesitation, even at the cost of your own life and that of your ship girl. Tell me, he thundered, do you possess this resolve? Yes. The students, including Lin Feng and Leo, erupted in a fervent roar. Even those students yet to manifest their ship girls felt an unprecedented sense of mission and honor surging through their veins. Lingji, Hipper, and the other ship girls standing at the back of the classroom shared the same fervor. Lingji clasped her small hands tightly against her chest, her amber eyes shimmering with determination and pride. Hipper nodded slightly, her cool gaze now imbued with profound recognition. Professor Zhao gazed at the group of young individuals ignited with fervor and a sense of responsibility, and a barely perceptible arc of softness seemed to grace his otherwise stern visage. He returned to the podium. Very well. I hope you will forever remember the words spoken today. He tapped his temple lightly. Bear in mind, strength is paramount. Hierarchy is crucial. Tactics are essential. However, power that has lost its direction is far more terrifying than weakness. He instructed now. Activate your terminals to receive the code of conduct for federal soldiers and the guidelines for commander behavior. Before the conclusion of today's class, I expect you to read them thoroughly. In our next session, I will conduct a random inquiry. A subtle sigh of discontent swept through the classroom, swiftly replaced by the silence of students perusing the electronic documents. In the subsequent lecture, Professor Zhao commenced a detailed discourse on the commander's position within the fleet, the synergy with ship girls, and the fundamental decision-making principles under varying combat situations, weaving in specific battle examples. His explanations were both profound and accessible, displaying a clear logic, occasionally interspersed with intriguing anecdotes from the front lines, rendering the session both rigorous and captivating. Lin Feng was thoroughly engrossed, realizing that despite Professor Zhao's austere demeanor, his military philosophy and command principles were remarkably advanced and pragmatic, particularly his insights into information warfare, psychological operations, and asymmetric combat, which surpassed Lin Feng's expectations as a time traveler. This revelation diminished the last vestiges of the subtle superiority he felt due to possessing a system, allowing him to truly immerse himself in the learning experience. Li Ao, too, unusually refrained from distraction or mischief, furrowing his brow in earnest effort to absorb the professor's teachings, occasionally jotting down notes on his terminal. The class passed swiftly. As the dismissal bell rang, many students found themselves still yearning for more. Class dismissed, Professor Zhao announced, closing his lecture notes, his gaze sweeping to the back row. Lin Feng, Li Ao. Follow me to my office. The inevitable had come to pass. Lin Feng and Li Ao exchanged a glance, rising resignedly amidst the mixed expressions of sympathy, curiosity, and schadenfreude from their classmates as they followed Professor Zhao out of the classroom. Lingji and Huchu promptly trailed behind them. Chapter 37. Special attention in the office. Professor Zhao Jinhua's office was situated on the upper floors of the teaching building, offering a splendid view of expansive training grounds and a distant glimpse of the majestic Unzhao mountain star ring. However, the decor within the office was remarkably austere. Apart from the essential desk and chairs, bookshelves, and a modest set of sofas with a coffee table for visitors, there were no superfluous decorations. The shelves were filled with both paper and electronic forms of military theories, historical battle archives, and treatises on quantum energy research. The air was imbued with a faint aroma reminiscent of old books mingled with cleaning agents, contributing to an atmosphere of solemnity and rigidity. Close the door, Professor Zhao commanded as he seated himself behind his desk, gesturing for Huchu, who lagged behind, to shut the door. The door closed silently, isolating them from the external clamor. Within the office remained only the three of them and the two ship girls. Professor Zhao did not speak immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Lin Feng and Li Ao, standing side by side, his sharp eyes lingering momentarily on their somewhat disheveled uniform collars. Lingji stood anxiously to the rear of Lin Feng, instinctively tugging at the hem of his clothing, while Huchu stood beside Li Ao, maintaining an erect posture with a calm expression. The silence bore an oppressive weight. Unable to contain himself, Li Ao spoke first, his voice slightly dry. Professor, we acknowledge our mistake. We absolutely won to be late again. Professor Zhao scoffed, leaning back in his chair. Late? If that were the only issue, I would simply have you run 20 laps around the track. His fingers lightly tapped the polished surface of the desk. Liao, young master of the Li family from Xinhuan Corporation. I hear you had quite the quarrel with your family, insisting on coming to the front lines to realize your dreams? Li Ao's face flushed as he defiantly replied, Professor, I got in here through my own abilities. Huchu didn't rely on his family either. I am aware, Professor Zhao stated flatly. I have reviewed your talent assessment report and awakening records. A-grade potential, level 4 when contracted with your ship girl. Now at level 7, a commendable pace. Huchu is also an exceptional battlecruiser ship girl. He shifted his tone, but what do you perceive this classroom to be? A playground for experiencing your ardent dreams amidst the Panga defense? Overslept? A failure in time management? On the battlefield, will your enemies grant you a second chance? Li Ao fell silent, lowering his head. Professor Zhao's gaze then turned to Lin Feng, his eyes deepening in intensity. Lin Feng, a war orphan. Your records indicate you grew up on Hope Planet. Your contracted ship girl was at level 5. He paused deliberately, observing Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he braced himself, knowing his unusual performance had surely drawn the attention of this distinguished figure. Level 9. An initial ship girl of exceedingly rare repair type. And yet, you manifested a vessel spanning 42 kilometers in less than 2 months. This was an extraordinary feat in the annals of the Federation. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? Lin Feng had long prepared his response. He met the professor's gaze with composure, stating, "Report, Professor, it was merely luck. During an external exploration, I stumbled upon an unrecorded frontline relic where I discovered some resources and technical blueprints left by previous pioneers, which allowed me to gather the materials necessary for Lingji's manifestation." A relic? Which star system? What coordinates? What were the specific characteristics of the artifacts? Professor Zhao's inquiries came in rapid succession. Report, Professor, at that time, we encountered a minor spatial turbulence, damaging our navigation equipment, resulting in a loss of coordinates. Those materials were contained in specially designed vessels, with scant information available. Lin Feng recited his prepared fabrication with an unwavering countenance, the details vague, yet seemingly plausible. He understood that such fortuitous encounters, while rare at the Federation's borders, were not unprecedented. Professor Zhao scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly seeking flaws in his story, yet ultimately offered a nonchalant HM, refraining from further questioning. The existence of an infinite quantum energy pool and the system transcended the current technological understanding of the Federation. As long as he did not expose himself, others would find it difficult to conceive, regardless of reliance on familial connections or sheer luck. Having donned this military uniform upon arriving here, one was bound to adhere to the established regulations. Professor Zhao's voice regained its sternness. The Panga defense cultivates soldiers, commanders, not free-spirited rogues or undisciplined braggarts. Your tardiness in the first lesson today has set a profoundly negative precedent. If not penalized, how will you deter others? Lin Feng and Li Ao straightened immediately. Please, Professor, punish us. Professor Zhao pondered for a moment, considering their current combat capabilities, which left little room for suitable hunting tasks. A flicker of amusement seemed to cross his lips, though he suppressed it, stating, "Since you both are overflowing with energy and cannot even manage the simple task of waking up on time, I shall assign you some meticulous work. Starting tomorrow after class, you will be responsible for cleaning all the public restrooms on this floor, including toilets, floors, and walls, ensuring they meet sterile standards, for a duration of 1 week. I will personally inspect your work." Cleaning the restroom? Lin Feng and Li Ao were both taken aback. They had anticipated penalties of running laps, transcribing regulations, or even detention, but never expected such an antiquated form of punishment. Professor, Li Ao could not help but interject. Could we perhaps consider an alternative? For instance, send us to clean the bug nests on Lisha Star, or to train intensively in the gravity chamber. What? Professor Zhao interrupted, raising an eyebrow, as if offended by the suggestion that cleaning the restroom was beneath them. Does this tarnish your identity as commanders? His tone suddenly turned frigid. Let me clarify. Within the military, there are no distinctions of high or low status, only differing responsibilities. Ensuring the cleanliness of the environment and preventing the proliferation of pathogens is equally a vital component in maintaining combat readiness. Much of the daily toil of lower-ranking soldiers revolves around these very tasks. On what grounds do you believe you are exempt? If you cannot even adhere to the most fundamental standards of discipline and are unable to humble yourselves to undertake the most menial of duties, how can you ever expect to empathize with your subordinates or shoulder the immense responsibility of safeguarding millions of citizens? A barrage of questions fell upon Leo like heavy blows, rendering him speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Feng, however, quickly accepted the harsh reality. He pulled Leo, who still wished to argue, and proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, Professor, we accept our punishment. We shall ensure the completion of our tasks." Only then did Professor Zhao's expression soften slightly as he waved his hand. "Enough, remember this lesson. You may return now. Do not forget to collect your cleaning supplies from the logistics department tomorrow." "Yes, sir." The two saluted, albeit not perfectly, before turning to exit the office. Once the door closed, Leo's face fell as he lamented, "Cleaning the toilets. For an entire week. If this gets out, my esteemed reputation will be utterly ruined." Lin Feng remained relatively composed, patting him on the shoulder. "Come now, the professor does have a point. Consider an experience in life. An experience in life does not include cleaning toilets." Leo nearly leapt in protest, Why can't we simply be punished with exterminating vermin? That would be far more exhilarating. We could eliminate the alien threat while earning some extra credit and accolades. Two birds with one stone. From behind, Hu Che interjected coldly, because the professor believes that, rather than indulging in slaughter, you must learn discipline and humility, Commander. Lingji timidly added, and, Commander, exterminating aliens can also be quite perilous. Leo retorted, "Okay. Whose side are you on?" Hu Che replied, "I am merely stating the facts. Furthermore, if your illustrious reputation could be tarnished by cleaning toilets, perhaps it was never as solid as you believed." Left speechless by the rebuttal, Leo could only march forward, fuming. Lin Feng gazed out at the encroaching artificial night and the distant, bustling lights of Star Harbor, suddenly chuckling. But really, this punishment from the professor is rather amusing. Killing aliens might actually feel more like a reward than a punishment for us, at least with a clear target. We wouldn't have to contend with sticky cleaning agents and the indescribable stains. Leo nodded in agreement. Exactly. What a waste of combat potential. Besides, during your introduction, you should not have mentioned your penchant for slaughtering aliens. It's all your fault. Lin Feng retorted with a smile. What does that have to do with me? It's you who constantly displays an extraordinary enthusiasm for combat. It's your fault. No, it's all on you. Their banter echoed through the empty corridor as they bickered over who bore the brunt of the blame. Chapter 38, A Battle in the Restroom. The next day, the ringing of the dismissal bell felt like a death knell for Lin Feng and Leo. They lingered, waiting for their classmates to depart, before solemnly heading to the logistics department to collect a full set of cleaning equipment, an outdated automatic cleaning robot, requiring manual assistance and supervision, a high-pressure water gun, sterile disinfectant, a vacuum cleaner, and two thick protective isolation suits. The public restroom in Building B7 of the Xinghua courtyard, although maintained by cleaning robots on a regular basis, clearly did not meet Professor Zhao's stringent sterilization standards, particularly after rigorous training sessions. The older students often left behind stubborn stains and limescale in the crevices of the tiles and around the toilet bowls. Clad in bulky isolation suits and transparent protective masks, Lin Feng and Leo embarked on their journey of atonement. Goodness, what is that smell? As Leo pushed open a stall door, he was immediately overwhelmed by a noxious blend of residual disinfectant and an indescribable odor, causing him to stagger back, his face turning green. This was worse than the acid secretions of a construction bug. Leo removed his mask to take a look, exclaiming in exasperation, "Who designed this mask that doesn't filter odors?" Lin Feng sighed, maneuvering the antiquated cylindrical cleaning robot inside while picking up the high-pressure water gun. "Stop complaining. Let us finish this and get it over with." Hu Che and Lingji are still waiting outside, per Professor Zhao's instructions during the punishment. The ship girls were prohibited from assisting. Thus, Hu Che and Lingji could only wait in the corridor outside the restroom, separated by the door. Hu Che leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation, as if detached from the situation, while Lingji appeared anxious and concerned, peeking inside occasionally before being pulled back by Hu Che. "Commander, be careful, it's slippery," she called softly into the restroom. Inside, Leo donned his mask again and clumsily tackled the stubborn grime on the toilet bowl's interior with a brush, continuing to grumble incessantly. "Here I am, Leo, a proud member of the Star Horizon Group, a future fleet commander, reduced to scrubbing toilets. If my siblings found out, they'd laugh until their sides hurt. Is there no justice left?" Lin Feng, on the other hand, remained focused, skillfully wielding the high-pressure water gun to precisely cleanse the tiled walls. With his subtle control aided by the energy of his core, the water flowed at varying pressures and angles, effectively removing dirt from hard-to-reach corners. He even found his mind wandering, contemplating the operational principles of the cleaning robot and the reasons behind its inefficiency. TSK. The path planning algorithm of this robot is far too outdated, always redundantly cleaning the same area, resulting in over 30% inefficiency. And the spray system for the disinfectant lacks uniformity, causing severe waste, Lin Feng used. "Hey, Lin Feng, are you even listening to me?" Leo shouted in dissatisfaction, struggling with an especially stubborn stain, his mood growing increasingly irritable. "We're scrubbing toilets. You actually have the time to study this?" Lin Feng replied without looking up. "What else should I do? Complaining like you will hardly get the job done. Finding something to occupy your mind makes the time pass faster." He paused, suddenly catching sight of Leo's comical struggle against the toilet, and then glancing at the powerful high-pressure water gun in his hands. A mischievous idea sprang to mind. A sly smile crept across his face as he discreetly adjusted the angle of the water gun. "Hey, Leo," Lin Feng said casually, "do you think this high-pressure water gun would work against the construction bugs?" Before he could finish, he abruptly pulled the trigger. A powerful jet of water did not target the wall as intended, but instead arced expertly, directly spraying Leo's backside in his isolation suit. Leo was caught off guard, the force of the water knocking him off balance, nearly toppling him into the very toilet he had just partially cleaned. He leapt up, turning around in disbelief, his isolation suit drenched at the rear, clinging uncomfortably to him, appearing utterly disheveled. Lin Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Leo exploded in anger, discarding his brush and seizing another high-pressure water gun nearby. Dare to ambush me? Let me show you the might of Leo's exclusive water cannon. Ha ha! Lin Feng laughed heartily, nimbly ducking behind a row of sinks. Come on, who's afraid? Let me show you what precision shooting really is. Instantly, the previously grim, albeit odorous, cleaning scene transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Two fierce jets of water crisscrossed the restroom, crashing against tiled walls, stall doors, and mirrors, producing a cacophony of splashes. Lin Feng, utilizing the fine control granted by his energy, manipulated the water jets with incredible agility, causing them to twist and scatter, leaving Leo bewildered and shouting in frustration. Ha ha! Can't hit me! Ouch! Lin Feng was reveling in his triumph when, inadvertently, he stepped onto a puddle of soapy water, causing him to slip and lose aim with the water gun. Seizing the opportunity, Leo shouted, "Take this! Tiger Kikanon Simulation Fire!" A formidable jet of water struck Lin Feng squarely in the chest, propelling him against the partition door behind him. Damn it! Are you serious? Lin Feng wiped the droplets from his visor and began his counterattack with fervor. The two seemed to be transported back to their childhood, engaging in an intense water fight within the sterilized confines, fragrant with the scent of disinfectant. They utilized the partitions and sinks as cover, charging forward and retreating while shouting various over-the-top attack names. Look out! Interstellar torpedo barrage. Ineffective, ineffective. Witness my void core shield, though it does not exist. Precision sniper shot. Explode your canine head. Outside, Tiger Che could no longer maintain her composure. She opened her eyes, her brows furrowing as she listened to the sounds of splashing water, crashing noises, and the raucous laughter of the two commanders, her temples throbbing with tension. Ling Ji, flustered, paced anxiously. Commander! Leo, Commander! Stop playing around. Be careful not to fall. You'll catch a cold if you get wet. Her concerns soon materialized into reality. In a sudden burst of speed, Leo attempted to close in on Lin Feng, but failed to notice the slick, water-covered tiles beneath him. His foot slipped, and he fell backward with a startled cry. Whoa! Lin Feng instinctively reached out to catch him, only to forget his own precarious footing, resulting in Leo's flailing arms inadvertently knocking him off balance as well. Thud! Crash! The two tumbled to the ground, the high-pressure water gun slipping from their grasp and crashing against the wall, ricocheting back to spin and spray water chaotically across the floor, resembling two uncontrollable fountains, drenching the ceiling and surrounding walls in disarray. Coughing and sputtering, they lay amidst the watery chaos, surveying each other's disheveled appearance. Their isolation suits were completely soaked, clinging tightly to their forms, their hair, albeit obscured by protective visors, a tangled mess, and their visors and suits splattered with droplets and traces of foam. After a brief silence, Lin Feng burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Leo soon joined in, their earlier frustrations and irritations dissipating in the wake of this absurdity and their comical fall. You two, are you idiots? Tiger Che's icy voice cut through from the doorway. She and Lingji had unknowingly pushed the door open, now witnessing the disastrous scene that resembled a flood. Along with the two commanders lying in the water, grinning foolishly, their expressions darkened with displeasure. Lingji covered her mouth, her eyes wide with a mix of sympathy and amusement as she observed the waterlogged Lin Feng. Commander, are you all right? The two scrambled to their feet in a flurry, struggling to regain control of the high-pressure water gun, which took a while to silence. Looking at the dripping walls and ceiling of the bathroom, Lin Feng and Leo exchanged wry smiles. Well, this just doubled our workload, Leo lamented. Let us get this cleaned up, Lin Feng said, rubbing his sore shoulder from the fall, a smile breaking through. Besides, the professor might actually have a point. What point? Leo paused, looking over in confusion. Look, Lin Feng raised his hand, gesturing to their surroundings. This work is tedious, cumbersome, even a bit discomforting. Yet, it is essential. If we can't even manage the most basic environmental maintenance, won't the interior of the battleship become a breeding ground for bacteria and viruses? Non-combat attrition can sometimes be more fatal than losses on the battlefield. He recalled Professor Zhao's words from the previous day. Being a soldier means responsibility, It means protection. This protection is not solely about valor on the battlefield, ensuring that every logistical aspect runs smoothly, allowing each soldier to operate and live in a healthy environment, is equally the commander's duty. We may have indeed overlooked these aspects in the past. Leo fell silent, his mouth opening to retort, yet finding Lin Feng's words resonating with some truth. He glanced at the brush in his hand, and then at the significantly cleaner toilet, for the first time falling into contemplation. In the days that followed, the two continued to appear promptly in the bathroom each day. Complaints dwindled, but their movements became increasingly adept. Leo even began to challenge the outdated cleaning robot, attempting to manually optimize its route. Occasionally, students from other floors would pass by, witnessing these two notorious figures in the teaching area, the ones who dared to be late to Professor Zhao's class on the very first day of school. Gazing at the two immersed in cleaning while clad in isolation suits, they would cast surprised and curious glances, some even stealing photos. Initially, Leo would glare back, but eventually, he embraced the absurdity, sometimes striking a playful pose. Chapter 39, Foundation Matters, Initial Forging of the Crucible. Professor Zhao's special attention arrived as expected. In the ensuing days, Lin Feng and Leo's primary task after school became donning their gear and heading to the upper levels of the teaching building, where the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, to battle stubborn stains and limescale. Following their initial complaints and the ridiculous water fight, they gradually settled into a focused mindset. As Lin Feng had articulated, the work was monotonous yet necessary. While Leo's chatter remained, his actions became notably swifter. The subtle but genuine changes brought about by this endeavor began to manifest when they shed their isolation suits and walked through the brightly lit campus. Gazing at their fellow students dressed in blue and white uniforms, hurrying along, a peculiar sense of belonging and equality blossomed within them. The Pangu Defense Academy, this colossal military crucible, was silently refining each newcomer in its own unique manner. Beyond their after-class labor, formal courses gradually fell into a rhythm. Not all freshmen, unlike Lin Feng and Leo, possessed extensive combat experience. Many hailed from impoverished backgrounds and had never even seen powered armor outside of holographic displays. Thus, the initial days of school were filled with extensive training sessions. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp and resounding assembly call shattered the tranquility of the Xinghui dormitory area at dawn. Unlike the chaos of the first day, Lin Feng and Leo awoke almost instantly at the sound, nimbly rolling out of bed. Their training suits had long been hung by the bedside, and they donned them with remarkable speed, bursting out the door just as their neighbors emerged from their rooms. No words were exchanged. Only the rapid and synchronized sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. All moved quickly towards the assembly point below, driven by an invisible sense of discipline. Lingji and Tiger Che followed closely behind. The ship girls were not required to participate in the basic training, but they needed to accompany and observe the commanders. The training ground was vast, with specialized shock-resistant composite materials covering the ground, delineating multiple zones. Hundreds of identical powered armor units, emblazoned with the Pangu Defense Academy insignia, stood in orderly rows like a silent forest of steel. The air was infused with a faint aroma of energy, fluid, and metal. A dark-skinned, robust instructor, his rank insignia indicating he was a captain, stood before the rows of assembled freshmen, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across them. Without preamble, he addressed the group as the last student took their place. His voice, amplified through a speaker, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I am your basic powered armor operation instructor. Surnamedle. From this moment on, I will transform you greenhorns into competent soldiers who won't trip over their own armor. Powered armor is not just a cool toy you wear. It is an extension of your body, your second life on the battlefield. Familiarize yourselves with it. Master it as intimately as you know your own limbs. Now, according to the terminal allocation, each of you will don a Guardian Type 1 basic training armor. You have 3 minutes to complete the donning process, conduct a self-check, and assume the basic stance. Begin. Upon the command, the new recruits immediately dashed towards their assigned armors. Leo, with a practiced ease, almost completed the donning process with his eyes closed, seamlessly executing a series of actions, including neural patch connection and system self-check. His Guardian Type 1 soon emitted a steady hum, the ocular sensors glowing a tranquil blue as it stood firm in place. Lin Feng was equally swift, his movements fluid and devoid of any excess. He attentively sensed the subtle feedback from the armor, adjusting his breathing to synchronize his inner core's energy fluctuations with the armor's energy cycle. His armor promptly entered standby mode as well. However, not everyone experienced such smoothness. Instructor, my armor's legs won't move. A panicked voice from a male recruit echoed over the public channel. Instructor, my balance system seems to be malfunctioning. It keeps leaning to the right. Another female recruit cried, her voice tinged with desperation. Energy readings are unstable. Warning, warning. Some armors even emitted alarm sounds, causing a momentary chaos. Instructor Lei remained unperturbed, his voice still as cold and firm as steel. What's the panic? Haven T, you learned the self-check procedures? Did the operation manuals get fed to the bugs? Those who have completed the process, assist your comrades. Remember, on the battlefield, your comrades may perish because you hesitated for a second. Move. Lin Feng and Leo exchanged a glance and sprang into action. Lin Feng approached the female recruit whose balance system had faltered, connecting through the external communication interface and swiftly reviewing the error logs. Don't worry. It's just a slight deviation in the initial calibration of the right side gravity sensor. A minor issue. Lin Feng's voice resonated from the armor's protective mask, calm and reassuring. He deftly operated on the maintenance panel on the side of the armor's calf, inputting a simple calibration command. All right, try taking a step now. The female recruit's armor attempted to move forward, stabilizing significantly. Thank you, Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Leo unabashedly thumped the armor that was immobile. Buddy, the hydraulic lock is stuck. The emergency release valve is right behind you. Yes, that red one. Just give a good yank. All set? Huh, no problem. Through mutual assistance, all the new recruits finally managed to get their armors to stand upright, albeit in various stances, some still wobbling. Instructor Lei observed the scene, nodding slightly at Lin Feng and Leo's efficiency and capability, yet his expression remained stern. All of you, maintain the standing position for 1 hour. Feel the weight of the armor, sense its balance point. Anyone who falters will have to endure an additional hour. This training armor was designed to consume energy equivalent to that required by most heavy armors, and it also lacked an internal cooling system. The purpose was to train the recruit's core energy management and willpower. Under the blazing sun, the steel bodies stood silently. Sweat quickly soaked through the recruit's inner linings. The continuous output of core energy proving to be a considerable burden for many of the lower-tier new recruits. Yet, this was precisely the intent of the training, to acclimate both body and soul to this weighty endeavor. With his eyes closed, Lin Feng savored the experience. He realized that this fundamental standing training surprisingly benefited his further mastery over the surging core energy within him, especially in terms of refined output. That boundless reservoir of energy resembled a wild ocean, and at this moment, he was learning how to better navigate a small boat upon its waves. Leo, however, grew impatient, fidgeting after 5 minutes and attempting to communicate with Lin Feng through glances, only to be startled into straightening his posture by a cold grunt from Instructor Lei. An hour finally passed, with even the physically weaker students nearly collapsing and requiring assistance from their ship girls and medical robots to rest. Breakfast, 15 minutes of rest. Then regroup for marching, turning, and basic tactical movement training. Instructor Lei's command rang out once more. The training was monotonous, even excruciating, repeatedly marching in unison, running, turning left and right, crawling forward, and executing tactical roles. These fundamentally simple actions became exceedingly draining under the weight of nearly a ton of powered armor. The instructor's demands were exceedingly strict. Any slight deviation in form would result in sharp reprimands or additional drills. Lin Feng and Leo, relying on their solid foundation, managed to perform with relative ease, yet they dared not exhibit any sloth. They noted that the training methods of the Panga Defense Academy placed immense emphasis on detail and overall coordination, with every action requiring synchrony with surrounding comrades, highlighting collective strength over individual heroism. By the end of the day, as dusk settled, nearly all the new recruits were exhausted, trudging back to their dormitories with heavy steps, many collapsing onto their beds without even pausing for a meal. Although Lin Feng and Leo were also weary, they still had some energy left. Upon returning to room 2901, Lingji promptly presented prepared energy supplements and soothing muscle bath packets. Tiger Chase silently picked up Leo's training gear, carelessly tossed aside, and hung it up neatly. Soaking in the steaming, fragrant medicinal bath, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling the aches in his body gradually dissipate. Ugh, this training load is more exhausting than a full day of fighting bugs on Leisha Star, Leo shouted from the adjacent bathroom, but it's quite exhilarating. I do miss the days of directly piloting the Red Tiger to slay bugs. Lin Feng chuckled. A shaky foundation leads to a tumultuous earth. The instructor is indeed correct. Moreover, this collective training feels different. It was indeed different. The sensation of everyone striving towards a common goal, moving in unison and supporting one another, was an experience Lin Feng had never encountered as a drifter. It instilled in him a sense of belonging to the collective, an initial shaping of his identity as a soldier of the Federation. In the following days, the curriculum was densely packed with various training activities. In addition to basic operations of the powered armor, there were physical enhancement drills, core energy guidance and recovery classes, squad tactical simulations, and even political ideology courses that repeatedly emphasized the principle of fighting for the people and the regulations of military discipline. The pace of life was as swift as a wound-up clock. Morning reveille, assembly, training, theoretical studies, cafeteria food fights. Although Leo always managed to secure a seat through his wealth or Tiger Che's precise placement, more training, and then dragging their weary bodies back to the dormitory to be cared for by Ling Ji and Tiger Che, sometimes needing to fulfill Professor Zhao's week-long penalties. Though arduous, Lin Feng could clearly sense the progress he and Leo were making. Not only in terms of core energy levels, Lin Feng stabilized at LV9, while Leo was on the brink of LV8, but more importantly, in the discipline that fostered obedience, the camaraderie with comrades, and a more nuanced mastery over their own powers. Leo's loud and boisterous personality remained unchanged, yet on the training ground, he had tempered considerably, beginning to heed Tiger Che's tactical suggestions, and occasionally even proposing some insightful ideas. Lin Feng, still appearing laid back, had sharpened his gaze. His precise shooting repeatedly garnered praise from the instructors, while his unconventional tactical insights often left opponents baffled and frustrated during simulations. In the dormitory, the two powered armors stood side by side on specially designed racks. The lone fox, after Leo's extravagant modifications and Ling Ji's meticulous tuning, appeared increasingly formidable and graceful. Leo's red tiger had also repaired all its minor issues, its crimson gold livery gleaming under the lights. The two frequently engaged in tactical discussions before bedtime, debating which propulsion methods were more efficient, sometimes even rising to simulate scenarios using holographic projections. Ling Ji and Tiger Che alternated between offering gentle technical support and calmly analyzing the pros and cons amidst the intense training. Moments of levity occasionally arise. For instance, in the cafeteria, Leo reverts to his true nature, grandiosely boasting about his illustrious achievements, much to the amusement of his peers. Lin Feng, on the other hand, chuckles as he playfully undermines Leo as bravado. Life at Panga Military Academy resembles an authentic crucible, forging these future commanders through discipline, perspiration, camaraderie, and shared ideals. The days of the freshmen's adaptive combat exercises draw ever closer within this rhythm of tension and fulfillment. A palpable undercurrent of anticipation courses through the newcomers, a yearning for genuine combat, and a desire to validate their training outcomes. Lin Feng and Leo, eager and prepared, can hardly contain their excitement to showcase their prowess in the simulation arena. Chapter 40. Theory and practice. Stardust must also be tempered. Basic physical fitness and armored operations are merely the initial steps of their honing process. As the Federation's premier military academy, Panga's curriculum is far more profound and expansive than Lin Feng had initially envisioned. After enduring the initial days of rigorous adaptive training, the focus of instruction begins to shift towards a deeper integration of theory and practice. The course on the essentials of the null core chi is conducted in a vast circular auditorium. At the podium stands a composed and discerning female professor, articulating clearly the essence of null core chi and its principles of transformation in military applications. Thus, null core chi is not merely a source of energy. It is a unique medium deeply intertwined with life and spirit. The efficiency of energy transfer between commanders and shipgirls depends not only on their levels, but also on the depth of resonance and the purity and stability of the energy channels. The professor illustrates complex energy flow diagrams on a holographic display. Even the slightest fluctuations in mental state or emotional turbulence can affect energy transmission, thereby influencing the sustained combat capabilities of shipgirls. The freshmen listen intently, many feverishly taking notes. Lin Feng, too, sheds his nonchalance and pays close attention. His vast reservoir of null core chi ensures quantity, but learning how to output it more efficiently and precisely, particularly in minimizing unnecessary losses during resonance with Lingji, is crucial. He realizes that the Federation's research on null core chi has reached a remarkable level of sophistication, and many theories are profoundly enlightening for optimizing energy control. Leo, however, finds himself somewhat overwhelmed, scratching his head at the intricate formulas and energy models, and he casts a pleading glance at the nearby Hu Che. Leaning slightly, Hu Che whispers key points in a low voice, enabling Leo to barely keep up. Following the theoretical lecture, the next class is on practical application and guidance of null core chi, held in a dedicated training room for null core chi cultivation. In individual cubicles, students must sit cross-legged and, under the instructor's guidance, attempt to finally control their internal null core chi, practicing energy shaping, stable output, and multitasking micromanipulations. Lin Feng displays astonishing talent here. His substantial reserves of null core chi, coupled with implicit optimizations from his system, allow him to execute these intricate operations with remarkable ease. The energy orbs coalescing at his fingertips are the most stable, morphing seamlessly, and he can even simultaneously control two energy streams for different tasks, drawing the attention and silent approval of the supervising instructor. In contrast, Leo once again reveals his impulsive nature, while he excels at charging forth and unleashing energy. He struggles with the patience and control required for such meticulous practice. His energy orbs flicker erratically, often losing shape, and it takes multiple attempts for him to meet the standards, leaving him drenched in sweat. Phew, this is more exhausting than battling bugs, he complains, slumped on the ground during a break. This indicates that your control has considerable room for improvement, Lin Feng remarks, retracting the energetic strands from his fingertips. Energy is not better when more ferocious. Precision and control are often more paramount. He recalls his experiences cleaning with a high-pressure water gun. Leo grimaces but refrains from arguing, knowing Lin Feng speaks the truth. The afternoon course covers extraterrestrial biology and weakness analysis. A colossal holographic projection showcases the psychic apparitions of Sarligo worker bugs, infiltrators, spitters, crystalline warriors, sentinels, and even the void whisperers alongside the cold constructs of the mechanics. The instructor elaborates on each extraterrestrial species' physiological structures, behavioral patterns, attack methods, and the most effective points of vulnerability. Remember, when combating the Zerg, prioritize destroying the neural nodes or energy cores. For crystalline entities, identify the resonant weak points in their crystalline structures. Against psychic units, maintain mental barriers. For mechanical bodies, disrupt their sensors and communications. The instructor's voice resonates powerfully. Knowledge is power. Understand your enemy, and you increase your chances of survival on the battlefield. The students gaze at the lifelike, even somewhat grotesque holographic images, almost able to scent the smoke and blood of the battlefield, their expressions turning grave. Lin Feng meticulously notes each extraterrestrial weakness, corroborating them with his prior hunting experiences on Leisha Star, gaining substantial insights. Leo, too, sets aside his earlier dismissiveness, particularly when confronted with images of rare extraterrestrials possessing bizarre abilities, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Ultimately, theory must be validated through practice. The following day, the freshmen are taken to the vast, simulated combat center. Beneath a colossal dome lies an incredibly realistic holographic environmental projection system. Students must don training suits connected to sensors and wield simulated weapons as they engage in combat against simulated extraterrestrial forces on a virtual battlefield. Upon entering the simulated war zone for the first time, many newcomers feel paralyzed by anxiety. The realistic explosions, the piercing cries of the extraterrestrials, and the simulated impacts and elimination alerts transmitted through their suits when teammates are hit greatly heighten their senses. Chaos is inevitable. Some rush forward recklessly, breaking formation, while others freeze in fear, and some fire wildly, nearly injuring their comrades. Maintain formation. Watch the flanks. Cover me. I need support. Medic, someone's down here. The public channel erupts with frantic shouts. Lin Feng and Leo's simulated squad is no exception. Leo instinctively attempts to activate his reckless assault mode, only to be pulled back by Lin Feng. Don't rush. Listen to Hu Che's commands. Lin Feng urges, raising his simulated sniper rifle and calmly taking precise shots at the worker bugs attempting to flank them. His marksmanship is impeccable, hitting weak points with nearly every shot, swiftly clearing a safe zone. Hu Che's voice cuts through the chaos in the squad channel, calm and clear. Everyone attention. Commander Leo, charge at the left front to draw fire. Commander Lin Feng, take the high ground on the right to suppress fire and eliminate distant units. The rest of you, follow me to strengthen the central defense line, firing in succession. With clear directives, the squad members seem to find their anchor, and the chaotic scene quickly comes under control. Leo roars as he charges to the front line, drawing a significant amount of fire. Lin Feng, like a specter, flits along the flanks, each precise shot resulting in an extraterrestrial falling. Hu Che orchestrates the defense, accurately patching up gaps in their lines. Although they ultimately succumbed to being surrounded and annihilated due to another squad's collapse, they're among the last few squads standing. Exiting the simulation pod, Leo excitedly slaps Lin Feng on the shoulder. Not bad, Lin Feng. Your sniping skills are becoming increasingly crafty. And Hu Che, splendid command. Ukinods zlightly. It's due to the excellent cooperation of the commanders. Yet, a hint of recognition glints in her gaze towards Lin Feng. His calmness and precision on the chaotic battlefield are indeed invaluable. Lin Feng smiles softly, choosing to remain silent. He savored the recent battle. Although the simulated combat did not entail actual death, the tension and demands for teamwork felt remarkably authentic. He realized that while individual combat prowess was undeniably significant, in the realms of fleet command and expansive battlefields that lay ahead, the ability to collaborate with comrades and to adhere to and execute tactics was equally vital. Such simulations have been conducted numerous times, with environments ranging from desolate urban landscapes to arid deserts and the intricate interiors of starships. Opponents varied from solitary construction bugs to mixed-species adversaries, even encountering entities that could be classified as mini-bosses. The newcomers experienced rapid growth through repeated deaths and reflections, gradually shedding their naivety and taking on the semblance of soldiers. The synergy between Lin Feng and Leo was also continuously refined through their coordinated efforts, one charging ahead, another sniping from afar, one drawing attention with fervor, and another calmly neutralizing threats. Their squad-esque performance steadily improved, gradually gaining a modicum of fame among the recruits. As night fell, the dormitories post-training were often enveloped in an unusual quietude. Lin Feng would occasionally retreat to the balcony, gazing at the unique double moons of Kunlun Star and the distant, unending lights of the Wuzhou Mountain Star Ring in the sky. Life at the military academy was stringent, even arduous, yet it imbued him with a reassuring sense of fulfillment. The cycle of studying, training, exchanging banter with roommates, receiving meticulous care from Lingji, and occasionally discussing strategies with Hu Che all contributed to his deepening integration into this world, fostering an unprecedented sense of belonging and purpose. The core energy within him, the silent core chi, was becoming increasingly refined under the system's support and his diligent practice, allowing him to maneuver the lone fox with growing ease. Lingji's ship lay quietly docked in the distance, akin to a slumbering beast, awaiting him to become stronger and to command her through the starry seas. The impending adaptive combat drills for the newcomers loomed ever closer. Lin Feng sensed that not only he and Leo, but the entire cohort of recruits was permeated with a blend of anxiety and excitement. The true test was about to commence. This time, it was no longer simulation. Chapter 41. Sharpening the blade in the sands of Lisha, targeting the swarm. The specific regulations for the adaptive combat drills for the newcomers were finally issued. Contrary to most student speculations of a points competition, this exercise was more straightforward and far more brutal, a task of exterminating Zerg units in a genuine battlefield environment. The location was designated as Lisha Star in the G-12 sector. This was not a mere training ground, but rather a semi-hazardous area that had recently undergone preliminary clearance by the federal ground forces, yet still harbored a significant number of remaining Zerg units. Deep within the canyons, abandoned mines and twisted metal ruins, Solraga construction bugs, lurkers, and possibly even spitting squads remained active. The format of the drill was starkly direct. Tactical groups were to hunt Zerg units within the designated G-12 area over a span of 72 hours. The mission system would automatically tally points in real time through armored sensors and battlefield recorders based on the types and quantities of Zerg killed. The scoring system was as follows: construction bugs, 10 points each; lurkers, 50 points each; spitters, 200 points each. Discovering and reporting critical intelligence, such as suspected hatcheries or abnormal energy signals, rewards ranging from 500 to 5,000 points, depending on their value. Successfully rescuing other distress groups, 1,000 points for each successful rescue. Core rules included: team action, must operate in groups of at least 3. Solo actions are strictly prohibited. Live ammunition. This drill utilized live ammunition. Use of non-school provided armor was permitted and encouraged. All listed weapons were authorized. Risks were equivalent to actual combat. Casualty assessment. Severe damage to armor resulting in loss of mobility or being deemed fatal by the simulation system would be considered a casualty, necessitating immediate withdrawal from the battlefield. Logistics and rescue. The Panga Defense Command dispatched several high-speed escort ships to remain in orbit, equipped with instructors and medical teams, ready to provide fire support or deploy rescue forces. The response times would vary. Each group was also supplied with a limited number of emergency signal flares and basic medical kits. Final rankings would be based on total group points, with individual scores recorded in their files. The rewards were equally substantial: high-purity silent core chi crystals, rare material exchange vouchers, and priority selection for the next genuine mission. Upon the announcement, the atmosphere among the entire first-year class instantly transformed into one of gravity and fervor. Unlike the simulated battles, this was true combat, facing real, bloodthirsty aliens. Injury and death were no longer abstract experiences but tangible risks. The air thickened with a scent of rust and gunpowder, the essence of Li Star seeping through the announcement. Many elective courses for the newcomers swiftly shifted towards Zerg ecology and behavioral prediction, wilderness survival and concealment, squad encounter and retreat tactics, and trauma first aid. Instructors repeatedly emphasized the importance of teamwork and the principles of self-preservation while efficiently neutralizing enemies. Do not act the hero. The Zerg on Li Star will not grant you a second chance. If you fall, your comrades might also be endangered while attempting to save you. Remember, you are a cohesive unit. Instructor Lei's roars echoed across the training grounds. The recruits trained with fervor. Mastery of powered armor control, weapon maintenance, tactical hand signals, and even basic wound treatment became indispensable skills for survival. The library's resources on the Zerg and Li Star's geography were swiftly depleted by the newcomers, and the holographic sand table was perpetually crowded as various groups engaged in heated discussions regarding movement routes, ambush points, and contingency plans. Dormitory 2901 naturally became the nucleus of tactical planning. G12 area. I know the place, Leo exclaimed, pointing at several spots on the holographic map. The last time I went out on a mission, I passed through there. There is definitely something in those mines. And this canyon is definitely a migration path for the construction bugs. Lin Feng scrutinized the map, his brow furrowed. The terrain is quite complex, conducive for Zerg ambushes. Our group possesses commendable mobility but lacks heavy firepower. If we encounter a significant number of spitters, or if lurkers get too close, it could be troublesome. We'll need to adopt a strategy of small-scale hunting. Referencing data, Huche calmly summoned the Zerg activity heat map. The southeastern edge of this area shows a relatively low density of Zerg, but there may be unrecorded mine entrances. I recommend starting our extermination efforts from the periphery, accumulating points while familiarizing ourselves with the environment to avoid premature engagement with large swarms. Lingji was busily checking the armor and weapons of the two. Commander, the stealth coding and sniper calibration for the Lone Fox have been completed. Commander Leo's Chi Tiger Type 3 Impact Gauntlet Energy Circuit has also been optimized. I prepared additional coolant, spare energy packs, and 3 sets of nano-repair gel. Her small face was filled with seriousness and concern. Please be extra careful. If your armor sustains severe damage, you must retreat immediately. Don't worry, Lingji. Leo patted his chest armor, producing a clanking sound. With me and Lin Feng here, plus Huche directing, we'll ensure to slay enemies effortlessly. I'll bring back some stunning Zerg crystals as gifts. Okay, expressiones adid, commander. If by stunning crystals you mean the acid glands of spitters, I suggest you maintain a safe distance from Miss Lingji before retrieving them, as they possess strong corrosive properties and an irritating odor. Lin Feng chuckled, continuing to refine the plan. Let us proceed with this. We'll prioritize a steady approach, focusing on reconnaissance and eliminating small enemy factions. Huche will oversee overall command and intelligence analysis. Leo will lead the charge to draw fire, and I will handle precise long-range eliminations and vigilance. Lingji, he turned to his petite companion. The Lingji is on standby in orbit. If we require emergency repairs or evacuation, we will summon you without delay. Understood. Lingji nodded vigorously. The guiding beam of the Lingji spacecraft poised and ready for action. On the eve of the drill, the school conducted a final mobilization and equipment inspection. This year's freshmen totaled 100,000, split into various departments. The new students from different areas of the school gathered for the first time in the grand auditorium, the atmosphere solemn. A high-ranking academy official, adorned with a star insignia, delivered a speech, refraining from excessive sentimentality, yet reiterating the dangers of the mission, the importance of discipline, and the responsibilities that come with being a soldier. You are the future of Pangu Defense University, the shield and spear of human civilization. This drill serves as your first crucible. Prove your worth and return alive. His weighty words resonated deeply within each individual present. Subsequently, each group received live ammunition, powered armor, emergency supplies, and battlefield recorders. Back in the dormitory, Lin Feng meticulously polished the electromagnetic sniper rifle of the Lone Fox. Leo, unusually quiet, examined every equipment interface. Hu Che conducted a final communication test, while Ling Ji silently stowed high-energy, nutritional bars into the compartments of their armor. Get some rest. We convene at the third launch platform at 6:40 tomorrow morning, Hu Che reminded. Lying on his bed, Lin Feng could hear his heart racing. An acceleration not born of fear, but rather a mix of tension and exhilarating anticipation. He was returning to Lisha Star. Not this time to hunt for survival and resources alone, but to fight alongside his comrades as a cadet commander of Panga Defense University. His gaze seemed to pierce through the ceiling, envisioning the rust-red planet, the winding canyons, and the profound mines, hearing the unsettling shrieks of the swarm. The following morning, before dawn, the third launch platform was already aglow with lights. Dozens of Falcon-class assault transport vessels, equipped with additional armor, were neatly aligned, their engines emitting a low hum as they warmed up. The freshmen, organized in groups, boarded the vessels in silence, the clattering of armor against metal decks echoing heavily. Lin Feng, Leo, and another temporarily teamed student piloting a light reconnaissance armor named Rog, who was taciturn yet technically adept, joined the other cadets aboard the designated transport vessel. Hu Che and Ling Ji's voices came through the encrypted channel. Commander, battlefield data link established. Real-time intelligence sharing is online. Commander, proceed with caution. The cabin door slowly closed, and the transport vessel trembled slightly before launching skyward, breaking through the atmosphere of Kunlun Star, racing towards that menacing satellite. Inside the cabin, red lights flickered. No one spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the armor system's self-checks filled the air. Lin Feng gazed through the porthole at the distant planet, Lisha Star, now swelling in size, shrouded in a crimson dust storm. The time for sharpening the blade had arrived. The swarm served as the most effective whetstone. Chapter 42. Airdrop into Rust Prison. Targeted elimination. The Falcon-class assault transport vessel jolted violently, piercing through the thin yet dust-laden atmosphere of Lisha Star. Outside the porthole, the menacing, rust-red landscape enlarged rapidly, revealing twisted canyons, impact craters, and the remnants of colossal warfare, forming a scarred Earth that loomed ahead. Inside the cabin, the red lights were blinding, and alarms sounded steadily. A cold, synthetic voice announced, approaching designated airdrop, Zone G-12. Cabin door opening countdown, 30 seconds. All personnel, prepare for forced airdrop. Forced airdrop? A nervous voice, unfamiliar, crackled through the group communication channel. The instructor didn't say we were jumping directly from synchronous orbital height. What's there to fear? Leo's voice brimmed with eager excitement as his golden-red Chi Tiger armor moved to the slowly opening door, the powerful airflow swirling sand and dust into the cabin. Now, this is what I'm talking about. No need to search for a landing site. Let those filthy bugs taste the flavor of justice from above. Ha. Lin Feng calmly checked the seal status and attitude adjustment thrusters of a lone fox, replying in a steady tone, standard procedure. The ground environment of Lisha Star is complex. A direct drop ensures maximum tactical surprise and precision in team deployment. Keep close to me, mind your altitude and dispersal points, and avoid clustering into targets for the bugs. As the cabin door swung fully open, the dry, icy wind of Lisha Star rushed in, carrying a pungent scent of rust and some organic decay. Below, the earth resembled a vast, rusted, tattered carpet, with countless canyon crevices resembling grotesque scars. Without hesitation or further orders, the first batch of student groups leaped from the high-speed transport vessel like dumplings being dropped into water. Chi Tiger, Leo, proceed with reconnaissance. Leo shouted, leaping first. His golden red armor left a striking trail in the thin atmosphere, yet his posture remained surprisingly stable, clearly a result of rigorous training. Lone Fox, Lin Feng, follow on. Lin Feng's voice was calm as he deftly piloted the Lone Fox into the air, adjusting its angle upon exit, utilizing the rear thruster module for fine-tuning. Akin to a shadowy assassin, silently gliding through the sky. Phantom, Rogue, Confirm, his teammate, clad in light reconnaissance armor, followed closely, his armor painted in suitable earth tones, swiftly entering a semi-optical camouflage state to minimize visibility. Thousands of freshmen fell like scattered metallic seeds towards the expansive G-12 area. Various colored thrusters ignited at different altitudes, adjusting direction and speed, tracing countless intersecting trajectories across the sky, resembling a meteor shower, spectacular yet tinged with a cold brutality. Altitude 8,000. Initiate main deceleration. Hu Che's calm voice resonated in the encrypted channel, evidently monitoring the situation through aerial or orbital reconnaissance units. Beware of a weak biological signal response at 3 o'clock below. Potential ambushers detected. Recommend evasion. Prioritize landing at designated assembly point Z11. Received. Lin Feng replied, maneuvering his armor to sidestep the area. Despite his fiery spirit, Leo understood the importance of following tactical commands, muttering that they were lucky to escape, and adjusted his course accordingly. The Lone Fox's sensors were fully operational, scanning the terrain below. The raging wind howled outside the armor, yet inside, everything remained remarkably stable. Lin Feng even had the leisure to admire the alien descent. Thousands of armored warriors dropping in waves, their thrusters painting the sky with vibrant streaks, poised to deliver judgment upon the alien foes below. Altitude decreasing rapidly. Surface details becoming clearer. Jagged boulders, partially buried metal wreckage, patches of eerie purple fungus. Altitude 1,000. Prepare for cushioning, Lin Feng reminded. The three armors simultaneously activated their foot and back cushioning thrusters. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy impacts rang out in succession, stirring up massive clouds of rust-red dust. Lin Feng's Lone Fox landed in a standard tactical crouch, perfectly absorbing the shock. Leo's Chi Tiger crashed into the ground, creating a deeper crater with a resounding force, while Rog's Phantom landed lightly, barely making a sound. Assembly point Z11 confirmed. Safe. Rog's voice came through as he utilized the advanced sensors of his reconnaissance armor to swiftly scan the surroundings. They had landed on a relatively elevated rocky platform, with a clear view overlooking a winding canyon and several dark mine entrances below. This was precisely the first temporary command and sniping point they had designated in advance. Huche, report on the surrounding situation. Lin Feng knelt, first calibrating the air and gravity parameters of his plasma grenade launcher. In the presence of team members, the plasma grenade launcher proved to be more effective in combat than the plasma jet. Reposition the electromagnetic sniper cannon at shoulder level, switch to energy weapon mode, and commence the operation of the silent core energy to recharge the cannon. The crosshairs on the AR interface gradually sweep across the suspicious area below. Integrating the aerial and sensor data transmitted from your team, confirmation reveals 7 clusters of small insectoids within a 3-kilometer radius, primarily composed of worker insects, numbering between 5 and 20. At the 2 o'clock position, 200 meters away, there are 2 hidden signals at the mine entrance. No signs of spitters or large nests have been detected. Tiger Che's voice is clear and efficient, recommending the priority elimination of the worker insect squad located in the canyon at 11 o'clock, comprising 12 members and positioned relatively isolated. The holographic tactical map updates synchronously on the 3 visors, with enemy and ally locations, terrain, and suggested attack routes laid bare. Huh, a splendid opening. It's them. Leo excitedly rubbed his impact gauntlets, ready to charge down and take them on. If you charge down, the hidden ones in the adjacent mine and another squad of worker insects will be alerted. Lin Feng coldly interrupted his daydream. Rogue, can you mark the exact positions of those 2 hidden ones? Attempting now. Interference is strong inside the cave. Marking successful. However, I cannot guarantee absolute precision, Rogue replied, as 2 flickering dots appeared on the tactical map at the mine entrance. That suffices. Lin Feng adjusted his breathing, allowing the silent core energy to flow steadily within him. The sniper cannon was fully charged, blue arcs of electricity crackling at the barrel's rail. He also prepared the kinetic weapon mode in advance, the gun emitting a faint hum as the superconducting projectiles awaited their launch. Leo, Rogue, I entrust those 12 worker insects to you. Leo will engage head-on, while Rogue will harass from the flank and monitor the mine's direction. If any other insects are startled, prioritize intercepting and marking them. As for those 2 hidden ones, Lin Feng's voice turned frigid. I will call the shots. Understood. Both responded in unison. Action. With a thunderous roar, the main thrusters of Leo's red tiger armor erupted, charging forward with relentless momentum, akin to a golden red meteor, directly plunging into the canyon below, while bellowing, "You rascals! Your grandpa Leo is here. Come taste my iron fist." The provocation proved remarkably effective. The 12 worker insects, currently gnawing on some metallic debris at the canyon's base, were instantly startled, emitting shrill hisses and waving their scythe-like forelimbs as they surged toward Leo. Is such a grand entrance really necessary? Rogue muttered, his phantom armor moving swiftly through the shadows of the flank, his pulse carbine always poised to fire. On the high platform, Lin Feng held his breath, focusing intently. Data streamed rapidly across the visor screen, wind speed, humidity, gravitational deviation, as the sniper assistance system calculated the trajectory of the kinetic projectiles with lightning speed. His gaze, through the AR display, firmly locked onto two indistinct silhouettes nearly camouflaged within the shadows of the mine, nearly 500 meters away. Now, swoosh! The energy beam discharged first, immediately switching to kinetic weapon mode. Bang! The kinetic projectile followed closely. The shoulders of the lone Fox unit sank slightly as the electromagnetic sniper rifle emitted a deep, resonant thud, the recoil from the kinetic weapon mode being efficiently absorbed by the advanced cushioning system. Almost simultaneously, at the mine entrance, a hidden one, just peeking out to launch bone spikes at Leo, had its head explode like a rotten watermelon. Foul green ichor and shell fragments splattered everywhere. The second hidden one momentarily froze, biological instinct urging it to retreat into the shadows of the cave. Yet, the specially designed, armor-piercing explosive round had already been fired. The bullet, following an almost linear trajectory, accurately penetrated the mine, striking the biological armor of the second hidden one with tremendous force. Bang! Another deep thud erupted from within the cave. The armor-piercing projectile detonated upon impact, the preset shrapnel and shockwave creating a horrific lethality within the confined space. On the tactical map, the dot representing the second hidden one flickered violently before dimming to nothingness. Hidden targets eliminated. Lin Feng's voice remained calm and unperturbed, as if he had merely crushed two ants. He swiftly adjusted the rifle's aim, targeting the canyon below. At this moment, Leo had already become a tiger among sheep, plunging into the midst of the worker insects. The power fists of the red tiger armor shimmered with the glow of silent core energy, each strike delivering terrifying force, shattering the exoskeletons of the worker insects. His style was wild yet effective, though lacking in finesse. The sheer strength and speed allowed none of the worker insects to approach him within a short span. Meanwhile, Rogue adeptly picked them off from the flank, using pulse energy beams to sever the legs of the worker insects or disrupt their attacks, all while vigilantly observing other directions. Lin Feng refrained from intervening in the melee below. That was Leo's stage. His duty was to eliminate distant threats and prevent unforeseen circumstances. His sniper scope, like the eye of death, methodically surveyed every corner of the battlefield where potential threats might lurk. The first small-scale skirmish concluded within mere 2 minutes. Thanks to Tiger Che's precise intelligence, Lin Feng's long-range sniping, Leo's frontal assault, and Rogue's flanking support, the 12 worker insects lay in ruins. Leo, still unsated, stomped down on the last writhing insect limb, exuberantly shouting over the communication channel. Awesome. Point secured. Lin Feng, did you see that? Am I fierce or what? Fierce. As fierce as a love-stricken rhinoceros, Lin Feng replied dryly, stowing his rifle and rising. Rogue, collect valuable samples. Leo, stop posing and maintain vigilance. Tiger, K. Report the next target. Understood. Rogue began to awkwardly collect the acid glands and intact shell samples, clearly inexperienced in hunting alien species. TSK, no fun at all, Leo muttered. It still raised his arm-mounted rapid-fire gun, scanning the surroundings with caution. Tiger Che's voice rang out once more. Next target, 2 o'clock direction to 100 meters. Abandoned transport station platform. 15 worker insects detected. Suspected presence of a small incubation sac. Terrain is complex. Recommendation with a new kill order issued. The team sprang into action once more. In the rust-colored hell of Leisha's star, the hunt had only just begun. Chapter 43. The Battlefield Comedy Group. Under Tiger Che's precise guidance, the team traversed the G12 area like a surgical blade, efficiently clearing one insectoid stronghold after another. Lin Feng's sniper rifle became the nightmare of the insectoids. Each low, lethal hum was invariably followed by the demise of a hidden one or a worker insect attempting a ranged attack from afar. He always managed to neutralize the greatest threats to the team at the most critical moments, his calmness and precision sharply contrasting with the chaos of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Leo epitomized the essence of a battlefield bulldozer. His red tiger armor was perpetually at the forefront, its golden red paint standing out starkly against the rusty backdrop, drawing plenty of ire. Come on, you pests. Fire at me. Your Grandpa Leo's armor is the latest model from Star Horizon. Do you think you filthy bugs can break through it? He bellowed, simultaneously smashing a worker insect into the rock wall with his impact gauntlets, then unleashing a barrage from his arm-mounted rapid-fire gun, turning 2 approaching worker insects into pulp. Commander, to your left at 3 o'clock. There are 2 worker insects maneuvering behind the rocks, Tiger Che's calm voice reminded. Got it. With a swift lateral sidestep, Leo evaded a spurt of corrosive liquid from a worker bug, following up with a fierce uppercut that shattered the creature's jaw, sending green ichor splattering. Hey, trying to ambush me? Taste my Lushan, Rising Dragon Strike. In the communication channel, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What you just did could hardly be called the Li style toward his fist. And watch your step. Don't slip on that gooey fungal carpet again. No one will be there to catch you. Nonsense. This is called practical combat technique. No moves are superior to no moves. Have you ever heard of the terrifying martial art derived from the tortoise fist? Do you understand? Leo retorted defiantly, although his actions instinctively avoided the purple glowing, slick area on the ground. And last time was an accident. That fungal carpet ambushed me. Rog, seemingly accustomed to the battlefield banter between his two teammates, silently dispatched a worker bug attempting to leap down at Leo with his pulse carbine, then continued scanning the surroundings with unwavering focus. High-value target. Tiger Che's voice suddenly rose slightly. Commander Leo, at your 1 o'clock. There's a larger worker bug with a darker shell color. It may be the leader of this group of worker bugs. Eliminating it could yield extra points. Oh, an elite creature? Leo's eyes brightened, instantly invigorated. It's mine. No one dare snatch it from me. Behold my ultimate move, Crimson Tiger Flying Kick. With a sudden eruption of propulsion from the thrusters on his back and legs, Leo's armor soared into the air in a posture that was almost comical, yet brimming with power, his right foot forward. The concentrated energy from the void core surged through him, propelling him like a meteor towards the so-called elite worker bug. The worker bug seemed to sense the impending threat, emitting a sharp screech as it reared up on its hind legs, crossing its side-like forelimbs defensively. Boom! Crack! The heavy impact echoed, accompanied by the sound of cracking exoskeleton. Leo's kick, infused with all his strength and void core energy, was indeed formidable. The creature's blocking limbs shattered instantaneously, its chest caving in as its massive body was sent hurtling backward, colliding violently with a nearby abandoned shipping container, emitting a resounding crash. Clearly, it was done for. Huh. Got it. Extra point secured. Leo landed triumphantly, striking what he believed to be a cool finishing pose. However, before he could bask in his glory for even 2 seconds, another worker bug emerged from behind the container that the elite bug had crashed into, seemingly drawn by the commotion, and unleashed a spout of acidic liquid towards the freshly landed Leo. Watch out! Rod exclaimed. Leo had just completed his landing maneuver, his old strength spent, and new strength yet to arise, and he found himself on the brink of being splashed with acid. Just then, bang, a familiar. Deep thud of an electromagnetic sniper rifle rang out. The worker bug that attempted to ambush Leo had its head crushed back as if struck by an invisible hammer, and exploded just before it could unleash the corrosive spray. The acid lost its force, most of it splattering harmlessly on the ground, hissing as it corroded the surface. With only a few drops landing on Leo's armored shoulder, easily thwarted by the high-quality plating, Leo stared blankly for a moment, turning to look at Lin Feng's position above. Lin Feng's voice came through the communication channel, leisurely. Oh dear, my apologies, I slipped. I just snatched a kill from you. But no need to thank me. After all, a father's love for his son is only natural. Lin Feng, who asked for you meddling? I could have handled it. Leo exploded, his face flushed with anger. And who is your son? I'm your father. Oh, who is it that almost got splashed in the face by a bug spit? If it weren't for your father's quick reflexes, your handsome face, or rather, your armored visor, would have been marred. Lin Feng continued to tease, his tone light, as if the previous life and death moment had been nothing more than a casual affair. I did that on purpose. I was luring it out. Yes, just like that. Leo insisted, trying to justify himself. I was going to wait until it got closer before using my fierce tiger clamber to deal with it. Sure, whatever you say, Lin Feng replied, unable to hide his amusement. Next time you decide to create an opening, do let me know in advance, or I might just slip again. You. Leo fumed, jumping up in frustration, but unable to refute. He could only vent his anger on the remaining worker bugs, his attacks becoming even more wild. Rog quietly dispatched another worker bug, murmuring in the channel to Tiger Che, "Do they always behave like this?" Tiger Che's voice remained calm and steady, though tinged with a hint of exasperation. You'll get used to it. This interaction effectively elevates the commander's adrenaline levels, indirectly enhancing combat efficiency. Although it is somewhat noisy, under the contrasting yet surprisingly harmonious battlefield banter between Lin Feng and Leo, coupled with Tiger Che's overarching command and Rog's steady support, the group's points steadily increased. They cleared out an abandoned transport station, dismantling the grotesque hatching sack that continuously churned out small worker bug larvae. They ambushed a patrol team of bugs and even managed to eliminate a small stronghold housing 3 spitters, thanks to Lin Feng's long-range sniping and Rog's electronic interference, raking in a substantial number of points. In intervals between battles, they would swiftly reposition, seeking new high ground or hiding spots. Lingji's voice occasionally came through the encrypted channel, inquiring with concern about Lin Feng's armor status and void core consumption, reminding him to stay safe. Lin Feng would respond with a smile, assuring her not to worry. As time passed, the battles were not always smooth. At times, they would inadvertently attract multiple swarms, leading to brief yet intense struggles. Leo's armor bore several deep claw marks, and Rod's camouflage coating showed signs of wear. Yet, in moments of crisis, there would always be a precisely aimed electromagnetic sniper round from afar, or timely tactical commands from Tiger Che to help them defuse the peril. The setting sun began to cast long shadows across the rust-colored landscape of Lisha Star, and the temperature plummeted sharply. The group had just painstakingly cleared a bug squad entrenched deep within a complex mine. But Leo's armored arm had been slashed by a dying ambusher, sparking with electric discharges, though the structural integrity remained intact. Tiger Che, find a place to rest, Lin Feng said, a hint of fatigue creeping into his voice. Though he possessed infinite void core energy, a day of combat had left him feeling somewhat weary. Understood. Their SA small natural cave 5 kilometers ahead. Scans show no life signals inside. Making it suitable for a temporary rest, Tiger Che quickly suggested. Let us go. Em exhausted. Leo plopped down onto the ground. Lin Feng slid down from a high point, patting Leo's armored shoulder. All right, stop howling. Today's performance was commendable. Once the drills conclude, I'll have Lingji give your armor a proper repair. Absolutely. And I'll have Lingji give my armor a full polish and wax. Leo perked up immediately. Dream on. Lin Feng chuckled, nudging him with his shoulder. The three moved towards the temporary resting point. However, just as they were about to reach the cave, Tiger Che's voice suddenly rang out again, this time imbued with unprecedented gravity. Warning. Detecting an anomalously high-energy reaction. Direction, diagonally above. Approaching at high speed, Lin Feng jolted his head up. In the dusky sky, a colossal meteor, ablaze with green, malevolent flames, tore through the atmosphere, howling ominously as it hurtled towards their position. This is no natural phenomenon. Evade! Lin Feng bellowed at the top of his lungs. Chapter 44. Airdrop Blisters. Rain of Death. The blazing green meteor hurtled down with astonishing speed, accompanied by a heart-stopping shriek and an overwhelming sense of pressure, crashing violently into their vicinity. Goodness! What on earth is that? Leo exclaimed, instinctively raising his rapid-fire weapon to unleash a barrage skyward. Forget it. Seek shelter. Quickly. Lin Feng reacted with remarkable swiftness, yanking Leo's armor and simultaneously bellowing into the comms. Rogue. Head for the cave. The three of them abandoned all semblance of elegance, scrambling toward the small natural cave that had just been designated as a rest point. Leo's Crimson Tiger armor executed a clumsy tactical roll, barely squeezing in behind Lin Feng through the narrow entrance. Almost the instant they took refuge in the cave, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the very earth were trembling violently. A powerful shockwave swept in, carrying debris and dust like a tsunami, crashing against the cave's mouth. Even sheltered within, the trio could feel the terrifying vibrations and the scorching airflow laden with sulfur and decay. Fragments tumbled from the cave ceiling. Cough, damn it! Was that a naval artillery strike? Leo coughed violently, choking on the dust as he swore in shock. Which bastard fired that shot? Almost buried me alive. It wasn't naval artillery, Lin Feng replied gravely, swiftly examining the severely disrupted data from the external sensors. There were no residual energy signatures typical of high-energy weapon impacts. It resembled more of a biomass collision. Biomass collision? Rogue echoed in confusion, cautiously aiming his weapon at the cave's entrance to prevent any creatures from being startled and charging in. The tremors gradually subsided, yet the sounds from outside grew increasingly sinister. A nauseating gurgling, reminiscent of some viscous liquid boiling violently, mingled with the sound of organic tissue rapidly expanding and growing, emanating from the direction of the impact point. Tiger, report on the situation outside. Lin Feng called out loudly. The aerial reconnaissance unit is experiencing severe biological, electrical signal interference. The images are obscured. Tiger's voice was tinged with urgency. Based on the residual images and energy signatures, it is tentatively identified as a Solraga insectoid spore drop. A spore drop? Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He had encountered that term in the alien biology course, but the materials were scant. He only knew it to be an exceedingly grotesque and perilous method of long-range delivery used by the insectoids. Indeed, Tiger quickly clarified. It's a massive biomass sac launched from an insectoid hive or specialized biological vessel, filled with high-energy nutrient fluid, acidic spores, and numerous dormant elite insectoid units. Upon impact, the sac ruptures, rapidly transforming the landing environment, hatching and activating the elite insectoids within, capable of establishing a formidable forward base or attack cluster in a remarkably short time. As if to validate Tiger's words, the gurgling outside intensified, accompanied by a deep, threatening sound, akin to the ominous grinding of countless carapaces. Damn, isn't this just like dropping a mobile insectoid base? Leo exclaimed, in a deluxe, quick-deploy version at that. It may be even worse. Lin Feng's heart sank. Judging by the commotion, the creatures would soon emerge. He resolved instantly. They could not remain idle. They must ascertain the situation and even attempt to destroy it while it was still unfolding. Rogue, deploy your reconnaissance drone. Be cautious as you investigate. Understood. Rogue responded immediately, releasing a compact reconnaissance drone coated with radar-absorbing material from the back of his shadow armor. The drone silently flew out of the cave, using the lingering dust as cover, heading toward the impact site. Soon, blurry yet chilling images returned to the trio's visor displays. In the center of the previously flat wasteland, a massive impact crater had formed, its edges bubbling with green viscous foam. At the bottom of the pit, a semi-transparent biomass sac pulsated like a massive heart, rapidly shrinking while pumping forth its dark green, energy-laden nutrient fluid. Wherever the fluid flowed, the ground was swiftly corroded and covered with a thick, writhing layer of purple fungal mat. On top of the fungal mat, some twisted organic structures, resembling fleshy conduits, were visibly growing and spreading at an alarming rate. Most unsettling of all were the enormous, slick eggs writhing amidst the unmelting nutrient fluid and rapidly generating organic tissue. Crack, crack. One of the eggs burst open first. A creature far larger than the standard worker insect, its shell gleaming with a dark metallic sheen and its forelimbs evolved into massive bone blades, erupted violently, letting out a ferocious roar. It shook off the slime coating its body, its dark red compound eyes scanning the surroundings, filled with ferocity and a thirst for destruction. Soon after, more eggs began to rupture. Emerging were not ordinary worker insects, but various enhanced variants. Some sported massive acid sacs on their backs, clearly upgraded spitters. Others moved with incredible speed, bounding like hounds. And some were grotesquely bloated, their shells thick as small tanks. In a mere moment, over 20 distinctly shaped, yet evidently stronger elite insectoid units had hatched, and the numbers were still increasing. The enormous spore sac continued to produce new insect eggs. This is an outright drop of an elite squad of monsters. Leo watched in shock, momentarily forgetting his anger. Rogue's voice trembled with suppressed dread. Not just that. The fungal mat is spreading. They are altering the environment. If they establish a foothold and create hatching pools, an endless tide of insects will soon follow. We must stop them, Lin Feng asserted decisively, his mind racing. Tiger, report on the data analysis and weaknesses of these units. Leo, Rogue, prepare for combat. We must eliminate that spore sac still producing. Data analysis on the new insectoid units will take time. Tiger's voice revealed the gravity of the situation. Preliminary assessment. The bone blade assault bug has a shell hardness over 3 times that of a worker bug, posing a significant melee threat. The sac spitter can project acid with far greater range and corrosiveness than standard spitters. Other unit data is insufficient. They may be newly evolved units from the Lisha star. Forget what type of bug they are. Today, I shall find out just how tough the bones of these elite monsters are, Leo declared, though he recognized the seriousness of the situation, clenching his fists. Lin Feng, how do we engage? There are too many of them, and that spore sac is heavily protected in the center. Rogue asked nervously, aware that the enemy before them far surpassed any previous wave they had encountered. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. He quickly scanned the tactical map and real-time images relayed by the drone. Listen, charging him blindly is tantamount to suicide. Our objective is that spore sac. Leo, your task is of utmost importance. I need you to crash in from the front like a nail. Create as much chaos as possible to draw all fire. But don't get trapped. Engage while maneuvering. And create opportunities for Rogue and me. This is my forte. Just drawing aggro, right? Leave it to me. Leo immediately accepted the assignment. Rogue, your pulse carbine may not deal sufficient damage to these new units. I need you to focus on electronic interference, especially targeting those spitters and any potential command units. At the same time, deploy all your attack drones to concentrate fire on the spore sac itself. Even if we can't destroy it, we must disrupt it. Understood. Maximum interference. Rog immediately began adjusting his equipment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, raised the plasma grenade launcher in my left hand, ready to unleash a barrage that would make those wretched blisters truly comprehend the essence of firepower suppression. Just give me a fleeting opportunity. His gaze locked onto the pulsating mass of biomaterial, his hands brushing over the 2 plasma grenade drums that had been fully charged prior to our departure. Secured to his armored legs. Action. Leo's Crimson Tiger armor erupted with a thunderous roar, resembling a fiery beast charging forth without hesitation from the cave, launching into a frenzied assault upon the death zone that had begun to transform into a hive of insectoid terror. Here I come, you filthy bugs. This time it's a deluxe package. The cacophony of elite insectoid shrieks immediately crescendoed, their attention wholly captivated by this audacious provocation. Lin Feng and Rog leaped forth simultaneously, like 2 phantoms, each taking distinct paths toward the deathly realm. The true test had arrived. Chapter 45, Saturation Bombardment and the Annihilation of Blisters. Leo's roar reverberated through the communication channel, infused with a wild amalgamation of exhilaration and resolve. The main thrusters of the Crimson Tiger armor erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The gold-red finish carving a dazzling trajectory against the dim light of Alicia's star, akin to a moth drawn to flame, or a meteor defying the odds as it hurtled toward the rapidly insectoid-infested death zone. Come fort, foul vermin. Look over here, he bellowed, as the rapid-fire guns on his arms unleashed a torrent of energy projectiles, not seeking precision kills, but rather aiming to create the grandest spectacle of noise and light. The impact of the kinetic energy on his gauntlet glowed with an unprecedented radiance, poised to reduce any daring adversary to mere pulp. This brazen provocation bore immediate fruit. Newly hatched and driven by fury and hunger, elite insectoid units were irresistibly drawn to the colossal energy signal and cacophony. A dark, metallic-hued bone-blade assault bug emitted a piercing shriek, becoming the first shadow to pounce upon Leo. Following closely behind, more enhanced spitters adjusted the trajectory of their acid sacs, while the swift insectoids charged forth like hunting hounds, kicking up clouds of dust as they flanked him. In an instant, Leo found himself surrounded by over 10 elite insectoids. The gold red of the Crimson Tiger resembling a solitary vessel amidst a storm, engulfed by a tempest of attacks and insect shadows. Energy projectiles and acid splashed against his shield, erupting in blinding ripples. Inside the armor, piercing damage alerts blared insistently. Now, shield peak down 65. Exercise caution. Tiger Che's calm voice carried an imperceptible urgency. I know. I can take it. Leo gritted his teeth, maneuvering the armor with daring tactical evasion, smashing a swift bug, attempting to close in with his gauntlet. But another boneblade bug's claw had already left deep gashes across his chest plate, sparks flying. As all the insectoid's attention was riveted upon Leo, the opportunity arose for Rog to act. The spectral armor glided silently to the battlefield's flank like a true specter, activating all electronic warfare modules at full power. An invisible, potent disruption wave enveloped the battlefield in an instant. The enhanced spitters preparing to spray acid found their sacs' movements momentarily stymied, their aim skewed, causing their acid projectiles to scatter. Several insectoids relying on biological radar for targeting exhibited brief moments of rigidity and disarray, their heads swaying, confusion flickering in their multifaceted eyes. Interference effective, duration uncertain, biological shield strength of the blister down 12. Rog's voice was taut, exerting every effort to maintain the disruption output. The biological shield of the blister resembled a layer of flesh. Its resilience and strength posed a considerable challenge for Lin Feng and his allies to breach. Lin Feng knelt like a steadfast rock behind a higher outcropping, the left arm of the solitary fox already raised with a plasma grenade launcher. On the visor's display, the trajectory calculated at high speed aligned with the repulsive pulsating blister in the distance, continuously generating new insect eggs. For Leo's sake, Lin Feng growled, pulling the trigger. Although it had been a few days since he had shot Leo's rear with a water gun, he felt the moment was fitting. Thud! The first plasma grenade, trailing a cerulean plume, sliced through the air, striking the blister's translucent biological shield with precision. The highly ionized plasma sphere detonated instantaneously, unleashing terrifyingly high temperatures and energy shockwaves that caused the shield to flicker violently, emitting a nauseating sizzling sound as its surface visibly dented and darkened. The true danger of the plasma grenade lay not in its kinetic armor-piercing capability, but in the sustained high-temperature plasma mass. Hit. Shield strength significantly decreased. Lin Feng wasted no time, subtly adjusting his arm before firing again. Thud, thud. He maintained a steady rhythm, unleashing plasma grenades one after another. The cerulean plasma fireballs erupted continuously against the blister's shield, vibrant and lethal. Each explosion caused the shield to quiver violently, the surface bioorganic material charring, carbonizing, and peeling away at a visible rate. Sensing the imminent threat, the blister's pulsation accelerated dramatically, pumping out more nutrient liquid in a desperate attempt to repair the shield, hastening the hatching of insect eggs. However, the newly hatched elite insectoids had yet to emerge from the nutrient pool before being drawn away by Leo or left disoriented by Rog's interference. After all, it was merely a blister, not a brain bug, lacking the high intelligence to directly command combat units. The first 15 rounds of plasma grenades were quickly expended. Lin Feng swiftly detached the drum, retrieving the second fully loaded drum from his armor's legs, replacing the empty one, and allowing it to charge plasma grenades. Continue, he barked, resuming fire. At this moment, the blister shield had grown as thin as paper, its surface riddled with burn marks and breaches. Through the gaps, the swirling dark green nutrient liquid and the soon-to-burst insect eggs were visible. Leo's pressure mounted, his armor suffering multiple damages. The rapid-fire gun on his left arm rendered temporarily inoperative due to overheating, forcing reliance on the right arm's gauntlet and constant evasive maneuvers. Damn it, Lin Feng, hurry up. I'm about to break under this. The bones of these elite monsters are infuriatingly hard. Hold on, Lin Feng responded, emptying the second drum. The third and final drum was attached. The last 15 plasma grenades. He ceased pursuing individual shot power, slightly adjusting his firing mode for rapid bursts. Thud, 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 thud. A series of cerulean plasma spheres cascaded like a tempest, nearly merging into a beam as they slammed against the blister shield, now on the brink of collapse. Finally, after enduring an uncountable barrage of plasma grenades, the blister's resilient biological shield emitted a mournful sound, akin to shattering glass, and disintegrated entirely. The remaining plasma grenades barreled through unimpeded, striking the blister's core directly. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted. The highly concentrated plasma acted directly upon the life-energy-laden biomass, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. Surrounding nutrient liquids, upon contact with the splattered high-temperature plasma, underwent violent steam explosions. The blister swelled and contracted violently, ultimately bursting with a deafening internal detonation. Countless unhatched insect eggs and freshly formed larvae vaporized instantly in the explosion and searing plasma. The immense shockwave hurled several nearby elite insectoids into the air. Side quest completed. Destroy the airdrop pustule. Reward: 1,000 modification points. Solraga biological organization samples. Elite, X15. High-strength nanoalloy, X50 units. Warning: remaining elite Zerg units have entered a state of frenzy. Threat level elevated. The system prompt flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. Yet the reward left him with a furrowed brow. Compared to the rewards from previously destroying small hatcheries, this appeared rather meager. Had the novice protection period finally expired? Splendid, Rod exclaimed with fervor. Damn it, finally! Leo sighed in relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. His Crimson Tiger armor was battered and sparking with arcs of electricity. However, the crisis was far from over. The system's warning had manifested into reality. Those elite Zerg units, severed from their maternal connection due to the destruction of the pustule, did not disperse. Instead, their eyes turned a blood-red hue as they emitted even more frenzied and violent roars. Their speed and strength seemed to escalate instantaneously to an entirely new level. Ignoring their own injuries, they lunged madly toward Leo, who was nearest to them. Thou, rogue, fall back. Immediately disengage, Lin Feng commanded decisively, while swiftly replacing the energy magazine of his electromagnetic sniper rifle with a fully charged plasma grenade drum. They gone berserk. Engaging head-on is unwise. We shall adopt guerrilla tactics and wear them down slowly. Chapter 46, Guerrilla Hunt. Lin Feng's orders were clear and resolute, cutting through the cacophony of the raging swarm like a cold stone. Although Leo was passionate, he was not reckless. Upon hearing the command, he quickly realized that enduring the onslaught would only lead to being torn apart. The thrusters behind his Crimson Tiger armor roared to life once more. propelling him into a precarious yet effective backward roll, narrowly evading the crossing slashes of two bone blade assault bugs. Tiger, plan our retreat route. Find the shortest path to disengage, Leo shouted amidst his roll. Route marked. 3 o'clock direction. Utilize that rocky area. Tiger's voice resonated almost simultaneously, presenting an efficient escape route on Leo's visor display. Rogue. Maintain continuous interference during the retreat. Do not allow them to coordinate a pincer movement. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the channel, and at that moment, a deep thud of the electromagnetic sniper rifle rang out. Bang! One of the swift bugs attempting to flank Leo had its head explosively shattered, akin to a rotten watermelon. Its headless body propelled forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. Interference sustained. Their pheromone communication has become exceedingly chaotic, yet their individual aggression remains high. Rog reported, retreating while continuously emitting interference waves. He engaged nearby targets with his pulse carbine. Although he could not inflict fatal damage, he was effective in impeding their movements. The trio began a tactical withdrawal. Lin Feng occupied the high ground, wielding his electromagnetic sniper rifle as the most lethal threat. He methodically targeted, each shot resulting in an elite Zerg being slowed or precisely hit in a joint weakness, creating precious moments for Leo and Rog's escape. His attacks were precise and efficient, always prioritizing those units that posed the greatest threat to his teammates or sought to encircle them. Due to his role in close-quarters combat against the Zerg, Leo became the primary target of the elite bugs. He abandoned any notion of retaliation, focusing all his energy on defense and escape, utilizing the rocky terrain as cover. He constantly changed direction to evade the acidic projectiles and bone spikes aimed at him. His golden-red armor leaped and rolled across the rugged landscape, appearing both clumsy and extraordinarily agile, narrowly avoiding lethal attacks time and again. Rog flitted around the flanks, his electronic interference acting as an invisible barrier, preventing the frenzied bugs from effectively coordinating their pursuit, resembling a horde of deranged individuals. Occasionally, he seized opportunities to concentrate fire with his pulse carbine on a Zerg that Lin Feng had injured or downed, attempting to expand their gains. This pursuit evolved into an exceedingly perilous affair. The elite Zerg, having succumbed to frenzy, exhibited enhanced attributes and were wholly unacquainted with fear, their attacks ferociously relentless. Several times, acidic projectiles grazed Leo's armor, corroding nearby rocks with a sizzling sound, while the bone blades whistled through the air, sending shivers down his spine. I'm turning left. Take care of that spitter, Leo shouted. Bang! Lin Feng's response was a precise shot that obliterated the acid sac of the enhanced spitter attempting to predict Leo's movements, splattering the corrosive green liquid over the surrounding Zerg, inciting chaos. Right side. 2 assault bugs are closing in. Rogue Warnet. Without hesitation, Leo executed a sharp turn, simultaneously overloading his thruster's power and lunging forward, narrowly evading the crossing bone blades. The trio's cooperation grew increasingly seamless. Though fraught with danger, they consistently supported one another at crucial moments, precariously maintaining their line while gradually leading the frenzied elite Zerg into more complex terrain better suited for guerrilla tactics. While the Zerg possessed biological thrusters allowing them to traverse varied landscapes, the obstacles to visibility created by the terrain, combined with Rog's information interference, produced a significant information disparity. Once they entered the intricate canyons and derelict zones, Lin Feng's team's tactical advantage began to manifest, leveraging the exceptional mobility and striking power of his lone fox unit. Lin Feng continually shifted his sniping positions, appearing like a specter, each emergence heralded by a fatal gunshot. He specifically targeted the Zerg's leg joints and sensory organs, not seeking instant kills, but aiming to diminish their mobility and combat effectiveness to the fullest extent. Leo and Rog served as bait and cleanup crew. Leo attracted the attention of a portion of the Zerg, using the convoluted terrain to engage them, while Rog, capitalizing on the reconnaissance armor's advantages, precisely identified isolated targets injured by Lin Feng, coordinating with Leo for concentrated annihilation. This process was slow and tedious, yet exceedingly effective. The frenzied Zerg, despite their brute strength, were gradually disassembled and weakened through Lin Feng's precise tactical slicing and terrain utilization, ultimately being picked off one by one. An enhanced spitter had its spray tube severed by Lin Feng, causing acid to backflow and hinder its movements, leading to its slow demise at Leo's heavy fist. A swift bug, thrown off balance by various disturbances while moving at high speed, fell to the ground, only to be targeted and eliminated by Lin Feng from afar. Finally, The most troublesome bone blade assault bug was led by Leo into a narrow rock crevice, where its movements were restricted. Lin Feng struck it 3 consecutive times in the same joint, rendering it immobile, and ultimately, Leo and Rog combined their energy weapons to extinguish its life. As the last elite Zerg fell beneath Leo's striking gauntlet, the trio was left nearly exhausted. The internal cooling systems of their armor worked frantically to dissipate the immense heat generated by the intense combat. The consumption of the Void Core Chi was equally substantial. Even Lin Feng, with his inexhaustible energy pool, felt a hint of mental fatigue, for the high-stakes precision, sniping, and tactical command were profoundly draining. The battlefield lay in ruins, strewn with the remnants of the Zerg and pools of congealed green blood. Is it over? Leo gasped, leaning against a boulder. Damn, these elite monsters are far more troublesome than in the simulations. Confirming the area is secure, no additional Zerg signals detected. Rog's voice, tinged with fatigue, still diligently scanned their surroundings. Lin Feng slid down from the sniper's perch and approached his companions, assessed the damage, collect valuable samples, particularly the tissue specimens from the new type of Zerg. Che requires the data. He glanced at the internal kill records of the armor, noting the destruction of the pustules and these elite Zerg, which had accumulated a squad score of 10,160. Surprised that a pustule was worth 3,000 points. He pondered their current ranking. However, matters being what they were, he decided to have a meal and rest before anything else. Chapter 47, Siege of the Nest and Score Considerations. After a night of recuperation, the rust-red sun of Lisha Star once again struggled to ascend the dust-laden horizon, casting its cold light upon the ravines and ruins. The 3 members of Lin Feng's team awoke from a concealed rocky crevice. The stealth systems of the Lonely Fox and Shadow Armor allowed them to blend almost seamlessly with the rocks, while the rather conspicuous Red Tiger was deliberately placed in the innermost position. Since the ship girls could only provide information and command to their own commanders from a distance and could not participate directly in the training battlefield, Ling Ji could only guide the trio in repairing their armors through the data they uploaded. Ling Ji conducted a remote diagnosis via the team channel, confirming that the basic functions of the 3 armors had been restored, but the deep wounds on Leo's armor required a return for thorough repairs. How do you feel? Lin Feng's voice came through the internal communication, slightly raspy from sleep. He stretched his limbs, and the armor's joints emitted a faint hum. Not bad. Just this damn place is too cramped. Leo complained as he maneuvered his armor to stand, performing a few stretching motions, feeling as though his bones were about to fall apart from sleep. Che, what's the weather like today? Is it suitable for hunting bugs? Commander, Lisha Star has no weather, only eternal radiation dust and low temperatures. The current surface temperature is minus 41 degrees and is gradually rising. Wind speed is at level 3, with moderate visibility. It's suitable for hunting, provided you do not dive headfirst into a pile of bugs again. Che's cool voice echoed in the team channel, delivering her usual dry sarcasm. Rogue had already begun checking equipment and sensors in silence. My ammunition is charged to 85, and I have plenty of rounds. No Zerg activity signals within a 3-kilometer radius last night. After a brief resupply of energy bars and water, the team set out once more, cautiously advancing along their designated extermination route. Their objective was to hunt as many solitary or small groups of Zerg as possible to accumulate points. With their current score standing at 10,000, as long as they avoided falling into another intense battle like yesterday's, they could steadily accumulate points and secure first place. After approximately 2 hours of hunting, a faint yet persistent sound of energy weapon fire and explosions reached them from the southeast, carried by the thin air. The 3 immediately halted, swiftly seeking cover. Direction southeast, approximately 2 kilometers. Rogue reported the data and released a mini reconnaissance drone. The drone silently ascended, flying towards the source of the sound. Through the aerial view transmitted by the drone, they witnessed the scene ahead. At the entrance of a vast, evidently artificially excavated and partially collapsed mine, a fierce battle was underway. At least 15 powered armors formed an alternating line of cover, unleashing firepower against the depths of the mine and the incessantly emerging construction bugs. Energy beams, metallic projectiles, and occasional trails of individual missiles streaked across the battlefield, with explosions illuminating the swarming bugs. The Zerg's shrieks, even transmitted through the drone's microphone, sounded dense and frenzied. Wow, what a spectacle! Leo whistled, adjusting the optical sensor's magnification. Thoroughly engrossed. These guys have banded together? Quite audacious of them to tackle such a tough nut. Lin Feng carefully observed the battlefield dynamics. The cooperative efforts of the united team seemed fairly coordinated, with a reasonable allocation of firepower. Clearly, they were among the elite of the new generation. However, they faced immense pressure, as the mine resembled an endless Zerg nest, with construction bugs and lurkers intermingling with spitters, continuously pouring forth. More strikingly, in the depths of the mine, a massive and complex outline composed of biomass could be seen, its surface subtly writhing and emanating an ominous purplish-green glow. "It's the main Zerg nest," Lin Feng remarked, his tone grave. "Judging by its scale and defensive strength, it should be one of the nodes in this area." "Should we lend a hand?" Leo asked, eager to join the fray. The points would surely be considerable. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. "Assist? Although the distance isn't great, their battle has clearly reached its climax or is experiencing a shift. Moreover, look at their formation." He pointed at the screen. "They are not hastily responding. Instead, they are advancing in an organized manner. While it may be strenuous, there are no signs of collapse for now. If we recklessly intervene, regardless of whether they welcome us, we could disrupt their rhythm and distribution plan." "How would points be calculated? Whose command would it fall under?" "It's all troublesome," Rogue concurred. "Their communication channels are encrypted within a temporary combat network. We lack the authority to connect. Forcing our way in could be seen as interference or even an attempt to seize their spoils." Leo pouted. "All right, fine. You make valid points. So we just watch them fight?" "Not entirely just watching." Lin Feng switched to the public student channel, attempting to glean useful information through signal interception. Collecting intelligence was equally crucial. The structure of this nest, the Zerg's defensive patterns, and... He noticed a few intermittent words captured on the public channel. "Launch, pouch, northwest direction. Massive consumption." Combining this with the airdropped pustule they encountered yesterday and the evidently larger but seemingly less aggressive nest before them, Lin Feng rapidly formulated a theory in his mind. "It seems that the airdropped pustule from yesterday was most likely launched from this very nest," Lin Feng analyzed. "Launching such entities must have consumed a significant amount of its energy and resources, which is why their current offensive, while fierce, may lack sustaining power. This united team appears to be seizing the opportunity to take it down while it is weakened. Damn it. So, it was that old bastard trying to play us." Leo's anger flared up. "Then we should definitely go take it down?" "Going now would be of little significance." Lin Feng urged him to remain calm. "First, we cannot ascertain how much defensive power the nest core still possesses. Secondly, the united team has battled for so long. If we join at the end, even with contributions, we would inevitably be at a disadvantage when it comes to point distribution. The cost-to-benefit ratio is too low." Lastly, he paused, glancing toward the fierce battlefield in the distance. "Our condition is not optimal, especially your armor, Leo. Recklessly engaging in a siege of this scale poses risks that outweigh the rewards. Are you not worried that Hu Che might come and drag you back?" Lin Feng continued. "As long as we maintain a steady course of hunting, it will be enough to secure our victory. Let them engage in the siege. We will continue on our hunting route, which may not be less efficient than theirs and is certainly safer and more controllable." Though Leo felt somewhat reluctant, he recognized the validity of Lin Feng's analysis and muttered, all right, I'll follow your lead. I just feel like we're letting those guys off easy." "There is no such thing as easy. It all depends on skill and choice," Lin Feng replied, retracting his gaze. "Rogue, mark the location of this nest and the information we've observed. We'll circumvent this area and proceed according to our original plan." "Understood." Rogue maneuvered the drone to return. The three took one last look at the battlefield ablaze with light before decisively turning and stealthily making their way in another direction. Casting aside the fierce battles and the prospect of abundant points behind them, they opted for a path of hunting that was more suited to their current state, steadier and more efficient. The hunting grounds of Prime were vast. It was not merely a single tough adversary that awaited their attention. Chapter 48. Whispers in the Rust-Hued Dawn. The dawn of Prime did not dispel darkness with light, but rather unfolded as a process where rust-red dust gradually consumed the stars. A Solrago worker bug, partially buried beneath fragments of its kin and viscous nutrient fluid, trembled its multifaceted eyes, sensing the subtle shifts in light. Its designation held no significance, consciousness blurred, within the rudimentary ganglia of this lowly insectoid unit. Only the most fundamental instincts persisted: hunger, destruction, and the buzzing compliance to the will of the swarm. The chaos of the previous day, the searing pain that rained down from above, the scorching nutrient fluid, the ensuing frenzied slaughter, and the deafening explosions had settled into fragmented biological electrical signals, akin to an old wound that throbbed faintly. It struggled to dislodge the cold shell fragments and solidified green blood that weighed upon it with its damaged forelimbs. Its chitinous exoskeleton was riddled with fine cracks and burn marks from energy weaponry, and one of its auxiliary appendages twisted unnaturally. The swarm's buzzing became distant and thin, as if separated by an invisible veil. An unprecedented, alien pulse emerged within its simple nervous system, isolation. The compound eyes strained to adjust their focus, revealing a hellish scene. The charred earth emitted wisps of white smoke, and gigantic, lifeless pustules lay scattered like rotting entrails. The remnants of once formidable elite units, the Boneblade assault troopers and spore spitters, mingled with twisted metal debris, forming a grim still life. The air was thick with acrid ozone, the stench of acid, and the burnt aroma of protein. Hunger seared its insides. Instinctively, it began to gnaw at the relatively intact corpse of a fellow worker bug nearby, its sharp mandibles tearing through soft tissue, greedily siphoning the remnants of biological energy. As the rudimentary nervous system processed this energy, fleeting fragments flickered through. Crimson frenzies of violent impact, elusive brownish shadows, and the precise strikes of silence and death that came from far above with each flicker. Such strikes instilled within it a profound fear and unease. There were no roars, no warnings, only the sharp sound of air being sliced and the ensuing total darkness. While it was engrossed in its grim feast, a rhythmic, faint vibration grew nearer, striking the ground and reverberating through its dwindling sensory organs. Not of the swarm. It abruptly lifted its head, its multifaceted eyes reflecting three figures advancing through the swirling dust in tactical formation towards this desolate expanse. At the forefront was a heavy armor clad in a wild, scarlet hue, battle-scarred yet exuding a feral aura, its strides proclaiming its existence. To the side, a brownish light armor moved silently, seamlessly blending into the environment, its sensors scanning vigilantly. And further back, atop a vantage point, the armored figure that made its ganglia twitch reappeared, its elongated, lethal weaponry slowly sweeping in search of target. The remnants of the swarms were instantly overshadowed by a new, more potent alert pulse. Enemy. Destruction. The remaining worker bug emitted a sharp, threatening hiss, dragging its damaged body forward, brandishing its sole intact, scythe-like forelimb, staggering towards the most conspicuous scarlet armor. Its movements were distorted by its injuries, slow and resembling a desperate charge. Still a straggler? Or perhaps one that didn't quite die yesterday. The voice of Leo emanated from within the scarlet armor, tinged with a hint of mockery and post-battle fatigue. What a pitiful sight. Come, allow me, Leo, to escort you to your final rest, a swift release. The Chi-Tiger armor did not even deploy its weapon, merely sidestepping with precision to evade the erratic assault, then sweeping its mechanical arm in a manner reminiscent of a burly man draping his arm over a young girl's shoulder, only to pull her tightly into an embrace. Crack! Crack! A series of sickeningly crisp sounds echoed. The worker bug's head, along with a portion of its thorax, was instantaneously crushed by Leo's embrace. Green viscous fluid and chitin fragments sprang forth. Its broken body twitched twice before falling utterly still. Done. Points 10. Leo triumphantly announced, as if completing a ritual. Confirmation of elimination. No other life signals detected. Rog's voice resonated, laced with relief. At the vantage point, Lin Feng lowered his sniper rifle, though a slight frown creased his brow beneath the visor. Through the high-precision sensors of the lone fox, he had just captured the fleeting moment before the worker bug charged out. Its multifaceted eyes seemed not entirely vacant, flashing a glimmer of indescribable emotion, mingled with despair and madness. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. How could insectoids, especially lowly worker bugs, possess such emotions? It must have been an illusion born from the relentless battles. Point update. Lin Feng squad, total points, 22, 330. Almost as Lin Feng scrutinized the points, a clear broadcast signal, enveloping the entire G12 sector, forcibly interrupted all cadets' armor communication systems, its tone cold and unyielding. Attention all participating cadets. This is the Exercise Command Center. The adaptive combat drill has officially concluded. Repeat, the drill has ended. All units, immediately cease all combat actions and stand by. Maintain vigilance. Rescue and recovery transports will arrive at your current coordinates within half an hour. Injured personnel will be prioritized for evacuation. Final point rankings will be announced upon return to the Bujo Star Ring base. Command Center out. As the broadcast concluded, a brief silence enveloped the channel, punctuated only by the mournful whispers of the wind sweeping through the ruins. Is this it? Leo's voice brimmed with incredulity. I'm not done with my killing spree yet. I feel like I've only just started to stretch my muscles. After 72 hours of high-intensity combat drills, Commander Leo, your physical and energy reserves indicate you require at least 12 hours of deep sleep to fully recover. Huche's cool voice cut through the encrypted channel, as ever, striking with precision. Huche, can't you let me revel a bit longer? Leo complained. Lin Feng slid down from his sniper perch, approaching the two. All right, the drill ending is a good thing. Let us tally the points. We should have amassed a decent haul this time. He cast a glance at the final number locked at 22,330, a rough estimate forming in his mind. Lingji, he switched to a private channel with his ship girl. The drill has ended. We're unscathed. The transport will come for us, so please pilot the Lingji back to the Panga defense dock and await our return. Understood, Commander. Lingji's voice rang out instantly, filled with reassurance and joy. I've been monitoring your data from orbit, worried sick. I'm so relieved you're all fine. I'll head back to the school right away and prepare some food for you. Lin Feng looked up to see the massive hull of the Lingji gracefully turning on its trajectory, engines igniting as it sailed towards Kunlun Star. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Soon, a colossal Falcon-class transport vessel thundered down nearby, stirring a cloud of dust. The cadets, weary and silent, trudged aboard, their armor marred with scars, congealed blood, and the marks of energy weaponry, silently narrating the brutality of the past 3 days. The atmosphere within the cabin was heavy. Many sank into slumber as soon as they sat down. Lin Feng, Leo, and Rog sat together. Though exhausted, their spirits remained relatively intact. You inquire, what position do you think our score will place us? Leo whispered, barely concealing his excitement. Over 23,000, undoubtedly among the front-runners. Rog affirmed with certainty. Our efficiency in clearing was exceptional, particularly with the airdrop of pustules and the elite swarm just the day before, which granted us substantial points. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the other battle-worn, yet spirited teams within the cabin. We should comfortably secure a spot within the top 10. However, let's not forget the lurking giants of Panga defense, he cautioned. His sentence trailed off, yet both Leo and Rog comprehended his implication. Those hailing from military lineages, seasoned since childhood through simulations and even minor real conflicts, possessed a level of teamwork and practical experience that could surpass their own makeshift team, which relied primarily on individual prowess and a stroke of luck. The transport vessel broke free from the gravitational shackles of Lisha Star, casting the rust-red hellish planet behind as it soared toward the majestic Panga Defense's Bujo Mountain Star Ring base. Chapter 49. Beneath the Star Ring, rankings confirmed. Upon escaping the gravitational grasp of Lisha Star, the vista expanded magnificently. Against the dark backdrop, the vast, azure Kunlun Star occupied a significant portion of the view, its surface adorned with orderly cloud formations, revealing faint outlines of continental plates. Yet even more breathtaking was the human marvel that aligned with its synchronous orbit, the Bujo Mountain Star Ring Defense Zone. Despite having witnessed it before, Lin Feng remained entranced. Its grandeur and beauty were unparalleled, a testament to human ingenuity and industrial might. The colossal structure, exceeding 100 kilometers in width, resembled a magnificent metallic belt encircling the planet, bristling with countless arrays of turrets, missile silos, sensor arrays, and starport docks. The joint shield generators emitted a gentle glow of energy, ready to envelop the planet in a transparent protective barrier at a moment's notice. A multitude of ships of varying sizes darted like schools of fish within and outside the ring, showcasing an awe-inspiring display of industrial prowess and military deterrence. Their fleet of Falcon-class transport vessels followed the guiding signals, merging into a channel leading to the Panga Defense's third spaceport. The closer they approached, the more the immense complexity of the Bujo Mountain Star Ring became apparent. The massive structure illuminated with lights, modules of various functions interconnected, forming a true space city. The grand fleet of Falcon-class transports gradually maneuvered into their designated berths, the pressure doors hissing as they sealed tightly against the docking ports. As the hatch opened, a medley of scents, sweat, heated metal, blood, and antiseptic washed over them. Groups of newly initiated cadets, hardened by the crucible of warfare, trudged down the gangway. Many supported one another, while others stood in silence, their eyes reflecting the sharpness and exhaustion of the battlefield, gazing at the vast artificial sky within the star ring and the distant arc of Kunlun Star as if lost in another realm. Medical robots flickered with blue lights, silently navigating through the crowd, providing urgent care and transport for the more severely injured cadets. Instructors and logistical personnel called out numbers, guiding the lines and maintaining order, rendering the entire spaceport a bustling, yet solemn environment. Lin Feng, Leo, and Rog descended from the transport vessel along with the throng. Their armor, though marred by battle scars, remained functional, making them conspicuously noticeable amid the crowd. Finally back, Leo exhaled deeply, stretching his neck as though he had endured 3 years instead of merely 3 days. All I want now is a hot bath, followed by 3 days and nights of sleep. However, before indulging in relaxation, they would likely need to first await their results. Lin Feng reminded, casting his gaze toward the enormous holographic display at the far end of the spaceport. The screen was rapidly scrolling with a multitude of cadet numbers and scores, with the final rankings yet to be revealed, but real-time data was swiftly being compiled. Surrounding new cadets craned their necks in anticipation, murmuring speculations about the final standings, the atmosphere thick with tension and expectation. Soon, an officer adorned with the insignia of a colonel approached a makeshift podium, grasping a megaphone. The clamorous spaceport fell eerily silent, all eyes fixated upon him. Attention, all new cadets. The officer's voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the vast expanse. I hereby declare the adaptive combat exercises of the first cohort at Panga Galaxy's United Defense University officially concluded. Your performances in the G12 sector of Lisha Star have been meticulously recorded. Regardless of your scores, standing here alive signifies your courage and worth. The Federation is proud of you. Following a brief moment of encouragement, he shifted his tone. Now, I will unveil the final scores and rankings of the top 10 teams from this exercise. This will be included in your annual evaluations and will earn you corresponding rewards. The vast holographic screen ceased its scrolling, revealing a clear ranking list. Final rankings of the adaptive combat exercises. First place, Team ID A07, total score, 28760. Second place, Team ID C42, Lin Feng's team, total score, 22330. Third place, Team IDB19, total score, 21580. Second place, Leo's eyes widened as he stared at the conspicuous C42 and its associated score on the screen, his initial excitement abruptly replaced by shock and resentment. How could we possibly be second? Who on earth could outscore us by over 6,000 points? Rog furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the rankings. A 07, I recall them. They were the joint team that spearheaded the assault on the main nest on the third day of the exercise, the very team we chose to avoid. Lin Feng gazed at the glaring 28760 and the 807 designation, his eyes narrowing as understanding dawned upon him. He patted Leo on the shoulder. Calm down. Look over there. Leo and Rog followed Lin Feng's gesture. Not far away, 5 cadets stood together, their armor impeccably maintained, though marked by combat. It was evident they were far less disheveled than their peers, their paint scheme remarkably uniform. They exuded an air of composure, engaged in quiet conversation, their eyes reflecting a confidence and a sharpness that set them apart from the surrounding newcomers. Numerous cadets cast either envious or admiring glances in their direction. Is that them? Leo whispered. Those military second-generation cadets? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. It seems they not only successfully captured the main nest, but they executed the operation with even greater efficiency than we anticipated, managing their losses far better. Having received systematic training and resource allocation since childhood. With parents who are frontline officers, their understanding of the insectoid threats, tactical execution, and teamwork is undoubtedly superior to our makeshift approach. Leo opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Their lineage, steeped in military tradition, had afforded them access to genuine combat knowledge and training from an early age, a starting point that clearly dwarfed the grassroots background shared by himself and Lin Feng. While he could leverage family resources to hone his skills, the deeply ingrained military acumen and teamwork ingrained in them could not simply be cultivated through resources alone. A tumult of emotions churned within Leo, defiance, resignation, and a flicker of ignited ambition. Fine, I concede their superiority, he finally muttered, his tone tinged with acidity, yet underscored by a newfound clarity. But next time it won't be so easy. Once I master my full capabilities, I'll be ready to measure up against them. Rog adjusted his protective visor, quietly remarking, their command coordination is indeed remarkably seamless. It's as if every movement is choreographed with precision. The strategic command and coordination required for such a decisive battle is indeed a realm in which we still find ourselves lacking. Lin Feng gazed at the 5 figures, his eyes deep with contemplation. The second-place achievement had far exceeded his expectations, serving as a testament to their strength and potential. Yet, this outcome felt akin to a cold splash of water, jolting him from the subtle arrogance that had begun to creep in due to his recent rapid advancements in power. The Pangu Defense Academy, and indeed the entire Federation, is rife with prodigies and formidable individuals. Possessing a system is a considerable advantage, yet it is by no means omnipotent. The true path of the strong necessitates a relentless pursuit, step by step, through struggle, learning, and refinement. Well, the rankings are now established. Overthinking is of no avail. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to calmness, deciding it was time to return for some much-needed rest. Lingzi, okay. And even Rog's ship girl must be anxiously awaiting his return. The lessons learned and gains acquired from this experience could be pondered upon later. He cast one last glance at the elevated rankings before turning to leave. Chapter 50, The Terrifying Zhao Elder. Departing from the clamor of the third spaceport, the freshmen boarded the dedicated shuttle of Pangu Defense Academy, returning to their respective dormitory areas. Silence enveloped the journey, fatigue washing over them like a tide, diluting the emotions of excitement or disappointment brought on by the rankings. Gradually, the cabin filled with the sounds of snoring, as most of the students closed their eyes to rest, some even slipping into deep slumber. Upon arriving at the Xinhui courtyard dormitory area, they dispersed. Lin Feng, Leo, and Rog exchanged brief farewells at the door of room 2901. I'm utterly exhausted. I need to get Hu Che to conduct a thorough checkup on me. Then I must sleep. Leo yawned, waving his hand as he was led into his room by Hu Che. Rog nodded slightly, whispering, I also need to return. The data collected this time requires organization. See you later. His shadowy armor glided silently into the adjacent room 2903. As Lin Feng stepped into room 2901, the familiar warmth enveloped him, dispelling the cold and metallic scent that had lingered from Lisha Star. Commander, welcome back. Lingji had been waiting at the door, her small face radiating both concern and joy. She hurried forward, disregarding the stains on Lin Feng's armor, gently embracing his armored arm before immediately bustling about. The hot water is ready. The repair fluid is also prepared. I've detected multiple minor damages and energy circuit overloads on the Guhua, which need immediate maintenance. Commander, you should wash up first. Just entrust your armor to me. She flitted around Lin Feng like a busy little bee, her voice soft yet tinged with undeniable urgency. Observing Lingji's earnest efforts on his behalf, Lin Feng felt the subtle regret spawned by the second-place finish dissipate entirely. He smiled and complied, removing his armor. The Guhua stood still, and Lingji promptly summoned her repair nanomachines from the starship space, initiating a meticulous scan and preliminary maintenance. Starship space. Each ship girl is connected to a subspace channel, which can only be utilized upon materializing the ship body. This channel directly links to the internal idle spaces of the ship, such as empty compartments and cargo holds, designated for storing personal items, food, spare parts, various supplies, and even small onboard aircraft or drones. Soaking in the warm water infused with soothing repair fluid, Lin Feng let out a sigh, feeling every muscle and nerve emit a satisfying hum. The intense combat over the past few days had placed a far greater burden on his mind than on his body. The infinite void core ensured a continuous supply of energy, yet the mental exhaustion was tangible. With his eyes closed, he involuntarily replayed scenes from Lisha Star, Leo's wild charge, Rog's precise interference, the frenzied roars of the Zerg, the terrifying blisters raining down from above, the steady recoil of the electromagnetic sniper rifle, and finally, the stark contrast in score margins. Not to mention the gaze of that engineer bug as it charged forth. Was it truly an illusion? He shook his head, temporarily banishing those thoughts. For now, rest was paramount. After freshening up and changing into clean casual attire, Lin Feng felt rejuvenated. Exiting the bathroom, he noticed that Lingji had already directed the nanomachines to address the Guhua's critical damages. Commander, are you hungry? I prepared a delightful array of dishes. Lingji approached, carrying a tray adorned with a steaming cup of invigorating beverage, exuding a subtle yet enticing aroma. Thank you, Lingji. Lin Feng accepted the drink and took a sip, the warm energy flowing through his limbs, grateful for her remote support this time. Lingji's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly shook her head. No, I didn't manage to help much. I could only anxiously watch the data. You and the others were incredible. Second place. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Feng smiled, choosing not to dwell on the rankings. He sat down at the dining table, savoring a piece of Lingji's starfruit duck while gazing out at the night view of Xinhui courtyard. Numerous dormitory lights flickered, faint sounds of returning freshmen filling the air. Some excitedly discussed their experiences while others rested in silence. The drill had concluded, yet life at Pangu Defense Academy was just beginning to take shape. This exercise served as a high-pressure filter, revealing each individual's traits, capabilities, and shortcomings. The upcoming courses would likely be even more stringent and targeted. The first place, A07 squad, loomed like a distant mountain ahead. As for Professor Zhao, one could only wonder what his assessment of the exercise's results and process would entail. Thinking of that stern instructor, a wry smile crept across Lin Feng's lips, the memory of cleaning the restroom still vivid in his mind. Just as he was lost in thought, his personal terminal vibrated gently. It was a message from the official school system, encrypted. Student Lin Feng, your detailed battle report and evaluation from this exercise have been generated. Instructor's comments. Personal combat qualities are exceptional, tactical choices bold and highly efficient, demonstrating a strong ability to capture battlefield dynamics and provide long-range support. However, there is room for improvement in team coordination, with an over-reliance on personal capabilities to resolve crises, and a somewhat limited understanding of large-scale tactical concepts. Suggestions include reinforcing studies in team tactical command fundamentals and alien societal structures, and nest offensive and defensive theories. Additionally, Professor Zhao Jinhua requests that you visit his office after class tomorrow. Gazing at the message, Lin Feng's expression grew contemplative. His individual performance had been acknowledged. Yet his shortcomings in teamwork and tactical understanding had been pointed out. This was indeed a current weakness. This was not just a matter of ground combat. It would also impact the efficiency of commanding fleets in the future. Moreover, Professor Zhao's specific summons reignited the tension in his previously relaxed demeanor. What special attention would this entail? He tucked away the terminal, took another sip of his drink, and resumed his meal. When faced with challenges, one must either confront them or seek refuge. What was there to fear? He hadn't violated any regulations. Or had he? Chapter 51. The Horn of Dawn and the Silence of the Classroom. The dust and blood from Lisha's star seemed to linger in the air, yet the cold, exacting schedule of Panga Defense Academy afforded the freshmen little time to linger in the past. The following morning, before the first light of dawn, the familiar, piercing sound of the assembly whistle sliced through the last vestiges of tranquility in the Xinghui courtyard dormitory area like a chilling steel needle. Beep, beep, beep. The sound was short, sharp, and unequivocal. Almost instantaneously, the doors to rooms 2901 swung open, revealing Lin Feng and Leo, clad in their training uniforms. Their eyes clear and movements swift, devoid of the fatigue that had marked their return the previous day. The relentless high-intensity combat and the rigorous training at the military academy's inception have honed both their bodies and minds to adapt to this taut rhythm. The corridor reverberates with the sound of hurried, synchronized footsteps as the newcomers silently stream towards the training grounds below. No words are exchanged. The only sound is the dull thud of shoes meeting the floor, creating an invisible yet oppressive atmosphere filled with a sense of excitement and foreboding. Lingji and Huchu follow closely behind their respective commanders. The ship girls are not required to partake in physical training, but their mere presence serves as a form of support and supervision. On the expansive training field, the familiar guardians, clad in Type 1 basic training armor, are already lined up in formation. Instructor Lei S. Dark, stern visage resembles a rock, standing resolutely before the ranks, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the swiftly assembled phalanx. Attention! At ease. There is no superfluous chatter, nor any evaluation of yesterday's drill. Instructor Lei's commanding voice booms through the loudspeaker. It seems the bugs on Lisha Star haven't softened your bones. Excellent. Then let us continue to grind. Today's subject, extreme weight-bearing cross-country. Maintain the internal circulation of the void core chi against interference. Objective, to exhaust every last ounce of your strength, forging your fundamental endurance and energy control. Now, don your armor. As the command is given, the newcomers rush towards their armor, having gained experience from previous life and death trials. The process of donning, self-checking, and standing ready has become markedly smoother, even for the least skilled among them, who now exhibit a level of proficiency far beyond that of the previous drills. Lin Feng and Leo are among the fastest to complete the task. Lin Feng feels the familiar weight of the armor and deliberately slows his breathing, channeling the void core chi within him to circulate in a more efficient and steady manner between his body and the armor's energy circuits. The existence of the infinite energy reservoir alleviates his fears of depletion, yet the true essence of training lies in mastering the stability of this power during prolonged exertion. Leo appears even more exuberant, seemingly eager to vent the frustration of having missed first place yesterday through today as training. His fluctuations in void core chi are slightly turbulent, but under Huchu's silent scrutiny, he quickly regains his composure. Move out. The heavy tide of steel begins to advance, racing along the designated intricate route. The initial pace is brisk and continues to accelerate. The armored feet pound the earth in a synchronized roar. The training ground is vast, featuring a variety of complex terrains, sandy stretches, muddy patches, steep inclines, and obstacles. Simultaneously, a special high-frequency interference field begins to envelop the entire area, attempting to disrupt the newcomers' control over their void core chi. Lin Feng quickly finds his rhythm. His mental focus sharpens as he precisely regulates his energy output, countering the external disturbances, ensuring each step of his armor is steady and efficient. He even has the capacity to observe his surroundings, noting Leo and a few other standout classmates' conditions. Leo initially charges ahead, his golden red armor leading the first echelon, but as time wears on, the dual pressures of high-intensity exertion and the interference field cause his energy fluctuations to exhibit slight chaos, with labored breaths faintly audible through the internal channel. Steady yourself, Leo. Lin Feng's voice resonates in the private channel. Mind your pace. The interference primarily affects the stability of your output bandwidth. Try to constrain the energy flow with willpower, rather than simply resisting it. Quit nagging. I know what I'm doing, Leo retorts defiantly, yet he evidently adjusts his strategy, slightly easing his speed as his energy fluctuations gradually stabilize. After 2 hours of extreme cross-country, nearly everyone is utterly exhausted, even with the support of their armor. The extreme strain on their willpower and energy control leaves them mentally and physically drained. Many newcomers are assisted off the field by ship girls or medical robots. Lin Feng and Leo exchange glances, both recognizing the fatigue in each other's eyes, Lin Feng's fatigue being feigned. Yet there's also a glimmer of sharpened resilience forged through trial. Are you all right? Lin Feng breathes heavily, inquiring. Just a piece of cake. Leo, leaning on his knees, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, grins broadly, much easier than being chased by a horde of elite bugs. The morning's cultural lessons remain serious. In the colossal lecture hall of Advanced Void Core Chi Theory, the professor delves deeply into the energy attenuation model and compensation algorithms for cross-domain superliminal transmission. The freshmen listen intently. Having experienced combat, the previously monotonous theories seem to transform into life-saving practical knowledge. Lin Feng discovers that his comprehension of energy has deepened, as many principles discussed by the professor resonate with the characteristics of his infinite energy reservoir and the practical experience of energy manipulation during combat, even sparking new ideas. He diligently jots down notes, his gaze focused. Leo, however, once again reveals his struggles with theoretical classes, his brow furrowed as he occasionally casts pleading glances toward Huchu. As ever, Huchu quietly distills the key points for him, acting as his personal translator and theoretical assistant. The afternoon is designated for elective courses. Based on the evaluation reports from the drills, Lin Feng unhesitatingly selects deepening the fundamentals of squad tactical command and analysis of alien nest structures and defensive nodes. The courses take place in a tactical simulation room, devoid of tedious regulations. Instead, utilizing the real terrain and insect data from Region G12 on Star as the foundation for sand table simulations and group confrontations. The instructor's incisive inquiries and complex battle scenarios make Lin Feng acutely aware of his deficiencies in large-scale tactical coordination and risk prediction. Immersed in the experience, he eagerly absorbs knowledge, engaging in spirited discussions with classmates from various groups as the sparks of thought collide. Leo, on the other hand, opts for heavy armored assault tactics application and practical enchantment of close combat weapons with void core chi, perfectly aligning with his style. According to him, the afternoon classes are exhilarating. During breaks between classes, Lin Feng seizes the opportunity to practice his void core chi levels. He finds a quiet training room, sits cross-legged, and delves into his inner consciousness. The infinite void core chi reservoir envelopes him like a warm ocean, nurturing his body and mind. He guides his power, attempting to weave energy pathways more intricately according to the latest theories learned in class, honing his mental capacity. He senses that after the trials on Star and the subsequent reflection, the bottleneck at level 9 has begun to loosen, the breakthrough to level 10, and the acquisition of a second precious contract position seems merely a matter of time. He patiently accumulates and refines, awaiting the moment when everything aligns. Chapter 52. The Professor's Teachings. As the bell, signaling the end of elective course time tolls, students pour out of the lecture hall. Lin Feng, I'm heading to the logistics complex to exchange for merit points. Leo appears eager, giving Lin Feng a hearty pat on the shoulder. Huchu's main materials are just a few key items short, With the point from this drill and the reward vouchers I've saved, it should be just enough. Go ahead. Lin Feng nods with a smile. Don't forget to show me the extravagant rewards from the Star Sphere's young master. Haha, just wait and see. It will surely dazzle you. Leo laughs triumphantly as he and Huchu dash toward the colossal logistics complex. There, one can exchange merit points, credits, or federal credits for nearly everything related to cultivation and combat resources. Lin Feng turns and walks towards the top of the teaching building. Upon arriving outside Professor Zhao Jinhua's office, he takes a deep breath, straightens his uniform, and raises his hand to knock on the door. Enter. The unmistakably stern voice of Professor Zhao replies from within. Lin Feng pushes the door open. The office remains starkly minimalist, nearly barren. Professor Zhao sits behind his desk, scrutinizing a holographic projection of a tactical report, his brow slightly furrowed. Professor, student Lin Feng is here to report. Professor Zhao lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at him, and gestured towards the chair before him. Sit. Lin Feng complied, sitting upright with a straightened back. Professor Zhao did not speak immediately. Instead, he operated the terminal, projecting a tactical debriefing video between the two of them. It was a segment depicting Lin Feng's team encountering airborne blisters on Laisha Star and the subsequent guerrilla warfare. Look here, Professor Zhao's finger pointed at the screen where Lin Feng commanded Leo to charge head-on, drawing fire. The tactical objective was clear, and the execution was decisive. However, the risk assessment was inadequate. His voice was steady and cutting, dissecting with surgical precision. Leo's armor model leans toward assault. Its defenses are not top tier. You commanded him to directly engage an unknown, recently deployed unit without any heavy fire support or sufficient maneuverability. Should the blister's defensive strength exceed expectations, or if the internal incubation speed accelerates, he would find himself in dire straits at the first instance. Your sniper support is not omnipotent, especially in such chaotic environments. He fast-forwarded the video, landing on the segment where Lin Feng unleashed a barrage of plasma grenades on the blister. The firepower deployment was efficient, and the timing was quite good. However, you nearly exhausted all your spare magazines. If the blister's defenses were a tad more resilient, or if the subsequent elite Zerg retaliated with greater ferocity, your team would lose the most crucial mid-range strike capability, making the retreat process exponentially more arduous. Professor Zhao ceased the playback, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Lin Feng. Your individual capabilities, particularly in precise strikes and on-the-spot adaptability, were remarkably evident in this exercise. However, Lin Feng, a commander, is not a lone wolf. Tactical synergy encompasses not just the issuance and execution of commands, but also an acute awareness of your teammates' states, a shared understanding of battlefield risks, and always retaining contingency plans. You overly rely on personal judgment and abilities to bridge tactical gaps. This might be effective in low-intensity conflicts, but on a high-intensity battlefield, a minor misstep can precipitate the collapse of the entire tactical framework, even resulting in the sacrifice of your comrades. Your strength lies in seizing opportunities, yet your weakness is a tendency to overlook the costs associated with such seizing, as well as whether such costs fall within your squad's capacity to bear. Lin Feng listened silently, a cold sweat subtly forming on his back. Professor Zhao's words struck home, pinpointing an issue that indeed resided in his subconscious. The confidence instilled by the system sometimes led him to lean towards risk-taking and maximizing efficiency in tactical choices, inadvertently underestimating potential risks. I understand, Professor. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. I will enhance my studies in this area and place greater emphasis on the overall safety and collaborative efficiency of the team. Professor Zhao scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly satisfied with his attitude, his tone softening slightly. Indeed, your potential is vast, but remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Every decision pertains to the lives of the warriors under your command. Now go and ponder this deeply. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Lin Feng stood, saluted, and then exited the office. As he stepped out of the administrative building, he spotted Leo waiting outside, his face gleaming with excitement. Lin Feng, over here. Leo waved energetically. I've sorted out. The last bit of points is just enough to exchange for that batch of crimson armor paint. The materials for my ship, Tiger Che, are finally all gathered. His face radiated with childlike joy and a sense of achievement, as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Congratulations. Lin Feng genuinely felt happy for him. He understood the fervor of dedicating oneself entirely to the ship girls. Let us go. Come with me to my dock. Leo enthusiastically draped an arm over Lin Feng's shoulder. The manifestation process is quite spectacular. You and Lingji must witness it. Also, give my Tiger Che some encouragement. Lin Feng smiled, not declining. He contacted Lingji, who was preparing dinner in the dormitory, and soon, she came jogging over. The three boarded Leo's luxurious assault boat, the Tiger Bin, parked outside the teaching building. The engine roared to life as they set sail towards the Unzao mountain star ring. Throughout the journey, Leo continued to chatter excitedly. You know, I had my family's representative here prepare a fully enclosed high-end private dock for me on the Unzao mountain star ring. All my other materials were already stored there. This last batch should have been delivered by my family's transport ship. The Xinghuan group occupied a segment of the Unzao mountain star ring nearly 100 kilometers long. The staff here seemed to recognize this young master, and there was no dramatic scene to unfold. The Tiger Bin navigated through the designated passage, eventually entering a colossal dock numbered B-23. The interior of the dock was exceptionally spacious, brilliantly lit, filled with various large support frames and engineering equipment. And the air was tinged with a faint scent of coolant and metal. In the central area of the dock, numerous packaged material boxes were neatly stacked, all bearing the Xinghuan Group's insignia. The staff were cautiously transporting the last bit of newly delivered materials to designated spots using a crane. Leo hopped off the boat, hands on hips, proudly surveying everything before him. What do you think? Not bad, right? All materials were prepared according to the highest standards for battle cruisers. Tiger Che stood quietly beside him, gazing at the materials prepared for her, a flicker of subtle warmth shining in her amber eyes. Leo then retrieved a delicate metallic briefcase from a safe. Upon opening it, he revealed a row of high-purity Jia Qi crystals, radiating a heart-stirring energy fluctuation. Look, to shorten the manifestation time, I've invested heavily with these crystals for rapid replenishment, plus my exceptional talent. Within 7 days at most, Tiger Che will be fully manifested. Leo declared confidently. Lin Feng observed everything before him, sensing Leo's dedication and investment in Tiger Che. He nodded, impressive. We won't disturb you then. Manifestation requires intense focus. Wait, don't rush. Leo held him back. The first day is crucial, so just stay in the control room and watch. Give me some moral support. Once the manifestation stabilizes, you can head back. Reluctantly acquiescing, Lin Feng and Lingji took their seats on Leo's left side, ensuring they wouldn't interfere with him while still being visible enough for him to sense their presence. With everything prepared, Leo took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He gestured for Tiger Che to commence, settling onto a chair near the pile of materials. Tiger Che walked towards the materials, radiating a golden light. The Jia Qi began to surge from Leo, flowing through his contract with Tiger Che, who guided the energy, cascading like a golden waterfall into the central pile of materials within the dock. Meanwhile, his other hand rapidly absorbed the energy from the Jia Qi crystals to offset the massive consumption. Those special alloys and rare crystals began to faintly glow, as if infused with life, softening and reshaping under the influence of the Jia Qi, reconstructing according to the ship body envisioned by Tiger Che. A vast, streamlined outline of the ship's bow gradually began to emerge from the brilliance. The process was slow yet awe-inspiring, filled with the beauty of power, mystique, and technology. Lin Feng and Lingji watched in the control room for several hours until Leo's state stabilized, and the manifestation process entered a relatively steady self-construction phase, allowing them to quietly depart. On the shuttle back to the school, Lingji softly remarked to Lin Feng, Commander Leo, though sometimes quite boisterous, truly cares for Sister Tiger Che. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, gazing out at the swiftly passing star ring structures. He reminisced about the arduous journey he undertook while manifesting the hull of Lingji, deeply empathizing with the efforts and anticipation that Li Ao was experiencing at this moment. This unwavering dedication to the ship girls is the most invaluable quality possessed by every commander. Chapter 53. The Golden Red Tiger. The curriculum at Pangu Defense Academy remained rigorous. Yet a fragment of Lin Feng's thoughts drifted towards the private dock numbered B-23 in the Unzuan Star Ring. He was aware that Li Ao was engaged in a task of paramount importance, fully realizing the hull of the Tiger Chow. 7 days swiftly passed amidst monotonous theoretical studies and grueling physical training. After school that day, Lin Feng received a brief message on his personal terminal from Li Ao. It's done. Hurry to B-23. You have to see this. The words brimmed with an exuberance and pride that was almost palpable. Lin Feng smiled and said to Lingji beside him, Let us go and see the grand treasure that Li Ao has been boasting about. Okay. Lingji nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. although she was a repair ship and intimately familiar with the structure of hulls. Each completion of a ship girl's manifestation felt like witnessing a miracle of life, especially the hulls of combat ship girls, which always left her in awe. The two boarded a shuttle once more, heading towards the B sector of the star ring. As they traversed the familiar corridor, the heavy gates of Dock B-23 slowly opened. The scene before them was starkly different from the empty chaos of 7 days prior. The first sensation that washed over them was the hum of residual energy, accompanied by the unique scent emitted from hot metal gradually cooling. The lighting within the dock was not fully illuminated. Focused beams of light, akin to stage spotlights, shone upon the colossal object occupying nearly the entire central area of the dock. Lin Feng instinctively held his breath. A massive ship floated serenely in the central stabilizing field of the dock. It measured nearly 5.8 kilometers in length, with smooth and sharp lines that perfectly fused a sense of power with the aesthetics of speed. The flamboyant golden-red paint chosen by Li Ao shimmered under the spotlight, the predominant red resembling fierce flames, while the golden stripes resembled veins of molten lava, outlining the hull's fierce silhouette and the layers of armor plating, creating a striking visual impact. The bow of the ship jutted sharply forward, flanked by enormous main sensor arrays that glimmered like the cold eyes of a ferocious tiger. The bridge tower employed a multi-layered wedge design, receding progressively towards the rear, exuding a sense of stability and authority. How about it? Is it handsome? Is it fierce? Li Ao's voice called from below. He and Tiger Chow were standing on an observation platform beneath the bow, energetically waving at Lin Feng. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with an intensity that was startling, evidently a testament to the tremendous toll taken by 7 days of uninterrupted energy output. But the joy of success overshadowed all else. Tiger Chow stood beside him, her posture regal. She gazed up at her massive hull with an expression that, while often tinged with a hint of helplessness, now shone with an indescribable brilliance, pride, reassurance, and a sense of belonging that came from the complete integration with her own powers. Lin Feng and Lingji approached in a small shuttle. The closer they drew, the more they could feel the overwhelming presence of the battlecruiser. The surface of the hull was not smooth, but rather adorned with an array of weapon platforms, sensor domes, communication arrays, and thruster nozzles, resembling a mobile fortress armed to the teeth. Indeed, it's impressive, Lin Feng marveled sincerely. The scale and aura of this vessel far surpassed that of his Lingji repair ship. It embodied a pure aesthetic of war, born for destruction. Come on, let us go explore. Let's take a good look at my precious main cannon. Liao exclaimed eagerly, pulling Lin Feng towards the open command platform on the upper deck via a guiding beam. Standing on the expansive platform, they looked down at the hull stretching into the distance. The sensation was different from viewing it from outside the dock. Li Ao enthusiastically patted the railing around the base of the main cannon, proudly declaring to Lin Feng, "Look, this is the Tiger's Roar main cannon. One shot, and I guarantee those pests 1 TB left with a shred. And those railguns and missile silos, who will dare to underestimate me? Li Ao from now on." Tiger Chow's voice chimed in nearby, tinged with an imperceptible pride. "Commander, please be mindful of your energy output frequency. The hull has just been manifested, and the energy circuits require further calibration and stabilization." I know, Liao Shuklet. Lin Feng felt the destructive power contained within this steel behemoth beneath his feet. Reflecting on the essence of the battlecruiser, the backbone of the Human Federation's fleet, a true sovereign of the cosmos. With such a hull, Tiger Chow's combat prowess would experience a qualitative leap. "Congratulations, Li Ao, Tiger Chow," Lin Feng said earnestly. "From now on, in battle side by side, it will be upon you to bear the weight of our main offensive." "Of course," Li Ao declared, hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. "From now on, I'll protect you. Who dares to touch you, or Lingji will first have to ask my main cannon if it agrees. But don't celebrate too soon. I'm about to reach LV-10 right away, and then I'll summon a Titan ship girl, and we'll have to reconsider who is the sun." Lin Feng was unperturbed by the idea of Li Ao riding on his coattails. Li Ao scoffed, "If you can summon a Titan ship girl, I'll just stand on my head and take a dump." "Lin Feng," Lingji quietly remarked to Lin Feng, "Commander, Sister Tiger Chow's hull is so powerful, but it doesn't seem overly complicated to maintain. It's just that some of the connections in the energy circuits are quite unique." This chapter's main course: Battlecruiser Tiger Chow. Main weapon systems: Tiger Roar class heavy particle beam main gun turrets, X5. Each turret adopts a single barrel structure, with a 45-meter diameter main gun barrel resembling the fangs of a lurking giant beast. The turret base is astonishingly wide, with a massive and precise rotating mechanism. Scientific basis: it is not a mere laser. Rather, it fires heavy particle beams that are highly empowered and focused by the silence core energy. The particle beams experience virtually no decay in a vacuum, possessing terrifying penetration capabilities and energy deposition effects. Energy source: directly transformed from the silence core energy provided by LEO, instantaneously overloaded and released through the ship's internal superconducting ring-shaped energy storage array. At the moment of firing, the air around the muzzle, if within the atmosphere, is completely ionized, producing a dazzling blue-white circular shockwave. Power manifestation: a single full power shot from the main gun releases energy equivalent to 2.4 billion tons of TNT per second, sufficient to instantaneously vaporize a large asteroid or create a molten glass pit up to 18 kilometers deep and several hundred meters in diameter on the surface. For ships of the same class without shields, a single shot can penetrate their thickest armor, triggering catastrophic internal chain explosions. Deployment: 3 are located along the ship's central axis, 2 at the bow in a back-mounted layout, 1 at the stern, and 2 are positioned near the front on either side of the hull, reminiscent of shark-s fins. The side turrets boast an almost 360-degree firing arc, allowing for astonishing all-around fire coverage and broadside fire density when combined with the central axis turrets. Feng-like electromagnetic rail gun arrays, X-24 twin-barrel turrets. These secondary guns are distributed on either side of the superstructure and the ship's belly, with elongated barrels that exude the power of kinetic weaponry. Function: to compensate for the firing gaps of the main guns, used for close to mid-range anti-ship engagements, intercepting large high-speed targets, such as enemy gunboats and small vessels, and conducting high-precision tactical bombardments on planetary surfaces. Projectiles: they launch ultra-dense metal projectiles enveloped and enhanced by the silence core energy field. Initial velocity: achieving 0.1 times the speed of light, approximately 30,000 kilometers per second. Kinetic destruction: the impact energy of a single projectile is equivalent to that of a million-ton nuclear explosion, relying purely on physical shock to obliterate its target, or equipped with specially designed explosive warheads. The Hive Multi-Functional Vertical Launch System, X-200 units, features multiple rectangular hatches distributed across the fore and aft decks of the vessel, beneath which lies an unfathomable expanse of universal vertical launch silos. The flexibility of munitions allows for a mixed load of various guided weaponry. The Shipbreaker anti-ship missile, utilizing silent nuclear pulse propulsion and an intelligent penetrating warhead. It is armed with either a fusion warhead or a purely silent nuclear energy warhead. The Tremor ground attack missile, outfitted with a variety of warheads including penetrators, airburst, cloudburst, complete fusion nuclear warheads, and electromagnetic pulse devices, it undertakes strategic strike missions. The Guardian Interceptor missile, designed for fleet air defense, it counters incoming missiles, torpedoes, and aircraft. Replenishment: the onboard automated factory can utilize reserve materials and silent nuclear energy to rapidly assemble new missiles through nanobots, ensuring sustained operational capability. The Stinger Point Defense Network. Pulse Laser Array, X-48, strategically positioned throughout the hull. These are employed to intercept close-range missiles, torpedoes, and small drones, unleashing high-speed, high-energy pulse laser beams for precise targeting. Close-in rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons, X-12, serving as the last line of defense. These unleash a barrage of metallic projectiles at a staggering rate of tens of thousands per minute, annihilating any foes that slip through the net or approach too closely. 2. Armor and protection. Barrier silent nuclear composite armor, averaging an impressive thickness of 8 meters. Critical areas, such as the energy core and bridge, are reinforced to a formidable 20 meters. This employs a multi-layered structure. The outermost layer is a flamboyant gold and red reflective coating, deflecting energy weapons. The middle layer consists of self-repairing nanometals and energy absorption matrices. The innermost layer contains a silent nuclear energy stabilizing field generator, designed to counteract residual shock waves after armor penetration, preventing structural collapse. Structural layout. A partitioned redundancy design is implemented, ensuring that vital systems have multiple backups and physical isolation, allowing the vessel to retain combat and navigational capabilities even if portions of the hull are destroyed. 3. Shield system. Mountain silent nuclear deflection absorption shield, multi-layered. The first layer, deflection field, primarily deflects the trajectories of kinetic projectiles and energy beams. The second layer, absorption layer, efficiently absorbs and converts any energy that could not be deflected, temporarily storing it to replenish weapon energy or manufacture munitions. thus alleviating logistical pressures to a certain extent. The third layer, structural stability field, further reinforces the hull structure, resisting internal explosions and stress damage. Shield strength, capable of briefly withstanding the direct fire of 5 main batteries from equivalent battlecruisers. The shield recovery rate is exceptionally rapid. With ample silent nuclear energy support, it can restore 10 of total shield capacity per second. However, should it endure excessive strikes in a short period, e.g., more than 5 direct hits from main batteries within 10 seconds, the shield will overload and collapse, necessitating a 30-second emergency reboot. 4. Propulsion and maneuverability. Gale's silent nuclear pulse propulsion matrix provides conventional cruising power, maintaining high velocities of 0.01 times the speed of light, even during combat maneuvers. Jump hyperspace engine, utilized for long and short-range transitions within galaxies, ensuring strategic mobility. Maneuverability. As a battlecruiser, it perfectly balances firepower and speed. Its cruising speed can reach 0.2 times the speed of light, and during emergency evasions or pursuits, it can momentarily surge to 0.4 times the speed of light under engine overload conditions, far surpassing similar-sized warships. The Lingji also possesses a comparable point defense system. The strength of weapons, shields, armor, and engine performance, as well as the initial capabilities of most ship girls, are relatively similar, allowing for subsequent enhancements and modifications based on individual preferences of the ship girls and their commanders. Naturally, the protagonist's external modifications are distinct, gradually becoming more potent, so one should simply cherish the current underpowered protagonist. Chapter 54. The Invitation of the Golden Red Tiger. Standing on the expansive, open command platform deck of the Huqing, capable of accommodating small assault boats, Leo's excitement was palpable. He vigorously struck the alloy railing, resilient against small meteor impacts, producing a dull thud, as if this were the only way to express his inner exhilaration. How about it, Lin Feng? Are you rendered speechless by this grand treasure of mine? Leo grinned triumphantly, the golden red hull reflecting the dock's light, casting a dazzling halo over his perpetually tousled hair. What's it like from the outside? Come on, let me take you inside for a tour. Experience what a true battlecruiser looks like. Far more exhilarating than your slender maintenance vessel, the Lingji. Lin Feng snapped back from his initial shock, rolling his eyes at Leo's irritating tone. Yes, young Master Leo is magnificent. But if you keep boasting, do you believe I could have the Lingji create a few maintenance observation ports right on your precious bridge? Nearby, the Lingji quickly shook her head, whispering, Commander, that won't do. Sister Huqing's hull structure is perfect. We can't just make holes in it. Her earnest demeanor prompted Lin Feng to affectionately ruffle her hair. Standing behind Leo, Huqing spoke, her voice laced with an imperceptible pride. Commander Lin Feng, Lingji, let us go in and take a look. She then turned her gaze to Leo, her expression consistently resembling that of someone observing a child who has yet to grow up, yet concealing a tacit approval and indulgence of his boastful behavior. Let us go. Leo waved his hand, destination, bridge. Through a concealed, armored airlock on the open command platform deck, the group entered the interior of the ship. In stark contrast to the warm, bright, and homely atmosphere of the Lingji, the interior of the Huqing exuded a purely militaristic style. The passageways were broad enough to accommodate 4 soldiers clad in powered armor walking side by side. The walls were a cold metallic gray, embedded with light strips that emitted a soft white glow, directing them toward various zones. Heavy blast doors appeared at intervals, adorned with energy symbols indicating different statuses. The air was suffused with a faint ozone scent, the aromatic tang of advanced cooling fluids, and a subtle hum generated by powerful energy circuits in standby mode. As if this steel behemoth were breathing in its slumber. Leo, acting as the most enthusiastic tour guide, pointed out along the way. Look at this armor layer thickness. An average of 8 meters. Critical sections reinforced to 20 meters. It's made of our Starfield's specialty, barrier nanocomposite armor, infused with silent nuclear energy crystal powder. Both energy and physical resistance are top-notch. Over here is the backup ammunition transport channel, directly linked to the high vertical launch system, fully automated loading, ensuring sustained firepower. And look here, see this energy conduit? ISNT it massive? It connects directly to the main gun's energy storage ring. When shot is fired, wow. As Lin Feng listened attentively, he observed with keen interest the precision and might embodied within the warship. Each component, every energy circuit, was optimized to transform silent nuclear energy into the utmost destructive force. This stood in stark contrast to the Lingji's design philosophy aimed at maintenance and repair. Yet it was equally awe-inspiring. The Lingji, her amber eyes wide with wonder, occasionally pressed her small hand against the cold bulkhead, feeling the subtle fluctuations of internal energy flows. Her face alight with professional curiosity. Sister Huqing's energy circuit design is so efficient, but the instantaneous load during main gun activation must be terrifying. The cooling system must be under tremendous pressure, right? Regular maintenance is essential. Huqing nodded slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Lingji. The cooling system employs a tri-tiered liquid metal circulation, complemented by the dispersal and guidance of tranquil nuclear energy. I shall pay closer attention to routine maintenance checks. Upon arriving at the magnificent bridge, my vision was instantly expansive. The immense panoramic observation window, along with high-intensity composite sensor screens, showcased the external dockyard. The bridge was relatively spacious, furnished with only 2 rows of seats, and at the center stood 2 lofty command chairs. Leo plopped down into one, proudly spinning around. What do you think? Isn't this view magnificent? Doesn't it give you the sensation of commanding the galaxy? Lin Feng had to concede that this feeling was indeed entirely different from that aboard the Lingji. Here, it felt as though one could truly command this colossal steel beast to crush all adversaries. The tour lasted nearly an hour before Leo, still relishing the experience, declared, "Let us go. Back to school." He waved his hand dramatically. Tiger, initiate. Destination, the exclusive docking bay of Pangu Defense Academy. Understood. Standard cruising mode has been activated. Engine output is set to 5%. Tiger's cool voice resonated, not from the command chair, but standing beside Leo, her connection to the ship palpable. Almost imperceptibly, the massive vessel glided gracefully out of Dock B-23, merging into the commuting currents within the star ring. Other smaller vessels encountered this magnificent gold-red warship and were compelled to maneuver aside. Through the observation window, the external scenery smoothly receded behind us. Leo deliberately projected a portion of the external sensor feed onto the main screen, displaying the faint glow generated by the ship's bow slicing through the sparse medium of the star ring and the stable. Radiant blue ion stream from the engine's exhaust. Behold, this stability, this maneuverability, the pride of a battle cruiser. Leo crossed his arms, his chin lifted slightly, exuding satisfaction. Lin Feng had to admit that the sensation of being aboard such a primary warship was completely different from the utilitarian and stable environment of the Lingji maintenance vessel. It imbued a sense of security and superiority, representing a mobile fortress brimming with formidable power that could readily be transformed into destructive energy. In contrast, Lingji was more focused on sensing the energy flows and mechanical operations within the vessel, her small face illuminated with curiosity and exploration, occasionally exclaiming softly. So this is how the energy nodes are designed. It effectively reduces structural stress during high-speed maneuvers. How ingenious! After a brief voyage, the Tiger commenced a smooth descent, traversing the artificial atmospheric barrier of the Unzu Mountain Star Ring and entering the atmosphere of Kunlun. The high temperatures generated by the hull's friction with the air were deflected and dissipated by an efficient energy shield, leaving only a faint trail of luminescence outside the window. Ultimately, this 58-kilometer-long behemoth gracefully hovered in a poised manner over the expansive docking area designated for large vessels at Pangu Defense Academy. Accompanied by a barely audible hydraulic sound and the engaging of locking mechanisms, the ship settled securely. Beside it lay the Lingji maintenance vessel, resplendent in white adorned with green cross patterns, exuding a robust yet warm presence. The two ships rested side by side, one a striking gold-red tiger, the other a gentle, healing white angel. Together they formed a striking contrast, one fierce and assertive, the other soft and protective, their sizes comparable, yet their essences distinct. There's just enough space next to Lingji. Perfect for companionship, Leo declared, hands on hips, admiring his shipgirl's masterpiece with unabashed satisfaction. Chapter 55, Rogsa Shibju. Upon returning to the Starshine Pavilion, room 2901, Leo's excitement was evidently still unquenched. He simulated the sounds of the main cannon's salvo and mimicked the warship's landing posture, pacing the living room energetically. No, it's not enough for just us to see. We need to let old Rog take a look too, Leo exclaimed, his eyes alight with inspiration. Yes, let us invite Rog and his shipgirl to join us. We should go out for a nice meal to celebrate. Lin Feng was about to express his fatigue, but was promptly tugged along by Leo. Let us go. No dawdling. I'm treating. The orbital barbecue in Star Ring District 3 is absolutely exquisite. The meat is freshly sourced from the reclaimed Star Domain, yielding to Leo's overzealous enthusiasm. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Lingji, signaling her to join. Lingji nodded obediently, whispering, "I'll go change my clothes." In no time, Leo had whisked Lin Feng and Lingji to room 2903, knocking vigorously on the door. "Open up. It's time for a check." The door slid open silently, revealing Rog's slender, somewhat melancholic figure, his dark hair partially obscuring his eyes. He looked quizzically at the lively group at the door. Before Rog could speak, Leo stepped forward, casually draping an arm over Rog's shoulder, his voice booming with uncontainable delight and pride. "Old Rog, let us go eat. It's on me. We're celebrating. Haha, guess what? I just fully manifested my Tiger, a 58-kilometer-long battlecruiser with a striking gold-red finish. Equipped with 5 Tiger Roar-class main guns and 200 missile launch silos capable of obliterating asteroids with a single shot. Isn't that incredible?" His exuberant monologue momentarily silenced the air. Rog was taken aback by Leo's sudden enthusiasm and barrage of words, instinctively recoiling slightly, attempting to escape the overly enthusiastic embrace. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to inquire about the specifics or simply greet them, hesitantly uttering, how did you know?" Leo immediately interrupted, his face reflecting surprise as if Rog possessed some sort of clairvoyant ability. Rog, he had said nothing at all. Lin Feng buried his face in his hands, unable to bear the sight. Lingji, hiding behind Lin Feng, could not suppress a quiet giggle. Tiger sighed softly, raising her hand to casually yet precisely tap Leo's head. "Commander, please behave normally. Commander Rog has just opened the door," Leo exclaimed in surprise, rubbing the back of his head, slightly tempering his exuberance, though his pride remained unabated. "In any case, that's the situation. Let us bring your ship girl along and go out to celebrate my Tiger." Rog finally grasped the situation, nodding with a hint of resignation. "Congratulations. Just a moment. Let me check with Silence." He turned back and whispered a few words. Moments later, a petite figure appeared silently behind Rog. She stood about 145 centimeters tall, clad in a tight-fitting combat suit of deep blue and black, topped with a short cloak that seemed to absorb light. Her short, sleek silver-gray hair partially covered her left eye, while her exposed right eye gleamed a pale blue, reminiscent of an icy lake, calm and clear. She wore a pair of frameless tactical goggles, with occasional flickers of data flowing across the lenses. Standing there quietly, she possessed an almost ethereal presence, as if she were part of the shadows. Unlike the lively Lingji or the commanding Tiger, she resembled a finely crafted tool, born for specific tasks. "This is Silence. My partner," Rog introduced succinctly, his tone serene yet laced with a subtle gravity. Silence leaned slightly forward in acknowledgement, her voice devoid of fluctuation. Her pace steady. "A pleasure to formally meet you, Commander Lin Feng. Miss Lingji, Commander Leo, Miss Tiger. I am the electronic warfare ship girl, Silence." Her gaze swiftly traversed the faces of several individuals, lingering for a fraction of a second on Lin Feng and Lingji, as if she were gathering data. Then, she lowered her eyelids once more, positioning herself half a step behind Rog, resuming an almost absolute stillness. Leo, with a spark of curiosity, scrutinized the silent figure. "An electronic warship? Ah, one capable of disrupting enemies and conducting reconnaissance, correct? Impressive, old Rog. So elusive. Just remember to cover me in a fight." Silence offered no response, merely nodding gently. Rog interjected on her behalf. "Silence excels in information warfare. Should you require reconnaissance or electronic support, you may seek us out." At last, the group was able to embark on their journey. The sumptuous dinner had almost evolved into a personal symposium for Leo. From the rarity of the ship's materials to the purity of the void core chi crystals, and from the theoretical power of the main cannon to the equivalent thickness of the armor and the efficiency of the engines. He elaborated on every minute detail with exaggerated pride, punctuating his words with grand gestures, as if the warship were not merely the physical form of the Tiger chariot, but an extension of his own prowess. He frequently redirected the conversation back to the impressive length of his 58-kilometer vessel. Rog remained mostly silent, consuming his meal, occasionally interjecting with precise data to pinpoint Leo's embellishments when they grew excessive, prompting Leo to exclaim dramatically. After hearing Leo's boastful proclamations about his beloved Tiger chariot for the second time, Silence nearly withdrew from the conversation, quietly seated beside Rog, taking small bites of her food while her eyes occasionally drifted toward the roasted meat in her commander's bowl. Not particularly adept at conversation, her expression remained unreadable, making it difficult to ascertain her feelings about the lively atmosphere. Initially, Lin Feng joined in with a few jests, but as Leo's relentless bragging continued, reiterating the 58 kilometers. The battlecruiser, and the main cannon with increasing fervor, especially the smug expression on Leo's face that seemed to scream, "Look how impressive I am." It became intolerable. It was akin to a young girl binding a muscular man in a T-shape on a bed, incessantly feeding him slices of lemon. It was not jealousy, but rather an overwhelming sense of urgency. Or perhaps it resembled a robber breaking into a home, with the girl stepping forward to protect the man, urging him to hide beneath a table. As Leo emphasized the length of 8 kilometers for the 10th time, Lin Feng's smile gradually stiffened, and he took a sip of fresh watermelon juice, finding the flavor surprisingly sour. Chapter 56, Breakthrough to Level 10, Second Contract Position. The celebratory feast finally concluded amidst Leo's ceaseless prattle. On the way back to room 2901, Leo continued to animate his visions for future fleet coordination, while the Tiger Chariot occasionally interjected calmly, with silence silently trailing behind Rock. Lin Feng held Ling Ji's hand, smiling as he listened to the lively banter of his friends. Yet, deep within him, a subtle pressure stemming from the disparities, coupled with the lingering sourness of a day filled with Leo's mental assaults, began to ferment. Upon returning to their room, Ling Ji looked at Lin Feng with concern. "Commander, you seem a bit fatigued?" Leo was particularly exuberant today. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, sighing. "Indeed, his incessant chatter has given me a headache." He paused, gazing at Ling Ji's gentle face, and smiled, "But it's a good thing. The complete manifestation of the Tiger Chariot significantly enhances our combat capabilities. Our squad will be much safer from now on." Despite his words, the flicker of despondence in his eyes did not escape the keen perception of Ling Ji. She gently grasped Lin Feng's hand. "The commander is also remarkable. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to manifest the vessel, and soon you will become even stronger." Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart as he reciprocated her gentle grip. "Yes, I know. I just need a moment of quiet." After urging Ling Ji to rest, Lin Feng found himself alone in the meditation chamber attached to their dormitory. The room was modest, equipped only with a simple mat and a device for regulating the concentration of void core chi. He settled cross-legged, extinguished the lights, immersing himself completely in darkness. As he closed his eyes, the sound of Leo's boastful voice echoed in his ears. 58 kilometers, main cannon, battlecruiser. Damn, and that imposing golden-red behemoth, along with the proud figure of the Tiger Chariot standing at its bow. He understood that Leo bore no ill intent. It was simply his nature. He was genuinely happy for his friend. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. So what if it was a battlecruiser? Once I level up and acquire a multitude of contracts, I'll switch them out daily. Yet, the reality was that he had only Ling Ji as a ship girl. While she was immensely important and unique, she could not match the firepower of combat vessels in fleet engagements. Additionally, his level had been stuck at LV9 for a considerable duration. The infinite void core chi, he reflected on the vast ocean of energy within him, seemingly connected to the very essence of the universe. The output bandwidth and mental capacity were the keys. Leo's boasting acted as a fuse, igniting the long-simmering determination and a hint of defiance within him. He was not seeking to compete with Leo. Rather, he refused to be left behind, unwilling to merely envy. He yearned for more. He desired greater strength. He wanted the ability to protect more individuals and to instill greater peace of mind in Ling Ji, as well as to fulfill his dream of commanding formidable ship girls. LV-10. Lin Feng concentrated all his mental faculties, his consciousness sinking into the ocean of void core chi. Let begin. He was no longer content with the gradual accumulation of power. At this moment, an intense, almost obsessive desire to break through took hold of his spirit. He feverishly employed the foundational guiding techniques taught by the Federation, alongside some small tricks he had devised based on the traits of his transcendent soul, drawing upon the energy of the boundless void core chi pool with all his might to assault the invisible barriers that impeded his entry into a new realm. Boom! A muffled sound erupted deep within his soul, akin to a young girl kicking open a door. The infinite void core chi pool surged with unprecedented fervor, pure energy cascading like a flood, washing over his limbs and refining every channel of energy within him, expanding the boundaries of his mental perception. This process was not without pain. The violent energy surged through him, as if his meridians were being torn apart, and his soul felt as though it were being stretched. Yet at that moment, his will became unwaveringly resolute. The essence of the transcendent soul and the mental fortitude he had cultivated over time came into play, enabling him to withstand the onslaught and greedily absorb and adapt to the surging power. He felt the shackles that had long restrained him begin to shatter layer by layer. His perception of void core chi grew clearer, his control more refined, and the instantaneous output he could summon rose exponentially. His mental realm seemed to forcibly carve out new domains, expanding to accommodate more complex thoughts and connections with shipgirls. Time became irrelevant as the tempestuous tide of energy gradually subsided, transforming into a warm, magnificent, and instinctual new power, filling every corner of his body. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a flash of sharp brilliance flickering in the darkness before it was quickly concealed. He exhaled a long breath, releasing a mist that shimmered faintly with energy, briefly illuminating the path ahead in the darkness. He had succeeded. Void Core Ascension System V10 Status Update. User, Lin Feng. Level, LV10. Infinite Energy Pool, activated. Available Transformation Points, 31,023. Current Contracted Shipgirls, 1, 2. Status, Minor Elevation of Life Level. Maximum Output Power of Tranquil Core Chi increased by 350. Mental Capacity enhanced by 400. Energy Recovery Rate at 50. Notice, a new contract vacancy has been detected. The commander may attempt to summon or establish a mental link with a new starship girl, or weave a new shipgirl core through profound resonance of Tranquil Core Chi. As Lin Feng gazed upon the system interface, particularly at the contracted shipgirl slots that had transformed into 1, 2, a smile finally broke free, curving upwards at the corners of his mouth. A rush of intense joy and a sense of accomplishment dissipated the day's lingering discomfort and pressure. Level 10. The second contract slot. Leo. Oh, Leo. Lin Feng chuckled softly, his mood soaring. Thank you for your exuberant display. Were it not for your relentless encouragement throughout the day, I might have procrastinated for several more days. At last, he could contemplate finding a sister for Lingji, or perhaps an older sister who could fight. Rising from his seat, he stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking joints echoing through the air, a surge of vigor coursing through him, compelling him to immediately drag Leo from his sanctuary and don powered armor to spar with him. Pushing open the door to the meditation room, a gentle light cascaded from the living room. Lingji appeared to have been waiting outside, and upon hearing the commotion, she hurried over, concern etched across her features. Commander, are you all right? I sensed a significant energy fluctuation from within. Seeing her worried expression, Lin Feng felt elated and couldn't resist ruffling her hair affectionately. All is well. Not just well, but splendid. He leaned closer to Lingji, lowering his voice, excitement and merriment barely contained, and announced, Lingji, prepare yourself. We may soon have a new sister. Lingji's eyes widened instantaneously, her amber gaze shimmering with surprise and anticipation. Chapter 57. Mystical Arts and Hall of Summoning. The exhilaration of breaking through to level 10 lingered throughout the night. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that the second contract slot represented not merely an opportunity, but a profound responsibility. The choice of a new shipgirl would directly influence his combat style and development trajectory for a considerable time to come. A battleship. It must be a battleship. Lin Feng paced within the dormitory's meditation room, muttering to himself, large is good. More is beautiful. Caliber is justice. Colossal cannons and ships are my faith. One shot to obliterate a star. Now that is a man's romance. He envisioned himself seated upon the bridge of a steel leviathan stretching several kilometers in length, issuing a command that would unleash a massive particle cannon, rending the cosmos and reducing enemy vessels to cosmic dust. The imagery was so splendid that he nearly found himself drooling at the thought. Commander. Lingji entered with a steaming cup in hand, observing Lin Feng, who had been entranced for the entire night. She softly reminded him, while battleship girls wield formidable firepower. The energy consumption and material resources required are astronomical, and the outcome of the summoning often hinges on luck. Luck? Lin Feng halted, his eyes alight with realization. Indeed, mysticism, a mysterious force from our ancient Orient. As a bona fide transmigrator, he promptly cast aside scientific summoning and began delving into the arcane arts. First, he enlisted Lingji to assist in tidying the dormitory inside and out, grandly naming it a purification chamber to welcome newcomers. Then he unearthed his treasured last few packets of spicy strips of uncertain origin and solemnly arranged them on the table as offerings. After bathing and changing, he believed that sincerity would yield results. He dashed into the bathroom, scrubbing himself clean and donning a brand new Panga Defense Commander's uniform, the blue and white attire accentuating his stature. He even attempted to search online for incantations to enhance the probability of summoning a battleship girl. only to stumble upon a plethora of ancient memes, such as single-pull miracles. Mysticism cannot save the doomed, and investing does not change fate, which left him both amused and exasperated. Never mind. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. With my tranquil core chi attuned to versatility and my mental prowess sufficiently robust, there is no reason I shouldn't summon a flagship. He proceeded to schedule the use of the Hall of Summoning through the terminal. As a premier military academy, Panga Defense offered the finest summoning environment. Unlike the grand outdoor ceremonies held during graduation, regular summoning rituals occurred in independent summoning chambers within the hall, ensuring privacy and focus. With preparations complete, Lin Feng approached the solemn and technologically advanced edifice, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. The Hall of Summoning at Panga Defense resembled not merely a structure, but a meticulously designed conduit and amplification device for tranquil core chi energy. Its streamlined silver alloy form pierced the heavens, its surface adorned with special crystalline panels capable of absorbing and transforming cosmic energy. After passing identity verification, he entered. Inside, the lighting was gentle, and the air seemed imbued with rich, tranquil core chi particles, instilling a sense of tranquility. An AI robot, clad in logistics uniform colors, silently guided him towards the reserved B-17 summoning chamber. The heavy silver-gray alloy door slid open soundlessly and then closed behind him, isolating him from all external distractions. The interior of the summoning chamber was vast, soaring several meters high, the floor etched with intricate energy-guiding runes, and at its center stood a slightly raised circular platform. The surrounding walls were pure white, embedded with countless tiny sensors that silently monitored every fluctuation of energy within the room. The dome above was not a solid structure, but a dynamically simulated holographic image, currently displaying a vast starry sky, twinkling stars, and the slowly swirling arms of the Milky Way, creating an illusion of being at the core of the universe. This environment is splendid, far superior to the makeshift ceremony on the playground during graduation. Lin Feng marveled, calming his agitated spirits as he stepped onto the central platform. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and delved deep within, initiating communication with the boundless, infinite, tranquil core chi pool. Let's begin. Lin Feng held his breath and concentrated, focusing all his awareness on a single point at his brow. The monumental mental force of level 10 surged forth like invisible tendrils, penetrating into the infinite, tranquil core chi pool connected to the system's unknown dimension. He no longer felt the confusion and passivity of his initial awakening. Instead, he approached the task with intention, guiding and weaving with clarity. With his thoughts as a needle and tranquil core chi as thread, he began to outline the ideal ship girl amidst the void. He envisioned impenetrable heavy armor, imagined the roar of colossal cannons unleashing beams of annihilation. Envisioned the battleship's imposing form, steadfast as a mountain and domineering as thunder, continuously infusing the essence of power and majesty into the torrent of tranquil core chi. Within the summoning chamber, energy began to fluctuate violently. Centered around Lin Feng, pure, tranquil core chi radiated outward, flickering like blue flames. The energy-guiding runes on the floor ignited one by one, emitting a low hum as they efficiently gathered the dissipating energy, forming a colossal light cocoon enveloping him. The celestial projection above seemed to be disturbed, as the stars accelerated in their motion, eventually coalescing into a resplendent galactic whirlpool, its center aligning directly above Lin Feng. Energy levels continued to soar, and the beeping from the sensors grew increasingly frantic. The AI monitoring system outside had synchronized data to the main control room. Energy response in B-17 is elevated, steadily climbing. Lin Feng felt as if he were tugging at a heavy star, his mental capacity stretched to its limits. The infinite energy pool provided endless fuel, but shaping it into the desired form relied solely on his will and guiding ability. He gritted his teeth and persevered, the slight trait of a traveler deep within his soul resonating wondrously with the essence of this world, allowing his weaving process to unfold with an ineffable smoothness. Time became nebulous. When the energy fluctuations reached a critical threshold, Lin Feng sensed that the battleship intentions he had infused seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier, unable to seamlessly integrate into the condensation process of the core essence. Just as he feared failure or deviation, that immense torrent of energy appeared to possess a life and choice of its own, quivering slightly before undergoing a marvelous deflection. The colossal image of the battleship in his mind gradually blurred and transformed, replaced by a sensation that was more agile, more profound, akin to the vastness of the cosmos itself. Buzz. Within the summoning chamber, all radiance instantaneously collapsed inward, coalescing at the center of the platform. Thereafter, an indescribably colored, soft yet authoritative beam of light surged skyward, piercing directly into the galactic whirlpool of the dome. The whirlpool spun wildly, countless starlights being drawn down. Merging into the light beam, faintly, a melodious and ethereal sound seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul, not a tangible voice, but a pure energy message. As the brilliance dimmed, Lin Feng exhaled softly, eagerly gazing at the center of the platform. Chapter 58, Emo Huang. He beheld a tall and slender figure, bathed in the fading glow of energy, slowly opening her eyes. She stood approximately 173 meters tall, her form elegant and voluptuous. Adorned in a modified uniform of a federal aircraft carrier commander, primarily deep blue and gold, with a slightly short skirt paired with sheer black stockings and high-heeled boots, perfectly blending the gravitas of a uniform with an ineffable allure. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded her waist, part of it elegantly pinned up with a delicate red jade hairpin, revealing her graceful, swan-like neck. Her skin was fair and delicate, seemingly emanating a warm sheen under the remnants of the energy glow. Most striking were her deep violet eyes, as if harboring galaxies, imbued with a hint of languid mirth and the wisdom of worldly insight. As her gaze flickered, an enchanting charm naturally radiated from her. She tilted her head slightly, observing Lin Feng, who stood momentarily dazed on the platform, her lips curving into a perfectly measured smile, her voice soft and melodious, carrying an innate magnetism. "Greetings, my commander. The aircraft carrier Emo Huang has come forth at your summons. From this day forth, your will shall be my direction." Lin Feng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. An aircraft carrier? Wasn't that the battleship he had longed for? A flicker of disappointment arose, only to be completely swept away by overwhelming joy. An aircraft carrier, a rare entity with strategic value equal to that of a battleship. Moreover, this ship girl's demeanor and appearance, though not his preferred lowly type, nonetheless struck a chord with Lin Feng's sensibilities. She exuded a mature charm, imbued with an indefinable allure. Ha 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 ha! Lin Feng could not restrain his laughter, rising to his feet and brushing off non-existent dust, striving to appear composed. An aircraft carrier. Splendid. Very splendid. Long-range strikes, strategic control, battlefield remote engagement, half the core of the fleet. I am Lin Feng. I look forward to your guidance, Emo Huang. He extended his hand. Emo Huang smiled radiantly, not shaking his hand, but stepping forward to gently embrace his arm. A faint, intoxicating scent of violet wafting into Lin Feng's nostrils, accompanied by a soft and resilient touch against his arm. "Commander," she elongated the syllables, her voice sweetly alluring. "You must rely on me well in the future. Also, the core essence within you is truly warm and vast, making one unable to resist the urge to draw closer." Lin Feng felt his body stiffen slightly, his heartbeat quickening. Was this new ship girl's greeting style excessively fervent? As he exited the summoning chamber with the newly summoned aircraft carrier Emo Huang, Lin Feng felt as if he were walking on air. Although the outcome was not the anticipated battleship, the rarity of the aircraft carrier was even more pronounced. More importantly, Emo Huang's emergence perfectly compensated for his fleet's deficiency in long-range strike and strategic control capabilities. A fleet with an aircraft carrier was a completely different concept from one without. Is the commander quite happy? Emo Huang continued to cling affectionately to his arm, leaning almost her entire body against him, drawing curious glances from passing students and staff in the corridor. "Of course I am," Lin Feng chuckled. "Acquiring a formidable ally is like adding wings to a tiger. Future battles, future missions will be much easier. Only for the sake of missions, Emo Huang blinked her deep violet eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, her fingers seemingly tracing circles on his arm. "I am eagerly anticipating deeper exchanges with the commander." Lin Feng cleared his throat, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the advances of this new ship girl. Hurriedly changing the subject, "Let us head to the main hall to register your information. It's the standard procedure." The main hall of the summoning temple was equally magnificent, with a soaring dome casting gentle beams of light. Multiple registration desks were set up to process the identity input for students who had just completed their summons. As Lin Feng led Emo Huang to an available registration desk, the middle-aged clerical staff instinctively looked up. Name, student ID, summon ship type Lin Feng. Brimming with pride yet feigning nonchalance, declared, "Lin Feng, student ID 9527, summon ship type, aircraft carrier." The registrar's gaze swept over Mo Huang, his voice abruptly halting, a look of incredulity washing over his face. An aircraft carrier. His exclamation drew the attention of nearby clerks and other students. An aircraft carrier? The first freshman to summon an aircraft carrier this year? Who summoned it? Lin Feng? Could it possibly be that Lin Feng who had a repair ship? What luck! A repair ship and an aircraft carrier, both rare and special ship types. You want to make any friends like that? Envious, jealous, and curious glances were cast upon him. The rarity of an aircraft carrier ship girl, with a strategic stature equivalent to that of a battleship, was sufficient to cause a stir. The registrar swiftly operated the equipment, scanning and inputting Mo Huang's details. Ship girl name, Mo Huang. Ship type, aircraft carrier. Estimated dimensions. Length 98 kilometers, width 51 kilometers, height 35 kilometers. Energy signature confirmed. No discrepancies. Congratulations, Lin Feng. The formalities were completed rapidly. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng departed the summoning temple with Mo Huang. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. Lin Feng looked at the charmingly smiling Mo Huang beside him, his heart soaring with ambition. Although his dream of the battleship was temporarily shelved, the arrival of the aircraft carrier undoubtedly opened new possibilities. Montak Feng. I'm here, Commander. How many resources does your ship manifestation require? Lin Feng posed this crucial question. The maintenance ship had already drained him financially. The consumption of an aircraft carrier was likely an astronomical figure. Let us wait until I gather more materials. You can tell me later. I fear that knowing now would lead to despair. Indeed, Commander. Lin Feng took a deep breath, a thought flashing through his mind about purchasing a batch of high-yield fusion nuclear bombs to obliterate an invaded planet. However, that was merely a fleeting notion. Such planets would likely be inundated by swarms of insects before even nearing their orbits. No worries. Resources are something we can acquire through combat. He broke into a grin, revealing a smile that bore a hint of languor and confidence. Leo has his golden red tiger, and now I possess my starry phoenix. Next, I must devise a way to gather a dowry for my black phoenix. It seemed he could already envision, in the not-so-distant future, a sleek, ebony aircraft carrier adorned with gold, soaring through the starry seas, with thousands of fighter jets resembling the wings of a phoenix, casting shadows over the land and raining death and devastation upon humanity's foes. And he himself would preside over the bridge, relishing, no, commanding, the exhilarating tumult of it all. Come along, Mo Huang. Let me introduce you to another sister at home, Lin Feng said cheerfully. Is another ship girl sister? A spark of interest flickered in Mo Huang's eyes as she tightened her grip on his arm. I truly look forward to it. It seems I shall need to take good care of the commander's fleet. Lin Feng felt a peculiar sensation. He was convinced that the arrival of this new ship girl would infuse his life with vibrant colors and delightful chaos. Chapter 59. Lingji's subtle jealousy. The sunlight outside the summoning hall bathed the Panga Defense Complex, a sight of striking sci-fi architecture, in shimmering silver. Lin Feng inhaled deeply the fresh, artificial air of Kunlun Star, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. A soft touch on his arm, accompanied by a faint hint of violet fragrance, constantly reminded him of the passionate aircraft carrier ship girl beside him. Commander, are we returning to our home now? Mo Huang tilted her head slightly, her deep purple eyes sparkling with mirth, her voice languid and magnetic as she deliberately emphasized the word home. Yes, back to the dormitory, Lin Feng nodded, striving to divert his gaze from her stunning curves and focus on the path ahead. I want to introduce you to another sister, Lingji. She's my first ship girl. A very gentle and reliable repair ship. Oh, a repair ship sister? Mo Huang's interest seemed to deepen, her lips curling into a playful arc. How delightful. The commander's harem, the commander's fleet, appears to be getting increasingly lively. Lin Feng stumbled slightly, almost tripping over himself. The new ship girl's choice of word was always so sharp and precise that it left him momentarily disarmed. It's a fleet, a proper fleet. He corrected himself, his ears feeling slightly warm. Hee, it's all the same. Mo Huang chuckled lightly, no longer teasing him, but tightening her grip on his arm. Upon their return to room 2901 of Xinghui Garden, Lingji had already sensed Lin Feng's arrival and rushed to greet him at the door. Commander, you're back, she began. Her words abruptly halted. Her amber-colored eyes widened in astonishment as they fell upon Mo Huang, who stood close to Lin Feng, exuding a familiar intimacy. Her mouth slightly agape. Her face displayed a blend of surprise and barely perceptible vigilance, astonished by her new sister's boldness and wary of the closeness she shared with the commander. Lingji, I'm back. Lin Feng smiled as he introduced, "This is M.O. Huang, the aircraft carrier ship girl, our new partner. M.O. Huang, this is Lingji." M.O. Huang stepped forward, gracefully bowing slightly. Her smile impeccable. "Hello, Lingji. I am M.O. Huang. I look forward to your guidance. Thank you for taking care of the commander." Her gaze subtly swept over Lingji's petite form and youthful visage, her smile deepening. Hello, M.O. Huang's sister." Lingji snapped back to reality, hastily returning the greeting, her cheeks flushing slightly, seemingly daunted by M.O. Huang's mature and alluring aura. "I am to repair ship, Lingji. Welcome." She instinctively straightened her small stature, attempting to appear more dependable. Watching the scene of two ship girls with contrasting styles meeting for the first time, Lin Feng felt a peculiar sensation. One was as gentle and soft as the warm sun of spring, while the other exuded elegance and passion akin to the vibrant blooms of summer. What a delightful contrast. Have Leo and Roger not returned yet? Lin Feng glanced at the time, realizing there was still some time before their regular classes ended. He had taken a special leave today to summon. Yes, Commander Leo and Commander Roger are likely still in class. Lingji nodded, momentarily diverting her attention from M.O. Huang. "Commander, has a resource demand for M.O. Huang's ship body been calculated?" This was her primary concern. As a repair ship, she understood the tremendous undertaking involved in the manifestation of an aircraft carrier. At this mention, Lin Feng's smile faltered. According to the frightening specifications of the ship body, he could ascertain an astronomical figure that would leave him momentarily dazed. The primary structural special alloy requirement was at least several times that of the Lingji, along with a vast quantity of superconducting crystals needed for the construction of the aircraft control matrix, and a supersized nuclear energy core was priceless. Have you calculated it?" Lin Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead. "It amounts to several times your ship body, not including the aircraft." Lingji nodded empathetically, her face filled with sympathy and determination. "Commander, I will do my utmost to assist." M.O. Huang, however, let out a soft laugh, lazily reclining against the nearby sofa. "Why should the commander worry? Resources will always be available. Shouldn't we rather celebrate my arrival, perhaps with a warm family lunch?" Her gaze turned suggestively towards Lin Feng, her eyes enticing. "First, let us arrange your bed," he replied, sensing an alarm ringing in his wallet. Lin Feng took M.O. Huang's hand and led her into Lingji's room. The dormitory lacked ample rooms, but fortunately, the ship girls' quarters came equipped with a few extra beds, and the space was not too small. M.O. Huang seemed unparticular about the room, simply smiling as she watched Lin Feng busily prepare her bed, spreading sheets and arranging blankets. Once M.O. Huang was settled, Lin Feng allowed her to rest in the living room and acclimatize to her new environment. He finally had the opportunity to speak privately with Lingji in the kitchen. "How do you feel about her?" Lin Feng asked in a hushed voice. Lingji tilted her head in thought before responding earnestly. M.O. Huang's sister is very beautiful and powerful. Her energy fluctuations are profoundly deep, like an unfathomable starry sky. However, she hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "It feels like she looks at the commander as if she wants to devour him." Lin Feng chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Don't overthink it. We will all be family now, so we must get along well. Your repair skills will be the most crucial support for our fleet." "Yes." Lingji nodded vigorously, her face brightening with a smile. "I will take good care of every sister and the commander." Just then, familiar loud footsteps and a humming voice echoed from outside the dormitory, followed by the sound of a door swipe. "I'm back. Old Lin. Today." That old man Lei was so mad he could barely contain himself. "Huh?" Leo burst through the door, his words cut short as he froze in place. His gaze was magnetically drawn to M.O. Huang, who sat elegantly on the living room sofa, smiling at him. Leo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth fell agape, and the training bag he held slipped from his grasp, hitting the floor with a thud. He glanced back and forth between M.O. Huang and Lin Feng, as if his brain had momentarily short-circuited. After a prolonged silence, he finally gasped, "What the hell? Old Lin, where did you find such a stunning beauty? That aura, that energy, that scale, wait, could it be?" As a seasoned commander, or so he believed, Leo possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the energy signatures of ship girls. In an instant, he discerned from M.O. Huang's profound yet restrained energy field that she was no ordinary ship girl. Lin Feng gazed at the astonished expression on Leo's face, which seemed almost on the verge of bursting, alongside the ever-loyal Huchan trailing behind him. Any lingering regret from failing to summon a battleship completely evaporated, replaced by an ineffable sense of exhilaration and pride. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to adopt an air of nonchalance, as though he had merely purchased a refreshing beverage. And and spoke. Allow me to introduce her. Mo Huang, aircraft carrier ship girl. I summon her today. He patted Liu's shoulder, still frozen in disbelief, with a tone laced with playful laziness. What do you think, Liu? My new ship girl, not too shabby, right? A moment of silence enveloped the living room. The next instant, Liu's lament echoed throughout room 2901. An aircraft carrier? How is that fair? I toiled endlessly to manifest Huchan. You just take a leave, and suddenly you have an aircraft carrier? Is this science? Is this reasonable? Old Lin, have you been secretly recharging? Dog dealer. It must be a dog dealer. Witnessing Liu's heart-wrenching, whimsical display of despair over perceived cosmic injustice, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Lingji stifled a giggle behind her hand, while Huchan wore an expression akin to poetic justice for her previous boasts, chuckling softly as she observed her commander's outburst. Even Mo Huang, who had remained quietly observant, brought her hand to her lips, emitting a melodious low laugh, her deep violet eyes sparkling with mischief as she enjoyed the spectacle. Chapter 60. Troubled sleep and the system marketplace in the stillness of the night. The two moons of Kunlun Star cast a cold luminescence through the porthole, spilling over the bed in the commander's quarters of Starshine Garden Room 2901. Lin Feng lay wide awake, staring at the faint glimmers of a simulated star map on the ceiling, utterly devoid of sleep. The sensation of Mo Huang's soft, resilient touch lingered on his arm, and the faint scent of violet seemed to cling to his nostrils. Yet, the arrival of this new aircraft carrier ship girl brought with it not merely a visual and olfactory shock, but a colossal weight. A mountain of resource demands that left him gasping for breath. The once soft and comfortable mattress now felt as if it were bristling with nails. An aircraft carrier, a gargantuan structure stretching 98 kilometers. The resources required were of astronomical proportions. Although he dreaded hearing Mo Huang disclose a specific figure, he could not help but indulge in these thoughts. The main structural alloy demand would be 4 to 5 times that of Lingji, alongside superconducting crystal matrices, a massive core of dark energy, and the thousands of aircraft that must be accommodated. Each mental iteration of these calculations sank his heart further, even with the connections afforded to him by the Liu family. Gathering the necessary resources through his current petty skirmishes, hunting the insectoids on planetary surfaces, seemed an endeavor destined for an eternity. Liu's own 58-kilometer battlecruiser had nearly depleted the savings of a young interstellar tycoon. Spending money? His aircraft carrier's appetite would be even greater. Sighing, he rolled over, burying his face in the pillow, releasing a muffled groan of frustration. Just when he had yet to savor the fruits of his labor, he feared being financially ruined by the bride price. As he wallowed in his troubles, almost succumbing to the weight of this sweet burden, a familiar yet long absent, emotionless electronic voice abruptly resonated within the depths of his mind. Detected mental fluctuations of the user reaching critical thresholds. Prolonged high-pressure states are detrimental to host health and task execution efficiency. Consequently, the auxiliary function module, modification point exchange marketplace, beta version, has been preemptively unlocked. This marketplace aims to provide users with more flexible avenues for resource acquisition and combat power enhancement, aiding the mission of civilization preservation. Lin Feng abruptly sat up in bed, fully awake. The system? He silently mused as his consciousness plunged within. Indeed, the semi-transparent AR interface, visible only to him, unfurled automatically, revealing the previously simple list now adorned with a continuously flashing option. An abstract shopping cart icon labeled Modification Point Exchange Marketplace, V01 Beta. Concentrating his thoughts, he tapped the icon. The interface shifted, presenting a clearly categorized shelf layout. A dazzling array of product icons and descriptions filled his view, causing Lin Feng's eyes to widen and his breath to quicken. Materials section. Standard ship body, structural alloy, per unit 10 modification points. High purity superconducting crystals, per unit 50 modification points. Super large dark energy core, vacant, per unit 100,000 modification points. Basic production line for aircraft, micro, per line 500,000 modification points. Star core forged steel, per unit 100,000 modification points. Requires at least 3 dark energy conversion anti-gravity control systems for practical deployment. Modification components section. High-efficiency particle cannon focusing lens. Rare 80,000 modification points. Adaptive stealth field generator. Epic 250,000 modification points. Star domain level superluminal sensor array. Legendary 1,000,000 modification points. Permission section. Giant Enhanced Ship Body Modification Permission. 1 time 10,000,000 modification points. Planetary Enhanced Ship Body Modification Permission. 1 time 100,000,000 modification points. Auxiliary items. A selection of peculiar items, such as 24-hour minor luck enhancement scrolls, low-level alien information scanners, and one-time emergency repair robots. Lin Feng's gaze swept rapidly across the offerings, his heart racing. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the Star Core forged steel that cost a staggering 1,000,000 modification points per unit. Star Core forged steel, density, 10 kilograms m, approaching neutron star material. Extraction requires prior preparation of an anti-gravity system. Practical application in manifesting the ship body necessitates at least 3 dark energy conversion anti-gravity control systems. Hardness, Vickers hardness 25, 10 HV, equivalent to the crust of a neutron star. Compressive strength, capable of withstanding shock waves of supernova-level eruptions. Energy resistance, exhibits an extraordinarily high deflection rate, 95, against energy weapons, and is immune to kinetic weapons. Self-repair capability, embedded nanobots of equivalent strength can guide material rearrangement upon damage, achieving microscopic self-healing. Energy conduction, can serve as a conduit for dark energy, enhancing the efficiency of ship-girl weapon systems. By the stars, Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. No wonder it was so expensive. It was an alloy of neutron star strength. At that moment, he began to sense the unparalleled might of his system. Struggling to redirect his focus from the Star Core forged steel back to the pressing matters at hand, he acknowledged that although the dizzying zeros following the high-tier permissions were daunting, the price of standard alloys in the materials section ignited a flicker of hope within him. He quickly calculated his current modification points. 31,023 points. 31,023 points. If entirely exchanged for standard alloys, Lin Feng's mind raced. After accumulating modification points for so long, he could only procure 102 units. Although this fell significantly short of the tens of thousands required for Mo Huang's hull, it represented a stable and self-sufficient channel for resource acquisition. Crucially, obtaining alloys through the system now allowed him to exchange modification points not just for alloys, but for other materials as well. Previously, hunting the insectoids had primarily served the purpose of securing alloy rewards for system tasks, with modification points merely an ancillary benefit. If he could discover a method to acquire transformation points en masse and with remarkable efficiency, while simultaneously reaping alloy rewards, then manifesting a ship's hull would no longer remain a mere dream. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Entering the planetary surface clad in armor for hunting proved to be inefficient, with targets too widely scattered to swiftly accumulate a substantial number of transformation points. He must seek out battlefields where enemies are denser and of higher intensity. The true space battlegrounds, the front lines where the Federation fleet clashes with alien races. Yet, a pressing question lingered. How does the system define kill counts? In a fleet operation, do the enemies slain by other Federation warriors count towards his achievements? If they do, his efficiency would increase exponentially. If not, his individual kill efficiency amidst the grandeur of a fleet battle would likely be negligible. Verification was imperative. With this thought, Lin Feng could no longer remain seated. He glanced at the time. It was already past midnight, but excitement rendered him devoid of fatigue. He forced himself to lie down, closed his eyes, and his mind commenced planning the actions for the morrow. The mission hall. Frontline support tasks. He must find one that permits non-complete ship girls to participate as commanders and with sufficient combat intensity. That night, Lin Feng tossed and turned, filled with both anticipation and trepidation for the future, until the first light of dawn crept in. Chapter 61. The mission hall and the fractured defense line. The following morning, the schedule at Panga Defense University remained as rigorous as ever. Lin Feng, having not slept a wink, was unusually invigorated and felt no drowsiness. He resembled a young girl who had spent an entire day meticulously preparing for an awaited evening date with her beloved. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Lin Feng quickly gathered his belongings and seized Leo, who was about to dash towards the cafeteria. Hey, old Lin, what are you doing? Today's cafeteria have a limited edition Star Beef steak, and if we're late, it'll be gone. Leo protested with discontent. Missing one meal, one tea kill you. Lin Feng retorted, dragging him out of the classroom. Follow me. I have something important to attend to. Important? What could you possibly have that as important? Have you summoned a battleship again, just to irritate me? Although Leo complained, curiosity propelled him to follow. Hu Che and Ling Ji exchanged glances and silently trailed behind. Mo Huang gracefully walked alongside Lin Feng, her interest piqued. The group navigated through the bustling campus, filled with floating commuter vehicles and students clad in various uniforms, until they arrived at a remarkably unique building. This edifice, predominantly dark silver, bore no windows, resembling a colossal metallic monolith standing at the northeastern corner of the campus. A prominent electronic sign hung at the entrance, reading, Federal Military Mission Release and Settlement Center, Pangu Defense University Branch, a place students commonly referred to as the Mission Hall. Here, students at Pangu Defense University engaged with real battlefields, accumulating combat experience, achievements, and resources. The building's interior was vast, featuring a main hall soaring several dozen meters high, where countless holographic projection screens floated in mid-air, continuously displaying various mission information from the federal military, border defense forces, colonial planets, and even large enterprises. From simple planetary surface cleanups to perilous reconnaissance behind enemy lines and large-scale fleet battle support, the range was extensive. The crowd bustled, mostly students clad in training or casual attire, with the occasional hurried officer or corporate representative. An atmosphere of tension filled with opportunity permeated the air. Old Lin, why drag me here without eating? Leo grumbled, crossing his arms. I still want to finish my meal and accompany Hu Che for a hull inspection. Good fortune awaits. I'm taking you along for a chance to strike it rich, Lin Feng succinctly replied, his gaze swiftly scanning the large fleet mission areas, seeking an appropriate entry point. Before long, a mission title caught his attention. Support Mission, Fractured Defense Line Patrol and Encounter Response. Publisher, Federal Navy 7th Fleet, 33rd Division. Location, the Kanglin star system adjacent to the Pangu star system, within the Fractured Asteroid Belt Alert Zone. Mission Overview. Recently, the crystalline symbiote and Sarlag swarm have been increasingly active, attempting to infiltrate our defense lines. Reinforcements are needed for the patrol fleet to respond to potential encounters and safeguard logistical routes. Participation requirements. Must possess at least one ship girl with basic space navigation capabilities and a commander level of LV5 or higher. Team registration is accepted. Risk level. Moderate, possible engagement with enemy medium to small vessels. Rewards. Basic combat achievement points. Additional rewards in FC based on kill contributions. And priority salvage rights for battlefield debris in certain areas. This is excellent. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. A moderate risk level indicated that the enemies would not be excessively formidable, making it suitable for his semi-complete fleet to engage. Moreover, the scale of encounters during patrol missions could vary, providing an ideal opportunity to test the system's kill count criteria. Hey, old Lin, what are you looking at? Leo leaned in, glancing at the mission details. Patrol mission? How dull. It's just small skirmishes, hardly worth the effort for combat achievements. We're not seeking achievements. Lin Feng lowered his voice. We're here to test some new concepts. Test? What are we testing? Leo's curiosity was piqued. Lin Feng briefly explained his plan, omitting the specifics of the system shop, merely stating his intention to validate a new resource acquisition efficiency theory, requiring observation of data during large-scale space combat. Although Leo only partially grasped the details, the enticing keywords of new and wealth were enough to spark his interest. Sound intriguing. All right, Hu Che has been cooped up too. It's perfect to let her stretch her legs. Let those pesky bugs experience the might of my main cannon. Upon hearing this, Hu Che playfully delivered a few light taps to Leo's head. Hu Che, stop hitting me. It hurts. If you bruise my head, how will I face others? Lin Feng chuckled at the sight of the lively banter between them. All right, enough fooling around. Let us accept the mission first. Having escaped Hu Che's playful wrath, Leo, eager to regain some dignity, declared, Hu Che, just you wait. You want to be sharing a bed with me for a few nights. That is not up to you. Hu Che wasn't concerned about her commander's threats and rolled her eyes at Leo. After a bit of back and forth, the two successfully accepted the mission via their personal terminals. The system's review was swift, as their squad, temporarily named Panga Newborn, Starcy Reserve, met the conditions. Lin Feng, LV-10, owner of the repair ship Lingji, and Leo, LV-7, owner of the battlecruiser Hu Che. Next came personnel arrangements. Lin Feng reached out to Rog, but Rog's electronic warship, Silence, had yet to materialize, rendering him unable to participate in the space operation, much to his regret. And Mo Huang, being a newly contracted ship girl, also had no ship hull to speak of, but Lin Feng had his own plans. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Feng approached Mo Huang, who was organizing her tea set and preparing to brew tea, and said, Mo Huang, for this mission, you'll accompany me aboard the Lingji. Mo Huang elegantly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in her violet eyes. "Oh, does the commander intend for me, as an aircraft carrier ship girl, to observe and learn from the bridge of a repair ship?" "Not entirely," Lin Feng clarified, "though your hull has yet to materialize. Your capabilities as an aircraft carrier ship girl allow for multitasking, simultaneously controlling thousands of carrier-based aircraft. Your perception and analytical skills regarding battlefield dynamics are invaluable assets. I hope you can utilize Ling Ji's sensors to assist me in analyzing the battlefield situation and predicting enemy movements. This would be far more valuable than merely staying in the dormitory." More importantly, he needed Mo Huang to be in a battlefield environment to see if it would affect the system's judgment. Upon hearing this, Mo Huang smiled charmingly and gracefully approached Lin Feng, her fingers lightly tracing his arm. "Commander, you truly possess a remarkable talent for recognizing and employing individuals," she remarked with a hint of flirtation, causing Lin Feng's ears to flush slightly. Ling Ji, feeling a mix of nervousness and a sense of responsibility about Mo Huang boarding his vessel, declared, "Commander, Sister Mo Huang, I will ensure the best observation seats and sensor interfaces are prepared. Everything will be arranged perfectly." Lin Feng sent Professor Zhao a message confirming the acceptance of the space combat mission. Accepting such a mission was akin to engaging in a practical training session, often surpassing most combat courses, albeit with a necessity for stringent safety protocols. The Federation's military and the Academy strongly encourage students to undertake real combat missions when appropriate. The following morning, the Ling Ji repair ship and the Huche battlecruiser departed from the surface docking positions of the Panga defense, breaking through the atmosphere, adjusting their course, and heading towards the Tsanglan star system, entering the designated jump position within the Panga system. On the bridge of the Ling Ji, Lin Feng occupied the command seat, while Mo Huang elegantly settled into a makeshift strategist seat behind him, surrounded by several tactical holographic interfaces as she leisurely sipped tea. Ling Ji sat at another command seat beside Lin Feng, expertly navigating the ship. Through the main observation window, the massive crimson-gold Huche, illuminated by the brilliance of the star, resembled a poised tiger ready to pounce. Lin Feng took a sip of the tea Mo Huang had offered and silently activated the recording mode in his system. Let us see what surprises this space hunt will unveil. Chapter 62, The Iron Curtain Outpost. The Ling Ji repair ship trailed behind the sharply designed, gold-red Huche battlecruiser, concluding its last short jump. The scenery outside the porthole transformed abruptly from the bizarre, twisting lights of the jump tunnel to the profound, dark backdrop of the universe. In the distance, the Pangu star system glimmered like a bright point, striving to shine its faint light upon this region. Directly ahead, a colossal artificial structure obscured the light emanating from the Tsanglan star. It was not a planet, but a space fortress constructed on a small, irregular metallic asteroid, serving as the Iron Curtain outpost under the command of the 33rd Division of the Federation Navy's 7th Fleet. The asteroid itself had been extensively reshaped and covered with layers of alloy armor plating, dotted with numerous turrets, missile silos, and sensor arrays that glimmered with a watchful cold light. Great energy shield generators encircled the asteroid like a ring of stars, emitting a faint energy ripple, forming a true iron curtain. The port area extended several kilometers with massive docking arms resembling the tentacles of a steel behemoth, firmly grasping various vessels moored to it. Alongside several standard Sentinel-class frigates and Centurion-class cruisers belonging to the 33rd Division, there were also various vessels of differing styles, clearly reinforcements like Lin Feng's team. Ling Ji, this is the Iron Curtain Control Tower. Identity confirmation, Panga Defense's trainee commander Lin Feng and his ship, the Ling Ji repair ship. Please follow the guiding beacon to dock at berth C, Zone 7, berth 12. Repeat, Zone 7, berth C, 12. The clear and calm voice of the control tower dispatcher resonated through the communication channel. Ling Ji acknowledges, confirming the guiding beacon, proceeding to Zone 7, berth C, 12. Ling Ji expertly responded from her position at the deputy command seat, while subtly maneuvering the vessel to follow the projected green navigation beam ahead. Lin Feng, seated at the main command seat, surveyed the frontline fortress through the expansive panoramic observation window. Unlike the grandiosity of the Panga defense, the Iron Curtain outpost exuded a cold practicality and the weariness of battle. The armor plating bore numerous signs of repairs, and the paint in some non-critical areas had chipped away, revealing the cold metallic undercoat beneath. Wow, this place looks like it's taken quite a beating, came Li Ao's voice over the encrypted communication channel, brimming with his characteristic exuberance. Much more thrilling than the simulated battlefields at school. Okay, scan the area and see what the firepower configuration looks like. Commander, unauthorized deep scans of Allied fortifications are against regulations. Hu Che's calm voice interjected, tinged with resignation. Based on public information and visual assessment, the Iron Curtain outpost possesses sufficient firepower to withstand an assault from a small alien fleet. Its heavy hammer-class, dual-barreled fortress cannons pose a lethal threat to standard battleships. Lin Feng chuckled, adding, Li Ao, do keep it together. We wouldn't want to be mistaken for spies by our own side before encountering the enemy. Just making conversation, Li Ao replied with a chuckle. Hey Lin, look over there. It seems there are a few temporary workers like us. Following Li Ao's direction, Lin Feng noticed 3 ships in the adjacent berth, all noticeably smaller than the Hu Che and Ling Ji. Each was approximately 1 kilometer long, with sleek lines and varying paint jobs, yet all exuded an air of efficiency. Destroyers. Mo Huang's elegant voice chimed in from behind Lin Feng. She had risen unnoticed, holding a steaming cup of tea, standing by the observation window as her deep purple eyes scanned the trio of vessels. They are either vanguards or assault-class destroyers, commonly seen models among the primary destroyer girls. It appears we are not the only team undertaking this mission. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Destroyer girls serve as the backbone of the fleet's guerrilla forces, with balanced mobility and firepower, making them ideal for patrol and skirmish tasks. Their participation would significantly enhance the team's combat capabilities. The Ling Ji smoothly docked at the designated berth C-12, with massive magnetic locks and mechanical arms securing it firmly. Almost simultaneously, the Hu Che completed its docking at the adjacent berth. All commanders assigned to the Shatterer Defense Line patrol mission. Please report to Briefing Room 3 in 30 minutes for a mission briefing. Repeat, Briefing Room 3, 30 minutes. The poor announcement echoed once more. Lin Feng stood, adjusting his blue and white command uniform. Let us go hear the specifics. Ling Ji, remain on the bridge and keep the ship on standby. Montak Feng, you shall accompany me. Yes, Commander, Ling Ji replied obediently. Mo Huang smiled gently, placing her teacup on the control console before naturally linking her arm with Lin Feng's. I will be delighted, Commander. It will also grant me insight into the Federation's frontline command style. Li Ao too instructed Hu Che to remain on the bridge, excitedly joining them through the connecting passage. Let us go. Let us see what big catch we can reel in this time. The group passed through an airlock door, entering the interior of the Iron Curtain outpost. The passage was similarly dominated by cold metallic gray, appearing narrow and oppressive, illuminated only by overhead light strips. The air was thick with the scents of machine oil, ozone, and a disinfectant-like aroma, blending into a distinct military atmosphere. Occasionally, soldiers clad in gray uniforms or powered armor hurried past, casting curious glances at the group of students dressed in Pangu defense uniforms, though their expressions were primarily one of routine indifference. The third briefing room was a medium-sized conference chamber, already occupied by 7 or 8 individuals. In addition to 3 similarly youthful, yet more composed senior commanders, there were also 2 middle-aged officers wearing the uniforms of the 33rd Division. One officer, with the insignia of a colonel, stood at the podium, his stern face and sharp gaze focused on the holographic star map behind him. Upon seeing Lin Feng and the others enter, he nodded slightly, signaling them to find their seats. Once everyone was present, he introduced himself directly. I am Colonel Matthew Carter, the operations officer of the 33rd Fleet. Colonel Carter wasted no time on pleasantries. Time was of the essence, and he swiftly delved into the matter at hand. Behind him, the star chart magnified, focusing on a region cluttered with asteroids of varying sizes, the Shattered Asteroid Belt. Your operational area lies within here, specifically sectors D7 to K12 of the Shattered Asteroid Belt. Recently, we've detected unusual gravitational disturbances and energy signals in this area, suggesting possible activity from the Sarlaga Swarm's biological warships. Several red, flickering zones illuminated the star map. Biological warships of the swarm, a destroyer commander murmured thoughtfully, his tone grave. Colonel Carter continued, based on the limited reconnaissance data and analysis, we suspect that a small contingent of Zerg infiltrators may be concealed deep within the asteroid belt. Their numbers are likely modest, possibly comprising several Raider-class attack vessels, equivalent to our destroyer class, along with some smaller raiders, corresponding to frigate class. Their tactics typically involve utilizing asteroids for cover, ambushing solitary transport ships or patrols. His gaze swept across every commander present, including Lin Feng and Leo, whose student status was evident. There was no hint of condescension, only pure solemnity. Your mission is to bolster the patrol density in this area and establish a deterrent presence. If you encounter the enemy, assess their combat capabilities, engage if feasible, drive them away, or eliminate them. Should the enemy prove overwhelmingly powerful, retreat immediately and request assistance from the nearest cruiser patrol. Remember, your primary objective is to maintain presence and provide early warning, rather than to engage in reckless confrontation. Colonel Carter then displayed a set of data. This is the known data on the Zerg biological warships, which has been sent to your terminals. Their armor is relatively fragile, yet they possess remarkable regenerative abilities, adept at ejecting biological acid, high-velocity plasma cannons, and deploying small Zerg units. Maintain your distance and prioritize attacks on their energy cores or neural centers. Lin Feng quickly skimmed through the information on his terminal. The images of the distorted biological warships, reminiscent of oversized insects or deep-sea monsters, instinctively evoked discomfort. Their methods of attack exuded an unsettling and grotesque biological nature. The mission duration is set for 72 hours. The patrol formations will consist of 2 or 3 ships working in shifts to cover the designated sectors. Specific groupings and patrol routes will be dispatched later. Colonel Carter emphasized. The environment of the shattered asteroid belt is complex, with chaotic gravitational forces. Stay vigilant and rely on your shipgirls and comrades. Are there any questions? A destroyer commander raised his hand and inquired, Colonel, if we confirm an enemy hideout, are we permitted to initiate an attack? Under the condition that you ensure your own safety and possess sufficient confidence. Yes, Colonel Carter replied. However, prior notification and permission from the cruiser squadron must be obtained. I do not wish to see any reckless losses. After addressing a few more questions regarding communication codes and emergency rescue procedures, the briefing concluded. Once Colonel Carter departed, the 3 destroyer commanders approached. The leading, tall, and composed female commander extended her hand toward Lin Feng and Leo, saying, Greetings, students of Panga Defense University. I am Commander Elegant of the Star Arrow Destroyer. These 2 are Maxim from the Gale and Chun Xiao from the Night Owl. We are third-year students at Panga Defense University. Lin Feng and Leo introduced themselves in return with a handshake. A combination of a repair ship and a battlecruiser is quite uncommon, Ella remarked, glancing at Lin Feng and Leo with a hint of appreciation. With a repair ship present, our sustained combat capability will be significantly enhanced. The firepower of the Tiger Chow is a reassuring guarantee. Leo perked up, exclaiming, Haha, well said. You'll see just how formidable my Tiger Chow's main cannon can be. Ella smiled, clearly accustomed to the various personalities of commanders. According to the grouping just outlined, our 3 destroyers will form one group, tasked with patrolling the inner sector. Commander Lin Feng and Commander Leo. Your 2 ships will form another group, responsible for the outer sector. The outer region has larger, more sparse asteroids, providing greater maneuverability for your vessels, but it also increases the likelihood of encountering the enemy. Do you have any questions? Lin Feng shook his head. No issues. We'll proceed with caution. This was precisely what he desired. A relatively independent operational space conducive to observation and testing. Excellent. We depart as scheduled in 1 hour. Keep the channels open for constant communication. Ella concluded briskly before leading the other 2 destroyer commanders out of the briefing room. As they exited, Leo rubbed his hands together. The outer sector? Perfect. Spacious enough for my Tiger Chow to shine. Lin Feng, however, felt a twinge of concern regarding the system's kill judgment rules. He glanced at the poised and serene Mo Huang beside him and murmured to himself, Are you ready? Real space fleet combat is far more intricate than the simulations back at the Academy. Mo Huang returned a meaningful smile, her violet eyes glinting with insight. Commander, rest assured, I will assist you with analysis. An invisible tension and anticipation permeated the port of the Iron Curtain outpost. The immense steel vessels were making their final preparations for departure. The deep rumble of engines sounding like war drums, resonating in the hearts of all participants. The hunt was about to commence. Chapter 63. The anguished death wail of the bugs is the sound of points being counted. The Lingji repair ship followed the Tiger Chow battlecruiser, slowly departing from the port area of the Iron Curtain outpost, merging into the profound darkness surrounding the shattered asteroid belt. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was focused and tense. The view from a main observation window shifted from the orderly fortress port to a chaotic and silent asteroid belt. Countless rocks, ice, and metal debris of varying sizes floated silently and spun, forming an expansive and intricate labyrinth. The light from distant stars became sparse and dim, only outlining the cold silhouettes of these silent giants at certain angles. Lingji sat at the deputy command seat, fully concentrated on maneuvering the ship, skillfully avoiding larger obstacles to prevent marring the paint. The sensors of the repair ship were fully activated, resembling invisible tendrils, scanning every corner meticulously. filtering out background radiation and the noise of asteroid collisions, searching for any abnormal traces. Lin Feng sat in the command seat, his keen gaze sweeping across several tactical holographic interfaces. One of the interfaces displayed the signals of the 3 destroyers led by Elegant, who were patrolling the more densely clustered inner asteroid region, with their brief situational reports indicating that all was normal. Mo Huang elegantly occupied a temporary seat just behind Lin Feng, with several tactically customized star maps and data streams hovering in front of her. Her profound violet eyes rapidly scanned the continuously refreshing information, occasionally extending her slender fingers to gently adjust a data point, magnifying it or conducting associative analysis. She resembled an artist immersed in her own world, yet her canvas depicted potential trajectories of death. Commander, Mo Huang's voice broke the silence of the bridge. Carrying a hint of languor at the edge of Sector D7, near coordinates Kappa 7, we have detected faint signals of biological decay, with an energy signature matching that of the Sarlaga Swarm's Raider-class attack vessels at a 783 compatibility rate. The signal strength is very weak, likely left over from several hours ago. Lin Feng's spirits lifted, immediately directing his attention to the area marked by Mo Huang. Can we trace the source direction? I am attempting to reverse engineer the drifting trajectory, but the gravitational disturbances of the asteroid belt are interfering, limiting accuracy. Moku's fingertips traced patterns in the void, swiftly reorganizing the data stream on the star chart, which indicated a general direction towards Sector G9, an area with a higher density of asteroids, making it an ideal ambush point. Leo, do you copy? Moku has discovered a clue pointing to Sector G9. Lin Feng activated the encrypted communication channel with the tush. Received. G9 is it? Finally some action. Leo's excited voice resonated immediately. Tush, adjust course. Let us approach and take a look. Commander, exercise caution. The environment in G9 is complex and conducive to ambush. Tush's calm voice followed, laced with a note of warning. Lingji, maintain distance and focus the sensors on Sector G9. Leo, your ship's large size necessitates that you avoid recklessly entering narrow areas. Provide deterrence and fire support from the periphery, Lin Feng commanded. Understood. Don't worry. My Tush's main cannon is raring to go, Leo replied. The 2 vessels cautiously adjusted their courses, drawing closer to Sector G9. The Tush, resembling a vigilant tiger, slowed its pace, slightly adjusting the angle of its main turret, its gold-red paint glinting coldly under the starlight. The Lingji followed closely, maximizing the power of its sensors. At that moment, a frantic voice from Alakant suddenly broke through the encrypted channel. All units, attention. The inner sector is under enemy attack. It's the Zerg, 3 Reaver-class and 5 Raider-class ships. They emerged from behind the asteroids in Sector C-12. We're engaged, requesting support. The immediate aftermath was filled with the explosive sounds of energy weapons firing, the shrill wail of missiles, and the dull thuds of impacts on the hull. Hold on, we're coming right away. Lin Feng responded promptly, glancing at the star chart. The position of a LAC squad was in Sector C-12, a considerable distance from their location in Sector G9. Now, the situation is urgent. Full speed ahead to Sector C-12. Lingji, follow closely and prepare for battlefield repair support. Lin Feng ordered without hesitation. I've been waiting for this. Tush, maximum battle speed. Let's charge, Leo shouted. The rear thrusters of the Tush erupted in a dazzling blue ion stream, propelling the massive ship forward with astonishing acceleration, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Racing toward the combat zone, the Lingji also pushed its engine power to the safe limit, closely following suit. As Lin Feng monitored the course, he immersed a significant part of his consciousness into the system interface in his mind. Silent Core Sublimation System V10 Status Update. User, Lin Feng. Level, LV10. Infinite Energy Pool, activated. Available modification points, 31,023. Current contracted ship girl, 2. Mission list. Submission, participate in and assist in winning a fleet skirmish, in progress. Bond Moku, initial cooperative operation, in progress. His heartbeat quickened slightly. The critical moment had arrived. The numbers of available modification points on the system interface remained unchanged for the time being. As both ships approached the battlefield at high speed, long-range sensors began to capture the chaotic scene in Sector C-12. 3 human destroyers, Star Arrow, Gale, Night Owl, were engaged in fierce combat with a numerically superior fleet of Zerg bioships. Energy beams crisscrossed, missiles streaked through the air, and explosions erupted intermittently. The Zerg Reaver-class attack ships resembled grotesque beetles magnified countless times, their shells riddled with repulsive holes, spewing forth green bioplasma cannons and corrosive acid blobs. The Raider-class vessels were smaller and more agile, akin to a swarm of frenzied space jellyfish, attempting to close in on human ships to unleash small attack bugs or engineers, or to execute suicide raps to erode their targets. Although Alack's squad's destroyers were nimble, they had begun to sustain damage due to the Zerg's numerical and ambush advantages. The side armor of the Star Arrow was breached, with acid corroding a large section of its armor, smoke billowing from the damaged surface. The Gale's point defense system seemed overloaded, missing a bio-torpedo that detonated on its shield, erupting in a nauseating cloud of green slime. It's Tush. Tush has arrived. And the repair ship. A sigh of relief escaped one of the destroyer commanders, Maxim, over the comms. Commander Leo, prioritize neutralizing that Reaver attacking the Night Owl. Alack's voice was calm, yet urgent. Leave it to me. Tush, Tiger's Roar, main gun 1 and 3, target locked. Blast that filthy bug to smithereens. Leo's voice was filled with fervor for battle. The two colossal particle beam turrets at the bow of the Tush emitted a low, resonant hum as they charged, gathering a heart-stopping blue-white glow at their muzzles. Just as the main guns were about to fire, the numbers for available modification points in Lin Feng's mind surged. Available modification points, 31,023. Available modification points, 32,323. An increase of 1,300 points. Almost simultaneously, the Tush's two main guns erupted with thunderous explosions. Two immensely powerful heavy particle beams shot forth like divine spears, instantly traversing the void and striking the Reaver-class Zerg ship that was attempting to ram the Night Owl. The relatively fragile biological armor of the Zerg ship was as insubstantial as paper against the firepower of a battlecruiser, being pierced and vaporized in an instant. A massive explosion of energy erupted within, obliterating the nearly 100-meter-long bio-warship into a shower of organic debris and boiling green fluids. Available modification points, 32,323. Available modification points, 33,743. An increase of 20 points. A rush of exhilaration surged within Lin Feng. It worked. The kills by his teammates indeed counted toward his system rewards, although the points earned per kill were significantly lower than if he had personally executed them, and despite the absence of additional rewards, according to system prompts. A solo kill of a bio-ship comparable to a destroyer might yield around 2,000 to 3,000 points. This method of accruing points during large-scale fleet battles would yield remarkable efficiency over time. Ha! Did you see that, old Lin? One shot, one kill. Leo exclaimed excitedly over the channel. Good shot. Maintain fire suppression. Lingji, prepare to close in on the Star Arrow for emergency repairs. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, calmly directing operations. The Lingji began to approach the damaged Star Arrow, its repair arms extending slowly from the side of the ship, emanating a soft glow in preparation for work. Moku remained quietly seated in her position, observing the entire battlefield, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her purple eyes, the corners of her mouth curving upward imperceptibly, seemingly aware of Lin Feng's subtle mental fluctuations and the shift in the battlefield situation. She gently lifted her teacup and took a sip of the now lukewarm tea. Chapter 64, Harvest and Validation. The battle in Sector C-12 was instantly turned around with the arrival of the Tush, a fresh force. The gold-red battlecruiser was like a tiger among sheep, its firepower far exceeding that of the destroyer-class ships. The Zerg Reaver-class attack ships still posed a threat to the destroyers, but against the Tiger's Roar main guns, their biological shells appeared woefully inadequate. Portside Reaver locked on. Fire. Those pesky raiders on the starboard side. Secondary gun array. Clear them out. The missile silos opened, launching ship destroyers to cover the fleeing target. Leo's exuberant voice echoed endlessly in the encrypted channel, accompanied by the calm and efficient execution of Tush's commands. With each thunderous roar of the main cannon, each shrill cry of the secondary guns, and each volley of missiles, the demise or severe damage of at least one Zerg warship was assured. Lin Feng occupied the command bridge of the Lingji, his primary responsibilities shifting to battlefield surveillance, tactical coordination, and support scheduling. His attention was predominantly focused on the system interface within his mind. Available modification points, 33, 743. Available modification points, 34. 403, 660. A raider was annihilated by the secondary cannon of the Tush. Available modification points, 34, 403. Available modification points, 35, 813, 1. 410. A plunderer exploded after being struck by the main cannon of the Tush. Available modification points, 35, 813. Available modification points, 36. 533, 720. Another plunderer was jointly destroyed by the destroyers of Team Ayla. The numbers of modification points pulsated steadily and delightfully. Lin Feng calculated swiftly, estimating that each Zerg biological ship could yield between 601 500 points, with the Raider class being on the lower end and the Destroyer class on the higher end. However, even among plunderers, the score achieved by Leo and Team Ayla was nearly half of his own. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the system's judgment of Leo as a trusted ally or other factors. Yet it mattered little, as the bulk of the kills belonged to Leo. Thus, in just a few minutes, he had amassed nearly 6,000 modification points. A far more efficient endeavor than his previous laborious hunts for worker bugs on the surface of Lisha Star. Lingji, how is the repair progress? Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the secondary screen, which displayed the maintenance operations of the Lingji on the Xinjiang. The efficient void core repair beams were precisely scorching and reshaping the armor corroded by acid, while swarms of nanobots surged into the damaged areas for microscopic repairs. Report, Commander. The structural damage on the port side of the Xinjiang has been repaired by 95. Preliminary sealing and armor reinforcement are expected to be completed within half a minute. Came Lingji's soft voice from the side, as she deftly maneuvered the repair arms. Excellent. Once completed, prepare to provide shield energy infusion to the Jifeng. Their shield generator seems to be experiencing some overload. Let's see if we can extract a little extra benefit from them. Lin Feng, feeling the pinch of poverty, almost wished for their ships to suffer some damage. As Lin Feng arranged the logistics, he remained vigilant of the overall battlefield situation. The Zerg ambush fleet was swiftly collapsing under the overwhelming firepower of the Tush, with the few remaining raiders beginning to scatter for cover among the asteroids. Leo, Ayla, be vigilant in clearing the remaining enemies to prevent them from sending out distress signals or hiding away, Lin Feng cautioned. Understood. Tush, initiate wide-area sensor scans and lock onto all escape targets. Not a single one shall escape. Leo responded immediately. Ayla also directed the 3 destroyers to commence their pursuit, with energy beams flickering amidst the asteroid belt. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a subtle change in the system points. When a wounded raider was destroyed by the crossfire of the Xinjiang and the Night Owl, the points increased by 280. However, when another plunderer, nearly crippled by the residual shockwave of the Tush's main cannon, was ultimately dispatched by the Jifeng, the points surged by 620. Lin Feng pondered. Contribution? The system allocates points based on my level of participation or contribution in battle. This was a pivotal discovery. If one merely observed from afar, the points earned could be minimal or even non-existent. Yet, in the current situation, although the Lingji did not fire directly, it provided critical repair support, battlefield command, and intelligence analysis through Mo Huang, thus being perceived as deeply involved and entitled to a substantial share of points. To validate this hypothesis, he needed to engage more actively. Mo Huang. Lin Feng turned, analyzed the trajectories of the remaining escaping enemy ships, and predict their most likely hiding or rendezvous points. Mo Huang glanced at Lin Feng, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her violet eyes, as if she could see through his contemplations. As you command, Commander. With a flick of her finger, she marked several high-probability points on the shared tactical star map, suggesting that these 3 areas had the highest likelihood based on their escape direction and habits. Particularly, the Zeta 3 region, which housed a sizable icy asteroid, might contain cavities, serving as an ideal temporary refuge. Received. Leo, Ayla, prioritize clearing the Zeta 3 region. Mo Huang estimates there are high-value targets there. Understood. Course set for Zeta 3. Leo responded without hesitation. Copy that. We will provide flank cover, Ayla affirmed, having witnessed the accuracy of Mo Huang's analytical capabilities during the previous battle. The fleet advanced towards the Zeta 3 region. Indeed, after meticulous scanning and intimidating fire, 2 raiders attempting to conceal themselves in the shadows of the icy rocks were compelled to reveal themselves and were swiftly reduced to fragments under concentrated fire. Modification points, 360. Modification points, 720. Current available modification points, 38, 555. The increase in points validated Lin Feng's conjecture. By providing crucial intelligence analysis, he effectively enhanced his side's combat efficiency and kill rate, leading the system to recognize his significant contribution, awarding him nearly the full amount of points. The battle soon approached its conclusion. The final signal from a Zerg warship vanished from the sensor screen. All that remained on the battlefield were floating biological remnants, slowly dispersing clouds of acid and signs of damaged vessels. All units, report status, Lin Feng commanded solemnly. Tush, lightly damaged, shield energy down by 27. Hull intact with no structural damage, reported Tush. Xinjiang, damage has been urgently repaired by the Lingji, combat capability restored to 89. Jifeng, shield overload, requiring cooldown time. Slight structural damage. Night Owl, lightly damaged, combat capability intact. A splendid encounter concluded with the complete annihilation of the enemy's small fleet, with no losses on their side. Clean the battlefield and recover valuable debris samples. Remain vigilant against potential secondary ambushes. Lin Feng issued his final orders. He leaned back in the command chair, exhaling deeply, and glanced at the system interface. Available modification points, 38, 555. This modest fleet encounter had yielded him over 7,000 modification points. Such efficiency far surpassed all his previous efforts. More importantly, he had validated the core principle of the system's judgment. Participation equals reward. This illuminated the path for his future point-gathering endeavors, immersing himself in larger battles, leveraging his unique roles, be it repair, command, or an analysis like Mo Huang, to share in the spoils of team victories. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Huang had prepared a fresh cup of tea, handing it to Lin Feng while seamlessly severing all communications. Her voice softened. "Commander, you have worked hard. It seems you have discovered a rewarding method of resource acquisition." Lin Feng accepted the teacup, gazing into her eyes, which seemed to fathom all, and smiled. "This is just the beginning. Greater battlefields lie ahead." Chapter 65. Task Completion and Planning. The process of cleaning the battlefield was swift and efficient. For the remnants of the Zerg biological warships, there were not many valuable components. Primarily certain unique biological organs, intact neural nodes, or glands containing special energy, samples sought by the Federation's research facilities. The three destroyers deployed small engineering robots, carefully collecting these spoils under the remote guidance of the Lingji. The Hu Chu, akin to a guardian deity, hovered at the periphery of the battlefield, its main cannon maintaining a low-power standby status, while its sensors vigilantly scanned the profound depths of space, ever watchful for potential new threats. Although Leo possessed a vivacious spirit, he exhibited unwavering adherence to battlefield discipline, a trait cultivated from a young age due to his fascination with military operations. All samples had been successfully collected. Approximately half an hour later, the voice of Irikant resonated through the channel, tinged with a hint of exhaustion following the battle, yet predominantly infused with a sense of pride in the task accomplished. "Thank you for your support, Lin Feng and Leo. Without you, especially the timely arrival of the Hu Chu, we could have encountered significant difficulties this time." "You're being too polite. We merely fought side by side," Lin Feng replied, "with ample time remaining in our mission cycle. Should we continue to patrol as planned, or return to the forward base for rest and debrief?" Ira pondered briefly before responding, based on the intensity of the engagement. This Zerg infiltration squad is likely the primary source of the recent anomalous signals. Since they have been eradicated, the threat level in sectors D7 to K12 should have significantly diminished. I propose we complete the remaining patrol along our designated route to demonstrate deterrence, then return to the Iron Curtain outpost to submit our mission report. What are your thoughts? "I have no objections," Leo declared enthusiastically, eager for the Hu Chu to further explore and familiarize itself with this expanse of space. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, agreed. "Let us maintain our current formation and enhance our communication." The ensuing patrol was markedly tranquil. The fleet navigated slowly along the predetermined course, with sensors failing to detect any suspicious signals. Only the eternal silence of the asteroid belt and the occasional drift of cosmic dust remained. This serenity, paradoxically, heightened their vigilance, as no one could ascertain whether further dangers lurked behind the darkened meteors. During this interval, Mo Huang utilized her analytical prowess to delve deeper into the observed behavioral patterns of the Zerg warships, energy characteristics, and battlefield data, synthesizing these findings into a concise report which she transmitted to Lin Feng. "Commander, this data may prove invaluable for future skirmishes," she noted. "While the Zerg's tactics are straightforward, their biological traits render their behavior somewhat predictable." As Lin Feng meticulously perused the report, he gained a profound appreciation for the worth of this new ship girl. Mo Huang was not merely a prospective aircraft carrier platform. She was, in her own right, an extraordinarily potent tactical analysis asset. The significance of this report was, in many respects, commensurate to several thousand modification points. The remaining patrol concluded without incident. The 5 vessels from the Panga Defense Fleet converged at the periphery of the Iron Curtain outpost, collectively returning to the Steel Fortress. Following their docking at the port, the team proceeded to the mission center to submit their reports and settle their awards. Colonel Carter attentively listened to the joint report from Ira and Lin Feng, particularly appreciating the segment concerning Mo Huang's analysis of Zer behavioral patterns, a faint smile breaking through his typically stoic demeanor. Mission completion assessment. Excellent. Confirmation of the destruction of 3 Raider-class and 5 Attacker-class vessels has effectively cleared the threats in the patrol area, Colonel Carter remarked, operating the terminal. The basic mission reward points have been credited to each of your accounts. Additional rewards in federal credit, FC, and salvage recovery proceeds will be settled subsequently. Furthermore, Commander Lin Feng, your analysis report on Zerg behavior is quite valuable, given that the Zerg are in a continual state of adaptation and evolution. Much of the intelligence regarding them is beneficial and has now been submitted to the Fleet Intelligence Department. You will receive additional intelligence contribution rewards, which should also be credited to your account as merit points. Thank you, Colonel. Lin Feng saluted, his focus not primarily on FC or merit points, but rather on the modification points within the system and the newly validated strategies for resource acquisition. Upon leaving the mission hall, Ira and the others provided Lin Feng with a significant sum of 100,000 FC for repairs before bidding him and Leo farewell, returning to their respective ships for more detailed maintenance. As for why they did not allow the Lingji to conduct repairs for their ship girls, that was a joke. The grin on that kid's face when he saw the damage to their ships was utterly unrestrained. Their funds are not something to be squandered. Minor damages merely required a bit more time to address. Leo, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly pulled Lin Feng along. Come on, let us go to the bar for a drink. Let us celebrate our first victory. It's on me. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Next time, I need to return and organize the data from this battle. Besides, he lowered his voice. I need to strategically utilize the resources from Mo Huang's ship body based on this reward. Leo's eyes widened in understanding as he clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Right? The priority is the important stuff. You take care of that. I'll see what the Hoochu is up to. Just as Leo was about to turn away, he recalled, oh, Lin Feng. Actually, you could buy materials through my family's business under my name for more favorable discounts. Don't worry about appearances. I've got your back. Do I need you to tell me that? Of course. I'll use your name when it's applicable, Lin Feng replied with a grin. Returning to the Lingji, he found her with her eyes closed, attuned to the comprehensive self-check and maintenance of the ship, a manifestation of her instinct and duty. Meanwhile, Mo Huang leisurely paced around the bridge, inspecting various equipment as if familiarizing herself with her future temporary station. Lin Feng retreated to the commander's lounge, closed the door, and immediately summoned the system interface. Silent Core Ascension System V10 Status Update. User Lin Feng, level, LV10. Infinite Energy Pool, activated. Available modification points, 39. 555. Current contracted ship girls, 2. Mission list. Side mission, participate in and assist in winning a fleet skirmish completed. Reward, 1,000 modification points. Random aircraft blueprint, X1 has been issued. Bond, Mo Huang first collaborative combat completed. Reward, Synergy 15, Advanced Tactical Analysis Algorithm Module, X1 has been issued. Gazing at the available modification points exceeding 39,000, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This sortie not only validated his hypotheses and accrued substantial points, but also accomplished 2 missions, resulting in additional rewards. He accessed the Modification Point Redemption Shop, browsing once more through the enticing offerings. Standard hull, structural alloy, per unit 10 modification points. With over 39,000 points, he could exchange for 955 units of standard alloy. While this was still a drop in the ocean compared to the tens of thousands of primary materials required for Mo Huang's ship body, it represented an extremely stable source, independent of external markets and fortune. As long as he continued to engage in combat, points would flow in ceaselessly. Space battlefield, fleet combat. Lin Feng murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The era of terrestrial hunting was drawing to a close. His stage was the vast expanse of the Starry Sea. Moving forward, he needed to seek out more substantial combat missions to accelerate his resource accumulation. Simultaneously, he recognized that relying solely on the Lingji and leeching off his teammates' achievements imposed an efficiency ceiling. He must expedite the enhancement of Mo Huang's combat capabilities. A clear path crystallized in his mind to leverage the system's marketplace and combat rewards, prioritizing the exchange of critical components required for the Ink Phoenix vessel's hull, as well as rare materials or parts that are arduous to acquire through conventional channels, like that exorbitantly priced super-large silent energy core. Simultaneously, He would accumulate FC and military merit points through combat, purchasing bulk standard materials and living modules via the Federation or the Leo family. With this clarity of thought, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He activated his personal terminal and began to search the Federation's task repository for larger fleet combat missions that posed manageable risks, particularly those aimed at purging areas infested with insectoid or crystalline entities. The journey across the stars had only just begun. Chapter 66, The Alien Cat. Departing from the oppressive atmosphere of the Iron Curtain outpost, two vessels, the formidable golden-red Tiger Che battlecruiser and the pure white, green-accented Lingji maintenance ship, did not head directly back to the Pangu Star Domains Academy. Instead, they drifted languidly between the waves of the Kanglan star system. On the Lingji's bridge, Lin Feng had just concluded his search of the Federation military task database, and, feeling somewhat disheartened, closed his personal terminal. High-reward missions often came with high risks. They either required a complete fleet formation or necessitated deep incursions into enemy-controlled territories, clearly unsuitable for their current mini-fleet, which primarily focused on internships and testing. A voice crackled through the encrypted communication channel, Li Ao's tone tinged with ennui. "Hey Lin, any exciting missions on the horizon? If I have to go back to old Zhao's drab tactical analysis class, I might just doze off." "Nothing suitable," Lin Feng replied candidly. "Either too perilous or with low contribution rates. The cost-effectiveness pales in comparison to our previous skirmish." "I told you so." Li Ao perked up immediately. "Those military tightwads are stingy with the missions they assign to students. How about we hold off on returning? We just completed a mission. We have a few days to recuperate." "Not returning? Where to?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, secretly tempted by the notion of venturing out to unwind. Continuous battles and taut nerves certainly warranted some relief. "Heh, I know a fantastic spot," Li Ao exclaimed. "Exuding a triunfo isicimente. Not far from here. There's a system called Mira, which contains a rather intriguing uncivilized planet. The Federation's files refer to the intelligent species inhabiting it as the Hakimi." "Hakimi?" Lin Feng paused, the name sounding vaguely familiar. "Yes, they're like a species that, in the words of ancient Earth, have evolved akin to cats. Picture this, walking upright, furry, with cat ears and tails. Their temperament, they say, is delightfully innocent, akin to playful kittens, brimming with curiosity and mischief. Their technological prowess has only reached the steam age, constantly tinkering away at creating small gadgets." Lin Feng's mind conjured a vision of furry, feline-like beings, and he could almost hear the Hakimi's melodic chatter. Liao continued. "The Federation's upper echelons have assessed them, deeming their social structure simple and non-threatening, with no special resources warranting large-scale intervention. Thus, they've adopted a stance of observation and protection. Coincidentally, this planet is on my family's, the Star Horizon Group's, research observation list for a small toy factory. Those designers focused on child psychology and bionic toys frequently visit to observe and record the Hakimi's behavioral patterns, claiming it helps them discover pure sources of inspiration for joy." "So can we go?" Lin Feng inquired, now intrigued. "Of course. There's little danger there. Aside from the Hakimi, the planet is home to local wildlife, with the most formidable creatures being some robust, large-bodied, dragon-like monsters. Oh, speaking of which," Li Ao's tone grew even more animated. "There's a creature known as the rolling dragon that breeds quickly and is said to be exceptionally delicious. We could hunt a few. A portable pistol will suffice for that. And I brought a multifunctional outdoor cooking kit." Hunting, outdoor cooking, and engaging with the furry alien cat people. This proposal was irresistibly alluring to Lin Feng. He could almost sense Lingji's curious gaze and the amused scrutiny from Mo Huang. "Sounds delightful." Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, striving for a calm demeanor. "Let us consider it a psychological respite and team-building exercise following our practical training. Lingji, Mo Huang, what are your thoughts?" "Where the commander goes, I shall follow," Lingji immediately asserted, her youthful face brimming with anticipation. "It sounds like such a peaceful place." Mo Huang chuckled lightly, elegantly lifting her teacup. To experience the exotic charm of an alien world alongside the commander, whilst admiring such adorable beings, would indeed be splendid. Perhaps we might even collect some intriguing sociological samples. Her gaze swept over Lin Feng, as if peering into his innermost thoughts. "Excellent. It's settled then." Liao declared, "Decisively. Coordinates are sent to you. Tiger K. Adjust your course, destination, Mira system, Hakimi planet." "Understood," came Tiger Che's calm voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation at their commander's childlike enthusiasm. The two ships reignited their jump drives, transforming into streaks of light as they vanished into the vastness of the starry sea. after a voyage that was not particularly lengthy. The vessels arrived at the Mira system. A vibrant blue-green planet brimming with life emerged in their view. Orbiting the planet was a modest private space station, adorned with the Star Horizon Group's insignia. Leo contacted the space station, easily obtaining landing permission under the pretext of the group air conducting an ecological survey with classmates. He also procured 5 small necklace-like devices. Here you go, old Lin, Lingji, and Mo Huang. He distributed the necklaces as they boarded the small assault craft. These are portable optical cloaking necklaces, the latest model. Once activated, they can distort the surrounding light to achieve visual invisibility, also masking us from the perceptions of most lower-tier creatures. We're here to observe, not to frighten those little kiddies. Discretion is key. Lin Feng accepted the necklace. Its cool surface simple in design, resembling an ordinary metallic ornament. Following the instructions, he donned it and pressed the concealed switch, an almost imperceptible energy field enveloping him. He glanced at the viewport, and indeed, his reflection had become blurred and translucent. Impressive, Lin Feng praised. Just a trifle. Leo beamed with pride. Shall we descend in my shuttle? The main ships are too large and will remain in orbit on standby. Soon, an assault craft was ejected from the belly of the Lingji, engaging its cloaking mode as it silently penetrated the atmosphere of the Hakimi planet. Inside the craft, seated in the co-pilot's seat, Lin Feng gazed down at the increasingly clear terrain, dense primordial forests, meandering rivers, and the distant outlines of a steampunk-style town emitting wisps of white smoke. According to the data, rolling dragons frequently roamed the giant mushroom forests of the southern continent. Near a pristine lake, an ideal picnic spot, Leo indicated the target area on the navigation map. Leo deftly maneuvered the assault craft toward their destination. To avoid disturbing any potential Hakimi, he chose to land the craft on the tranquil surface of a vast lake at the forest's edge. The hull lightly grazed the water, sending ripples across its surface, yet in their cloaked state, all was silent. As the hatch opened, the 5 stepped onto the water surface, a feat easily accomplished by both the ship's maidens and the commander in specially designed boots. Below them lay crystal-clear waters teeming with fish, while the air was infused with the fragrance of verdant flora and a hint of sulfur from geothermal activity. Surrounding them was a dreamlike landscape of giant mushrooms, towering like trees, their caps painted in vibrant hues, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire forest as if it were a fairy tale. Wow! Lingji couldn't help but exclaim softly, her wide eyes filled with wonder. It's so beautiful here. And Mo Huang slightly narrowed her violet eyes and took a deep breath. The air quality was exceptional, and the ecological environment was pristine and vibrant. It was indeed a splendid place to relax both body and mind. Leo, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly retrieved a delicately designed laser pistol, with its energy level intentionally adjusted to that suitable for hunting small game. Let us go. Let us hunt the rolling dragon. I am famished. Huche let out a resigned sigh, yet silently followed behind, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. Although the environment posed minimal threat, it was prudent to remain prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Feng observed the enthusiastic group with a smile, drawing his own sidearm. All right, the hunt begins. However, remember to use only the small pistol and refrain from employing the powers of the ship girls, lest we diminish the thrill. The 5 of them, maintaining their cloaked state, moved like ethereal phantoms across the soft earth, venturing into the bizarre, giant mushroom forest, embarking on their unexpected holiday on the Hakimi planet. In their concealed forms, they could only discern vague silhouettes and subtle energy disturbances in the air, adding an element of mystery and intriguing interaction possibilities to their journey. Chapter 67, Extraterrestrial Barbecue. The interior of the giant mushroom forest was a kaleidoscope of light, with enormous caps filtering the starlight, casting vibrant patches of color. The air was humid and fresh, infused with the sense of earth, fungi, and unknown blossoms. The cloaked quintet tread carefully upon the soft, mycelium-laden ground, striving to minimize noise. Old Li, are you certain that the meat of the rolling dragon is truly delectable? Lin Feng whispered, utilizing the miniature communicator attached to his cloaking necklace. His small pistol cautiously aimed at the dense mushroom thicket ahead. I hope we don't expend all this effort only to return with something inedible. The data suggests so, Leo replied in a hushed tone, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. According to the ecological report from the toy factory under the Starry Horizon, it mentioned that the local Hakimi had a tradition of hunting this dragon and regarded it as a delicacy. It should be reliable. Commander, Lingji's voice conveyed a hint of tension and excitement as she closely followed Lin Feng. I think I heard something over there. She pointed toward a cluster of enormous mushrooms emitting a blue fluorescence, shaped like trumpets. The group immediately halted, holding their breath. Sure enough, a rustling sound accompanied by grunting reminiscent of wild boars echoed nearby. It could be the rolling dragon. Leo's eyes lit up. Huche, check it out. Huche produced a life detector from the starship's storage, glanced at it, and quietly reported. One target, approximately 3 meters in length, with short, stout limbs. Foraging for underground mycelium. Is about 50 meters away, with obstacles in between. Got it. Watch me. Leo, brimming with excitement, crouched low and stealthily crept forward, taking cover behind a giant mushroom. Lin Feng approached from the opposite side, gradually forming a pincer movement with Leo. Through the gaps in the mushroom stalks, Lin Feng glimpsed a peculiar creature. It indeed resembled Leo's description, akin to a Komodo dragon from Earth, but more robust, adorned with thick, rock-like patterned scales. Its short limbs laboriously digging at the ground, while a thick tail swayed lazily. This was the rolling dragon. Leo found an excellent shooting position, steadied his breath, raised his pistol, and aimed at the relatively vulnerable side of the dragon's neck. With a soft whoosh, a low-powered red laser accurately struck its target. The rolling dragon stiffened suddenly, emitting a pained hiss, but it did not collapse immediately. Instead, startled, it became enraged and charged towards the source of the attack, Leo's hiding spot. Despite its name, the rolling dragon moved swiftly, akin to a small tank, crashing through several smaller mushroom stalks. Oh my, that's quite sturdy, Leo exclaimed, startled, and quickly rolled aside to evade. Be careful. Huche's voice held a note of urgency, instinctively wanting to intervene, but Lin Feng gestured for him to hold back. Let it handle this on its own. We agreed to use only the small pistol. Lin Feng chuckled. Besides, we're all cloaked, so this large lizard lacks a clear target and cannot harm us. Simultaneously aiming his gun, he instructed, Leo, aim for its eyes or mouth. Lao, though only a moderately competent star warrior, did not succumb to panic in the absence of armor protection. Instead, he adeptly maneuvered through the complicated environment of the giant mushroom forest, engaging in a tactical dance with the rolling dragon. He nimbly darted between the mushroom stalks, frequently glancing back to fire shots, much like a child playing with a kite, teasing the rolling dragon. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more shots rang out, one striking the dragon's eyelid, blocked by its thick skin, while the other pierced its gaping, roaring maw. The rolling dragon, writhing in pain, momentarily paused. At that moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity and fired, the laser striking true into the dragon's other eye. Ha, good son, the head is mine, Lin Feng exclaimed, reveling in his triumph, though lamenting the absence of champagne. The rolling dragon let out a wretched scream, completely disoriented, spinning wildly in place. It's not dead yet. Looks like you can't claim my trophy. Leo seized the chance to rush forward, practically pressing against the dragon's ear, firing several rounds in quick succession. Finally, the resilient creature let out a final wail before collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. You thought you could take my trophy? Leo wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness, this thing is tough skin. Huche quickly approached, examining the rolling dragon's carcass, nodding to Leo after confirming its demise. He then checked Leo's condition. Stop poking around, I'm fine. Leo protested as Huche's hands brushed over him. Well done. Lin Feng joined them, clapping Leo on the shoulder with a smile, though the start was a bit chaotic. It was just a fluke, purely a fluke, Leo insisted, soon growing excited again. Quick, let us drag this big fellow to the lakeside, clean it up, and have a barbecue. The subsequent tasks progressed smoothly. The group eagerly dragged the rolling dragon to a spacious patch of grass by the lake. Leo enthusiastically unpacked his luxurious multifunctional outdoor cooking kit, which surprisingly included functions for purifying water, cutting, heating, and even low-temperature slow cooking. Once skinned and cleaned, the rolling dragon revealed tender, delicate flesh, exuding an unusual meaty aroma. Leo wielded a high-frequency particle-cutting knife, contemplating where to make the best cuts, muttering to himself. This part is thick, perfect for roasting. This section has sinew. Surely flavorful for stewing, oh? This piece has marbling. It's practically an alien wagyu. Lingji, undeterred by the bloody entrails, crouched down alongside Huche, pondering what ingredients would best mask the gamey flavor of the innards. And Mo Huang elegantly perched on a smooth rock, keenly observing Leo's anatomical practice, occasionally offering suggestions. Young Master Leo, the muscle group beneath the third rib on the left side, seems more delicate, suitable for thin slicing and grilling. Lin Feng, finding himself with little to do, fiddled with the outdoor cooking kit, watching the scene unfold. There was no way around it. Leo insisted on experiencing the feeling of cooking and wouldn't let Lin Feng participate in the butchering of the rolling dragon, claiming, "This is my trophy. I have the final say." They soon built a fire, set up a grill, and skewered the meat. In no time, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air by the lakeside. Leo even produced some sealed spices like a magician, sprinkling them over the sizzling meat, enhancing the mouth-watering fragrance. Just as everyone prepared to indulge, Lingji's ears perked up, and she alertly gazed toward the edge of the giant mushroom forest. There is something coming. A lot of small sounds. The crowd immediately set aside their food, slipping back into a state of invisibility, their gazes fixed with vigilance. Beneath the shadows of the giant mushroom forest, several fluffy little heads cautiously emerged. Soon after, a second and a third appeared, totaling at least 7 or 8. They stood at approximately half a meter to 1 meter tall, walking upright, their bodies adorned with soft fur in a myriad of hues: orange, gray, calico. With round faces crowned by pointed ears, their large eyes sparkled like gemstones in the luminous glow of the fungi, while their long tails swayed curiously behind them. These were the indigenous intelligent species of this planet, the Hakimi. Clearly drawn by the enticing aroma of roasted meat, they lingered at the fringes of the mushroom forest. Peering cautiously, their noses twitching as they emitted soft, mewling sounds akin to meow, meow, their expressions rife with curiosity, desire, and a hint of trepidation regarding the unfamiliar source of the sudden fragrance. Meow, meow. So fragrant. Mother, why don't we have such deliciousness at home? Meow. Don't go near. It might be dangerous. Let me taste it first for poison. Oh my, how adorable. Lingji couldn't help but exclaim softly, her eyes nearly transforming into heart shapes. Lin Feng also felt that these furry creatures were irresistibly charming, their innocent and naive demeanor capable of melting any heart. Leo whispered excitedly into his communicator, "Look, I told you so. They're absolutely adorable. It seems they are quite eager to partake in our roasted meat." Observing these little beings, Mo Huang remarked quietly, "Social creatures. Their curiosity outweighs their wariness. It appears our picnic is about to welcome a few uninvited guests." How to interact with these primitive yet delightful Hakimi without startling them became a new challenge for the 5 of them. Lin Feng, noticing the eager little eyes and glancing at the fragrant dragon meat on the grill, conceived an idea. He signaled everyone to maintain their invisibility and then carefully sliced a small piece of golden brown roasted dragon meat, placing it gently on a clean stone nearby. Chapter 68. Feeding and Fishing. The piece of meat, wafting an irresistible fragrance, lay on the stone like a silent invitation. The 5 invisible companions held their breaths, closely monitoring the reactions of the fluffy little creatures at the edge of the mushroom forest. The Hakimi were evidently bewildered by this unexpected culinary gift from the heavens. They crowded together, whispering to one another, emitting more urgent mewling sounds, seemingly debating whether this was a trap. One particularly bold Hakimi, with orange fur and a robust physique, twitched its nose and cautiously took a step forward, then another. Its eyes were fixed on the roasted meat as it began to lower itself to the ground, adopting a spiky-backed dragon form, its tail standing upright with tension. The other Hakimi watched from behind, a mix of anticipation and fear in their gazes. Finally, the orange Hakimi approached the stone, quickly swatting the roasted meat with its paw before retreating to observe its surroundings cautiously. Upon realizing there was no immediate threat, it grew bolder, leaned in to sniff, and could no longer resist extending its little pink tongue to take a lick. In the next moment, its eyes lit up with delight, emitting a sound of sheer satisfaction. Mew. Without further hesitation, it stood up, using its paws to hold down the meat, and took a small bite. The deliciousness of the roasted dragon meat evidently enchanted it, as it chewed while emitting blissful purring sounds. Emperor Engine activated, its tail joyfully sweeping the ground. Seeing their companions safe and relishing the treat, the other Hakimi could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward in a flurry, surrounding the modest piece of roasted meat. They each grabbed a pawful or took a bite, accompanied by friendly, possibly protective nudges and mewling sounds, creating a scene that was both lively and heartwarming. "Wow, this is a test for poison. You're taking so much, I'll have to groom you later." "Mew mew. What a grooming. I'm going all out today." Some of the younger ones mewed anxiously while guarding their share. "Too adorable," Lingji whispered through the communicator, her tone brimming with affection. "It seems they really enjoy the commander's roasted meat." Lin Feng chuckled, slicing several larger pieces of meat and placing them on a few stones set further away. This time, the Hakimi's wariness diminished significantly, quickly drawn to the new delicacies, scattering to indulge in their feast. Watching these little darlings eat with such joy, the 5 invisible companions couldn't help but smile. The joy of feeding stirred something within Lin Feng, and he signaled for everyone to slowly retreat to a more open area by the lake, where they collectively dispelled their invisibility. The sudden appearance of 5 towering figures startled the Hakimi, who were in the midst of their meal, prompting them to emit sharp cries of mew. "What is that?" As they retreated in a flurry, clustering together and adopting their spiky-backed dragon forms, eyeing Lin Feng and the others with curiosity and caution. Lin Feng endeavored to appear harmless, smiling as he slowly crouched down, extending his palm with some roasted meat towards them. After a brief moment of silence, it was the same orange Hakimi that broke the impasse. It twitched its nose, seemingly recognizing Lin Feng as the source of the earlier food offering, perhaps by the lingering scent. Cautiously, it approached and swiftly snatched a piece of meat from Lin Feng's palm with its paw before retreating again. After several repetitions, it seemed to ascertain that Lin Feng posed no threat, emitting a softer mew, as if to say, "It seems they're not bad beings." It even rubbed its head against Lin Feng's wrist. This gesture acted as a signal, prompting the other Hakimi to gradually lower their guard and draw closer. Their curiosity now directed not only towards food, but also towards these unfamiliar bipeds. Sniff, sniff, sniff. They either lay down or stood up, using their wet noses to explore Lin Feng and the others' pant legs and hands, emitting soft mewing sounds. They smelled different. Do they not have fur? And similar inquiries. Just then, the sharp-eyed Lingji pointed towards the edge of the mushroom forest, where the Hakimi had first appeared, whispering, "Commander, look over there. Aren't those fishing rods?" Following her gesture, the group indeed spotted several rudimentary fishing rods, crafted from resilient vines and sharpened bones, casually propped against the enormous mushroom stalks. "Huh. It seems they came to the lakeside to fish and were lured by the aroma of our roast." Leo chuckled. Lin Feng gazed at the makeshift fishing rods, then at the clear lake teeming with plump fish that shimmered in the moonlight, an idea forming in his mind. He pointed at the fishing rods and then at the lake, mimicking a fishing motion for the gathered Hakimi. The Hakimi tilted their heads, their round, curious eyes filled with confusion. The orange Hakimi glanced between the fishing rods and the lake, then emitted a series of rising tone mews. "Mew? Mew? You want to fish?" "Too." Lin Feng nodded, his face adorned with a friendly smile. The orange Hakimi pondered for a moment before calling out to its companions with a few mews, likely explaining, "They want to play our fishing game." Subsequently, it scampered over, hoisting 2 fishing rods upright and bringing them back to place before Lin Feng and Leo. It then nudged a small wooden bucket carried by another Hakimi, which contained what appeared to be insect larvae for bait, as the other Hakimi gathered around with palpable excitement. Emitting eager mews, "Let's begin. Let's see if they can catch any." A wondrous scene unfolded by the lakeside, 5 individuals hailing from an advanced interstellar civilization, alongside ship girls, engaged in the age-old art of fishing with a group of furry catfolk still entrenched in the steam age. Lin Feng and Leo clumsily imitated the Hakimi, baiting hooks and casting lines, their awkward movements eliciting a chorus of delightful purrs and chirps from the little felines. Lingji tenderly assisted the smallest gray Hakimi, untangling its fishing line ensnared by aquatic weeds. In gratitude, the tiny creature nuzzled her gently, emitting soft purring sounds. And Mo Huang, opting out of the fishing endeavor, sat gracefully nearby, a serene smile gracing her lips as she observed the harmonious tableau, occasionally lending her keen eyesight to pinpoint the location of fish, prompting waves of admiration from the Hakimi, who exclaimed in awe, "She's incredible. She knows where the fish are. O que me entende a watchful demeanor." Yet his gaze softened considerably as he silently watched Leo grapple with a large fish that had taken the bait, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. The fishing experience was filled with mirth. Despite the language barrier, joy transcended. When Lin Feng successfully reeled in a shimmering silver fish, the Hakimi erupted in astonished meows. "What a big fish!" bounding around him in excitement. "Meow quack, meow quack, meow quack. Big fish, fish big, fish very big." The scene surrounding Lin Feng resembled a gathering of an enthusiastic cult, as Leo nearly got pulled into the water by a thrashing fish. A flurry of anxious yet amused meows erupted. "Be careful. The fool is going to fall in." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky and lake in warm hues of orange and red, the fish basket, a woven collection contributed by several little Hakimi, overflowed with their catch. The aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air once more. This truly was a picnic to remember, as everyone shared roasted dragon meat and delectable fish. The Hakimi feasting to their heart's content, rolling around the campfire, grooming each other, or contentedly licking their paws and washing their faces, emitting lazy purrs. As night deepened and the twin moons rose, casting a gentle glow, it seemed time for the Hakimi to return home. They bid farewell to Lin Feng and the others with reluctant meows. "Thank you for the hospitality. Will you play with us again tomorrow?" Then, hoisting their small fishing rods and their share of fish, they bounded away in groups, disappearing into the glowing mushroom forest. The five reconvened by the lakeside, relishing the tranquility of the night. What a marvelous experience, Lin Feng mused, savoring the lingering sweetness of fish in his mouth. His heart filled with warmth from interacting with these innocent little beings. Indeed, Leo remarked contentedly as he patted his full belly, this was far more enjoyable than battling bugs in the simulation chamber. We must return. Mo Huang gazed at the shimmering lake under the moonlight, softly remarking, pure joy and trust can truly cleanse the soul. Commander, you appear much more relaxed. Lingji leaned against Lin Feng, whispering, they trust us so much. How wonderful it would be if we could always coexist in such peace. Before preparing to return to the assault boat, Lin Feng walked to the lakeshore alone, intending to wash his face. Just then, he sensed someone approaching. It was Mo Huang. She quietly sidled up to him, her deep purple eyes sparkling under the moonlight. A faint violet fragrance mingling with the fresh scent of the lake. Commander, her voice carried a hint of languor and subtle allure. Today's journey has been delightful, especially witnessing your gentle interactions with those innocent little creatures. She tilted her head slightly, her hair brushing against Lin Feng's arm, suggesting that deep within, you are utterly defenseless against this pure tranquility and charm. Lin Feng felt a teasing undertone laced with ambiguity in her words, his heartbeat quickening. The spot where her hair had grazed his arm, tingling slightly. He cleared his throat, attempting to divert the conversation. Ahem, yes, they are quite adorable. And this place is beautiful. It's getting late. We should head back. Mo Huang chuckled softly, her voice like ripples in the moonlight, gently spreading. All right, Commander. But, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Tonight, ahem, I recall that the medical bay on the Lingji has sleeping pills. I'll fetch some for you later. Mo Huang seemed to find this even more amusing. How about the three of us play some cards tonight? That sounds good. Mo Huang successfully teased her commander, elegantly turning away to lead the way back to the assault boat. This Mo Huang, it seems, has turned teasing me into a daily routine. Curse be it. Don't let me catch you slipping, or I shall have to spank you soundly. Lin Feng muttered to himself, watching her graceful figure retreat. Turning back to gaze at the gently rippling lake, he then looked up at the starry sky, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. This unexpected journey to the Hakimi planet not only offered delectable food and relaxation, but also yielded precious trust and joy shared with primitive sentient beings, seemingly tugging at some delicate strings in his heart. Chapter 69, A Date in Dreams. Endless starlight receded steadily outside the porthole of the Lingji, akin to a flowing expanse of inky silk adorned with scattered diamonds. The ship was cruising under inertia, the engine humming softly, maintaining essential power and life support systems. In this profound tranquility, Lin Feng succumbed to slumber. His consciousness, however, oddly plunged into a bizarre yet strangely familiar scene. No longer surrounded by the cold, metallic confines of the bridge, he was instead enveloped by warm, humid air, the lively bustle of a street filled with the aroma of grilled skewers wafting from roadside stalls. This was Earth, the ordinary yet nostalgic 21st century he had known before his journey across worlds. What astonished him even more was the figure walking beside him. None other than the tall, dark-haired, violet-eyed, elegantly alluring aircraft carrier ship girl, Mo Huang. Yet, the Mo Huang before him had shed her deep blue and gold-modified carrier commander uniform, donning a simple yet fashionable modern outfit. A fitted black sweater paired with high-waisted jeans, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure, her long hair cascading freely, exuding less authority and more of a charming urban lass's languor. She was affectionately linking her arm with Lin Feng's, her face adorned with a mischievous yet immensely satisfied smile he had never seen before. Montag Fang, where are we? Lin Feng asked, somewhat bewildered. Commander, did you sleep through last night? Mo Huang giggled, her voice softer and more syrupy than usual. Today is our date, you see. Look, I have a gift for you. With a flourish, she produced a beautifully wrapped, elongated box from behind her, placing it in Lin Feng's hands. He glanced down to see the box emblazoned with a clear logo and model. RLX 9090T, a top-tier graphics card he had only dreamed of owning. This is too extravagant. Lin Feng was astounded. Before his journey, he was merely a student, and such a flagship graphics card seemed utterly unattainable. Sure. Mo Huang placed a slender finger gently on his lips, her violet eyes shimmering. As long as Commander is happy, what is this little trifle? I have arranged for an even more special program. The subsequent date itinerary shattered Lin Feng's dreams entirely. Instead of taking him to the movies or dining out, Mo Huang led him directly to a desolate mountaintop shrouded in mist on the outskirts of the city. As Lin Feng pondered the peculiar nature of their wilderness training, Mo Huang pointed excitedly at a rudimentary wooden cart, crudely crafted and still bearing visible splinters, situated by the mountain path. "Commander, let us play with this," she exclaimed. "You pull the cart, and I shall ride." Lin Feng was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Before he could voice his concerns, Mo Huang elegantly settled herself onto the splintery wooden vehicle, patting the empty space before her, urging him to commence. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he attempted to explain the impossibility of accommodating 2 passengers on such a contraption. It was nothing short of a reckless endeavor. However, Mo Huang's reasoning was delightfully unconventional. "Who says we must sit together? You pull, I ride. Come on, Commander. I yearn to experience the thrill of being pulled by you." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, rendering any refusal impossible. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. Clad in modern casual attire, Lin Feng resembled a weary ox, straining to pull a stunning beauty seated upon the rickety wooden cart down the steep mountain trail. Mo Huang, however, beamed with joy, her laughter ringing like silver bells through the valley as she brandished her phone, capturing every moment. "Go, Commander. Faster. Our destination is the convenience store at the foot of the mountain." Though Lin Feng found a measure of enjoyment in this peculiar escapade, exhaustion was creeping in. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, the scene shifted once more. This time, they were amidst a bustling commercial pedestrian street. Mo Huang remained perched upon the conspicuous wooden cart, while Lin Feng navigated through the throngs of people. Passers-by regarded them with expressions of astonishment, sympathy, and barely concealed amusement. And Lin Feng felt as though he were experiencing social death, a humiliation akin to being struck by the main gun of a warship. Yet, Mo Huang craved even more excitement. She had somehow procured a megaphone and began to call out to the crowd, "Step right up. Witness my Commander's strength. He pulls the cart steadily. Just 5 you on a ride. Fair for all ages. Support with QR code payments." Lin Feng wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide within. Amidst this chaotic, mortifying, yet absurdly joyful moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a petite figure on the outskirts of the crowd, clad in a white and warm green maintenance uniform. It was Ling Ji. She stood there, her light green hair swaying slightly, her amber eyes brimming with tears, her small mouth pouting in distress, and her hands tightly clutching her sleeves. She gazed silently at Lin Feng as he passed by, pulling Mo Huang, her expression filled with a sense of abandonment and helplessness, reminiscent of a drenched kitten searching for shelter. Ling Ji, a pang of anguish gripped Lin Feng's heart, and he instinctively loosened his grip on the cart's rope, yearning to rush towards her. Yet, the more he ran, the further she seemed to drift away, until her figure became a blur in the raucous crowd, her sorrowful gaze piercing his heart like a needle. "Ling Ji." Lin Feng abruptly sat up in the soft, spacious bed of the commander's quarters, a fine sheen of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, his heart racing. Outside the window, the eternal, profound starry sky remained unchanged, with the nebula drifting by, and the Ling Ji was sailing smoothly. It was merely a dream, a bizarre yet vivid dream. What a fright! He exhaled deeply, raising his hand to wipe away the sweat, only to find his right hand pressed beneath something warm and soft. Looking down, he was momentarily taken aback. There sat the petite maintenance ship girl, Ling Ji, perched sideways on a chair beside the bed. It seemed she had maintained this position for some time, her body slightly leaning forward, her head resting against the bed's edge, while Lin Feng's right hand was cradled in her delicate, gentle grasp, lightly pressed against her warm, smooth cheek. Her eyes were closed, her breathing steady, indicating she too had succumbed to slumber, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath her eyelids. A serene smile graced her face, as if cradling the commander's hand provided her with the utmost comfort in the world. Lin Feng's movements stirred her from her slumber. Ling Ji blinked sleepily, her amber eyes still glazed with the remnants of sleep, and upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon her, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "See, Commander, you're awake." Startled, She hastily attempted to release his hand, but halfway through, she hesitated, reluctant to part, merely loosening her grip slightly. Her eyes darting away, her voice barely above a whisper. I noticed you seemed restless in your sleep, and you were sweating, so I thought I'd help you wipe it off and then. Observing her shy demeanor and earnest attempts to explain, combined with the memory of her forlorn gaze from his dream, Lin Feng felt a gentle tug at the softest corners of his heart. He did not withdraw his hand, but instead, with a tender touch, traced his fingertip along her smooth cheek, laughing softly. So you accidentally fell asleep while using my hand as a pillow? A cute, plaintive sound escaped Ling Ji, her already flushed cheeks deepening with color as she buried her face further into Lin Feng's palm, as if seeking refuge. Commander, please don't tease me. The ambience in the lounge was warm and tranquil, accompanied only by the faint background sounds of interstellar travel and the soft breaths of the two. The absurdity of the recent dream intertwined with the tenderness of reality, leaving Lin Feng with a surreal sense of disconnection. Chapter 70. On the way back to school. Just as Lin Feng savored the serenity and warmth shared with Ling Ji, the automatic doors of the commander's lounge silently slid open. Mo Huang stood gracefully at the entrance, her perfect figure accentuated by the deep blue and gold commander's uniform of the aircraft carrier, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. In her hands, she held a tray bearing a steaming cup of tea, infused with a delicate violet fragrance. However, upon witnessing the scene within the room, Lin Feng seated on the bed, his right hand cradled against Ling Ji's cheek, their postures intimate. Her deep purple eyes narrowed slightly, and although her habitual lazy smile remained, a faint glimmer of sharpness flickered in her gaze. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Mo Huang's voice retained its alluring charm, yet it carried an inexplicable resonance. Commander, I trust your rest was satisfactory? Ling Ji, how considerate of you. Ling Ji sprang up as if her tail had been stepped on, her hand recoiling as if shocked, her face nearly smoking with embarrassment as she stood flustered by the bedside, stammering, Mo Huang, it's not what it seems. Commander had a nightmare and was sweating. So Lin Feng observed the knowing expression on Mo Huang's face, and recalling her peculiar actions in the dream, alongside Ling Ji's sorrowful gaze. An inexplicable unease settled in his chest. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Mo Huang, you've arrived. I just woke up, and Ling Ji happened to come by to check on me. With a graceful step, Mo Huang approached the bedside, placing the tray on a nightstand before casually settling herself on the edge of Lin Feng's bed, her body slightly leaning towards him, her alluring softness brushing against his arm, entirely ignoring the pale-faced Ling Ji standing beside them. Did you have a nightmare? Mo Huang extended her slender fingers, gently brushing Lin Feng's forehead, smoothing his tousled hair with an intimate gesture, her breath fragrant, as she inquired with concern, was it something dreadful you dreamt of? A warmth spread through Lin Feng's heart. Yet her words dragged him back into the mortifying scenes of his dream. He hastily raised the cup of tea, using the act of drinking to mask his embarrassment. And no, it was just a jumbled dream, really. By the way, where have we arrived? Mo Huang smiled gently as she cast a glance at him. Choosing not to pursue her inquiries further, she responded, according to the sightseeing route planned by young Master Leo, we are currently traversing a sparse nebula, which offers quite a splendid visual experience. Just as Lin Feng had instructed Ling Ji to establish a communication link with the Tuqing. The communicator was filled with Leo's piercingly off-key rendition of a song. Interstellar man, you are mighty and strong, the soaring battleship like the swift wind. Following closely behind was Tuqing's exasperated admonition. Commander, silence. Noise pollution is prohibited in public communication channels. And what on earth are you singing? Oh, come on, Tuqing. I'm merely expressing my love for the starry sea. Old Lin, come out and admire the stars. The view here is absolutely magnificent. Lin Feng interjected, enough with the noise. I'm on my way to the bridge now. He threw aside the covers, nimbly dressed in his uniform, and said to Ling Ji and Mo Huang, let us see what Leo is up to and enjoy the scenery along the way. Ling Ji nodded eagerly, darting off to fetch Lin Feng's shoes. Mo Huang gracefully rose, adjusting her skirt, and observed Lin Feng's somewhat hurried figure before following suit. Upon their arrival at the bridge, they beheld the nebula's celestial splendor through the observation window. The colorful interstellar dust and gas slowly swirled in the darkness, refracting the light of distant stars, a truly breathtaking sight. What do you think, old Lin? Isn't it beautiful? Leo's virtual image appeared on the bridge's communicator, hands on his hips and a proud expression, as if the nebula were his own backyard. Indeed, it is remarkable. Lin Feng sincerely praised. The grandeur of the cosmos never failed to stir one's emotions. Let me tell you, this spot is my carefully chosen intermittent sightseeing point along the route. According to the star charts, this nebula bears a particularly romantic name, the Shattered Glass Sea. He began to elaborate. Before he could finish, Tuching's cool retort resonated in the background. Commander, according to the Federal Star Chart naming standards, this region is designated as NGC 4414, colloquially known as the Windmill Nebula, and does not possess your fanciful nomenclature of the Shattered Glass Sea. Leo's expression immediately fell, and he spun around, exclaiming, Tuching, the atmosphere? Do you not understand? A little romance wouldn't kill you. Beware, or I might just. This ship's maiden has rebuffed your futile threat. It is ineffective. Furthermore, Commander, please be mindful of your image. Commander Lin Feng and his shipgirls are watching, Tuching interjected. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle at the antics of his playful commander and shipgirls. Lingji giggled, covering her mouth, and even Mo Huang's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. All right, Lin Feng interjected. We've admired the scenery. Should we not recalibrate our course and head back? We've skipped class for too long. Professor Zhao might not take kindly to that. Upon mentioning Professor Zhao, Leo's demeanor sobered slightly as he scratched his unruly hair. True, that old man can be quite terrifying. Tuching, adjust our course. Destination, the Panga star system. Understood. Tuching's voice regained its calmness. The two vessels adjusted their trajectories, their warp engines igniting, leaving the dazzling Windmill Nebula behind. The journey continued, seemingly restored to tranquility. Yet Lin Feng could feel Mo Huang's gaze lingering on him, as steadfast as ever, while Lingji, perhaps due to their prolonged absence of solitude together, would steal glances at him, blushing and lowering her head whenever caught. A subtle and intricate atmosphere began to permeate the Lingji. Today, inspiration seemed somewhat lacking. Chapter 71, Return to Campus. The Lingji maintenance ship and the Tuching battleship concluded their patrol mission in the shattered asteroid belt and the brief respite on Hakimi planet. One after the other, like giant birds returning to their nests, they gradually entered the Pangu star domain, ultimately arriving at the synchronous orbit of Kunlun star. Ahead, the vast Wuzhou mountain star ring defense zone, stretching over 100 kilometers in width, loomed across the starry sky, resembling a mythical pillar, once more showcasing the industrial might of human civilization. Countless vessels moved like tiny points of light, entering and exiting the star ring's port area in an orderly fashion. Panga Defense Ground Control Tower, Lingji, and Tuching. Welcome back to school. Please follow the guiding beacons to the southern ground docking area, berths S07 and S08. A formulaic guiding voice echoed through the communication channel. Received, confirming guiding beacon, Lingji replied, piloting the massive maintenance ship as it began its descent into the return route to the Academy's ground base. Leo's voice chimed in on the encrypted channel, tinged with a sense of nostalgia. We're back so soon. I really miss those fluffy little creatures and the taste of roasted dragon meat on Hakimi planet. Commander, your mission period has concluded. According to the curriculum, there will be a training session for the Guardian I-type power armor tomorrow morning. Please do not be late. Tuching's calm voice promptly doused any lingering excitement. I know. Tuching, you're becoming more like my mother, Leo muttered. Lin Feng sat at the command post of the Lingji, gazing down through the observation window at the gradually enlarging surface of Kunlun star. The Panga Defense Campus, sprawling over 5 million square kilometers, unfolded before him, its scale comparable to that of a small to medium-sized nation. Various buildings of diverse functions, training grounds, and simulated combat centers resembled a chessboard, interconnected by an efficient maglev transportation network. He felt a slight sense of relaxation, while the battles among the stars ignited one's passions. Returning to the orderly campus brought a sense of security. More importantly, this expedition had validated the feasibility of accumulating points through the system, amassing nearly 40,000 modification points, laying the first cornerstone for Mo Huang's manifestation. As long as suitable tasks were identified and completed, it would not be long before the materials for Mo Huang's ship body were fully gathered. The two vessels smoothly descended onto the expansive ground docking area in the southern sector. The S-series berths were specifically designated for exemplary student commanders with manifested ship bodies, each equipped with comprehensive supplies and maintenance materials, though, of course, they came at a cost. The ship is stable, and all systems are functioning normally. Commander, we may disembark, Lingji announced, her voice imbued with the ease of a task well accomplished. Lin Feng rose, smiling at Mo Huang, who sat nearby. Let us return home, even if you do not yet have a home to return to. and Mo Huang elegantly stood, approached Lin Feng, and naturally linked her arm with his, her violet eyes sparkling. Although it may still be a while before my ship body manifests, wherever the commander is, that shall be my home. Moreover, sharing a cozy little space in Starlight Garden with you and Lingji is quite delightful, is it not? Her words, laced with their usual flirtation, caused a blush to creep onto Lingji's cheeks. Through the connecting passage, the three stepped onto the solid ground of the docking area. Leo and Tuching also disembarked from the Tuching. Let us go. Back to the dormitory. I need a good bath to wash off this space smell. Leo stretched and proclaimed. The campus prohibited large vessels from navigating freely, but a dense network of unmanned shuttle vehicles was provided for the convenience of students. The five boarded a spacious blue shuttle, set their destination to Starlight Garden, and the vehicle glided silently, weaving between the grand teaching buildings, research institutes, and training grounds. The scenery outside whizzed by, occasionally revealing other students clad in blue and white uniforms, either walking or piloting personal assault boats and hoverboards. The Panga Defense campus was simply too vast. Even within a single area, it took over 20 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the teaching buildings, making various modes of transportation nearly indispensable. Before long, the commuter vehicle arrived at the Starlight Courtyard. This area serves as the exclusive dormitory for distinguished commanders, with their suite, room 2901. Perched on the top floor, an opulent abode featuring 6 rooms, 2 lounges, and 3 bathrooms, boasting breathtaking views. Upon opening the door, the familiar spacious living room greeted him. The intelligent butler system detected its master's return and automatically adjusted the lighting and air circulation. At last he was home. Leo flung himself onto the soft sofa, letting out a contented sigh. Lingji, embodying the essence of a diligent housewife, immediately began inspecting the cleanliness of the room and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare some simple refreshments and snacks. And Mo Huang, intrigued, wandered through this temporary residence, particularly fascinated by Lin Feng's bedroom and the room prepared for her. Lin Feng approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brightly lit campus below. With nearly a month and a half since the commencement of the semester, he had gradually acclimatized to life here. From the initial disappointment and confusion of summoning Lingji, to now possessing 2 ship girls, achieving level 10, and tentatively validating a path to swiftly acquiring resources, everything was progressing favorably. He activated his personal terminal, and the latest class schedule appeared on the screen. Tomorrow's agenda was clearly laid out. 6 o'clock, 7:30, morning training, Guardian, I-type power armor routine training. 9 o'clock, 11:30, deep guidance and precision control theory of void energy, teaching building 3, area, room 501. 1400 hours, 16:30, fundamentals of fleet tactics and case analysis, main tactics building, Shanghai Hall. 1900 hours, 2100 hours, self-study, free training, rest. As his gaze swept across the schedule, Lin Feng noted that starting next week, a new subject had been added, basic mecha manipulation and tactical applications. Mecha course, Lin Feng murmured. While not a core subject for commanders who primarily rely on ship girls for combat, it nonetheless constitutes the foundation for Stardust warriors. Learning mecha manipulation would not only enhance the commander's own survival and combat capabilities, but also play a crucial role in specific boarding actions or planetary surface operations. Moreover, Lin Feng recalled his earlier experience aboard the Forward, piloting the Falcon 3-type power armor for the first time. The exhilaration of directly controlling a steel construct and unleashing the boundless power of void energy was undeniably captivating. It seemed that campus life was about to introduce new challenges and joys. A smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he looked forward to the upcoming mecha course. The lore presented, Stardust Warriors. Void energy users who cannot summon or contract with ship girls are known as Stardust Warriors. Though these individuals possess void energy, they are unable to complete the process of weaving or attracting ship girls due to innate tendencies, luck, or the characteristics of their mental wavelengths, thus preventing them from becoming conventional commanders. This also includes commanders who, after the loss of all their ship girls, transform into Stardust Warriors to fight for the Human Federation. Nevertheless, their strength and existence are vital to the Human Federation. They are referred to as Stardust Warriors, symbolizing that while they may not be the miracle that gives rise to ship girls, they embody the flickering light and dust of human civilization battling against the encroaching darkness, serving as the cornerstone warriors of civilization. 1. Titles and status. Official title, Stardust Warrior. This is a neutral term imbued with a touch of respect, acknowledging their contributions and value. Common nicknames and colloquialisms include ground combat ace, or armored core, emphasizing their pivotal role in planetary surface and boarding battles. Lone Star, or shipless, a slightly self-deprecating or sympathetic term referring to their lack of ship-girl companions. Cornerstone, or stalwart, affirming titles used by high-ranking military officials to recognize their worth. Social status. They remain respected warriors, integral to military strength. Their status depends on their void energy level and military achievements, although they typically do not achieve the prominent political status of top commanders. High-ranking Stardust warriors can still attain the rank of general, commanding large ground forces or special operation corps. They share a complementary and interdependent relationship with commanders. 2. Responsibilities and areas of operation. Their primary battlefields are not the vastness of Starry fleet battles, but rather boarding actions, utilizing small landing craft or airdrop pods to infiltrate enemy capital ships, executing sabotage, seizing critical facilities, or carrying out assassination missions. This is one of their core tasks. Planetary surface combat, serving as the spearhead of offense or the pillar of defense. They participate in the struggle for control over planetary surfaces, facility defense, and special operations, protecting important space stations, research bases, or executing covert missions behind enemy lines, such as sabotage. Internal security of fleets, serving as the defense forces on large vessels, addressing potential boarding threats. 3. Void energy-powered equipment system. The strength of Stardust warriors is fully embodied in their personal equipment, which heavily relies on void energy. Exoskeleton armor, power armor, and mecha. The mecha operated by Stardust warriors serves as a single soldier combat platform for the Human Federation to confront high-intensity ground battles, fortification assaults, and limited close-range space support. In boarding and landing operations, they also function as strategically valuable mobile fortresses and heavy assault units. Chapter 72, Military Academy Routine. At 5:30 in the morning before dawn, the sun Pangu of Kunlun had yet to fully cast its morning glow, with only a hint of fishbelly white on the horizon. The intelligent alarm clock in room 2901 gently buzzed at the appointed time. Lin Feng awoke from his comfortable cocoon, slowly opening his eyes. Having practiced the cycle of void energy before bed the previous night, the ample sleep had left him invigorated. He swiftly got up, washed, and donned his blue and white training uniform. In the living room, Leo was yawning, sleepily being dragged out of his room by Huqing. Lingji had already prepared high-energy, nutritional breakfast bars and hot beverages. And Mo Huang was elegantly seated at the dining table, fully dressed, as if preparing not for rigorous morning training, but for a morning salon. "Oh, my back aches. Can I lie down for just a few more minutes?" Leo complained through a mouthful of egg. "Morning training is crucial for cultivating discipline and physical fitness, Commander." Huqing meticulously adjusted Leo's training uniform collar, particularly the Guardian I-type armor, which demands higher void energy consumption and physical stamina. I know, Leo replied resignedly. The five of them swiftly finished breakfast, departed from the Starlight Courtyard, and took the commuter vehicle to the designated morning training site, the expansive outdoor armored training ground in Training Area 7. They resumed their regular morning training. Most new students had gradually adapted to the training armor, which felt as though it could drain one dry. Only a few students with slightly lower levels still found the training process challenging. As morning training concluded, there remained the morning class on deep guidance and precision control theory of void energy and the afternoon class on fundamentals of fleet tactics and case analysis. These were all important theoretical foundation courses, and Lin Feng focused intently, diligently absorbing knowledge. As evening approached, Lin Feng and Leo, having finished their last class, walked side by side on the path back to the Starlight Courtyard. The setting sun cast elongated shadows behind them. Class was exhausting. Leo groaned, rubbing his sore arms. And that Guardian I-type is practically a void, energy-devouring beast. I feel more fatigued after each morning training than after firing the main cannon of my Huqing 10 times. It's your rough control, Lin Feng pointed out bluntly. The energy output fluctuates erratically, resulting in significant waste. These specially designed training armors require you to enhance your synchronization rate to make the experience significantly easier. It sounds simple enough, but that contraption demands a great deal of focus, which is rather contrary to my disposition. Leo grimaced slightly but quickly brightened up. But old Lin, have you seen the class schedule? Next week we have mecha classes. Yes, I have seen it. Lin Feng nodded, equally eager for the upcoming lessons. Haha, finally, we can play with the real behemoths. My eyes are sparkling. Power armor just doesn't cut it. Mecha is the true romance of man. Hee. I've been wanting to pilot one ever since my old man refused to buy me one. Lin Feng chuckled, refraining from dampening his enthusiasm. The operation of mechas should be far more intricate than power armor, with higher demands regarding core energy levels, mental workload, and tactical awareness. Certainly no trifling matter. Upon returning to room 2901, Lingji had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, while Mo Huang helped set the table, and Hu Che was busy mopping the floor. The warm atmosphere alleviated the fatigue from their training. Naturally, the conversation at the dinner table gravitated towards the impending mecha course. Commander, mecha training comes with considerable risks. Please ensure your safety, Lingji said with concern, her delicate face etched with worry. Although I can't directly participate in mecha combat, I possess knowledge about mecha maintenance and manufacturing. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Thank you, Lingji, Lin Feng said warmly, ruffling her hair. And Mo Huang elegantly picked up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks and placed it in Lin Feng's bowl, smiling as she remarked. Mecha is a crucial force in planetary surface and boarding combat. If the commander can master it skillfully, he will be able to analyze and arrange the battlefield more effectively in the complex war environments of the future. Perhaps I could provide some tactical analyses on mecha cooperative combat. Sister Mo Huang is absolutely right. Leo chimed in with his mouth full, speaking somewhat indistinctly. Hu Che, you should also learn how to coordinate with mecha operations. Hu Che cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, the primary battlefield for battlecruisers is the Starry expanse. Support for surface units depends on the situation. However, understanding the combat methods of allies is indeed a fundamental aspect of tactical literacy. After dinner, Lin Feng did not take a break. Instead, he opened his personal terminal and connected to the internal database of Pangu Defense University, starting to preview the relevant content for the mecha course. The information within the database regarding mechas was vast and abundant. From the lightest 10 to 25-meter assault mechas to the 26 to 60-meter main battle mechas, and then to the 61 to 200-meter Titan-class mechas, which could be likened to mobile fortresses. The variety was extensive, each serving distinct purposes. The course overview indicated that during their freshman phase, they would primarily be introduced to the 10 to 15-meter basic training light mechas, codenamed Iron Soldiers. These mechas had a relatively simple structure, basic firepower configuration, typically equipped with a rapid-fire railgun and a melee combat blade, and were mainly designed to familiarize students with basic mecha operations, including walking, running, executing simple tactical maneuvers, and employing the most rudimentary weaponry. The control method inherited from power armor involved non-invasive core energy sensing through the Lingxi patches. However, given the size, weight, and complexity of mechas far exceeded that of power armor, the requirements for core energy output, mental focus, and multi-thread processing abilities, simultaneously controlling movement, posture, weaponry, sensors, etc., reached a qualitative leap. Core energy level was foundational. A level above 5 was barely sufficient to operate the Iron Soldier, but to maneuver it adeptly. At least a level 7 stable output and mental tolerance was necessary. Lin Feng assessed the requirements privately, concluding that both he and Leo met the standards. The key lay in their operational skills and adaptability. He also noted that the data particularly emphasized mecha's role in shipboard defense operations. When the shield energy is depleted and enemy combat units storm the ship in such urgent situations, mechas can assist the ship girls in conducting clearance operations on the ship surface and within its interiors. This should be one of the primary functions of mechas in space combat, Lin Feng pondered. After previewing the theoretical knowledge, Lin Feng called up some simulation videos of Iron Soldier mecha operation, watching the clumsy yet earnest attempts of the students to maneuver the colossal steel giants. He couldn't help but smile. However, there were also some exceptionally gifted individuals who could execute smooth tactical maneuvers, showcasing formidable potential. Closing the terminal, Lin Feng approached the window and gazed at the dazzling night scene of the campus outside. In the distance, the outline of the large mecha training ground flickered under the lights. From the maintenance ship Lingji to the aircraft carrier ship Girl Mo Huang, he was now about to step into the realm of mecha pilots. His developmental journey seemed to be progressively encompassing all facets of the military power of the Human Federation. The mechas of the Stardust Warriors, the colossal ships of the Ship Girls, whether relying on their own strength or commanding the power of their comrades. The ultimate goal remained the same, to survive in this brutal starry sea and protect what they wished to safeguard. Lin Feng clenched his fist, filled with a desire for challenge and anticipation for the forthcoming mecha course. Iron Soldier, is it? Let me see what kind of power your steel frame can unleash in my hands. Chapter 73, The Initial Dance of Steel. Pangu Defense University, 11th Mecha Training Zone. This was an immensely vast indoor space, with a ceiling soaring hundreds of meters high, sufficient to accommodate Titan-class mechas in basic activities. The ground was reinforced with a special composite metal capable of withstanding the repeated stomping and weapon testing of heavy mechas. The air was tinged with a faint scent of metallic coolant, the aroma of industry and might. Lin Feng and Leo, along with several classrooms and hundreds of freshmen, stood at the edge of the observation area of the training zone, gazing down at the neatly arranged rows of steel giants below. These were the iron soldiers they were about to engage with in basic training. Standing approximately 12 meters tall, they were completely covered in matte gray training armor, with simple and practical lines, lacking the ferocity and flamboyance of combat models, yet still exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. They stood like silent battalions of steel soldiers, awaiting the awakening of their pilots. "Wow," Leo exclaimed, tilting his head back, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Even though they're just iron soldiers, they look so impressive. Much more powerful than power armor. Lin Feng remained silent, yet his gaze was equally focused. He scrutinized the construction of the iron soldier, robust hydraulic joints, standard interfaces on their backs, training railguns fixed on their arms, and high-frequency combat blades stored at their sides. These mechas were not merely heaps of metal. They resembled empty shells awaiting the infusion of a soul, with the bond of that soul being core energy. A tall, stern-looking middle-aged officer clad in a dark gray instructor's uniform stood at the front of the line, his epaulets indicating his rank as lieutenant colonel. His gaze was electrifying as it swept across the crowd, instantly silencing the noisy discussions. "I am the instructor for the Mecha Tactics and Applications course, Lei Jun." His voice was resonant, carrying a metallic quality that echoed throughout the expansive training ground. "From today onwards, I will guide you, this group of novices, in your initial understanding of what mecha control entails. Remember, mecha is not a toy model you played with as a child, nor is it merely an enlarged version of power armor. It is an extension of human will and strength, a steel barrier for planetary surface and boarding combat. The glory and grave of the Stardust Warriors." Instructor Lei Jun's words were straightforward and direct. "Most of you will become commanders in the future, soaring through the starry seas. But do not forget, when the enemy boards your ship's deck, when your ship girl requires you to clear obstacles on the planetary surface, mecha will be your most reliable partner. Mastering an additional form of power increases your chances of survival on the battlefield. Now, everyone, as per terminal instructions, proceed to the designated numbered iron soldier mechas." Lin Feng and Leo's terminals vibrated simultaneously, displaying their mecha numbers. Lin Feng, B17. Leo, C09. The two swiftly located their corresponding mechas. Standing beneath the 12-meter-tall steel giant, the visual impact was overwhelming. The cockpit door on the mecha's chest slowly descended, extending a boarding ladder. Lin Feng took a deep breath and ascended the ladder into the cockpit. The internal space was considerably more spacious than the power armor. It still felt compact. Directly ahead was a wide composite observation window, surrounded by several tactical screens displaying basic status. The most critical component was a hemispherical sensing device located directly in front of the pilot's seat. Its surface appeared to be a form of soft metal, adorned with intricate energy patterns and brainwave reading interfaces. This was the mecha's Lingxi patch, designed to absorb the pilot's core energy and interface with their consciousness. Drawing upon his preparatory knowledge, Lin Feng settled into his seat, fastened his safety belt, and gently pressed the cold Lingxi patch against his forehead. A faint hum resonated, as if a connection had been established. Lin Feng focused his mind, guiding the core energy within him to slowly infuse into the patch. In an instant, his perception expanded infinitely. The once cold steel frame felt as though it had transformed into an extension of his own body. He could sense the structural intricacies of the propulsion mechanism beneath his feet, perceive the hydraulic pressure in the arm joints, and even hear the faint hiss of energy flowing through the conduits. This was an extraordinarily marvelous experience, as if he had instantly enlarged into a 12-meter giant. Connection to the large core energy power unit detected. Iron Soldier training mecha. Energy output interface stable. Mental link established. Auxiliary calibration mode ready. The mecha's built-in system interface popped up at the opportune moment, providing data support and stabilization assistance. All trainees, report your connection status. Instructor Lei Jun's voice echoed through the built-in communicator. B17 connection stable. Lin Feng responded in a deep voice, simultaneously experimenting with his thoughts. Externally, the gray iron soldier, designated B17, in accordance with Lin Feng's mental commands, slowly raised its right arm a few centimeters, accompanied by a slight metallic scraping sound. Excellent. Maintain stable energy output. Now, attempt to have your mecha take its first step. Lei Jun commanded. This initial step proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. The mecha was not a mere body. Every movement required precise simulation of commands through core energy, coupled with feedback from complex mechanical responses. Lin Feng cautiously directed the energy flow to the leg joints, attempting to lift the mecha's right leg. The process resembled a young child waking up, struggling to push aside the warm covers, ultimately resorting to a gentle kick to signify their wakefulness. Creak clank. The B-17 mecha suddenly stumbled, lifting its right leg too high and losing balance upon landing, causing its massive form to sway violently. Fortunately, the balance assistance system intervened in time to prevent a fall. A wave of suppressed laughter and gasps erupted in the surrounding trainee communication channels, as he was not the only one who encountered such a predicament. The adjacent C-09 mecha was even more exaggerated. Leo's mecha awkwardly hopped forward and sank, then froze in place, unable to move, prompting an angry roar from instructor Lei Jun. C-09, did you have peanuts and a drink for breakfast? Are you intoxicated? Readjust your output frequency. Lin Feng disregarded the surrounding commotion, fully immersing himself in the controls. He recalled the principles of center of gravity distribution and joint coordination discussed in theory class, continuously fine-tuning the energy output with the real-time posture data provided by the system. On the second attempt, the B-17 mecha's right leg lifted to a moderate height and landed steadily. With each subsequent step, from an initial unsteady gait to gradually achieving a slow, yet stable linear walk, progress was made. Oh, B-17, rather intriguing. Instructor Lei Jun noted Lin Feng's steady progress, calling out over the communication channel. With steps firm and energy output curves smooth, it seems you prepared well before class. Continue to maintain that. By the end of the lesson, most trainees could only manage to get their mechas to move, while Lin Feng's ability to initially control walking and simple turns was a rare achievement. Leo eventually managed to walk as well, albeit with somewhat stiff movements. As Lin Feng disconnected and exited the cockpit, he felt a wave of mental fatigue wash over him. The sustained high-precision energy output and mental focus were considerable tests for both core energy and control. After all, it was not as lightweight as armor, nor was it like commanding a ship girl, where one merely poured core energy into her, allowing her to allocate and transform it throughout the vessel. Phew, this is more challenging than I imagined. Leo rubbed his temples as he approached, feeling as though his brain was about to fry. But it's quite fascinating, isn't it? Lin Feng smiled, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. This was merely basic training. One could only wonder how much control would be required for those towering main battle mechas, or even Titan-class machines. One day, we'll all pilot Titan-class mechas to wreak havoc. Leo immediately perked up again. On the way back to the Starlight Pavilion, Lin Feng continued to savor the sensation of maneuvering the mecha. The feeling of imbuing one's will into a colossal steel entity, transforming it into tangible power, was utterly captivating. Chapter 74. The warm stream at your fingertips and the fragrance of violets. Nightfall, room 2901 of Starlight Pavilion. After a day filled with intense classes and training, Lin Feng nestled in a spacious bathtub, the warm water soothing his weary body. It seemed the bedroom door had been opened, followed by a gentle knock on the bathroom door. Commander, you've been soaking for quite a while. Would you like some water? Lingji's soft, melodious voice came from beyond the door. Gomein, Lingzi. Lin Feng replied. The bathroom door slid open, and Lingji entered, holding a cup of warm water. She wore an adorable light green pajama set, her cheeks flushed from steam, resembling a ripe peach. Upon seeing Lin Feng, who was obscured by bubbles in the bathtub, her ears turned slightly red, but she made an effort to maintain her composure, placing the cup on a nearby shelf. Commander, today's mecha training must have been quite arduous, right? Lingji inquired with concern, sensing his mental fatigue. It's manageable. It just requires intense concentration, which can be draining. Lin Feng accepted the cup, taking a sip while observing Lingji's charming demeanor, feeling a spark of mischief. However, if someone could help me with a massage to relax, I might recover even faster. Lingji's face flushed deeper, her amber eyes sparkling as she fidgeted, murmuring, if the commander does not mind, Lingji can help. Lin Feng had only spoken casually, but to his surprise, Lingji genuinely agreed. Seeing her shy yet earnest desire to assist warmed his heart, and he chuckled. Then I shall trouble my little Lingji. He turned around, presenting his back to Lingji. Taking a deep breath, she approached him, sitting on a small stool in the bathroom, extending her delicate hands to gently press against the back of Lin Feng's neck. Her fingers were slender and soft, carrying a hint of coolness. Soon, a gentle and pure core energy flowed from her fingertips, gradually permeating Lin Feng's skin, a warm current seeping into his slightly sore muscles and meridians. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. The tranquil essence of Lingji enveloped the room with its unique healing and soothing properties, causing fatigue to dissipate as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Her massage technique was both adept and focused, a testament to her background in the manufacturing and maintenance of ships, coupled with her knowledge of human medicine. Each press and knead was perfectly executed, as if she could discern the subtle state of every part of his body. "Commander, is the pressure suitable?" Lingji inquired softly, her breath brushing against Lin Feng's ear, infused with a refreshing sweetness and a hint of milky fragrance. "Quite suitable, very comfortable, Lingji," Lin Feng replied, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of relaxation. "It is truly wonderful to have you here." Upon receiving the compliment, a radiant smile illuminated Lingji's face, prompting her to massage with even greater fervor. The bathroom was filled only with the sound of flowing water and the soft breaths of the two, creating a warm and idyllic atmosphere. At that moment, a languid voice laced with amusement drifted from the doorway. "Oh dear, it seems I've arrived in an opportune moment. Is the commander indulging in Lingji's exclusive massage service?" Lin Feng, without needing to glance back, instinctively knew who it was, nearly exclaiming, "No, your timing is impeccable." There stood Mo Huang, leaning against the doorframe, clad in a silk deep purple robe that accentuated her breathtaking curves. The robe's neckline was slightly open, revealing a delicate expanse of porcelain collarbone. Her long, straight black hair cascaded freely, and her violet eyes shimmered alluringly amidst the steamy air, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Lingji, startled like a frightened rabbit, withdrew her hands abruptly, her face reddening as if she might bleed. Mo Huang, elder sister. I was merely assisting the commander in alleviating fatigue." "Alleviating fatigue, you say?" Mo Huang glided into the room, her bare feet soundlessly gliding over the polished floor. Approaching the edge of the bathtub, she leaned down, and an ephemeral fragrance of violets swiftly overpowered the steam and Lingji's milky scent, lingering tantalizingly in Lin Feng's nostrils. She extended her slender fingers, lightly grazing Lin Feng's damp shoulder, sending a barely perceptible tingle coursing through him, causing his muscles to tense slightly. "Commander, mere muscle relaxation from a massage is insufficient." Mo Huang's voice dripped with magnetic allure, her crimson lips nearly brushing against Lin Feng's ear. "The fatigue of the mind requires a deeper form of release. Shall I assist you as well? My techniques differ significantly from those of Lingji." Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably at her boldness and assertiveness, which always left him somewhat at a loss. The once timid Lin Feng, buoyed by Lingji's massage, now stood with a newfound confidence. Though he was grateful for the ample bubbles, otherwise his hands alone would not suffice to conceal his modesty. The proximity of her voluptuous form, the intoxicating fragrance that clung to her, and the unabashed implications in her words felt like a playful nudge from a mischievous sprite, urging him to act and make Mo Huang pay for her teasing. Ahem, Lin Feng cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the tumult within. "Mo Huang, please, no more teasing. Lingji's massage is quite satisfactory." "Is it indeed?" Mo Huang straightened, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her violet eyes as she regarded the blushing Lingji. "It seems the commander is quite pleased with your service, dear sister. However, as your elder sister, I must advise you that sometimes excessive gentleness may fail to capture a man's heart." "Elder sister Mo Huang," Lingji exclaimed, her embarrassment causing her to stomp her foot, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Lin Feng observed the striking contrast between the two ship girls before him, one gentle and healing like an angel, the other passionate and alluring like a sorceress, feeling a mix of exasperation and inexplicable satisfaction. He understood that Mo Huang was not genuinely jealous or vying for his affection. It was merely her unique way of bridging their closeness. All right, you both should leave now." Lin Feng waved his hand, aware that if Mo Huang remained any longer, he might lose his composure. "I need to get up." Mo Huang chuckled softly, extending her index finger to lightly tap Lin Feng's forehead. The cool touch sent a rush of hormones surging through him, further muddling his already fatigued mind. "Oh, by the way, my dear commander, your room is so spacious. When might I be able to sleep here?" She cast a flirtatious glance before gracefully turning away, taking the still shy Lingji with her as they exited the bathroom. Lin Feng watched their departing figures with a wry smile, feeling the lingering coolness on his forehead and the ephemeral sensation of her fingertip still haunting him. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on how this fortunate arrangement sometimes tested one's resolve. Yet, he knew he must make Mo Huang pay for her provocative antics. After all, he was hardly a paragon of virtue.